Welcome, welcome, my friends here and everybody watching at home to day 3 of the International, my friends. That is right, we are back for an extremely exciting day. By the end of the day, you guys will know one of those teams going into the grand finals.
Slacks, I appreciate the energy, but today is also a very sad day. We're gonna have 3 more eliminations, man. There are not that many teams left in the tournament.
Oh yeah, that's right. We wore the all black because it's funeral day. This is my favorite day. This is when a lot of people get super sad, so it'll be good for us as viewers.
What is wrong with you?
Nothing.
No, this is competition, and I think it would be fitting if we take a moment and respect all the teams that have fallen along the way.
Of course, of course. All right. Let's go ahead. Let's say a short word for our friends that have left the tournament. What about Nemesis?
At least the voice line sold well.
That is true. The Philippine voice line, that's true. Navi, any words for Navi?
There are a couple of, they're children. They got plenty more TIs ahead of them. They average age of 20. We're just getting started.
Yeah, sure. Boom.
They didn't go 1 and 4.
Okay.
0 and 4. They did go 1 and 4.
That's good. That's good.
Good. We take those.
What about wild card? Any words?
I got 2 words.
Yeah.
North America.
Yeah, what can you do? What can you do? Absolutely.
It happens. It happens.
Shame. Spirit.
I'm sure they can dry their tears on the other 2 Aegises that they have.
Oh, yeah, probably. Liquid.
A lot of Liquid fans here, and let's give a shout out for Liquid.
Hey, everybody loves Liquid, right?
Crowd favorites.
I'm sure they're enjoying that from the hotel room. That's fantastic. Aurora.
I am saying that maybe the spirit of Nightfall still lives on. I saw some BKB TPs yesterday.
Oh, okay, there we go. Yakuta Bros.
I mean, they weren't even supposed to be here, so
that's right.
Good for them.
Back home where they belong. What can they do? Tidebound.
Listen, the spirit of Chinese Dota lives on in Xtreme, and sacrifices had to be made. Any Xtreme fans in the audience right now?
Absolutely. One Chinese team had to be left in the wreckage, brother. Absolutely. And finally, the most recent loss, I'm so sad, Tundra.
Making it to top 8 with a stand-in is no small feat, and let's have a round of applause for all of the teams that have shown up here to the International 14 and shown some amazing Dota.
Well, that was fantastic. Thank you so much for all those teams, and great news for all of you at home. 3 more going to the graveyard here today, so get those cheers out for them. They need to hear you, because by the end of the day, we're going to see a lot of tears, and we're going to see 1 team going to the grand finals. You'll get one more round of applause for all the teams as we get this day started!
It's going to be such a fantastic day here. Slacks and Tsunami already talking about the fact that we are going to be saying goodbye to 3 more teams throughout the day. We're also going to be saying good morning, though, to my lovely panel. I don't know if I want to start with you, Jenkins.
You can call me Freddy Uranus today, actually.
Freddy
a legally
Uranus.
distinct entity from the guy that everyone else is thinking about.
Right, of course. Freddy Uranus, different IP over there. Winter yourself, looking dapper as ever.
Thank you, sir. Oh, thank you, miss.
Either or, whichever way. And look, cost yourself as well, the way over there.
Yeah, good to be here. You know, Saturday morning is the best time to play Dota. You just had your breakfast, you had your coffee, you're ready to go.
Yeah, that's why you're going to be grinding, gaining the most amount of MMR.
Okay, you're going to be
that's-
losing the most.
Yeah.
No.
Because everybody
He's
who
lying
doesn't
about
play
his
during the
degeneracy.
week plays during the weekend.
Saturday morning is when you've been up all night on Friday playing Dota, and you haven't stopped.
Because you haven't won a game.
You haven't won a
You can't
game.
go to
There's
bed
no
on a
waking
loss.
up.
There's no going to bed on a loss at
There's
all.
no going to bed on a loss.
Well, look, unfortunately, some teams yesterday did experience their first loss. We had to say goodbye to 2 teams as well, but we're going to go back and we're going to relive some of the hypest moments that we got to experience.
He's going to jump up onto the cliff. There we go. Yuma's able to get over to the back. Nice, the vision will follow. They've locked down 33. The heals are coming out from Toby, but 33 will fall. Chrysalis will get the ultimate off. but the lasso's there, locking him down. Crystallis bashed up as well. No chance to do the damage as they control him, take him out, look towards BZM. BZM running low on mana. Schofield have to dispose into the enchant totem. Double kill for Alon. It is over. GG is called. The second supernova hits there. They're going to try and kill the egg off with this buyback from Crystallis. But 33 dead. He has to buy back. Crystallis can't kill the egg in time. They're just killing them off one by one. That's a dive back on BZM. This fight's an absolute mess for Tundra as Heroic overrunning them. Crystallis trying to hit back, but again the shards hold him back. He's dive back on him. They're losing lives left, right, and center. Tundra, they just do not have what it takes to stop Heroic.
Overclock is placed into the hook shot. The silencer stuck in place. You'll be able to get off the global silence. No! The silencer dead right off the bat. And you can see Nothing to Say does kill off Omar, but now he's going to get chased by Noob. Noob coming in with the arena onto 3 heroes, gets the spear onto Bach with the dead shot to follow. That is a dead Undying. Nothing to Say gets hook shot from out of nowhere by Omar as these heroes are just dropping like flies for Tidebound. There's the Inkswell with the epicenter from Nothing to Say. The Soulbind to follow. Shiro has the Chronosphere at the ready, but the Stonegaze is doing absolute work for Ghost. Finally comes on the Chrono, but the egg with the beautiful Sunray placement, and Tidebound have basically nothing left in the tank. They are dropping hard as Shiro trying to time walk away. He'll get it. No! Triple kill for Sumail.
Ame starts hitting, but no, the wolf is in there. They know about this, and now they start throwing the kisses. Ame, are you big enough? Are you bad enough? Can you take it down now? Oh. You disgusting fish! He got it, steals it away, and only they can look on in shame.
Oh, he's still alive.
He's not even dying. Ban this hero. I don't want to see it anymore. Ame, can he survive through this? Oh, the hit Satanic, he takes him down. Does so much damage. They already have a jump, and he breaks down the tree. Ame right on top of Invoker with the Static Storm down, but he gets pulled in the cart. DM saving his buddy's life, but they do have enough to find that Monkey King kill.
They got 9 class.
Can they get any more? Ame hides away for a moment, disarmed. He's still in the Wolf Blackboard. Look at the damage out from Satanic. The Sunstrike connection down low, but one hit from that Satanic, a little bit bigger. XM pulls in, but the cart is there. The save is there. Backing away, there's a spider in a cart, but still a lot of damage done out there. Static Storm is down, but he got eviscerated. Ame no longer alive, and you do not have the damage that you need on XXS as GG is called.
Goes for it. Side device on the Bristleback, lands the spear. Maureen with the epicenter, all in on this Bristleback. He actually went to the back line, hit JPK with his burrow. Now he's been Fiend's Grip, but that's fine. He got off the BKB, no, pulled in by Bushwhack, and they managed to burst him down. What is that damage between Pure and GPK? They just ripped through him, and now Skeeter is fighting this fight without his other 2 cores. They're trying to get him back to the base on this first life, but pulled back in by Save. That's life number 1. Do they have anything to buy back on the side of Falcons? Skeeter, second life, BKB, he goes out. There's that disruption. They still will be able to land the shot on the Huskar. The BKB, Demonic Cleanse, they've got a lot of options. A beautiful burrow strike with the epicenter on top of it. There is no chance. BB team, they have the buyback on him, and it's going to have to be used here. Amar fighting for his life, does manage to get the arena walls up, and Pure, well, there's the RP. Can it save Pure's life? He's trying to do damage to Skeeter, but it looks pathetic, man. They can't do anything. A second arena goes out, surrounding the BB team, and there is nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Mistake.
What an absolutely action-packed day number 2 that we had yesterday. The teams are stepping up when it matters on this TI stage here at Barclays Arena. And of course, we get to see a little bit more of what our bracket is now shaping up to be. With saying goodbye to Tundra and Team Tidebound yesterday, it does mean Heroic and Nigma Galaxy progressing in that lower bracket. Now they're looking at some tougher opponents who did come down from that upper bracket. So P-Vision and the Falcons getting their wins yesterday, securing them top 3 there, Freddie Uranus.
I think this is probably the result that most people predicted, is that these two teams have, for the whole year, been very strong, and they're coming into this tournament very strong. For me, the surprises, the very pleasant surprises, are Heroic and NGX.
Yeah, these are the 2 big underdog stories that could potentially make the full run through the lower bracket, because they already eliminated the multiple TI winners that they do have on side of Tundra, and also Tidebound as well. Nigma Galaxy, they might become Chinese slayers today, because they did eliminate Tidebound. They're playing against the Xtreme Gaming in the next series. Could be very, very spicy.
I mean, they also beat Yakuto Brothers in the road, so they definitely know a thing or two about beating the Chinese team.
I have to throw out some really funny stat that I just looked at, because we saw some 9-class stealing Aegis behavior. He has the most average courier kills in this tournament by a huge margin. He has 1.53 average courier kills per game, and then the next guy is Schofield at 0.94. Like, that is such a huge difference, and to me, this is just a way of how he plays, right? This is his identity. He's so annoying.
That was such a weird game. This is the only game throughout all of TIs with the lowest number of kills that lasted over 20 minutes. The game just kind of ended with one big team fight. We had some of the lower number of kills in, let's say, TI2, IG versus Navi, only 5 kills, but those last for 16, 15 minutes. But this is the only one over 20 minutes that was well, a very weird one, I gotta say.
I mean, it definitely shows that there's a lot of things you need to do in a game, right? A lot of objectives. You can't really just go for the kills. You were mentioning 9-class killing couriers. Apart from killing couriers, he was busy taking watches, picking up Lotus, and scouting. So he doesn't really just go for kills.
I think he does a lot of things that are very underrated, that a lot of 4 positions need to take a look at.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are looking at him because he is someone that is attending TI for the very first time. There is a potential chance for him to be one of those very few players that comes in, plays their first TI, and potentially wins the Aegis. However, there are some players still up for grabs of their second Aegis here. Of course, there were so many potentials at the start of this international, and throughout the road to TI and here on the main stage, we had to say goodbye to so many of them, but there's still 4 left on the side of Nigma Galaxy, and of course, in the side of Falcons there too.
This is a crazy graphic. I just, once again, I just think it speaks to the unpredictability of the entire tournament. You have some legendary names that are out, and of course, we lost 3-time hopeful as well yesterday. So it's been a great TI, and I'm very excited to see what we can get today.
Yeah, a lot of upsets, things people aren't really predicting. I mean, with Xtreme Gaming's dominant performance throughout Road to TI, coming into the playoffs, everyone had them down as making it a little bit further. The predictions kind of in shambles there, Winter, for those who did it in the Dota 2 client.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, but that's what makes everything more fun and interesting, right? You have no idea what's happening. Suddenly, the Chinese team look like they're back, and then suddenly, oops, maybe not, So there's a lot of twists and turns, and hopefully we're going to get a lot more good Dota.
Yeah, I think the biggest question mark around that was the fact that how good is a qualified team stacking up against a direct invite team, right? Is there more of an advantage towards a direct invite team coming in and taking an Aegis? History would show yes, but it's still possible for these qualified teams to come in and show what they're made of.
Yeah, we had some miraculous runs coming out from Wings at TI6, TI8 OG as well, and Team Spirit at TI10, which was also, if you go back the qualifiers, they did play against Team Empire, barely qualified for that TI as well. So they are some of the stories. We do still have 3 teams left in the tournament that are, the qualifier teams. 2 of those are in the upper bracket, so they're going to be good. One of them is going to be directly going to the grand finals, and those are Xtreme Gaming, Heroic, Nigma. Those are the qualified teams, and they're doing a very good job in this lower bracket.
I think one interesting thing, too, to point out is that the teams that did qualify and then win TI went on to be extremely dominant in the next couple of years. Wings, obviously, there's an asterisk there. There was the whole drama that happened. They probably would have. I mean, some of the players are still around. It's still dominating. But the other teams, like if you do qualify and then you win, it's like this is how we get a new like S-tier, tier 1 team.
Yeah. This is also questions, though, about our average game time. Coming into the road to the international, things were going so long. It felt like these games were inevitable to hit the 16th-minute mark, but there's been a bit of a change-up between previous TIs, and what we're seeing now is that that road to the international has shorter average game times. When you hit the main stage, things start to slow down a little bit. Maybe it's stage nerves, maybe it's the pressure of wanting to make it further in the tournament.
It's definitely, you do not want to be risking as much, but at this TI, the main stage, I would say that Heroic, Nigma Galaxy, they are willing to experiment a lot more. They are willing to risk it, especially Heroic. But we can also go back to like the previous TIs as well, where some of the teams try to speed things up, like Team Liquid, Gaming Gladiators with their Chance Lone Druids, Nature's Prophet, Alchemist as well. And we might be seeing some of these things as well, because people are trying to speed things up and try to put them in a position where the other team is not going to be ready for that one final push that they're going for.
To me, that's the exciting narrative, is like you can look across all the TIs and it seems like things slow down. People get scared. You know, the pressure is on. The money is big. The crowd gets huge, you know. There's a lot on the line, like mentally speaking, but a couple of the teams here just don't seem to care. Like they really are playing completely carefree, and like this is when you see the most exciting Dota, because they make other teams crumble under the pressure, mistakes are made, and then we get to see like crazy, potentially late game games.
Yeah, especially Heroic, right? You brought up Heroic actually has like one of the lower average game times here at 39, so they are definitely a team that's not really afraid to do something unconventional. They are just trying to make random moves on the map, catch you off guard, and kind of force you to make a mistake, you know, at times.
So they're 39, and the average for the main stage is 42 minutes. Yeah. So they're like almost 4 minutes under.
Yeah, and their opponents, BB team, they are also on the slower side. They are at 45, you know, so that's a very big contrast between the two teams.
Okay, well, when we do eventually see that, we'll see exactly what sort of route the teams want to take. But you're talking about specific heroes, Lacoste, that could speed up games, maybe also drag them out a little bit. But here on the main stage, there have been some absolute standout heroes that teams are loving to get their hands on, or maybe getting their hands on for the wrong reasons.
Yeah, I think the big one that stands out the most is going to be Beastmaster, which is mostly played from the mid-roll, I would say, because this is also the flex. You can go for the Helm of the Dominator, one of the Helm of the Overlords, a very scary hero to play against because he's putting up the tempo. Shaker stands out in terms of the lower win rate because we saw yesterday this Helm of the Dominator in the mid lane where he gets, against Murta, exactly, where he gets destroyed. We saw Queen of Pain, really bad matchups. People understood that the way to play against Earthshaker is try to dominate him in the lane, pick a favorable matchup, and then go into the Ancients, try to block them and be very annoying so that he can't get that Blink Dagger and be the tempo controller of the game.
The Phoenix is an interesting one too, because that really wasn't brought out in the road to the international. It was that last day that we saw a big gotcha pick of a Phoenix offlane from Tundra against Liquid, and now it's picked up a little bit more Winter. But what is it about that hero that offers some strength in any draft?
I mean, scaling's number one thing, team fight. And I think the other reason is a lot of the cores that are being picked up, like tanky cores, like Falcon type of heroes. Phoenix is really, really good against those heroes with a Sunray. You're doing percentage base damage. You're going to be killing them really quickly. I think that's partly one of the reasons why Phoenix has seen a resurgence.
I think the same heroes that you're mentioning that Phoenix counters in the game also like tend to lane against Phoenix. Like we're seeing like offlane Phoenix, for example, do extremely well against Ursa's, Sven's, like these heroes that just don't want to be harassed from range with magic damage in lane. And then in the game, you're scaling, getting like the Spirit Vessel, magic damage. We even saw Whisper get the BKB eventually to like deal with the counters. So yeah, I think it dumpsters the lane and then it scales into the game.
Okay, two things that you definitely love a core to be able to possess there. We're going to have a look at some combos for the safe lane, because we're talking about this Phoenix, what it is good against, but are the most successful safe lane combos having that archetype that you guys are referring to? Troll, Warlord, and Pugner definitely being the most notable one here, with the highest win rate and picks there too.
Yeah, Pugna and Troll, both of them are kind of lane bullies. It's very difficult to lane into this, but Heroic is the only team that managed to beat this combo yesterday with the Batrider, with the Marcy as well, playing super aggressive, knowing that they don't have any kind of stuns. They do have slows, but there's also good combination between the other heroes as well, because you see this Marcy, you see Disruptor. Disruptor's going to be in a lot of combos because this is the most contested heroes. At the main stage, his win rate is pretty abysmal. I believe it was like 17%, but this hero
so that
still
makes
gives
this
you
win
a
rate.
lot.
That makes this win rate even more
Yes.
significant. I mean, just the idea of like Marcy jumping on somebody, they get away, Disruptor glimpse back. Like all Marcy wants is to have a fight anchored somewhere. And Troll Pugna is a weird one because you would think like Decrepify.
Anti-synergy.
Yeah, how does this synergize with a Troll? But I think it's the lane bully synergy, and then also Troll often can dominate a lane, be left alone, and then what does Pugna do? He goes and takes every single tower. Like he's so happy to have a core that wants to be left alone because then he takes every tier 1 tower on the map.
I mean, there's also another reason. In the team fights, Pugna likes to play with some frontline that's hard to die, and then you click your R button, you don't die. So Troll is exceptional at that. You're in front, they're trying to kill him. The Pugna kind of saves him with either the heal or the decrep, and then he gets
it makes Troll so hard to kill.
Yeah.
Taking all the attention away from him as well, so the Pugna definitely loves it. On the other side, though, the off-lane combos I would love to take a look at because it's how are the lane matchups going to go. If the most successful right now is a Troll and a Pugna that's dominating the lane, then what do you want to see on the other side? The Bristleback and Hoodwink is being picked up the most, highest win rate, but I want to put a caveat with this. It's BB team that has picked it up 4 times, right? So they are pretty much single-handedly raising the popularity of it and the win rate too.
Yeah, they love to run this combo. It's also the combination. When you pick both of them, there aren't many break mechanics left in the game. Hoodwink is pretty much the only. It's not a reliable one, but with the these professional e-gamers from position 4, they know how to land their abilities. So taking away the break combo against Bristleback is really nice, and also the other combo you talked about, the Disruptor, what he wants to do, what Doom wants to do. You need to have a good chase potential to be able to kill a hero. Doom a target, go for it, to be able to just get on top of it and make sure that the hero dies.
I mean, this really shows that teams are putting a lot of emphasis on getting the right heroes together in specific lanes, right? You're not just thinking about what heroes are strong, and then we're just trying to piece together all the strong heroes, right? Especially on the support role. I think you ideally want the support hero to be able to pair really well, so when you're opening the draft, and you have to really consider everything, so everything needs to be flowing together.
What do you guys feel about opening drafts with supports versus cores at the moment? Because when we started this TI, it felt like every team, their meta was we want to take what felt like the most OP core and just really have that as our strong foundation. As time has progressed, it's leaning more towards just having a stronger support.
I feel like it really depends on like the order, the pick order, like whether you're first pick or second pick. I think that also matters a lot. And obviously which support, like Naga, I think probably is one of those that whenever you have the opportunity, you're gonna be picking up. You don't want to really think about, oh, should we give up Naga and maybe trade for something? I think that usually is out of the question most of the time, So it really depends on the sequence and what do you really want, in your overall strategy.
I don't have the exact stat for this, but my feeling tells me that we're seeing a bit more cores as well, because this Lycan, I think this might become like the hero of the main event because he's such a powerful tool that the supports can't really deal with it. These Beastmasters, Queen of Pains, these type of heroes, like even Mars, some teams are willing to pick it immediately in the first phase. There are a lot of strong heroes. We saw yesterday Nigma Galaxy picking twice their Muerta from the mid lane, and also potentially, anything from the mid lane that can dominate some of these melee matchups could really work out well.
Yeah, I would like to also add into that, like you said, the Muerta, and also the ability to be able to flex the hero would definitely increase the benefits of getting the hero in the opening draft.
Yeah, it definitely depends on what is the tier of overpowered heroes. Because sometimes there's these S-tier heroes, and then you discover the heroes as the tournament progresses, like Lycan, that all of a sudden there's a new S-tier, and all the S-tier heroes go down to A-tier, and all those S-tier heroes happen to be cores. And then so you first pick this small set of really overpowered heroes. And it depends on which players on your team say, oh yeah, you can first pick me, I'll be fine no matter what. If you have specialty players, like Falcons, talking to specialty players, you can first pick almost any of their cores, their heroes, and they'll do fine no matter what because they know every single match.
Yeah, and also they are one of the only few teams that actually first pick the Chen, so there's a lot of different dynamics there, what are you valuing and why are you valuing those heroes?
Yeah, I heard the crowd getting a little bit rowdy over there, right? And I was looking around, I was trying to see maybe if some of our players were coming out, if anyone else was walking around, and it reminded me, you guys might not know what series we're starting the day off with. We've already talked about the fact that we're going to be having 3 eliminations today, but who exactly could potentially be going home? Well, Our final series is going to be a combination of whoever wins our first 2 series, right? We have BB Team up against Heroic and Xtreme Gaming up against Nigma Galaxy to begin our day. That 3rd series, it's going to be interesting. It's not elimination, but it is going to be giving one of those 2 teams, either Falcons or P-Vision, a direct slot into that grand final. They're going to be our very first grand finalist. But yeah, our first one to begin the day, Xtreme Gaming up against NGX. Who wins, the XG or the NGX?
A lot of X's going on here. It's such a close one. You know, I really feel like at the start of main stage, people would have said XG, but I've been feeling so impressed with what NGX has been pulling out, and I will die on this hill that Sumail and Kuro, when they said like, oh yeah, he just felt like playing Muerto mid. Nah, these dudes have been absolutely cooking. Like, this is a theory that I think they consider very important on dealing with certain mid laners, and I'm sure there's more that they have not revealed. Because XG is a very different team than the teams that they've been playing, so I'm curious to see how they deal with that there. Because like XM, for example, like this guy's a very odd mid laner to play
He has a
against.
very small hero pool.
He's a weird guy.
The
It's
other
a
mid
puddle.
laners. Yeah, he has to play like a very specific hero for the team to work. And if you compare it to NGX, for example, Sumo has a very, very wide hero pool, you know, and we've seen him being able to use certain matchups to dominate certain heroes and just snowball from there. You know? So I think this matchup is going to be very difficult for XM.
Yeah, I'd like to take a step back, though, and just have a look at how Xtreme Gaming have, or at least their players, have gone in previous TIs. We've talked about the factor of the stage, just how it's going to influence some teams, some players. Do they thrive on it, or do they kind of struggle here with it? And, well, looking at Xtreme Gaming, they've all had fantastic placements across a multitude of TIs there.
Yeah,
XM,
they're all veterans. So
Yeah.
this is Ame's 7 TI. XM, he's the least experienced on the squad, but also if you see the result, the highest result placements they did have, X-Noah getting that 2nd place, Jin-Q as well. Ame did it 2 times, XXS getting the 4th place. I think they need to do it for their region. This is a very proud region. Last TI was the only TI that did not have a Chinese team in top 4 out of all TIs, which is, you know, they need to do it again. And if you look at the TI placements throughout the year of the Chinese region, they had 4 TIs with 3 Chinese teams in the top 4. So they TI2, TI4, TI5, and TI7 as well. So they definitely want to step it up. And so far they look good, but NGX is going to be a very tough opponent.
Yeah, I mean, right now they're sitting in top 6. They got to win this series if they want to make it to the top 4, if they want to keep adding to that statistic they'll cost. And we can also have a look at NGX, just exactly what their lineup has been able to achieve in the past TIs, because there are a lot of new people here, right? We got Noob and Omar. People might not know them too well, along with Ghost as well. They've had 2 TI appearances now, with the big ones being in Sumail and GH, who have 7.
There's some
4,
agencies there.
Yeah, respectively, got some agencies, but we haven't actually seen them at a TI for Sumail since TI 10. That was 4 years ago when you really think about it, and GH 2019.
He is top 5 on the leaderboard right now, though, as a support. Like that's pretty incredible.
That's crazy.
I think this team is very high skill, and you have also the factor of 2 coaches who have both won the international versus each other as well. So for the few new guys on both of the teams, you know, for the XMs of the world, I think in terms of nerves, in terms of understanding how to actually win this tournament and become a champion, they have pretty much the best coaches available, the best players available too, to help them with like, okay, here's how we do this, here's how you settle down, here's how you just focus and get into that flow state for the game.
Is it just that simple, though, Winter, that you kind of need that one person on the outside, that rock in your coach, to really bring it, all of that potential out in your players?
I mean, it is simple, but it is very, very important for that one person to kind of be the rock for the players. The players are really, really stressful in the game. You know, they have to figure out what they have to do. They have to remember the formula. Oh, I'm supposed to do this. I'm supposed to do that. Blah, 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 you know, and the coach has to just come in at the right moment, and if the game is not going well, okay, guys, this is the problem. Trust me, we just need to fix this. That's it, you know, go to the next game, you know.
I mean, name 2 better leaders than Zhao 8 and Kuro. Like, these are 2, like, Goliath-level coaches.
You can tell that Xtreme Gaming players are very hungry, but their coach is not, because of Zhao 8. No, just kidding. Now, he is definitely the type of a coach that will force you to play pretty much anything, and you can still see that he has that love for the game. And I love the dynamic between him and Ame, because I think Ame probably has the only say in the team to be saying, I want to play this hero, and Zhao 8 has to say, yeah, we're picking that hero no matter what. And we saw that from a lot of the coaches as well in different teams.
Alrighty, with the sound of the horn in Barclays Arena from Hamburg, Germany, there is only one thing left to do before we start our day, and that is, of course, to officially open it.
The Aegis of Champions arrives in Hamburg, Germany. A beacon of challenge that shines around the globe. 6 teams compete for ultimate glory. Only one can seize immortality. Who will emerge victorious?
Díky za podporu československé Dota scény.
Our arena is definitely ready to get the day started, and it is such a big question. Who's going to be progressing? Who are we potentially?
Já myslím, že bychom si mohli přivítat týmy, ne?
We have our first series, Xtreme Gaming,
děkuji pěkně za toho saba.
Galaxy, and this is a tough one. One of the teams, they've been in elimination multiple times. The other side went to, well,
by the way, přišlo mi velice jakoby zaujímavé a vtipné, že tam jakoby tuto nějaký mistr, samozřejmě, že plebejec, tuto úplně, že ty tam úplně seděl na tom analytickém desku a mají tam prostě petici, MMR, přeci okrem Cinderena akurát. Ty kurva prostě FA má vole 10 MMR, tu Jenkins do piči má vole asi 11 MMR alebo kolko, lakost kurva, hrával do piči do tu jednotku ještě v době, keď si ani nežil. Shut the fuck up, you little bitch!
One team that can go through the lower bracket and actually be fine, it is this one. Like, this has happened so few times, and this is one of the teams.
All right, I'm just excited then to see what's going to be playing out for this series, and of course, to bring our teams to the stage.
Poďme privítať týmy. Čo mi na to povieš, pane Staníku, ha? Mohli si radšej kúpiť sama možno. Usu. China Power.
Xtreme Gaming.
Entertaining and a flawless run in their road to the international playoffs. Everyone thought this team was unstoppable. Would there be an answer? Yesterday,
Stone Cold Killer.
A little bit short in their
I will
series.
your
They
face,
have
boy.
a second chance here. They're going to have to bring everything out to try and change the tides against their opponents.
The King. Toto to je ale king of the supports, dámy a páni. Tento tu boj.
Choose wisely and crush those responsible.
Ghost je taky extrémně nenápadný. Podle mě Ghost má také trošku Ana vibes. Jakože vo vystupovaní a v tom, ako sa správa, ako vyzerá tak. Ghost má podľa mňa úplné Ana vibes.
They love the pressure that backs against the wall. This is where they get to show exactly what they're made of. They've been able to do it time and time again so far at this event. Will the streak end now? Will the dream live on here, Jenkins?
I mean, they are against a very, very tough opponent. Xtreme was defining the entire meta for the road to international, and I think because of that, they had a huge target on their back. That's the thing. People figured them out, but they defined the meta. Can they redefine it? Absolutely. They just did it. Like, I really believe in Zhao 8's ability to come up with something fresh here. He watched the NGX games yesterday, said, "Learn to mid. I don't care. I've got an answer." And I'm excited to see what that answer is today.
Oh, absolutely. But you also need to be aware that they need to prepare for multiple teams. Like, they are preparing for this series, which definitely is the most important series, but they also need to prepare for BBT versus Heroic, which they're going to be playing if they win against one of these teams later. So not an easy prep for the coach as well. I think this is one of the toughest one for them.
Yeah, not at all. It's going to be a very long day for whichever team does come out as victor here. However, our previous encounters of these two teams are kind of few and far between in the last calendar year. They haven't really been making it to the same sorts of events, and so we have to look at just exactly what has occurred when they played, whether it's a best of one, a best of two, or a best of three here.
Yeah, so overall, I would actually say for NGX, Xtreme is their biggest rival. They have been beat out by them, and you know, you can see that they have played a decent amount, group stages and whatnot, but in terms of actual knockouts, it has been 2 times this year that NGX has been knocked out.
Low MMR analytici we lost.
So that is, you know, you remember that, right?
On podľa mňa Staník totiž chcel byť na tom paneli, viete, ako. On by tam chcel akoby pekne pretlačiť akoby svoje krásne tuto akoby nápady, rozumiete? To je jedno, že sú to úplne pomaly ľudia, čo sa venujú asi tej dotičke asi tak 10 rokov full time. To je jedno. Stormer, nazdar!
Is that Storm? It is.
That's Storm.
Nazdar!
He was, of course, with us during the pro
My fellow zrzek!
in the arena, enjoying all the games going on. But Nigma Galaxy,
sa cíti, keď nehrá.
talk about some of the success they've had in the past. What's gone good now?
Yeah, I think they really powered up yesterday when they were playing against Team Tidebound. The strategy.
To expertov mám najradšej. Napríklad aj Kuroky mu by tam podľa mňa radil, akoby určite. By povedal, že jo, ja by som tam robil tak 8-krát lepší job určite, ako vole tam nejaký Kuroky, WTF, čo tam ako chce.
I think most of the heart attacks are given to the Nigma fans. Whenever you're like watching, it's very, very difficult. Like it's just a roller coaster of emotions every single time they play. And during this road to TI playoffs and the main event, Nigma is always on the brink of elimination, which makes it super entertaining to watch.
Ja sa tu zmestím na ten stoleček, lídek. Pozrite tu na Zinkiu. A ženy. Zase ženy v aréne. Ja musím povedať, že Dota má tie najkrajšie fanúšičky z celého e-sportu. Keď sa pozeráte na LoLka v CZSK, jasný, tam ako niekde na tým LoLkách, tam budú nejaké anime girls a takéto veci dobrý, jasný, pekné, tam nejaké džínsky, dobré, okej, jasný, po pôde, zvládneme. Ale na Dote sú nomé true ženy.
Voting for them. And then have the other side, which is one of the biggest fan bases that just really wishes this team could finally do something, you know, and they finally do at the tournament that matters the most.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that are
Jero, ja si z toho robím content a prdel.
You know, whether you're at one or not, where you're
Myslíš, že ma to zase tak moc extrémne sere, ako by týpny?
If we see any of these two combos, you can definitely start believing that Nigma Galaxy know what's going on here.
Yeah, I mean, both teams here, like they really like the Bane, but the difference is Nigma, they usually like to pair the Bane with more like team fighters, like being more aggressive. Whereas for their opponents,
ty horkokrvné heroic fans, viete si predstaviť, ako vyzerá tam after show. Normálne, teda after show, akože, rozumiete, after party, tuto po TI. A ty SA Boys, nejaký analóg, ten tam musí mať normálne, hej, ten je zodraný proste, normálne do útorka.
It really doesn't seem like this is the strength of the hero anymore. You know, it does. You pick it, and it makes it feel bad to pick a lot of the, like, you know, mid lane pucks of the world. Like, it does have that function. But it's more like you see running around and
custom nejaká zrzka, ne? Čo to bolo?
That's really what it's about, making space.
Yeah, we've given a refresher course of people who might just be tuning in for the first time or maybe
Elfie tam je tiež a má aj fotku s heroikmi, by the way.
For these two teams to find success. But either way, all their prep has been done and dusted. They're in the booths and they're also in our lobby.
OK. Sa pôjde do Game 1, ja som hneď tu chat. Musíte nastaviť akurát.
Nigma Galaxy Game 1.
Game number 1 for these two teams fighting up against elimination and each other. Let's see exactly how the draft is going to shape up. Lacoste bans that Bane. We talked about it going in, how important it was for the side of Nigma Galaxy, and XG take it out along with picking up the Mars for themselves.
It's a very annoying hero to deal with. Like, you're going for that one extra wave. We saw yesterday GH really punishing when they were trying to go for that extra bit of a split push, trying to make something happen on the map. BKB piercing tool, his positioning was stopped here. And these are some of the heroes that we talked about, that Xtreme Gaming, especially XXS, he's one of the best Mars players in the world. They're not afraid to first pick this hero because it gives you team fight. We saw yesterday Falcons as well utilizing this hero pretty much perfectly. You can build into different items. Even Nigma Galaxy used it really well. I would say Noob had one of the better overall Mars performances. Well-rounded hero, a much stronger laner than most people do expect.
It's definitely rising in value, I think, because of the build that Lacoste, I feel like you mention it every day, like people are not just going Blink Dagger Rush anymore. And also the heroes that Mars pairs with really nicely in the game, like Snapfire Phoenix. These are some standout heroes that we're seeing become very popular in the main stage. So you pick Mars, and it's not like you can even ban out the heroes that combo with it because so many of them are good that it feels like you're going to have a good Mars pairing.
I'm sorry, I wanted to backpedal a little bit. So yesterday against Tidebound, they also banned the Centaur. I thought the Centaur ban was targeted at Tidebound because Bart likes to play, but today they are banning the hero again. So I kind of find that was an interesting ban in the first phase, you know. The Centaur is not a common ban in the first phase.
Do you feel like then it's something that is prevalent amongst the Chinese teams? Because that's one of the best things about the international.
Pozrieme sa samozrejme aj na draftíček, zobudíme sa tu dneska spoločne. Ideme pekne na ten predposledný deň, dneska už budeme vedieť, kurva, ďalšie 3 eliminované týmy. Dneska hlavne budeme vedieť, kto je v Grand Finals.
Come up in the right matchup and in the right game. It's not something that, oh, I'm just going to pick it like a Mars where I can just make it work in most of the games.
This is the big one from yesterday when they were playing against Tidebound. Omar had extremely good game of Clockwork. He was pretty much the whole playmaker, and now when you pair him up with the Invoker, you can have a very easy setup for your Sunstrike later on. A Forge Spirits, we saw Invokers, again, going for the Helm of the Dominator, being a bit of a zoo hero as well, making sure that he can easily rotate. You can also just send your stuff to the side lane, have global presence with the Sunstrike.
Zvučíček máme nastavený pekne. Ideme si tu spolu s mainom to prebrať. Táto kombinácia Sumailov Voker a tomu samozrejme buď GH Clock alebo Omar. To je proste klasika. Za mňa, by the way, bol XXSov najsilnejší panáček, určite Mars zatiaľ a ťahal tam tie hry neskutočne. Myslím, že obidva týmy začali akoby podľa mňa s domácou zónou. To klasická snapa, dobrý save proti Clockovi. Dobrý follow-up do toho Marza, to je proste moc dobré kombo to nezobrať. Skôr zaujíma, či budú chcieť hrať Nigmáci proti tomuto, napríklad nejaký Medusa line-up, ako hrali na Ghostovi. Že zrovna do toho Eldera, teraz majú Xtreme, dneska idú po aj silné linky. Jo, Mars Snapa a Elder plus pravdepodobne nejaké ranged carry pre AMEho, to bude štípať.
pairings with Mars right now that look really good.
Jo, Xtreme sa dneska s tým nejdu srať, to tak vyzerá. Kuroky, ale teraz tam má niečo vymyslené, teraz tam jako ukazoval a má tam niečo vymyslené, chlapák. Ja by som si tam mohol dať toto tu, moment, chat. Jo, aby sme videli ten draft. Arzeusy, dobré ráno aj tebe, ďakujem za 20 mesiacov. Výplný Turbo International.
Damage. You did mention Eteora as well, which is going to amplify it. And this is relatively easy to execute combo from Xtreme.
Takže dneska uvidíme nějakých poriadných CZSK boys tam ještě.
Misses instead of kisses, that could also be devastating, but I do feel like, you know, these are professional athletes. They're going to be ready to use their spells correctly. And
hail to the king. Let's go, Nigma. Never doubted you for a second.
Very dead unless they're going to be picking up some
6 rokov.
Yeah, but I think with the safe hero as well, right? If you have a safe hero, the Mars is just going to go for the blood spot, right? And then it's also
Nebudu si kopit saba, mamka mi nepůjčí kreditku. No
no
právě.
We saw them placing observer wards. I think Victory Feast, overall, we've seen more of it because it does give you ability to get that extra bit of a heal, extra bit of a damage that lasts for a really long time.
Takže Ghost Roll a do toho Pugna, OK. Klasické teraz jakoby support combo podľa mňa. Pugna Clock, Omar Clock, Pugna v GH-ových rukách na save. A tu je XM Sniper. Okay, ja som vravel, že Xtreme sa s tým nejdu srať. A toto je XDemová tajná zbraň. Prvý piknutý sniper na celom turnaji. Ten troll bude smutný. Ten troll. Aj proti tej Dominátor, akoby tam... Oh god, ten sniper tam bude strong. Ten troll bude muset jít potom dneska nějaké blinky a potom ty věci, ale jako ten klok může být OK na toho snipera, povedzme. Ale hej, to musí prísť pre nooba niečo, čím to fakt jako rozbehá celé. Tam jako musí aj ísť... Kdo tam je otvorené? Je tam zabanovaný I Lycan, Beast, Magnus, Shaker, Magnus Ben, Primal zabanujú podľa mňa tiež, tam neostane noobovi, jakoby, je tam Kentaur, nie, ten je tiež zabanovaný. To prostě musí mať nejakého chlapca iniciačného typu, podľa mňa.
Pango can also work. Anything that can get on top of it.
Čo sa týka Ameho, ten pôjde
Do you feel
k Elderovi.
the lineup is a little too dependent on a Mars initiation at the moment?
Normálne by som povedal, že by to bolo jakoby ranged carry, ale to jako tu nemusí byť, ale pravdepodobne bude. Ja som sa ani nečudoval, keby tam zobral nejakú drouku. Ale jako to je dosť greedy, no. Skôr nejaký...
Ame kind of maybe would be playing more of a supporting role this game, so he kind of has to be more active.
Ame bude aj tak hrať number one, ten sniper bude iba bonus, ale...
Gate carry is someone with a stun.
Jakože prostě nějaké iniciačné blink, stun, něco, booster boju Nigmáci. Jenkins Towery, tam jsou všetky prostě vybanované, tam fakt jako jsou Axiášovia, tam jsou... Pudge, no...
Technically, does Noob wanna play a Pudge offlane?
Jako Noob rozpráva teraz o něčem.
I mean, it is Clockwork Pudge. This is literally what Heroic does. It doesn't strike me as a big
noob hero.
I mean, I think he's probably gonna lean towards more like the auras right now. Like he's gonna try to buy, like you already mentioned, they have a lot of magic damage.
Že nemôžu ísť niečo ako podľa mňa Undyinga. Ak zoberú niečo ako Undyinga, tak tam budú normálne vykajtení jak nikdo. Oni potrebujú proste niečo, čím tam fakt ako môžu robiť veci, podľa mňa. Slardar, maybe... Tide by asi mohl být, ale to tiež není jako úplně ideál. Ani proti tomu Marsovi to nechceš zase tak moc. Nightstalker je možno asi najlepší option, ale tu tiež to není, že by tam byl čajem Půcek alebo Storm, že by se tam ten silence využil úplně plně, může to být jako OK.
I just think they want to jump from Xtreme Gaming because right now, like at the later stages of the game, you're gonna be picking some
Chaos Knight offlane.
Wow, okay, this is
počkej, nie, to je Chaos Knight pre Ameho. OK, oni pikli dvoch hrdinou, ktorí neboli piknutí na celom TI. Xtreme Gaming sa zase premieňajú na svoje Xtreme Tactics. Prvý piknutý sniper, prvý piknutý Nesaj. Áme, tomu tam sedí to agresívne keríčko teraz. Že nás toto tu nenapadlo. Oj. Stormer úplne biggest fan tam jede. Najväčší MMR, no ne, niekde tam sedí ešte aj Sabroš, ten by tam možno ako by bol sedieť s najväčším MMR, ale uvidíme. OK, Kuroky už mrdol po stole. Underlord, no akože... Akoby môžu sa za ním dostať ako bráno, to není úplne reliable. Nemajú tam Blinkstone, ten Pit of Malice je OK do Ameho, ale mám pocit, že ten sniper bude mať free hru. Ja mám pocit, že sniper reálne bude mať proste free hru. Ak to Omar nejak nerozbehá k tomu, ten pick na Underlorda zrovna, ako bolo tam skoro všetko vybanované, ale OK. Teraz moment chat, dajte mi ešte asi tak 2 sekundy.
The Centaur is
Draftík akoby tam pekne vidíte, oni ho tam aj tak akoby schovajú, ja to tu akoby prehodím rovno na druhý screen, pretože tam budeme mať pekne samozrejme rozhovor a budeme tam mať akoby záležitosti. Chat, toto už ale pekne začína a že to bude veľké. Ako si tu dovoliť síce toho samotného snajpera, popravde není úplne zas tak issue. Jo, ako zrovna tu, ale si preskočíme tu, už vidíte Slaxa s Kurokym pripravený na rozhovor, aj keď na to ešte teda má čo k tomu povedať, kluci musia trošku okvrdliť, chvíľočku vyčkať.
Absolutely, hello out there! Of course, this place is packed for this series. Mr. Kuro, so good to see you, and I have to say, I think a lot of people are here for you and the boys. Got to feel pretty good, but let's get into questions. All right, very, very mixed draft here. We got some, Mars Snapfire 2021 Anti-Major stuff, but 2 new heroes. We have Sniper and Chaos Knight. Now, I know you and me are getting kind of old. Do you remember what these 2 heroes do?
Yeah, of course. We're ready for them.
Are you ready for them? Do you think you're prepared? Because were you surprised when you saw these coming out? I mean, obviously some pretty standard picks coming out from them, but they haven't picked it yet.
A little bit. We had an understanding what type of last pick they wanted. I thought it could have been Alk, but they took CK instead.
Okay, all right. Well, we do have Sumail out here on Invoker again, yet to lose a game on the main stage. Lost one in the road, but who cares about that? That was a long time ago. Do you feel like this team is performing really good with the crowd's energy? Is that why you guys can't lose on some of these heroes?
I mean, crowd is amazing. People are so good to us. Like, we love it. And it's really why we're doing this at the end of the day, especially the old-timers, Maroon, Sumail, myself. This is it, we come to play TI, we enjoy it, and I think a little bit nerves are natural, but not necessarily a bad thing, and we're getting more used to it.
Už tam vidím Fogda a OD Pixla pripraveného na cast. A to budem ten hlások pre vás, chat.
My last question here for you. Now, do you think that there's anything you could have done better in this draft? Is it the exact kind of draft that you want? Do you think that there's any kind of improvements you could have made?
Depends on the outcome of the game.
That's a good ass answer. All right, Mr. Kuro, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give it up one more time for Kuroky and Nigma? As we head in to game 1 of this elimination series.
Oh, chat. Ladies and gentlemen, Slaxi, ďakujem za slovo. Ja vás tu vítam. Nielen Barclays arénu, krásne ženy a mužov, všetkých Dota fans! Ideme ale pekne, krásne pozrieť, či Nigma Galaxy dokáže možno zničiť ten najsilnejší čínsky tím a možno tú najväčšiu stabilnú záležitosť, ktorá tu kedy v Číne bola. Xtreme a jeho sniper. To bude podľa mňa dneska na ráno ten exemplárny prípad. Máme tu nie len, že to môže byť síce prvý sniper na turnaji, Ale Sumail podľa mňa zažije nejaký ten laning, aký sa mu možno naposledy podarilo zažiť niekde na puboch, možno niekde od nejakého iného 16-ka boja na pabličíčkoch. Na spodnej strane to bude trošku awkward podľa mňa pre Xnoviča. Tam jako celkovo tá double melee linka môže byť proti tomu Underlordovi Clockovi celku awkward. A myslím si, že ten laning by tam možno AME plus Xnovič nemuseli mať úplne zas tak easy peasy. Omar tam môže urobiť nejaké shenanigans. Čo týka toho midu, myslím si, že toho jako XM pôjde podľa mňa jako prelázivať celku dosť, aj keď sa tam predsa len ako zmenil build na tú helmu, ktorá by na tom Pokerovi mohla urobiť mierny rozdiel, minimálne by tam mohol byť o dosť viac survivable. A spolu s tými Fort Spiritmi uvidíme. Možno tu Sumail ulázi, tu je aj XM-ovského snajpera, možno toho najefektívnejšieho, najväčšieho snajpera, ktorý sa tu pomaly nachádza. Lance Skogi. Máme momentálne dostal hneď vyharasováno jak za mládí. Keď Xnovič takisto bude môcť vždy niečo potradovať proti tým Kogodom od Omara. Toto sú veci, ktoré nebudú podľa mňa len tak môcť kľúci rúbať. Oh boj. XD za mňa na jeho Marzovi, ako som už akoby dneska hovoril. Za mňa on bol ten najväčší ťahúň a tvorič. Jo, čo sa týka Visionu, tam je väčšinou práve Xnovič, ktorý robí tie najväčšie zbrany. Teraz krásne kogy, Omar hodil do tej farstormy, do toho top 50 strike, Nigma Galaxy, máme operu ako first blood a zabíjajú rovno obidvoch. Omar žije, ešte pálny blok, Čiečová pugna, XXN spadne Nigma Galaxy. Čo? Tomuto sa vraví Dota 2. Tak toto je začiatok. Nigmáci dneska neprišli len tak sa tu hrať s kamením, kurva! Toto je agro gaming! Ježiš, do tých Firestormov fakt celkovo ty kogy Omar nemohol hodiť dole lepšie. To bola úplná dokonalosť, keď akorát to chceli zdrenúť. Tam nemusia mať ani poriadny pit of melee, Omar to tu pôjde vytvoriť celé sám. Jo, ešte pugna, ktorá si tam vypady blokuje Marza. Oh boy. 3. minúta a som zvedavý, či Xtremovci toto celé budú schopní nejak dostať do nejakej, povedzme, stabilnejšej fazóny. No, 3 minúty nám tu ušli. Sniper nám ide samozrejme teda 16-5. Sumail, ale na tom je za mňa skvelé. 13 creepov tam úplne bez problémov na tom Boukerovi. Trošičku akoby behind teraz, podľa mňa príde proste ten moment okolo tej 3. kde ten sniper fakt ako už ide veľmi ťažko prelázitovať iba s nejakým ako jedným tam braidbandíčkom, 2 or something. Uvidíme, ako to ale zmení ten build na dominátorku, ako to tam bude mať Sumail delaynuté, pretože väčšinou to býva okolo tej 7-8 minúty, tam ako dostávané celku bez problémov. Jo, Ghostu, ale podľa mňa ukazuje takisto, že proste on na toho trolla bude silný laner. Zinkyu teraz ako zaujímavo, tuto ako prišiel pro jedno spomalenie, medzi tým tam má GH, ale už celý dokončený ten puleček, ďalší creep, tomu bude denajnutý, stráca sa tu v armáde XXS, zatiaľ s tými 17 creepami není možno síce zás tak moc behind, takisto aj Ame si dole free farmy ako král, no ale predsa len tie killy tam urobili trochu rozdiel, Ghostu, medzi tým pôjde Zinkyu ešte skúsiť nahodiť, tam ešte tie jeho hity z diaľky, tam fakt ako nedávajú málo s ďalším blastom, Zinkyu ale spadne. Nigma Galaxy sa dneska rozhodli proti Číne hrať agro gaming. Nepustia ich tu k ničomu, cítia sa tu pred tým crowdom dobre. Takisto aj náš chat. Už sa tu pomalinky v československých končinách rozrastá. Aj keď tu máme samozrejme iba 10:30, neviem, či sa momentálne musíte nachádzať v nejakých tých poriadnych prácach. Tým, že tu máme predsa len sobotu, tak väčšina z vás, dúfam, bude mať dneska čas si pozrieť nejakú peknú Dotu. Omar prišiel s klokom, to by mohla byť tá dobrá odpoveď práve proti tomu Snipurovi, ten sa snaží ešte Sumaila utradovať a popravde ten jeden miss, ja myslím, že Sumail nestiel nahodiť ten hit, bude mať XM ešte aspoň kill z tohoto celého, to pre toho snajpera neskončilo najhoršie. Medzi tým si Omar ale pohodičke ešte vysalví toto celé, netrafí ho ani ten nuke, pohode full HP, Clockwork príde dole. Jo, Slimák versus jedna skeletonka sa tu budú teda chvíľku natriasať na mide. Ale myslím, že fakt ako tým, že umrel ten sniper, ono to stále vyhovuje Nigmákom o dosť viac. Ten pressure by mal byť voči Sumailovi väčší. Čo sa týka lázitov, samozrejme na to už začína trpeť plne, tam je jakmile ten sniper proste má jeden braidband tretku, toto prelázitovať bude issue. Už sa dokonca zbavil aj tej bardy. Omar zase ale príde nachystať aspoň toho supporta, otočka od Ameho. Bude možno ale dostatočná aspoň na Omara, to on nemal dosť damage, chlapák. Nemal dosť. Noob ešte ho tam po ceste akoby pekne nahitoval. Trojica a zase proste Omar plus GH. A to dvojica supportov. My proste non-stop hrajú spolu. a furt tvoria nejaké moves, aj keď je to support duo, ktoré by nemuselo byť úplne typické pressure. Ghosta museli ale nechať na vrchu solo. Sekerka mi si tam teraz pekne pomôže s tou Miss Chaincou. Ale má tam proste len 3 tanga a bude musieť relaxovať. Máme síce vyharasovaný dole na podobnej zóne, ale má predsa len akoby o trochu lepší sustain na Chaos Knightovi, keď mu tam pracujú nejaké tie poriadne kryty. Do lifestyle je to naspäť, má tam hlavne bracer, je to veľa tučnejší boj. Jo, ale fakt ako tam toho Ghostovo trolla chcú nechať solo, on tam zatiaľ má 30 creepov, zatiaľ ako by sa tam pomaly teda akurát regenie a bude si tam musieť dávať defenzívne pozor, ale well. Jo, otázka, ako ten trade-off bude vyzerať, pretože toto nasťahovanie tých dvoch supportov od Nigmákov dole teraz moc zase tak ako nefunguje. Ja si ako Ame bude relaxovať Sumail, ten bude straglovať proti tomu Snipúrovi a už teraz je tam nejaký ako 500 rozdiel, čo sa týka networtu. Noob je ale pekne po tých kiloch, proste na strope. A zrovna pak ako ten right click od Underlorda by tu mohol byť to podstatné, že by to tu od Nigmákov mohlo dosť intenzívne zdržať. Takisto na tie killy. No nezabudeme na to, že tým pádom by tu skôr mala prísť napríklad tá Finsgate, aby tam kľudne mohli bránou prísť na toho Snipúra. Pekne GH teraz ale našiel túto jednu Vardenzi. Vyčmúchal, že tam budú chcú mať vision pri tej bráne, tým pádom to bude trošku otvorené. Omar zase prichádza ale na ďalšiu rotáciu, zase meatball na Gebulu, Snipur sa môže skúsiť otočiť do nich, tentokrát ale nemali na ňo úplne damáž, tentokrát Omar bude musieť už zdrať tých šrapnelov, to štípe na účko, bohužel Omara čaká smrť snajpra, ktorý je v rukách Xema, to proste nejde len tak gangnúť, tu je to fakt ako cítiť. Jo, a hlavne iba ten Orbo Frost casuálny, ktorý tam kúpil. Aj ten robí akoby celku rozdiel v tomto celom, aby to proste nemohli odísť. Jo, to, že sa tam GH nasťahoval na tú spodnú stranu, to by možno proti Amemu a túto X-Novovi akoby fungoval dobre, dohľadával tam pomaly tú väžu. Za mňa akoby to prenechanie Ghosta tam na vrchu, možno tam akoby to bude uhrávať 1v2, no problémo. Tam práve Ghost ale odpušovala, tak sa mi tak zdá, že možno bude chcieť ísť bránou práve sa pozrieť dole. To je ten dôvod, prečo tam aj GH ostával. Ghost prichádza dole na návštevu. No áme, teraz už možno tuší, že tu možno bude niečo nebezpečné. Omar ho môže, ale pekne aspoň na malý moment zdržať. Kogmi nestihne, ale podľa mňa zdržať nič. No áme zdrhne. Ghost sa tam ale podľa mňa môže nasťahovať, aby tam hlavne s tým trollom vypušovali tú väžu. Podobne tu ale XM samozrejme so Sniprom už má celú tier jednotku pomaly v 8. Ako dominátorkou by tam ako Sumel potom mohol robiť veci z Zinky. Pekne prišiel lázeť túto väžu. Nenechá to tomu Snipúrovi, Zinky the boy. Každopádne na Sumailovi máme tuto pekne krásne nachystané už aj tie dominátorky, takže celkovo, aj keď by tam stratil teraz tú väžu, nemuselo by to byť pre neho úplne najhoršie. Za mňa ale pre Xtreme, toto je celku pekne stabilizovaný ten laning. Chvíľku to vyzeralo, že tam Nigmáci fakt ako budú brať jeden kill za druhým, pekne začali tie linky. Teraz sa tu ale presúva pressure od Xtremovcov práve na vrch. Tam ako samotný troll tam samozrejme nemôže úplne ostať a vyzerá, že znova tam Ghost pôjde akurát bránou vyhnúť sa proste absolútne tomu vrchu. Tam môžu poslať toho Underlorda, aby to na vrchu by skúsil celé depušovať, ale tam pozrite, čo tam je nasťahované. Xtreme sú tam 4 na vrchu. Tam nemôžu proste Nigmáci absolútne prísť, respektíve raketa tam teraz akurát priletí od Omara, tak tam možno budú mať viac info. Ale tu inak Ame, aj keď si musí dávať pozor na ten positioning, pretože tam je fakt úplne sám, tradovať to pôjdu. Nigmáci už pushujú ten mid cez tú dominátorku, ale Xtreme to nechcú nechať len tak, vyčmuchali si tu ešte Omara mimo pozície, tento tu Snipur chcel robiť moves, ale odovzdá akurát ešte pár vyparmených kogov navíc. 5000 network ešte pred teda koncom laning phaseu top, strop celého toho networku. Zatiaľ drží teda ten noobíkov Underlord. Hlavne má Finsgate, takže on tam ako môže tou bránou pribehnúť neskôr, to samozrejme bude o dosť viac valuable. Hlavne keď sa tam dostaneme do momentov, hlavne keď sa tam dostaneme akoby pekne krásne do momentov, kde budeme možno nejakú tú pipu, tu mám nakliknutú presne ako prvú. Túto hru kľudne nejaký Crimson Guard sa bude hodiť fakt ako všetky aury sveta od Nooba budú OK. No úprimne túto hru by sa možno hodila aj nejaká tá Atoska, aby tam potom mali nejaký lepší catch aj na toho Snipura maybe. Alebo tam pôjde nejaké iné proaktívne záležitosti. Blade Mail není proti Sniperovi vôbec zlá choice. ale na to hrdinou úplne kluci nemajú, možno na tom Klokovi by to teoreticky šlo časom spraviť. Otázka, čo tu Sumail ale ide vytvoriť. Zatiaľ na tomto tu main event TI sa mu ešte nepodarilo prehrať s jeho Voukerom. Pekne tu X znova zase. Setupne akurát nenápadne Kloka, ten nemá ešte predsa len po 10. minúte účko, na druhej strane Zinkyu, už ale má Mortimer's Kisses. Jo, mi jedna aréna into Mortimer's Kisses, alebo tam stačí aj šrapnely a to Zinkyho účko. No, niekto sa tu bude rozplývať, dámy a páni. Jo, Ghost medzi tým, aj keď podľa mňa ako dobré zatiaľ dodžoval všetky pokusy, fakt ako teraz príde práve to, o čom som vravel. Ghost musí teraz popnúť akurát to účko a skúsiť to nejak vylifestylovať nejakým zázrakom. Tam taký ten pocit, že ten Sunstrike tam bol veľmi dobre hodený, ale XXS tuší, XXS vie, ten je aj v mozku všetkých a zase už tu ukazuje ten jeho next level gaming na max range, tam vychytal respektive to enemy carryčko, no tam Xtremovci využili presne to, čo momentálne chceli. A príde mi, že Xtremovci začínajú preberať, ale úplne celé to tempo Nigmákom sa bude teraz hlavne podľa mňa ten midgame hrať veľmi ťažko. Oni tam nemajú takéto iniciačné proste niečo, ako je ten Mars na druhej strane. Oni tam majú Underlorda, Vokera, Trolla, to sú tie 3 kóry. Jediný, kto môže podľa mňa robiť moves je fakt ako Omar na Klokovi, ktorý to musí vytvoriť zázrak. Sumail medzi tým tu ale presnikoval dobre aspoň na X Novičovo, Eldraden by mohol byť vypnutý just like that, OK. Sumail pôjde vytvárať moves. Tu si to mohol dovoliť. Varda tam chvíľku bude teda ešte zdržovať, ale tam sa ani Xdem nechce priblížiť. Tu Omar totiž čaká. Jakmile ten Snipur sa možno vyťahne dosť ďaleko, by tam mohol toto celé skúsiť. Xdem by to uvedomuje, že sa nechcú ale ukazovať úplne všetci. Ja myslím, že tá Snapfireová bezúčka tam niečo málo pomôže. Arcane runa sa tu podľa mňa Sumailovi bude celku páčiť. Ja, máme tam ale dokončený na tom sniperovi ten typický XMO, celý Orb of Corrosion na kiting ešte viac. Nejaký ten základný minus armor Ame, ale medzi tým oddalený dole, pekne vydodžoval ten Sunstrike, síce fantasmou, ale za mňa je mu to úplne k hovnu. Ameho smrť a vyčmuchanie funguje. Dobrá práca od Nooba s Omarom, že by takto pekne niečo dokážu tvoriť. A fakt ako 7400 network, jednoznačne prvá priečka v networte, ten ťahúň. Zatiaľ, aspoň cinkačkou, je určite Mr. Noob. Jo, dramy tam budú za malý moment dokončené teda pekne na Sumailovi ešte k tomu. Na druhej strane tam teda pristála už dokončená armleta pre Ameho, takže tiež ten jeho základ je tam za mňa, ale aj keď majú momentálne s Ghostom veľmi podobný, trošku shutdownutý teraz ako early game. Ten troll bude farmiť 100-krát rýchlejšie ako Nesai. Dobre, 100-krát úplne ne, ale myslím, že ten, jakmile tam pristane úplne celá tá Battle Fury, tak tam ako Trollič bude vyhrávať ten farm speed, to aktívnejšie carry a schopnejšie byť online oveľa skôr je, ale zase na druhej strane Ame, nesedí to možno úplne do jeho playstyle úplne. Xtremovci idú, ale zase 4 hra do tu pekné kogy od Omara, našiel tam celý ten smoke, tu ale sa bude ešte pokračovať ďalej, skúsi to ešte jakž tak zastaviť, tu ale arénou si kuci ešte pripravia aj Sumaila, navíc Omar tam ešte s tou pipou chvíľku žije, nakoniec sa tam dokonca toho snipera zbavili, toto Nigmákom vyšlo dobre, Sumail, iste padne, XM bude mať double kill z tohoto celého, ale napojiť do tohoto celého sa pôjde dokonca aj Ghost. Jo, nakoniec sa mu tam ale možno úplne nechcelo, tu dostane rovno Spíru, rovno ešte Elder Ame pôjde ako follow-up, Nugo teraz bol top network, ale Xtremovci tento fight celý. Ghost tu bude musieť popovať Battle Trend za realitu, vymazať úplne celý ten čínsky tým, bude ale miesto toho vykontrolovaný Xtreme Gaming, našli dokonalé rozobranie, Nigma Galaxy padajú všetci 5, je toho team wipe, 14. minúta, no toho tým pádom môžu ísť zobrať ešte teoreticky, možno nejakú tú Wisdom Shrine, aj keď to nemajú úplne momentálne positioning, toto bolo rozobranie. To proste nabíjali Nigmáci one by one, Omar na začiatku dobre toto celé našiel, ale tu ste videli ten rozdiel, keď tam máte poriadny syndrom pomáhania. Tu sa ale všetci 5 od Nigmákov spojili, aby sa postupne šli zachraňovať, pomôcť si, toho snajpera zabili. To dobre otočili, ale tu uvidíme pekne ten replay, kde si to môžeme rozobrať. Omar tam tak ako pekne našiel ten opener. Akože opener viac menej, že ho tam ako nezabili hneď arénou, ale proste tu hneď potom Sumail bol ten target. Jo, Ame sa o ňo išiel postarať. Tam ako pekný damage ešte prišlo od Nooba aj s tou pipou, ten delay. Ale zrazu sú tu v momente, kde tam musia nabíjať do high groundu, kde je proste tu síce ako GHC healovať čo len chce. Ghost sa tu prišiel zapojiť na tom level 9 trollovi a tu pekne je vidieť, že kým tam ako ten troll nemá itemy, to je škrapkač obecný. Toto bude tá veľká kajtovačka, jo, tam proste GH môže robiť čo chce, Dekrem nahodil ešte sebe, aby to tu trochu pohealoval, aby tam možno získal kill, ne. nemal z toho nič, len snipúr padol, X znova sa tu rehoce. A toto je presne tá sila Xtreme Gaming, dámy a páni. To je sila tohoto čínskeho týmu, Zinkiu sa tam medzi tým na slimáčej túto pani pekne už tu usmieva za kompom. Ja mám taký ten pocit, že Nigmáci teraz ako pocítili, čo to je. Jo, mali tam a majú stále ešte toho top network nooba. Po tomto team wipe sa to ale podľa mňa celé trošičku switchne, takzvané flip the switch. 3000 gold lead, 10-9. Ten sniper samozrejme ešte stále môže byť kill, ktorému sa môžu dostať. To ako jo. Jakmile tam budú ale také tie šardy, hurricane pajky, nebude to BKB neskôr, potom už to bude pomaly nemožné. Omar našiel tentokrát opener práve na X znovu, ten síce padne, ale tu už tie Mortimerské si roztekajú všetko aj cez tú pipu. Noob sa snaží teraz odísť s bránou, ale Assassinate mu to preruší. Pekná práca XM, no to postrážil. Meatball sežral akurát Fantasy miluskami, tuto panáme, zase sú to ale 3 killy a Extremovci nevedia zastaviť. Pôjdu aj po Sumaila, Sentrina je tu, Zinkiu na pupkatej slimáčej slečne bere double kill a killing spree. A tentokrát možno urobil podľa mňa dobrý decision, tuto Mr. Goze sa do tohoto celého ani nechcel zapojiť. Ten 6200 network troll urobil, no a celkovo Nigmáci urobili zlý decision. Ten minulý fight vôbec na tom enemy, tam high grounde nad riečkou, nejak riešiť. Tu proste je vidieť. Tie Xtremovci fakt ako ten teamfight majú oveľa silnejší. Nigmáci, akoby to support duo, ktoré je tam možno to najaktívnejšie, pomaly fakt ako duo, ktoré hrá spolu na celom tomto TI. Fakt GH a Omar by radi tvorili všetko, ale raz momentálne s Pugnou a Klokom. Je to za mňa ako veľmi limitované, tam vedia ako vždycky nachystať povedzme nejaký hookshot into Sunstrike. Jo, a to môže byť ten opener, kde sa zbavili minimálne toho Eldra naposledy. Už je tam ale na XM-ovi samozrejme celá Hurricane Pajka. Ten urobil rovno zodpovednosť first. Jo, a toto je presne ten XM-ov sniper. On nerobí väčšinou tie damage itemy z prvej. Tu Maelstormu pôjde urobiť akoby s tým Mjolnirom až teraz. Najprv robil celú Hurricane Pajku. Človek by povedal, že tam proste nebude akoby možno rozdávať úplne damáž. Ale je to oveľa tučnejší pán. Pekne X-Novic zase vyčmuchal aj túto Deep Wardu. Zase najlepší devarder ever, Mr. X-Novic na tomto TI. Už sa začína ukazovať. Predsa len Xtremovci a toto celé. Netreba zabúdať na to, že to je eliminačná sérka. Tu sa nenachádzame žiadnych upper bracketoch, ale ničom inom. Aj keď Xtreme boli, čo sa týka Road to TI, ten prvý tým a ten jediný, ktorý tam postúpil pekne zo 4-0. Nachádzajú sa po včerajšom dni v Lovri. Dostali tam výplesk. A teraz sa musia pekne vzomknúť, aby Ame mohol upraviť ten jeho Uncrowned King status. Pekný pokus teraz ale proti mistrovi XXS-ovi. Toto konečne vyšlo. Stunlock do toho brána, vybraný Marzík. No tak to by sa Nigmáci pomaly možno mohli dostať naspäť. Tam ale na druhej strane k tej bráne už ide Zinkiu nenápadne skautiť. On má invis dokonca, aj keď tam teda Numba tesne nedašiel teraz. Bol to zaujímavý nápad, aj tak ako by po tomto kile tam ostane ešte 5000-ový gold lead, takže si myslím, že to Xtremovcom úplne vyhovuje. Pozrite, kde šplhá, hlavne ten Nesai. Už aj proste tam ako Ame, ktorý nemal úplne hru, má 9600 net worth. Jeho šplhá navíc. Chudák ako by s tým trollom tam Mr. Ghost síce už ako bude mať ten farm speed dobrý tiež, ale väčšia otázka je, koľko priestoru tu celkovo bude. Jo, ten kiting potenciál je tam podľa mňa brutálny, dokonca už celá manta je tam urobená na AMM, takže ďalšie ilusky na to, aby proste aj aspoň minimálne aj ten farm speed stíhal pre neho, predsa len aj s tou fantasmou a s nejakými tými bonusmi je to záležitosť sama o sebe. Ame hlavne má dokonca zobraný by the way pekne ten necessities, takže tam nosí teraz ten tier 3 item, nosí GD Pole and Bag na znižovanie healingu hlavne, čo proti tej Pugne je krásna záležitosť aj proti nejakému tomu lifestylujúcemu trollovi povedzme. Jo, hlavne on môže mať ale o jeden tier item navíc, čo väčšinou ten najväčší power spike býva v 35. minúte, keď môže mať tier 5 item, ako keby bola 60. Ja môže tam nosiť povedzme nejaký Stygian, si vymyslím, alebo jo, niečo akoby podobné. Takže uvidíme, či niečo podobné tu procne AMM-u. Ale XXS už ide skúšať zase robiť moves, tentokrát je to Ice AMM. Jo, tu target, ale možno nebude iba jeden. Tu zatiaľ vyzerá, že práve Ameho tu možno budú chcieť ísť Nigmáci pozdraviť, oni ale netušia, že tam je fakt petica týmu Xtreme. Jediný, ktorý sa tu momentálne nenachádza, akurát mistr Sumail, ktorý je dole. Ten už ale ide do porti tiež, chvíľku mu to tam ale bude trvať. Teraz tu Ameho je ale vidieť, Noob premýšľa, že by ho tam chceli. Ale toto je obvious jebait, pri tej 20. minúte je jasné, že si to tu nenechajú Xtremovci len tak ujsť. Sú pripravení. Noob už tam má na sebe Assassinate na Gebulu, do toho dostane rovno casuálny engage. Dokonca Elder účko, Pipe môže nahodiť. S tou arénou stále ale XXS bude čakať, Puk na to tam trochu pohýluje, tam ale pekný meatball na dvojicu. Obidva tí supporti pomaly na Sumaila s Omarom vymazaný a jedného sa zbavili. Ten opener zatiaľ nevyšiel teda pre Xtremovcov úplne podľa predstav, toto vyšlo presne tak, ako Nigmáci chceli. Teraz ale bez toho hookshatu bude problém podľa mňa tam niečo vychytať. Omar teraz tesne na tom jednom HP, dobre, tam prežil vzadu. Míleček už ho pôjde pekne pohýlovať. Teraz je tá väčšia otázka, ale či tu Nigmáci môžu tvoriť niečo ďalšie. Samozrejme, že tu GH môže pekne akoby tu sa pohýlovať a ďalej pekne tvoriť nejaký ten blowjob gaming. Iluskami už to tu pôjde ale nenápadne skautiť a depušovať aj Mr. Ame. Do Crimson Guardu a Pipe, zabiť toho Underlorda bude ale celku issue. Je vidieť, že to tam ani nechcú overcommitnúť, ale XM ten už mláti celku nejakú dobu. Tam nakoniec si zachránil GH prdel, aby si tam dal teda nejaký dekrem healom, príde ešte Nooba teraz podporiť, ten by mal byť OK. Ten Elderstorm ho ale pripraví. Ame tu bude mať tiež problém, Sunstrike mu priletí na Gebulu, Ghost ho môže mlátiť, Ame je dole. Nigmáci našli ten opener, Xtremovci sú rozobraní. A na to príde čisto defenzívne akurát na dvojicu, Ghost tam ale bude tým sniperom mlátený. Musí dávať to účko. Teraz ho sniper nemôže doraziť, meatball, ten nepríde úplne dokonale, ale tu uvidíme, čo Ghost vydamageuje, jednoho má, ďalšieho ešte pôjde mladí, ten heal od GH, Ghost a udrží pri živote, celý tým Xtreme sa rozpadáva ako jedno čínske hovno v nudlách. Team Nigma Galaxy neuveriteľne outfightli ten jeden z najlepších čínskych fajtiacich tímov ever. Tak toto bolo fucking epic. O môj bože, tie healy, ten sustain, tie aury, to celé a 2 hookshoty stačili. Tu uvidíme celý ten replay, tu proste sniper celú dobu mlátil, najprv to vyzeralo, že toho Underlorda postupne uhlodajú. Tam XXS nešiel dávať žiadny veľký overcommitment, GH tu medzi tým kajtil. Tu ale zrazu. Jo, sa pozrite na to, Noobík v pohodičke, tuto dohýlovaný akurát jakž takž. Tu ale prišiel ten pokus na Ameho, ten troll, keď ho tam vychytal, tak zrazu nemohli z nikde, tu prišiel znova na cooldown hookshot, X-Novič bol ten jeden, jo, ale tu aj keď ten sniper mohol mlátiť, Ghost stihol zapnúť to účko tesne predtým, ako dostal tú spíru, tým pádom tam mohol ešte sa mlátiť, dostal ešte ten heal od GH a sekali tam ako totálny král. Sniper medzi tým bol kajtený akurát Sumailom plus Noobom, dokonale to tu fakt rozdelili Nigma Galaxy a ja fakt smekám. Takto otočiť proste toto tempo, to je ako z inej ligy. Čierny kôň tohoto turnaja má dneska šancu zhodiť možno najväčších favoritov, ktorí sa tu vôbec len nachádzajú na celom TI. GH je normálne záchranár ako nikto. Keď sa nezbavia tej pugny, tak sa nezbavia ani týmu Nigma Galaxy. Začíname dneska teda pekne z hurta. A myslím, že Xtremovci a napríklad aj Ame už teraz momentálne poznal, že ten Troll versus Mesai matchup vôbec nie je akoby pre toho Chaos Nate'a ani zďaleka. A to tam ešte Ghost ani nemá to BKB, on ešte nemá ani žiadny veľký power spike. Do toho fightu sa teraz ale dostal presne v dokonalý moment, to bol presne taký ten Ana moment s Jerexom, povedzme. A fakt to ako vyzerá, ako s Nigmácimi momentálne najviac pripomínajú také tie trošku OG vibes predtým. Jo, ešte tá pugnička proste fakt GH a tam robí tak neskutočnú prácu. Ako je to support duo, oni očividne majú nahrané tak moc. Im stačí len hookshot, aby tam setupovali fighty. Jo, to fakt ako chudák, Omar má na sebe podľa mňa veľkú zodpovednosť, aby vždycky akoby fakt setupoval to, čo je treba v ten správny moment. No zatiaľ to pekne funguje, 1K gold lead, dokonca 2. Už je tam nachystaný pre Nigma Galaxy, po tom čo dostali team wipe. Tak to ale má vyzerať poriadne predposledný deň TI, dámy a páni. Tak toto má vyzerať. Je to 16-16. Jo, hra je úplne, dá sa povedať, vyrovnaná zrazu. A fakt jako dokonca aj tie lázity, už pekne Ghostík začína doháňať, protože to tam akoby shutdowny pre tým Xtreme. Teraz príde podľa mňa ten troll, ktorý za 130 goldov má celé BKB. A tu realisticky. Ja neviem, čo by tu kluci mohli urobiť potom, aby ho to dostavili úplne tak jednoducho. Ten sniper je síce zbraň a je to tajná zbraň pre Xtreme. Všetci vieme, ako ten sniper funguje a zažili sme to 380 krát. Ten väčší problém je, že fakt ako, je tu možno dôvod, prečo sme to tu nevideli napríklad na TI ešte ani raz. No je taký skôr panáček väčšinovo. Aj keď to XM samozrejme tu má nahrané a vedia okolo toho Xtreme hrať. Za mňa sa musia Xtremovci proste zbaviť tej pugny hlavne. To je ich podľa mňa najdôležitejší opener. A keď samozrejme nájsť nejaký hociaký pick-off, či už by to bol noob, či už by to bol core, či už by to bol nejaký ten support, by bolo OK. Medzi tým na XM-ovi teda ako s celým tým Mjolnirom už ako aj ten damage output bude o niečo tuší. No, na Ghostovi, ale myslím, že už svieti pekne celé to BKB. Xnovič pekne teraz našiel tuto, vyčmukal jednu obzvardu. Zase tam trochu menej vižnu bude pre tým NGX. No, otázka, kde sa teraz budú hrnúť. Je celku vtipné, že nakoniec toho Tormentera nebude mať pomaly nikto teraz. Samozrejme, že by sa tu mohlo bojovať aj o Roša, ale teraz obidva týmy, jak si tam vysvetlili presne svoje názory, každý druhému dal nejaký ten team vibe. A teraz to bude trošku obozretné. Jo, raketky pekne od Omára. Amen, nakoniec má ten magnifying monokl teraz. Že od 25. má ten tier 4. Trošku akoby väčší attack range navíc, taká zraň, nie je to nič úplne veľké, má tam akorát lepší ten bonus magic resistance navíc. Za mňa ale až za tých 9 minút by mohol prísť pre toho Chaos Knighta nejaký akoby power spike poriadny. Proti tomu trollovi si myslím, že ani ten tier 5 item není možno zas tak veľká vzpruha. Možno mu tam ale proste niečo zaujímavé. Omar medzi tým ale dostane engage, on nestihol. Hookshotom sa chcel dostať odtiaľ, ale Arena ho zastaví. Noob to ešte bez toho kloka chce otočiť do nich, to neviem, či je úplne ten najlepší nápad Ghost, ale tam prišiel rovno k tomu sniperovi. On dostane ale defenzívnu kúky, dostane sa preč. Ghost popuje ale rovno to BKB tu, ale musí odísť. Sám vie, že nemôže popnúť iba takto účko. Nigmáci ale podľa mňa môžu len backovať preč. GH tam dostane ešte jeden assassinate na ksek, aby sa nepovedalo. Toto ale zrazu na jeden kill. Pekne CZSK chápe, že jediný iniciátor na strane Nigma Galaxy je práve ten klok. Takže jakmile sa toho kloka zbavia, tam sú akoby trošku poloruky Nigmáci a je to akoby co tu teraz vidieť. Hlavne tam použili ešte to PK na trollovi, takže tu to nemôžu komitovať, vôbec musí odovzdávať toho Rošana. A medzi tým GH, keď prišiel devardnúť, tvrdohlavo sa toho chce zbaviť. Pekne tam trafil aspoň tie obsky, zdrhne preč. Ale Ame bude mať Aegis. OK, no, tu ako s Aegisom zrazu ten troll matchup nemusí byť úplne zás tak bad, musím povedať. A dostávame sa tu tým pádom do toho momentu, kde s tou Blatornou za chvíľku tam bude mať fakt úplne hyperburst. Nehovoriac o tom, že ten sniper už má svoj shard, Hurricane Pike a tam ešte lifesteal navíc. Takže ono celkovo už zabiť toho snajpera bude chvíľku trvať. Tam minule bolo vidieť, že ten troll dokonca sa tam našiel pozíciu na to, aby sa k tomu snajperovi dostal. Prišiel tam proste shard, Hurricane Pike, kúky k tomu. A ten snajper je 2 km od toho trolla a tam proste to nepustí. Medzi tým tu prišiel skontrolovať GH, sa tu náhodou nenachádzajú nejaké XP-ky zdarma. Ale žiadne tu nebudú. Budú musieť znova podľa mňa tu Nigmáci nájsť nejaký zázračný fight, ktorý sa podaril naposledy. Jo, bol to pekný outplay GH a teraz ale tu vyčmuchal Xnovič úplne na random. Jo, Dasta mi ho tu samozrejme nájde aj v Glimmery. Cookie síce trafená nebola, pre Ameo toto bude snack. Na výlete teraz GH vyčmuchaný. Vzniká tu akoby tým pádom moment, kde fakt ako Nigmáci budú mať dosť teraz ako podstatný síce upgrade v podobe toho Aganimu a 9-sekundového backupa. Že ona Sumailovi tiež už akoby to najpodstatnejšie tam je kataklizmu, ale oni ako môžu dať do čo, ako tam je, ako to by musel dať hookshot, vole tam na všetkých a chytiť kogoch, aby tam tá kataklizma bola hustá. Pit of Melis, povedzme to tam dokáže chytiť, ten troll tam ako jeden target, jakž povedzme udrží. Nejakým tornádom si to môže setupnúť možno sám, ale ako tie možnosti sú trošku ako limitované, by som povedal, nie je to úplne simple. Keď tam niekto príde, zastunuje, on popne kataklizmu a je to hotovo, alebo že by tam mal nejakú tú chrono v týme, alebo niečo na toto brdo. Xtremovci sa ale neboja. I teraz cítia predsa len s tým Aegisom, Hex je na XXSovi. No presne, ako by som hovoril, najväčší ťahuň bude práve ten Mars. Jo, oči tu môžu byť na XMovi, na AMM hlavne. Ale za mňa XXS a jeho Mars. Už teraz aj s tým Hexom by mohol byť veľký, teraz sa ale ukázal na mide. Teraz tam nebudú mať Xtremovci tú celú peticu. Xnovič možno bude práve ten prvý, ktorého sa môže Ghost zbaviť. Zatiaľ to tam kajtí dobre. Sunstrike tam ale letí, Xnovič nakoniec stihol vyhodiť aspoň to účko. No nakoniec Ghostovi niečo málo damage dá. Tu ale sa pekne meatballov kluci otočia. Áme, teraz musí ukázať svoj veľký prvý život. Ghost ho tam trhá, ale tá Hexa a ukontrolovala toho trolla, ten nedá ani PKP Battle Trends, nič. XXS, ako ho ja volám. Savior of China, toto. No tu saveuje znova Hex into Spear. Chudák troll proste bol stunlocknutý na 3,5 hodiny. A nestihne dať nič. Toto neodhadli Nigmáci úplne dobre, aj keď začali podľa mňa ten fight úplne ideálnym spôsobom. Tam videli toho Marza, ktorý depušoval na mide, našli si akurát toho Eldra, ktorého tam zabili, mohli ísť fightiť, ale tam stihol XXS proste dobehnúť rovno na ten Hex, aréničku, Spearu navíc. A zrazu ten trolík neurobí nič veľké, on potrebuje na toto celé napríklad level 25, jo, to, aby tam mal ten strong dispel, by mohlo byť príjemnejšie. No, medzi tým ale sa blížime pomaly aj k tej 35. minúte, o ktorej som hovoril. Ja chcem vidieť ten tier 5 item za 4 minúty od Ameho. Či mu tam proste nejaký Stygian, alebo čo aj nejaké Necronomicony by mohli byť vtipné v 35. Jo, uvidíme, ale čo k tomu teda príde. Vyzerá, že bude chce preskakovať akoby zatiaľ aspoň to PK, bo teraz si tam dokonca pôjde zobrať ešte ten šárdeček, má tam zaseknutého kuríra dole z nejakého dôvodu pri tier 3, zabudol trošku AMM, mohol by ten šárd už byť na ceste, ale ten jeho kurír je teraz pri tej tier 3, čo vidíte na minimape. Dole, na Radiant strane, nevadí. Dôležitejšie veci teraz majú Xtremovci na pláne. XM tu pôjde nenapadne z 2 kilometrov ohľadáva tú bežu. Hexom už to tu ale otvorí XXS, toto je práve tá pugnička, ktorú potrebujú zabiť ako prvú. Kto iný ako XXS to tu zase otvára. Tempo sa ale začína stupňovať a Xtreme Gaming vystrkujú svoje čínske rohy. Problém pre Nigma Galaxy, ale hneď to idú prekvapiť, počkať, oni idú smokovať. Není tam samozrejme tu ten Aegis, ktorého sa zbavili, ale v štvorici tu fightiť. Teoreticky by mohli buybackovať dobre. Takové sú Suveo prišiel pripraviť rovno to kombo. Všetko prichádza na Ameo, ktorý nemá predsa len to BKB, nakoniec ale tá Cookie ho dostala možno s problémov na malý moment. Forsko ho dostanú ešte kúci trochu ďalej, Graveska takisto a Arena od XXS sa hlavne pomôže Amemu prežiť. Ghost tam ešte chvíľku hitoval, ale na toto celé umrel len ten Clock G sa ešte buybackol, aby tu to bolo niečo pohýlovať. Ghostovi nejaké tie HPčka vráti. Nuba ale neudrží pri živote, bohužiaľ nemôže healovať všetkých naraz. Assassinate potom buybacku vyžere ešte, že to tu prežije na pána. Nebude tam úplne follow-up, aby tu mohli pokračovať tá aréna, ale bola podľa mňa od XXS sa úplne dokonale, on si tam počkal, hodili ju tak, aby potom Ame mohol odísť. Tam úplne je vidieť, ako sa celú dobu ako Xtremovci dívali v tom fajte na to, či je Ame OK, na ňo bol ten hlavný veľký fokus bez toho BKB, alebo ste mu tam pomohli Forskami, pomohli mu tam tými Graveskami od Zinkyo. Ja pomohli mu tam ešte tou arénou, kde ho potom ako Ghost ani nemohol naháňať ďalej. No Nigmáci, aj keď skúsili prekvapiť, no prekvapko sa plne nekoná. Ako Ame ten svoj šard už má reálne hodinu v tom kurírovi dole. Ame? Ame! Ame! Kurír v báze! Ame! Už, dobrý. Už to počul, Čad, už to počul až do Hamburgu, v pohode, on si to donesol totiž až s celým BKBím. To je ono. Teraz, keď si posiela to BKB, tak si uvedomil, že čo mi ten kurír robí tu, som tam mikrovali lusky, omylom som klikol na kuríra, nevadí. Stáva sa aj v tých najlepších končinách. Zrazu, ale teraz som zvedavý, ako toho Chaos Knighta budú chcieť vyrúbať. Nejako ten troll je na ňo dobrá zbraň, ale Ghost sám tam má akoby podľa mňa dosť veľa problémov. No, hlavne sa dostávame za minútu, dámy a páni, do toho podstatného času. Za minútu nás čaká čas, keď môže mať tier 5 item. 35. miesto 60. minúty, ako jediný hrdina v Dote 2. Medzi tým sa tu dvaja prídu bez problémov postarať akurát do Tormentra. Xnovič už bude mať takisto shard, aby sa mohol pekne portiť cez toho jeho spirita stompom, kde bude potrebovať, aby ešte zvyšoval kľudne ten burst damage. Ja mám taký ten pocit, že Nigmáci, aj keď tam ako ukázali veľmi pekný gameplay túto hru, teraz už sú ako zahnaní do kúta. Toto už je problém, není to možno ešte úplný šachmat od Xtreme, ale je to pressure vo forme 14 000, kde tá hexa podľa mňa od XXS bola ten prvý moment, keď fakt ako začali úplne dominovať tie fighty. A samozrejme, neviem, či už tam je akoby teraz ten refresher, alebo to príde, alebo to pôjde XXS niečo iné. Predpokladám, že to bude double BKB, double hex, double arena za malý moment. Vyzerá, že Nigmáci idú ale skúsiť nejaký smouček. Jo, dole sa tam jako smoukli, Sumel si tu nakonec teda získá akurát XP, oni tu podľa mňa očakávali, že ich tu pôjdu Xtremovci nájsť. Nakonec to nepríde. No, Omar medzi tým vyzerá, že práve Aganime by tam postupne chcel jako ešte získať nejakým zázrakom. To, čo ale potrebujú Nigmáci teraz momentálne zabezpečiť, je nepustiť to na Roša. Tu už Ame potrebuje jeden Madstone, dámy a páni. Tier 5 item, 35. minúte, čo to bude? Čo to bude na výber? Stygian Tezola! On dostal Stygian. OK, tak toto je trošku problém. V aréne sú tam momentálne ešte zatvorení Underlord spolu s tým GH-ovým Pugniášom. Tu našiel zase XXS, normálne Snake, zázrak. Chudáce Nigma Galaxy, chlapci chceli možno tuto rozťahovať, možno si tam hľadať nejaké tie zázraky. No pekne tým Psychic Headbandom to skúsil ešte GH podžukovať. Áme ale so Stygian Dezolátorom 35. Tu jako končí sranda. Jo, tu končí sranda. Gaben vyzerá, že tohoto Uncrowned Kinga fakt chce korunovať. No keď tu samozrejme ešte nenachádzame ani zďaleka úplne v týchto končinách. Toto je ten prvý krok. No to je zatiaľ tá Game 1 pre tejto sérii. No, vyzerá, že Xtreme budú mať fakt ako plne v rukách. Tam reálne ten burst, keď tam prídu tie ilusky a niekoho si tam spojí. Príde tam ešte tých bonusových minus 13 armor, proste z toho Stygianu, tam niekoho rozseká, proste tam sa vyparí nejaký hrdina. Neviem, ktorý to bude, ale niekto sa tam normálne vyparí, kľudne to môže byť troll, kľudne to môže byť aj ten Underlord, no je to celku jedno. Tu podľa mňa Ame bursne hocičo. Ja, nemusí to mať teraz ako úplne príjemné, dokonca už tam máme aj to bonusové AOV aj pre Zinkyu, oh god. Ja jako nevidím úplne, ako Nigmáci sa do tohoto by môžu vrátiť, pretože oni ako predtým, tými hookshotmi, tým dobrým rozťahovaním, jakž takž tam tie teamfighty išli uhrávať, ale teraz sa nachádzame proste 37. ide XXS s tým Marzom, tam má podľa mňa 2 kola všetkého, samozrejme všetky utility itemy sveta sú tu na Xtreme. A Ghost medzi tým chce dofarmovať Satanáš. Jakože jasný, on potrebuje na tom trollovi proste niečo ďalšie, aby sa tam ako jakž takž udržal. Ale za mňa ten line-up je nebreaknutelný od Xtreme, pretože tam nie je iba jedno carry, keby to bol len ten Chaos Knight, ktorý už má dokonca celý Octarine. Ame, my boy! Octarine na carryčka je tá najlepšia value záležitosť, častejšie manty, častejšie tam má nejaké tie PK, nejaké tie jeho účka, stuny, všetko možné. A to podstatné ale na ňom je, že teoreticky by sa tam mohol hodiť Nullifier, aby sa tam mohli zbaviť toho dekrepu, to môže byť pre ňo pain in the ass. Ale aj tak tam podľa mňa ten dekrep ani nestíne GH nakliknúť, ako to bude musieť byť fakt rýchlo prsťák obecný. Druhý Roshan je ale spavnutý, podľa mňa posledná šanca pre tým Nigma nejaký zázrak urvať. Raketov o tom samozrejme vedia. Budú sa tam blížiť, ale tu je problém, že tu môžu nechať len Ameho. Tam naschvál ale Xtreme len popli ten roar. Len aby tu možno Nigmákov vylákali. Títo nakoniec pôjdu obísť. Noob už tam teraz vie, že sa tam niekto musí nachádzať. Podobne to vedia ale aj XG. Zatiaľ tam Nooba nenašli, tu je ale ten Hex. XXS si počká, kto si počká? Ten jedno Nooba vypleská. Ghost ale medzi tým teda pôjde aspoň skúsiť Zinkyu vzadu s celým jeho kombom. Tam je to BKB, popol ten troll. Nebude to mať ale na BKB Battle Trance naraz. Ani Zinkyu ho nevie chudák Ghost vyjanti, ten ho tam kajtí na boku. Noob medzi tým príde po buybacku, aby tu prišiel dať nejaký YOLO play. Tu je to celé ale podľa mňa rozobrané to the pieces. Tu nemajú kľúci čo, druhá arena od XXS a tentokrát úplne netrafená, Sumela tam síce nenašiel, ale Nigmákom sa to tu rozpadáva jeden za druhým. Tu nejde nič, Ghost reálne 13,5 roka celý fight hantil Zinkyuho. Ten game ani nemal slot na ten game, takže ho chcel zobrať, ale ako sa tam musel nechať. Dostal sa potom do bezpečia, ale za celý fight ja musel minúť to BKB a s trolom síce zabil Snapfireovu. Pekne Sumel teraz split pushuje dole bázu. No, ale podľa mňa toto aj tak ako úplne nepomôže k tomu, aby tu mohli zabrániť tomu, aby si zobrali toho Roša, zobrali si banner. XMovi dokonca dajú pekne bonus. GH tu robil čo? GH išiel na výlet, ako by tam teraz, zaujímavý. Oh boy. Tuto pred 40. minutou. Já myslím, že toto už je jako dokončené, čo sa týka Game 1. Nigmáci tu mali veľké momenty, ale Xtreme už začínajú ukazovať to, čo sme videli celú Road to TI. Úplnú dominanciu a hlavne fighty, ktoré väčšinou nejde proti nim ufajtiť. Jo, taký ten level, ktorý mali napríklad na EVC, povedzme Team Spirit, tu proste ale Ame s tým Stygianom tam fakt vypne hocičo, ten tower push hlavne, aj celkovo ten building push iba s tým minus armorom navíc. Je proste iba pre toho snajpera, ktorého tam pôjde nechajú pekne vzadu, kilometr a pol, sa najprv zbaví Fort Spiritov, potom pekne pôjde po všetko ostatné. Ghost tam medzi tým snajpou s Zinkyou, jeden soul booster, čo je jako pěkné. Má tam připravený dokonce už aj celý ten satanáš. Nigmáci ale jako tuto stranu musia 100% odovzdávať, tam nepôjde nič iné. Už tam medzi tým máme pracujú ale na tej spodnej, takže aj keď sú tu kluci v petici, tento defense bude dosť nemožný. Je tam dokonca náme už aj level 25 navíc. A fakt ako toto je Chaos Knight, ktorý nepôjde breaknúť len tak. Ja XM-ovom sniperovi takisto už level 25. Má ten jeho range na 13 km, on tam hituje, proste ničí toto celé. No, môžu sa na to Nigmáci len dívať. Snažia sa to tu obísť a urobiť nejaký big play. Obchádza to tu Ghost, je vidieť, že XXS podľa mňa tuší, že to tu budú chcieť obísť. Tam stojí ako bodyguard, ale nakoniec možno X-Noviča nájdu. Omar už to tam vyskautí, X-Novič bude ten target, stihol si ale hodí tú Porsku. Netrafili ho hookšotom X-Nova. Bude možno problémom, že ho Ghost zabije. Nám defenzívy nepomôžu Ghost, ale teraz si pôjde na duel akurát s Amem. Tam ale teraz účko nedal, BKB už tam bolo. Ghost bude mať ešte tú defenzívnu pipu na sebe. Vyzerá, že Nigmáci to tu vyhnali aspoň tým jedným support killom, ale tu sa podľa mňa pôjde pokračovať ďalej. Tu príde Amen, noob do toho Stygianu dostáva mordy, toto je tučný dinosaur. Padá na 80 sekúnd spolu s nádejami pre týmu NGX. Ďalší Hexík, XXS, je to MVP, tým Marzom, jeho typickým. On tu fakt ako odtiahol na teamfight ako úplný lord. Kombinácia Snapfireová Mars bude fungovať aj v čínskych končinách. Ešte tam Nigmáci nebudú písať GG, Kuroky ich predsa len tam ako učil, že oni budú hrať až kým nepadne trón. Ale tu toľko tých šancí úplne nie je, Ghost to ešte pôjde skúsiť, má tam pripravený ten Battle Trance, chceli spod Zinkyho, ale tu príde ďalší Hex, Refresher, Total, aj keď tam je level 25 na Ghostovi, ten si môže zapnúť teraz ten Battle Trance, skúsiť sa trochu po lifestrove, dostane tam dokonca tú Alakritu, tam ale nedáva tomu Marzovi vôbec nič, damage neexistuje, šanca tu nie je. Po 42. minúte si idú Xtreme teda po Game 1 a tu aj keď Nigmáci nebudú teraz momentálne písať to GG, oni sú celku typický tým, ktorí to nebudú písať, nechajú možno ten trón spadnúť. Tu Xtreme už by to chceli mať za sebou. Každopádne po 42. minúte, 30. sekunde, myslím si, že tu šanca na comeback pomaly nejestvuje. Jo, Nigmáci budú musieť možno vymysleť niečo trošku okatejšie, skôr možno piknúť toho noobovho offlanera, aby im tam ostal nejaký archetype hrdinu, ktorého potrebujú. Omar tu ešte ukáže jeden takzvaný Flavíkovský pekný hookshot pre divákov, príde tam aj tá brána, ale tu je instantný hex, jak tam prišiel. Ame hlavne príde ukázať, čo Stygian dokáže. Sumel bude na pár hitov, XM čistí tiež, GG je tam a Team Xtreme vyhráva Game 1. Pekná akčná hra. Ten Stygian tam ale ani nemohol procnúť lepšie reálne. Ame sa tu natiahne, kalibračná hra za nimi. Bohužiaľ, toto nevyšlo podľa predstav, ale podľa mňa toto za mňa, aj keď to bola pre Nigmákov možno nejakoby nahraná vec, toto bol draft issue viac ako skill issue. Jednoznačne. Tam nemali proste toľko možností robiť iba s nejakým klokom na support, takým offlane underlordom, midový Walker troll. Tam nemá kto tvoriť hru, ešte keď tam je Pugna na support. Keby tam mali aspoň čo aj miesto tej Pugny v ten moment, ja neviem, nejakého Bane'a, alebo niečo tam ako dokážu robiť. Ale s touto kombináciou, aj keď tam GH robil záchranné zázraky, tu proste nepôjde nič. Tu máme ešte pekne pohľad samozrejme na tú samotnú arénu. My si to pôjdeme pekne pozrieť, ale tu spolu aj samozrejme Freddie Mercurym nad Wintrom a Lakostem. Pekne krásne na ten samotný main. Pôjdeme si to s nimi rozobrať. Pravdepodobne nám niečo k tomu povie aj náš pán Purge, aby sme sa vzdelali. Ale toto bola ukážka. Konečne Xtreme ukázali zase to, čo je ich sila. A hlavne XXS a jeho first pick Mars. Nazdar!
XM has been using pretty much throughout his whole career. It's a really good matchup against Invoker. Sumail did struggle throughout the whole game. They made the rotations. They made sure that he's having a good time. And also, I got to point out this CK with fundamental forging. This is something that Pure was talking about during one of the Dream Leagues in an interview, that he wants to play this. He still hasn't shown it yet. He's also a crazy player. But who gets it? It's Ame. So you are getting level 5-tier neutral items 35 minutes into the game, which gives you insane timing. He gets Stygian, that's minus 13 armor on top of his Reality Rift, plus also the items that he did choose before. So you have GD Poland Bag, great against Pugna, great against the Troll Warlord, so he's not getting the heals.
Yeah, we were theory crafting, like, what's the best item that he can get, and I think we all agreed. It's like, if he gets Stygian, just go game 2. Like, this is over. And then he gets Stygian, it's like, oh my, he's going to one-shot somebody in the next fight.
Jak instantně pikol ten Stygian, jak ho tam viděl. To bylo insane. Ale Gaben spolupracoval s Amem, no.
Yeah, I think so. The fact that you're able to get what you guys have said is the best neutral item for a CK there were still some good moments for the side of Nigma Galaxy. We just didn't see them coming out in full force. It felt like team fights. We've talked about it, how hard it really is to initiate for them, Winter.
Yeah, I think some of the fights, they were kind of saved by Noob. You know, he played really well, especially with that first buyback, like really early buyback, I think around 20 minutes. I think that was really, really crucial for them. But we see like a lot of attention here in the mid lane. I think Oma was like doing a really good job initially to pressure and try to slow the sniper down here.
Professional sniper gameplay, though. This is one thing XM does so well, is he knows the worst thing you can do on sniper is run away, because you have nothing. You have no mobility. He's so slow, but you can turn and you can fight. Like, he always knows when his team can come in and save him, and he can run away, or he can turn and fight. Even in this second clip that we saw, getting a solo kill, 1v2.
Yeah, I mean, this is like the sniper's playground, you know, the first 10 minutes. He had a really good early game. His supports were playing around him. And then in return, he was taking towers. He went to the Mars lane. He killed the tower. And then he also TP'd back mid to save his support, you know, repaying them for their early efforts to make his early game good.
15, 3, and 18. That is an insane scoreline. I really do feel like Xtreme just hasn't had to pull out the Cardell up until this point, and people forgot about it. Like, you're playing against XM. You ban Sniper. You get this thing out of the pool. Teams have done this time and time again. Like, you don't make this mistake a second time.
No, there's no way you're letting that happen at all. This sniper was amazing. Chaos Knight, obviously, it was fun to get to see him, but the biggest thing about the sniper here, Lacoste, is the way that he itemized.
Oh yeah, this is pretty great, because he is getting Orb of Frost, which is going to be turning into Orb of Corrosion, so it slows you by 13%, which is going to be upgraded to 16% slow. On top of your Shrapnel, very bad for Invoker. It slows range heroes more, plus also the health against Troll, against Pugna as well. I did mention the GD Poland Bag, the combination between the two. You're not really getting the heals. The only heroes so far in the tournament that did buy Orb of Corrosions were Monkey King and Lone Druid, and they buy it pretty much at the same time, between 6 and 7 minutes. This is the early timing of the item, but usually we don't see it for a good reason. It's not a strong item, but in a situation like this, he recognizes what needs to be done. He gets it, and he dominates the game with it.
Yeah, and these are melee heroes. Like Lone Druid, you bite on the bear, like you're essentially a melee hero. You're using it to like slow and kite, but I think the way that XM was using it in this game was very unique. It's just not how you see it used a lot.
Yeah, let's shift the focus a little bit, because a sniper, we wanted to talk about it a lot. However, he wouldn't have had such a good game if his team wasn't there to really save him. He still needed someone to initiate for him. The Mars being a big one here, they're key part of that initiation for team fights.
Yeah, pretty much. He had like 2 really big bodyguards in a team fight, right? Mars and the CK. I think that's what you want as sniper.
And the build too, like rushing the Blink Dagger into Sheepstick, we saw that come into play. I think the way that XXS plays mechanically is very underrated.
Yeah, like this is the fight where he actually gets a Blink Dagger, the 13 minutes in delivered. Omar had a pretty good understanding where he needs to stay, but the combination between him and Snapheart, like you're just dealing way too much damage in general. It's the 1-2 combo we're talking about. It creates so much chaos. It also allows XM to be able to peeping from the distance.
Yeah.
And this is the fight, have in mind, where Underlord is super farmed. He's on the top of the network, so he's ready to join. He does have that pipe available, but it's still not enough. They're kiting the fight real nicely. And XXS, look at his position. He's ready to land multiple spears, finds a really good angle. This is pretty much the max distance for the spear, and they're going to be able to clean up every single time, turns around. I think both him and Amar are the best Mars players in the world. Collapse, of course, is up there, but the way he turns every single time he needs to soak up the damage is just beautiful.
Yeah, despite your sniper, being such a key part of your win condition, the fact that you trade him off for a team wipe, you're more than willing to do that there.
I think the way that Xtreme plays right now and the way that they've won games, which is basically staying as a unit in fights and having this like extremely good synergy, lends itself to Mars super well. Like this is one of the best heroes for them because it does so much. You can bodyguard for heroes like Sniper. You can split multiple heroes like in and out of fights. You can use the spear to pull somebody back. It's like the potential on this hero is really, really high. It's like a super high skill hero. When it falls off, you can feel like just another support. But if you have somebody that knows how to play the fights and keep the ball rolling, it looks amazing.
Yeah, something that I think really helped Xtreme Gaming with that one. We talked about the kiting, right? But also just how long everyone was living in this. It felt like they were able to kind of just evaporate a Nigma Galaxy hero, and then it's like you have the numbers advantage, everything goes in your favor. The tide kind of turned a little bit when we saw that Underlord finally get a couple more items for himself at about the 20-minute mark.
There was one really good fight.
It was a big fight because he was staying on top of the network pretty much throughout the whole game, having that Crimson, having that pipe, having his aura as well, reducing most of the damage that is going to be dealt. And I think Noob had a pretty good understanding what needs to be done in some of these fights in terms of he used 2 buybacks in this game.
Yeah.
At like 38 minutes, he used 2 buybacks. This has to be one of the fastest buybacks on a core. Used it pretty much 20 minutes in to make sure, and this is why they last picked it, because this hero is very annoying, super tanky. Sniper, unfortunately for him, outranges his aura in most of the situations. He's going to be dying here first, but he popped the Crimson already. Even Pagna is giving him a little bit of extra sustain. The problem in this fight for Xtreme Gaming was that Ame got caught inside of the cogs, and they were ready to reset one more time. This is a bit of a longer fight where Ghost is going to go ham as well. Good arena, but this time around there isn't that follow-up that they've been using, this 1-2 combo. Snapfire didn't have ulti available, and this is the buyback from Noob. We talked about that this is going to be used in a similar fashion to Centaur ulti. Come in, find the sniper in the backlines, and in this one, he's just going to die.
Yeah, you can see despite the deficit, the team play is still there from NGX. This is still a really high caliber team where they understand that they're behind. They have the Underlord Pipe Crimson timing. The way that they need to play the fight is have him go in first, and with that comes the risk that he dies. And so he not only has gold for these items, he has gold for buyback as well, and he's willing to use it. It didn't end up panning out for them, but this gave them a very big window into the game where it looked like Xtreme was completely snowballing.
Yeah, I think Xtreme also kind of learned after that team fight because they realized that the CK cannot be too far away from the sniper. That's why he actually got caught by the hook. As long as they maintain formation, a diamond formation, the sniper is in the middle, and everyone else is surrounding the sniper, the team fights are going to be really, really easy for them. And also they were really, really good at going in and out with that hero. So they ensured that the sniper had all the time in the world to just keep peeping everyone.
Yeah, a fun thing that we have as well available for us with the players on stage and everything is getting to listen in a little bit to their comms.
CK.
Watching CK.
I have buyback if needed. I have buyback. No stun on me. Watching was buy. You need help?
Full HP. They're killing me. Are you salty? I heal you a bit.
We get sniper. We're
fighting.
Fucking shit, boys.
I heal you.
Nice.
I like it from Noob at the very start. It's clear, I go buyback, I'm watching with buyback. That's where that moment is.
Yeah, that was
very clear comms.
They definitely expressed that.
I like that Omar's dead too, and he just goes, good fucking shit, boys. Like, he's the hype man.
Yeah. Hey, sometimes, you do your job, you throw your buddy at it, you die, you're still going to be there for your team on the comms.
Yep. Yeah, and also like GH with the call right at the end after the Underlord buyback, he just said, we are fighting, don't move, so that was also really cool.
Yeah, that was one of the best fights for Nigma Galaxy. It meant that there was a lot more in the tank for them. It was unfortunate that it didn't continue along, but Purge for us is going to be breaking down some of the later game team fights and some of that information.
That's right, Nat. Yeah, I wanted to look at the range advantage that Xtreme Gaming used that game to great effect. And they tried to nullify this a little bit on the Nigma Galaxy side by killing the sniper a couple times. But the threat that he provides is just so high. Because if you don't manage to kill him, all of a sudden he can just kill you from 1,000 units away, which is a gigantic advantage, obviously. So very spooky things. This really mattered in two very crucial fights. This Roche fight setup here was great for them. They had an awesome ward that was a little bit to the, oops, wrong tool, sorry about that. They had a really cool ward to the north that was basically giving them this vision corridor of like this. And by using the sniper shrapnel here, it basically allows them to put all of this power into their opponent from range. Very crucial things to point out. We have the Spirit here from Elder Titan. This is going to lower Omar's magic resistance closer to 0, which basically makes the Kisses damage, which is launching from all the way over here, and the sniper damage from all the way over here. They're doing this from safety. And the one here that does go in is the Mars. This guy's got the Blink Dagger, and he's got a BKB. So he knows that if he goes in, he can also secure his escape with his BKB. And once they see this, this is basically the last range advantage that Nigma Galaxy has because they killed the Clockwork first. Nobody else can gap close like him. Troll does it here by running from the side, but he has to do this really elaborate, basically run all the way over this position. It takes time to set this up. He can't just react to the moment. So with just simple a cookie and a Hurricane Pike, he gets out, and now all of a sudden Ghost is kind of just in. And the only hero still kind of in danger was XXS on the BKB. So once this fight kind of goes disjointed, they just have to leave. This is all because of the range advantage and because Xtreme Gaming managed to kill the one good jump that Nigma Galaxy had first. They get Roche for free. And then the other fight that matters is this one here by the tier 2. They do the same thing. They basically swing in from the side, trying to hit the back lane. They need to kill some of these heroes for free if possible, and they use their jump to kill X-Nova. Very crucially, not using the hook shot when they went on him, which is kind of helpful. He can save that for a follow-up initiation on a different hero if he wants. But unfortunately, with the Aegis being on the Chaos Knight here, he ends up being the guy that gets jumped, and very crucial here, XXS lands the Hex on him, which he layers it with his next stun, and then there's a third stun that guarantees his kill. So the Troll just simply doesn't get a good fight because he didn't safety pop his BKB and because XXS had that really, really fast side of the vice. So range was so important in that fight and in this game, and Xtreme Gaming used it to their advantage.
That they definitely did, Purge. Thank you so much for that one, of all the breakdown, everything from that start to that finish there. And I loved just how many saves that I had kind of overlooked that this sniper really had. We talked about two bodies being in front, but of course that Snapfire just being so handy in the utilization of more mobility backwards.
I think what makes Xtreme so scary with Sniper is that they understand better than any team that Sniper is this thing that you dangle in front of the enemy team. It's like, oh, you have to get him. Okay, come on, try it. And then they all use everything to save him. They all use everything to save him, and then enemy team reveals themselves. All of a sudden, you have XXS jumping the back line. Like, this team plays around the hero so well that most teams just ban it. They don't want to deal with it because
they know how to itemize as well. If you look at the supports, first of all, he has his Hurricane Pike. Then they have double Force Staff. They have Vlads. They have Guardian Greaves. They have Cookie. Plus, they also have Solar Crest. They also have big drums as well to be able to run away from the fight, understanding that they can reset multiple times. And if they don't die during that like troll ulti when they go in with the big Invoker combo, they're going to be winning the longer fight.
Yeah. Before we get into that game number 2, and before we talk too much more about what we expect there, we want to show you guys one of our finalists from our short film contest. What a fantastic
That was sad.
I feel like I felt every emotion from like, hype about this battle to absolute sadness around this armadillo.
That was a roller coaster of emotions.
It was so well made, though. We're going to definitely be having some more of our short film contest finalists throughout the weekend. Make sure you guys keep tuning into this one. And of course, we want to see which team is going to be making their final stand here. We've got Xtreme Gaming up against Nigma Galaxy, with Xtreme Gaming leading in a one-game advantage. Both teams taking back to the stage after having us talk, whether it's on the side of Xtreme Gaming, how to keep ahead of the curve here, whether they're going to be picking up even more heroes, if they can try and get their hands back onto that sniper. Nigma Galaxy, is there an answer, or is there a straight-up ban against it?
I don't know. What do you guys think? Is it worth leaving it in and trying to counter it? Like, they didn't have Blink Dagger on Troll. There are better answers than, Underlord, Clockwork.
I mean, I think it only happened because of the picks, though, because the sniper was picked because you open the draft with Invoker. So I think if you don't open the draft with Invoker, you're probably not going to have to worry about sniper.
Oh, be careful. Be careful. You're talking to XG here, dude. These guys will just whip it out.
I don't think you're going to pick sniper before you see your lane matchup.
Oh, for sure.
So if you're not opening your draft with your mid hero, I think the sniper could be banned later if you think it's necessary. But I feel like the ban initially is not what I would do. I would just try to maybe restructure my order, my sequence. I'll pick my mid hero later, and if I really need to ban it, then I will ban it.
I agree with that. The thing is, though, they value mid lane dominator builders for Sumail right now. This looks to be what NGX thinks is like the strong thing in the patch. And I feel like Sniper's probably good against all of those. Like he'd probably beat Muerta as well, right?
In the last 5 games that they did play, they did pick Sumail's hero 4 out of 5 times.
Yeah, but the thing with the Muerta is, it's different because Muerta is a flex pick. So when you pick the Muerta, you don't really feel like, oh, it's really going to be mid, and you're going to pick your sniper right away.
Yeah, but they also opened up with the double Nature's Prophet, which is also a flex pick. So they might need to, maybe open up with an offlaner or just the straight up position 5/4.
Yeah.
Yeah, it also goes back to those bans, right? For Xtreme Gaming, it was very targeted against Nigma Galaxy. They went for like the Marcy, the Muerta, the Bane. So whilst it wasn't necessarily targeting what Sumail likes to play, it is taking out all these things that I think have been the good openers, the strong foundations on the side of NGX.
Yeah, the foundation is going to be very, very crucial here. Who's going to be on which picks, which side. You're going to definitely have to plan everything around that. And I do feel like maybe it's more beneficial for Nigma to be on the second pick. Normally, I would say it's easier to be on the first pick side, because now the more I think of it, because both teams are very, very focused on getting their mid matchup. So being on the second pick side means that you can decide based on what they are opening, and then maybe you can 9-pick Sumail's hero without fearing that, oh, there's this sniper. Because I don't think they are going to open number 8 with sniper.
No.
So they're going to pick something else, and then if you think Invoker's open is a good game for it, then you pick the Invoker at 9, and then you ban the sniper in the second phase right away. So I think in this sequence, second pick is probably easier for Nigma to plan around.
And if XG has last pick, you're just not letting sniper in the last ban phase through. Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, so it feels like there's a couple of solutions there. We'll see exactly what they've been able to bring up for themselves, because it brings me great joy to say we've got a game number 2.
Xtreme Gaming versus Nigma Galaxy. Game 2.
Our lower bracket run for Nigma Galaxy could end short here. They've got to bring everything they possibly can to the tables. Xtreme Gaming, they've been waiting for this moment to bring out those gotcha picks, get that sniper on these hands, and now looking towards the bans. It's not changing up too much in what we saw for that game number 1.
Shadow Demon is also out now, but this also allows Nigma Galaxy to potentially take the Bane for themselves on the first pick if they want to, because I think they've been playing very good, but also banning Mars, which means that Beastmaster's not going to be in the pool, and this hero has looked amazing. He is undefeated at the TI main stage. We did have the stats for it, I believe 5 out of 5 games. It allows you to be played from 2 different roles, and it gives you so much tempo.
Yeah, I think if Earthshaker looks like it's going mid, even just in general, like Queen of Pain would be really good to come out here. I think Noob plays an excellent Beastmaster. I know it's been played a lot more mid, and Sumail can play it. He was one of the first people actually to start experimenting with Beast mid. The Shaker, like we have seen the counter to it, and it is dominating it in lane.
the Earthshaker not having a very good win rate on this main stage. A lot of teams have come up with ways to bully him out of lane, but also be very proactive on the sports of either blocking the Ancients being stacked or just taking another core with them to try and steal it.
I think the main idea here to exploit this hero is he's after all a melee hero in lane, right? So you have to be able to pick a good matchup to pressure him. So I assume with the next ban, they are definitely going to more or less remove the Quap because the Muerta is already banned. So those are the two main heroes that are going to pressure the ES in the lane. I'm not sure if there's a third one.
Both of those heroes also follow the Earthshaker because, of course, both teams are aware that this can go position 4, position 3, or position 2.
You know what?
Pick Quap, you can go to any of these lanes.
If Quap is banned, could they just use Sniper for themselves to pressure the Earthshaker in the lane?
I like it.
Because you think about it, right? He's going to go Ancients and Sniper is going to take your tower. I think that's like a fair trade, you know? Like, I feel like that would actually make it difficult for the Earthshaker to play the game.
What about a Helm Dom Sniper mid from Superman? Are we going to see
I think we're overcooking it here.
You think we're overcooking? We'll see. We'll see if we're overcooking.
I'm going to listen to Lacoste on that one.
Okay.
Yeah, it might be a bit too much.
I'll listen to Kuro. I'll see what Kuro picks.
Alright, we'll be
Nigma
interested.
Galaxy, they did ban out the Bristleback, which did give yesterday Xtreme Gaming a lot of speed. This is also Battle Fury Bristleback, which is pretty uncommon.
It's a good matchup into Beast.
It is. And also the other good matchup is definitely Gyrocopter, something that Beastmaster doesn't like to play, having that flak, making sure that you can pressure him in the lane as well.
Yeah, I was looking at the past for Xtreme Gaming. It's mostly been in that off lane for this Earthshaker. So you guys are right. You kind of want to hold off a little bit about exactly how you want to open up. If you want to put all your stocks into the fact that it is going to be going amid Earthshaker, some more bans, Gyro coming out there, Bane too. It leaves Xtreme Gaming going for the Warlock.
I like it. I mean, this is a Beast lane counter. You Fatal Bonds the wave, and that will hit the board. That'll hit Beast. So if it's played in the off lane, which I feel like it probably is here for NGX, Warlock will do well against us. It's also very hard to like initiate a fight against Warlock ulti plus Fatal Bonds.
You roll someone, the rock's going to come on top of you and then get hit by some 2-3 man Fatal Bond and fight instantly turns on you.
Okay, so they're doubling down on NGX and saying, well, you want to fight us? Okay, we're going to pick another S-tier team fighter.
Circles on circles, you know?
Yes, yeah, classic Dota. Classic TI, more circles.
This is a really, really good pick here. It counters both Earthshaker and Warlock.
I mean,
Warlock does not like at all against
this has to be Snapfire from Jin-Q again. It's just too good to pass on. You're playing against Beastmaster, easy cookie against Aurora. You have a follow-up from Warlock, a Fissure. So you can choose how you want to be taking the fights, prolonging them. Great against Phoenix Egg, great against Clockwork and his cogs as well, so it feels really, really good. That gives you a team fight. I think the one pairing that we've seen in the previous game, Snapfire plus Mars, now you can do the same thing with the Earthshaker.
Yeah. The only issue with that is it does make the support duo a little bit weird between like Snapfire, Warlock, like who's actually running
the lane with the off-lane Earthshaker also might not be so ideal, you know. So if they are going for a Snapfire, maybe I would lean more towards the Shaker being like a mid hero.
I think they could, I mean, they could also go like Snap Puck, something that's like really, really active on the mid lane that solves the issue with the supports running around and doing stuff together.
Yeah, and the Puck also definitely exploits, right, the fact that you have a Phoenix Clockwork support duo. They don't really have the best lockdown against the Puck here. So there you go, the Puck for Snapfire. And this is just going to mean that this game is going to be all about the team fight again.
Punishable by the Sniper again. I mean,
Sniper.
I think they have a couple of good options. The Sniper definitely. Not sure if Sumail wants to bang it out. I think Void Spirit could be really good, very elusive.
Yeah, but if you do, okay, actually maybe.
Either that, if it was the different teams that did have these drafts, I would say that XXS would probably pick up Slardar against this matchup. It's very good. Like the two supports, you can easily 3-shot these two supports. They don't have much armor.
Oh, Ghost Medusa.
Right away.
Yesterday they did pick it 2 times on 18.
Okay.
It did work out really well for them.
It's fair, yeah. I mean, they have this, you know, pick where they get the 2 bans, so they want to pick the higher priority thing. This means, I think they agree with us that there are like 3 or more options that are good for mid lane to pick against Puck.
Yeah, so yesterday they banned Anti-Mage and Darkseer, right, when they picked the Medusa here. So that's going to leave what other carries against Medusa.
Yeah, they also did Anti-Mage and Juggernaut in the second game when they picked up the Medusa.
Oh, Ame Jug. I mean, if he can find any excuse to play it, he will. It kills the egg as well, and it's good against Beast and lane. We actually saw Warlock Jug lane as well.
Okay, so you think it's not out of the realm of the question for us to get to see an Ame Jug on the main stage?
I definitely think.
I think Ursa could also be decent here, like Ursa with the lane with the Warlock against the Beast. You can also kill the egg. I think those are decent options here. They have a couple of very good heroes here to pick here for XG side. It's all about like thinking what are your priorities. Like, do you want more of a better lane or do you want more of a better late game against this Medusa?
I have a wacky one to throw out there.
Nazdárek, chat.
Ricky Maru.
Vítám vás tu všetkých.
Counters the puck in lane.
To je Jenkins tam vymýšľa Rickyho. Moment. Toto bude podľa mňa to bude position for bounty podľa mňa. To bude bounty pre Zinkyho alebo ne, to nebude, tam bude tá snepa. Mohli by sa s tým zahrať a hodiť to tam inám. Nigmáci idú zase po svoju medúzu, tentokrát sa zbavili, ale minimálne toho, že tam jako nebude snipur. Aspoň teda tým, že tam už je ten púcek na druhej strane. Konečne majú ale viac lockdownu a lepší teamfight Nigmáci. Majú tam supernovu, jo, majú tam jakoby ten Beastmaster Roar, nejaká Stonegeze jakoby do toho. Okay, zabanovaný Anti-Mage, na druhej strane Voker a Monkey King. Otázka, čo tam chcú hrať ako matchup proti buď Shakerovi, proti tomu Pukovi na mide. Ja by som povedal, že Void Spirit, Ember alebo Jam Dragon Knight na mide. Reálne Dragon Knight na mid by bol úplne Gucci, ale nie je to úplne Sumail hrdina, no.
Ursa is not as strong of a laner. Warlock fixes that easily because you need that extra bit of a healing coming out in the first couple of levels. But also Troll, I think this is the hero that can build into either MKB. He's fine with that. He can also build into a slightly later Disperser after he gets a couple of good items as well. He can kill the egg. He lanes against the Beastmaster. Doesn't care too much about his boar.
Another option, I know that Beast is traditionally considered quite good against it in lane, but Void has been getting, like Faceless Void has been getting banned a decent amount.
Storma nechceš jakoby hrať asi do tohoto line-upu podľa mňa.
It's just that they have
jakoby dobrý matchup proti tomu Pukovi je Void Spirit. Je tam stále Open Sand King, ale to nechcú asi hrať. Mohli by hrať Sand Kinga. Keby to boli Falconi, tak peknú Sand King, by tam bude Sand King, ale alebo Pango, ale no. Už tam Sumail chce zobrať.
Well, that would make sense why Nigma Galaxy are taking a little bit of extra time here. It feels like there are so many potential options, and they're going to go straight into this ban.
Myslíte, že XG budú blázni? Ne, nebudú.
Before Xtreme Gaming get that.
Yeah, because the ban also is really
prvý pick majú Nigmáci teraz, no.
The last pick they have already counted certain things, so it means that they don't have.
Môže tam prísť na ten mid pre Sumaila.
Quite some time here to decide what they want. So they banned the jump in.
The dream is gone. It's over.
Nebude to Jack pre Ameho, ale to príde Void Spirit podľa mňa. Ja by som si typol, že to bude Void Spirit, alebo Ember.
You cover everything, you make sure you don't miss anything.
Typol by som Spirita asi, no.
We've mentioned pretty much everything.
Yeah, Void Spirit, I think Ember Spirit can also work if he builds into Mage Slayer against the...
SF-ko! Tak, SF-ko na midi, je to, čo sme chceli vidieť! Toto je King, kurva!
I feel like this Shadow Fiend might be a little bit too risky here. Like,
risky, ale Winter, ticho tam! To je brutál teamfight. Je to dobrý matchup proti tomu Pukovi, ktorého by tam mal podľa mňa prelázitovať. Bude to sice zraniteľné. XXS na offlane Shakerovi, už som ho videl urobiť zázraky. Do toho takisto tá linka, kde tam je spolu s Kuki, s Inkyom. To nebude pre Ghosta možno úplne tak za free. Sumailové SF. Toto je line-up od NGX, ktorý pôjde rozsekať tváre, dámy a páni. Toto je line-up, ktorý pôjde ničiť a aj keď majú XG, podľa mňa veľmi vyrovnaný draft proti tomu, oveľa lepší draft ako Game 1 majú NGX, oveľa lepší. Kuroky tam navaril takzvané guláš a už im tam dáva nejaký poriadny speech. Kluci, to rozmrdáte jak nič, rozsekáte, no problémo. My sa tam samozrejme pôjdeme teda presunúť tiež, ja vám tu teda ešte akoby rovno pripravím ten správny screen na to. My sme tu mali predsa len pripravený rovno ešte rozhovor, pretože by tam predsa len mal byť, ak sa nemýlim. Budeme tam počuť samozrejme aj tú našu arénu. Pozrite a počúvajte, také krásne zvuky už tam znejú celou arénou. Let's go Nigma, tam počujem celou hamburskou arénou. Je čas, chat, je čas. Tu sa môžete pozrieť na všetkých tých nádherných ľudí, ktorí sa prišli pozrieť na Dotu 2. Niekde medzi nimi sedí aj Sabroš s priateľkou, niekde tam sedí aj Oliverová, napríklad polovička. Neviem, kto ďalší, akoby presne by sa tam akoby mal nachádzať, ale sú tam mnohí. Dneska som tam nezahliadol zatiaľ úplne nejakú tú československú vlaječku, ale kluci sú ešte na pive, to je v pohode. Ešte nehrá Oliver. Director 8.
Absolutely, thank you so much. An incredible series so far, am I right, everybody? Oh, yes. This is one of the loudest crowds I've heard in a while, so for both teams, actually. But let's get to the questions, my friend. So, a lot of confidence coming into the series. Two heroes that we have not seen picked up yet at this event, and this draft as well. Full team fight, full let's run at them, in my opinion. Where did this confidence come from after the performances that we've been seeing yesterday?
今天打这场比赛超自信，选了2个从未上场的英雄。我们想知道一下这个自信从哪里来？
专门为 Nigma 准备的。
We prepared it especially for Nigma.
Oh, okay. So any surprises then? I mean, the Medusa, a bit of a
Pre
surprising
Kurokyho
in my opinion. Were you ready?
Tvrdá sila.
对面选了美杜莎，对主持人来说有一点点小惊喜，对你来说呢？
预料到他们不是选美杜莎就选德鲁伊吧。
With them, if it's not Medusa, then it's Lone Druid.
Fair enough. All right. Well, I did want to give you an opportunity. As I said, incredibly loud crowd, especially over here from the fans of your team. I want to give you an opportunity to say something to them cheering you on.
现场那么多粉丝在支持，为你们呐喊，想有个机会让你们就是跟粉丝说一些。
谢谢大家支持，我们会冲上去的。
Thanks everyone for your support. We will
Neviem, čo
go
povedal, ale bolo to hype.
All right, well, let's see if they can do it again in this game as we get into game number 2.
Ideme na druhú hru. Ladies and gentlemen, Sumail dokonca získal first blood. My sme si to pozreli in-game, ale tam už ten offlineový šek ide dole a Sumail má prvý kill už teraz. Ideme na Dotu 2, tak ako to má vyzerať eliminačná séria. Predposledný deň The International. Začína sa nám tu laning. Už som videl, akoby predsa len ako XXSovo Shakera reálne tam akoby hrávať hry, minule nám to predvedol teda na tom samotnom jednom pánovi Marzovi. Uvidíme teraz, ako s jeho kládami obecnými toto celé teda bude fungovať. XMO Puk je takisto potomstný Púrovi, ďalší z jeho obľúbených záležitostí, jeden z tých bežnejších midlanerov, povedzme. Starú záležitosť vo forme Vipera ešte teda možno necháva na neskôršie kola, alebo dúfam, že na nikdy. Ale well, Sumail, za mňa by ten midový matchup mal minimálne na Lazitu určite vyhrať, aj keď ako XM by mal byť OK. Na vrchu už je tam snajpnutý GH. Z Hinky spolu ešte s tou fizurou od XXS už začínajú fungovať teraz. Ja som hovoril, že ten laning nebude proti tejto dvojici teda, ale vôbec jednoduchý. Je tu fakt ako Director 8. Navaril. Fakt navaril turbo agresívny čínsky line-up, kde aj ten Ameho Urzič, keď tam možno bude hrať nejakú tú farm game, kde tam možno bude mať nejaké to Battle Fury, nejakú to Blinkov a potom tam naskakovať. Pravdepodobne tam neskôr možno strčí nejaký ten Diffus, ale možno pôjde úplne bez Battle Fura, čo ale na Ameho úplne nesedí. No, myslím skôr ako povedal, že to bude najprv nejaké to BF-ko, neskôr možno sa nejakým Diffuselom dostanú, možno to ani nebudú potrebovať, bude stačiť ten raw damage. Teda netreba podceňovať hlavne, že ten team fight majú obidva týmy extrémne silný. Na jednej strane máme Supernovu, Beastmaster, Roar. Jo, do toho tam máme samozrejme tú Duzu s nejakou Stonegazou a hlavne to Esevulty neskôr s nejakými tými Jaganimami, Yashami, Kajami a podobne. Na druhej strane ale máme Fatal Bondy, Golema, Jo, k tomu máme tam Shaker ulti, čo do Fatal Bondou, tam ten tým môže vymazať iba sám o sebe, do toho tam máme Snapfire ultimátku, do toho tam máme Dreamcoilu a Puka a Ameo, ktorý tam bude môcť medvedíkom pekne rúbať. A bude rúbať a rúbať. Obidva týmy by nám podľa mňa to midgame, ak sa tu bude to vyvíjať nejaké akoby vyrovnanejšej fazóne po laning phase, mohli ukázať úplne brutálne fighty. Toto môže byť epic game. Je otázka, ale či sa k tomu túto NGX dostanú, pretože podľa mňa draftovo za mňa akoby ťahajú trošku za kratší koniec, ale iba tým, že to majú podľa mňa ťažšie na zahranie. Je tam neskôr ako Xtremovci kľudne budú môcť niečo otvárať iba z diaľky nejakou ako fizurou, pukom, nejakou snapfireou, nejako bez problémov, nejak tak ako neovercommitovať hneď. Jo, Omar takisto s klokom vymýšľať niečo proti Urzovi, jo, bude normálne za trest. Jo, X-Novič, akože reálne, ten je ako dobré, keď si tam bude držať positioning, akurát aby ho tam ten klok niekde odchytil, tak mu tam vedene nič nehrozí. Ten Beastmaster takisto, aj keď povedzme, že s Bormi by tam mohli jakž tak, že normálne pekne byť proti Urzovi dobrý laner, tak proste iba tie Fatal Bondy tam toho Beastmastera absolútne, ale absolútne celého vybalancujú. Teraz to tam zase spojil s obidvomi tými Bormi a Creep Waveou. Jo, iba na ten pasívny damage okolo, tam proste tie bory padnú, možno to tam Nubík bude schopný vydenajovať a nakoniec to pravdepodobne spadne Omar, za ten jeden denaj postaral, no ale momentálne má Noob s Beastmasterom trošičku problém, jo, 11 creepov proti 20, Puleček tu ešte chcel zabezpečiť, teda Mr. X-Novič to pekne postrážilo Mar, aby to tu Noob mal zabezpečené. Ale proste easy lane, to úplne pre Nubíka nebude, ešte toho double creepa tam teraz zmeškal, to som nemal vidieť. No uvidíme, čo tu ale kuci teda pôjdu vymýšľať, GH už tu teraz ide rovno po steky, Zinky to videl a rovno mu tam zabardil ten jeden camp, žiadne tuto steky navíc. To zatiaľ konať nebudú, aj keď tu 4. minúte fakt ako GH už teraz ide pracovať na tom, aby jeho Medúza alebo jeho Sumailovský pán, alebo hocik to, teda o tie steky vedbere teda mohol postarať. Čo sa týka Lázitov, teda nám ide 28 proti 23. Povedal by som, že Sumail by mal mať mini advantage, ale ako actually, hlavne ten first blood by som povedal tu. Ďalší pokus ale prichádza práve na GH a len cez ten minus armor z toho Lil Shredderu Zinkiu by potreboval zo 2 hity, ale tentokrát nebude schopný nahodiť. Jakmile ten Shaker si tu free farmy na linke proti tej Medúze a Fénixovi, toto vychádza podľa mňa oveľa viac z týmu Xtreme. Ten Beastmaster bude podľa mňa trpeť o mnoho viac. A myslím si, že Ghost, ktorý sa zatiaľ síce tuto akoby pekne dostáva aspoň tým 23 creepom, tam jakmile nechajú offlane Shakera free farmiť, to je to najpodstatnejšie pre celý Xtremovský line-up. Ešte thank you, tu sa najpne GH a ako keby to bolo nič, toto bolo pomaly zdarmíčka. Fakt ako po 5. minúte ani neviem, čo by som k tomuto tu úplne plne chcel dodať. Tu ako nielen, že Zinky bude counterovať toho Fénixa neskôr ani jednu supernovú, to potom podľa mňa na tých early leveloch ani nemá ako úplne vytiahnuť. Ten väčší problém momentálne za mňa je, tu ani na linka proste nemôže ako fungovať. Za mňa Directorate fakt vychystal oveľa silnejšie obidve sidelinky, dobrú kombináciu hrdinov. A na tom ide aj keď ten podľa mňa možno Sumailov SF by mohol mať mini advantage. Zraniteľné SF to stále bude. Všetci vieme, že to je jeho slabá stránka. A keď to bude mať dobrý začiatok, tak to nemusí znamenať nič. No, uvidíme, kto to tu teda bude schopný rozbiehať za mňa, ale proste s tým dobrým early gameom na offlane Shakerovi, už tam má proste teraz 44 creepov, 8 denajov proti tej Dúze. A ja reálne XXS proste ide zase z offlinky dneska odtiahnuť. Tuto pekne krásne tým Xtreme možno ďalej. Jo, tento rok to vyzeralo, že Čína fakt pôjde zdominovať všetko, ale už sme sa včera rozlúčili s Tideboundami, už tu ostávajú len Xtreme Gaming. Teraz im momentálne stoja v ceste práve NGX. I sa postarali včera o jeden upset. Už tu by sme ich podľa mňa ako neočakávali, ale ja som hovoril, že oni by mohli byť ten čierny kôň tohoto turnaja. Vyzerá, že mi teda kluci budú plniť aspoň tieto slova. Uvidíme ale, či dneska nepríde ten ich posledný krok. Dneska majú poslednú a teraz tú poslednú šancu možno toto celé vyrovnať, forsnúť to teoreticky do Game Free a bude to musieť byť na nejaké poriadne teamfighty. Jo, ako predsa len z ako tú dominátorkou toho Beasta by tam ako mohol začať aj nejaký akoby poriadny pressure. Je celkom vtipné, jak sme sa dneska akoby preniesli do toho predposledného dňa a dnešná séria zatiaľ je úplne bezdominátorková a teraz až to bude na tom ako, predsa len Beastmasterovi, na ktorom to bolo bežné, aj keď to takzvané nebolo cool. Jo, vyzerá, že sa teda nebude bojovať o žiadne veľké šrajničky. Tu jako si myslím, že tým, že sú tie linky takto rozhodené, pozrite, ale čo tu našiel XM, on našiel celý ten monštrózny stack Sumailov. Nestihol mu to pofarmiť teda úplne celé. Zo pár krepov si ale z toho ukradol, vyhnal ho tu síce Sumail. Ostanú mu tie creepy, akoby hlavne tie veľké, takže všetko pekne Sumail bude mať. Jo, prvá to bude samozrejme teda Kaja, väčšinou tam býva teda začiatok s Jašou a s nejakou jako Windlaceou, ale tentokrát to pôjde akoby rovno na tú Kaju na čo najväčší magic damage. Samozrejme tá Jaša Kaja z prvej by mala byť the option. Túto hru si myslím, že to BKB bude též dosť nutné. Ďalší kill ale prišiel na vrchu, dokonca bez toho echa, on tam vylevlil to echo až potom. Jo, GH tam tentokrát na tom Fénixovi stragluje, ale na tej linke brutálne, tak ako som hovoril, proste tam kombinácia snapy a shakera môže byť nebezpečné. Vyžiera tam možno ten damage samozrejme za mistra Medúziáša. Pozrite, čo tu ale ide urobiť Ame. On ide návštevu na 8. minútu skúsiť Sumail a oni vedia, že tam majú Dreamcoilu. Ame popne rovno Enrage, tam môže, teraz akurát tak odbehnúť. Pekný dodge od XM a vydodžoval ten Requiem, ale nakoniec tam Sumail bude ešte celú dobu healovaný. A to nevypočítali Číňania úplne dobre s Sumailov. King Pán je moc dobrý, Ame s gangujúcim Urzom, ale to pôjde doraziť úplne celé. Zobere aj Sumaila. Krásne rozdelené. Tu sa premenil Ame momentálne na skitera a prišiel gangnúť pri prvej poriadnej powerrune. Dokonca na vrchu tam ostal ešte nejaký ten regen navíc. Jo, tam nakoniec Ame mal dobrý nápad, dobrý read, že vlastne keď tam dajú tú Dreamcoilu, potrebujú tam iba damage na to SF-ko, že tam keď tak má enrage, aby sa akoby vyhol tomu celému. Dal to teda trochu preemptively, pretože sa tam podľa mňa nedohodli, či dajú ten silence, alebo nedajú, alebo čo tam akoby chcú momentálne urobiť a neurobiť. No a nakoniec sa dostali k všetkým tým killom, ale to púka stálo život. Pre Sumaila to není úplne to najhoršie tým pádom. Jo, Ame, ale medzi tým proste fakt 4700 network, free farma a k tomu gankujúci pán. Je tam síce čas už s nejakou dominátorkou. Omar medzi tým tu teda sníkol akurát Vision, tu ale nájde Ameho. Jo, môže ho tam ísť popáliť trošičku Sunrayom, GH, no zatiaľ ho tam ale popravde iba škrapkajú. Nič moc veľkému nedajú. Tu hlavne má nakročené Ame podľa mňa jednému z najrýchlejších Battle Fury, aké som podľa mňa na tomto TI vôbec videl. A nevyzerá, že by to tu Ghostík úplne stíhal, aj keď zase tak ďaleko nie je. Za mňa stále, aj keď to není podľa mňa úplne tak svietivé, ten network toho offlaneového shakera je podľa mňa to, čo to tam teraz ako offsetuje pre Xtreme. Jo, ani ten Peacemaster proste to nestíha, dokonca už ani s tou dominátorkou, aj keď teraz ako možno príde ten pressure. Na toto sú Xtreme pripravený, Golem je tam rovno vylevlený, už si Pix znova prečítal knižku. Noob to skúsil zastaviť, ale Mortimerské sezon, thank you, s veľkým pupkom budú stačiť. Defenzívna Kuky by takisto ešte mohla X-Noviča dostať z týchto problémov, to dokonca vyzerá, že ani nevytiká. Tam nemajú kľúci damage, malý golemíček, ten už akoby, X-Noviča tuto iba pozdraví. A pekne, tuto XG boli na toto 100% ready. Zobrali kill, neodovzdali za to nič. Ten golem možno nebude musieť byť použitý úplne na nič veľké. Aj tak ho tam akoby môžu nechať minimálne na to, aby to zobrali. Echo očividne tu XXS použil pred chvíľkou na to, aby tam vyfarmil tie monštrózne staky. No teraz je to iba race, kedy to bude z offlinky Blinka. Jo, dole vyzerá, že tu ale GH chce akurát ísť pozdraviť, ten golem to tam chvíľku Ame mu tankoval. Tu ale Sumail je pripravený fightiť. Sumail vyzerá, že sa chce akoby premeniť na fakt ako svoje 16-ročné ja, keď vyhral TI za EG. No, Omar medzi tým, aj keď odťahuje na mide a zdržuje ako sa len dá. Tu už bude portiť aj GH, celé to support duo už so Supernovou vyleblenou na GH-ovi pekne. A keď chudák Omar na tom level 4 klokovi tam bude ešte straglovať, katapultu sa nakoniec zbavia. Veža bude chvíľku žiť, ale nebude to možno úplne tak dlhé trvanie, žiadny deny sa nekoná. Dole to bude môcť dopušovať teda pekne Sumail s nubíčkovým Beastmasterom, takže veža za vežu. Xtremovci ale stále majú pekne 1K gold lead základ. Joj. 6000 network, potom vyfarmenom stacku XXS je top network s offlaneovým shakerom v 11. Ja, ako mark my words, ono to bude mať impact a už je tam dokonca celá Blinka v 11. ako keby to bol midový shakeros. XXS s nulákom, s bracerom, s celou fejskou vandou. Toto je tak tlustý shaker, že to až nie je pekné. 40 sekúnd tam síce možno nebude mať to echo. Ghost, jakž tak, že ako podľa mňa zvláda tú farm game síce pekne, on na Medúze je doma. Jo, za 300, ale bude mať Ame 12-minútové Battle Fury. Ten farm speed začne už aj od Ameho, byť tlustý, kluci budú musieť možno prenechať nejaké tie stacky, teraz si tam akoby trošku ídli, pofarmili. No, medzi tým sa samozrejme bude XM ešte blížiť nejakému tomu prvému Witchbladeu a podobne. No, vidíme, či tu Omar ale vybojuje runu, nakoniec pekne ukradol ten invizíček. XM si medzi tým teda aspoň vyfarmí zo 2 kogy, not bad. Nie, že by mu to úplne zas tak extrémne vadilo, Invis na tom Glockovi bez hookshotu, no, nebude možno tak veľký. Battle Fury na ceste v 12. minúte, to bude jeden z najrýchlejších timingov, ak nie je ten najrýchlejší, ako tu podľa mňa na TI vôbec bol. A zase to doručuje kto iný, ako Uncrowned King Ame. XXX ale prichádza teraz akurát nenápadne pozdraviť, tu ani podľa mňa nemusí prísť to echo, ale nakoniec ho tam pre istotu dajú. Cooldowny sa predsa len musia točiť, ešte vyfarmiť túto XXX aj to prasátko navíc, ošípaná. Už je ohlodaná tiež. A vyzerá to, že NGX, aj keď konečne teda dolevlili aspoň ten hookshot, finally Omar bude môcť niečo možno aj vytvoriť. Warlock by na to možno bolo byť zraniteľný stále, ale treba myslieť na tú defenzívnu kúky. Jo, treba mysleť na to, že aj keď tam majú už supernový, tak tam proste je ten Lil Shredder. Za mňa proste fakt ako Shaker s každým echom bude môcť robiť veci a ten hlavný, veľký big boy musí byť podľa mňa Sumail a jeho SF. Scaling ale na obidvoch tímoch ide podľa mňa through the roof, jo. Tu late game odhadnúť bude podľa mňa aj celku nemožné. A niekde teda by som povedal, že o trošku by to tam mohli mať stabilnejšie, možno Xtreme, alebo možno trochu viac safe. No, to late game SF dokáže teda ho rozsekať kľudne úplne celé po nejakých levelov 20 s tým bonusovým fear timeom. Teraz hlavne tam vidím smoke na týme NGX. No, do toho trianglu tam teraz smerujú v trojicej Sumail plus ten kloček. Plus tuto pani dokonca Ghostová medúza, ktorá sa tu ide zapojiť. Práve XXS sa nájdu. Raketa tam prišla dobre, nemohol úplne defensívne blinkovať, ale hookshot nakoniec dávajú na niekoho iného. To je práve Ame, ktorý sa bude chcieť akurát dostať túto s problémov. Nakoniec sa otočí ale do toho kloka a zabije ho jak nič. Tento gang nevyšiel pre Nigma Galaxy dobre. Ten nápad bol dobrý, že tam chceli možno navštíviť práve toho Urzu, keď tam bude farmiť nejaké tie poriadne steky, ale to skóre sa už upravuje na 9-2. Po 14. minúte sa to tu pre Nigma Galaxy a Kurokyho Destiny ukázať možno nejaký poriadny lover bracket run, takzvané na Mirakla zaspomínať. Tentokrát sú ale Xtreme trošku iným powerhouseom, cez ktorý budú môcť prísť. XXZ už tu príde rovno, skočí na tú dúzu. Echo tam ale nemá ešte 15 sekúnd, toto bol iba nenápadný ako force portov. Golem tam bude môcť ešte byť použitý na push, počkaj, oni pôjdu na druhé kolo. Oni počkali, kto tam prišiel, ale tá slepa, to možno snipne, Zinkiu, ne, tam pekný Lotus. No neviem, či to bol Omar, alebo to bol GH, ale niekto mu odozdal Lotus. Buď to bol možno aj on sám, ale tu ešte pripravený XM, oni to rozobrali zase Xtremovci dokonale. No si počká, ten sa dočká. Echo medzi tým ešte na cooldowne dokonca prišlo. Nemôžu ísť proste Nigmáci ani skúsiť fightiť, do toho si tu XM ešte ide pozdraviť GH, a keby náhodou. Toto ale je fakt disaster. Dokonale to tam ale teraz Xtremovci prečítali. Oni najprv ten fight forceli, vyzeralo to ako úplne takový zbytočný golem. Ale zrazu prišlo z ničoho nič, keď tam ostal Ghost, tak tam prišlo to Snapfire ulti. Do toho ten Puk celú dobu čakal vzadu, aby to mohol doraziť. Tuto proste zrazu Nigmáci fakt ako nechápu, aký krásny. Nielen makrogame, ale hlavne už ten teamfight teraz vedia hrať Xtreme. 15. 4000 gold, už sa tam teda pekne buduje. Monumentálne, čo sa týka tých carryčiek. 600 network advantage, momentálne tam máme pre Ameho. Jo, to je samo o sebe OK. Blinka už je dokonca na ceste, no už je dokonca aj u neho. Takže môže sa zbaviť aj takisto tých manta ilúziek, aby to proste limitoval tú farmu, čo môže túto Ghost zobrať. Ten chcel odpušovať práve túto jednu waveu, farmy popri tom les. Tu sa ale to nebude hrať tak jednoducho, hlavne s tým dvojkovým mechom tuto v 15. Podľa mňa ten XXS-ovský shaker a celkovo XXS dneska ide normálne sám odtiahnuť celú Čínu až do ďalšej fáze. Toto je predsa len eliminácia, takže môžu mať akoby samozrejme teda trošku šťastie chlapci z týmu Nigma Galaxy. Omar tam medzi tým bol navštívený asi pravdepodobne Amem, nechal sa tam ale zabiť teda o creepa. Dôležitejšie je, že je tu nájdený Sumail, vyčmuchaný dole. Nubík tu môže prísť creepom niečo mlátiť, ale to neurobí nič. Ja som chcel spomenúť, že ešte je šťastie, že Nigmákov predsa len akoby to pekne sponzoruje Etihad Airlines a že akoby budú mať zabezpečenú tú cestu celku pôjde tu, ale ešte nebudeme hovoriť hop. XXS konečne nájdený, to echo stihol vyhodiť, dokonca tam príde otočka ešte do Nuba, na ktorého mali damage. GH sa dobre tým Sunrayom postaralo to, že aspoň ten Shaker je konečne punished. Ale zase si na to zobrali 2 kóry Xtreme, každý jeden trade-off im proste vychádza lepšie, to skóre 13-3 hovorí za všetko. Zrovna v takejto hre, aj keď NGX nemôžu samozrejme podľa mňa tú medúzu úplne teraz ešte nejak tvrde zapájať. Jo, nemajú akoby jak tam teraz úplne toho strčiť moc. Ale je jasné, že nemajú ani ako fightiť o tie early objectivy. To je podľa mňa ale ten najväčší problém v celom tomto line-upe, čo vytvoril ten last pick na Urzovi. Tu zrazu Roche taking, Tormentor taking. Je úplne no problémo, jediná vec, čo tam Xtremovcom túto hru chýba je push, ale proste ten fight je brutálny. Nigmáci nakoniec ale od toho Rošana ešte budú chcieť bojovať. Healy na Amen by to mali udržať zo 2 hity. Omar, prišiel čas, ale Amen má dosť rýchle prsty, ten golem od X znovu. Podľa mňa to zastunoval v dokonalý moment, aby to nemohol Omar snečnúť. To bolo close as fuck. Ale podľa mňa X znova je to MVP s tým golemom. Po tom hookshot'e by to inak Omar reálne podľa mňa snečol. Dobrý pokus od NGX, ale na Amého rýchle prsty, toto nestačí. Nielenže samozrejme každá jeho budúca bývalá, alebo stála momentálna, alebo ktorá to momentálne akoby teda je available, tá bude spokojná určite. Tuto ale pán rýchlo prstiak, vyzerá, že túto hru sa na to normálne Ame ide ale zhlboka vysrať. Nebude robiť dokonca ani defenzívne backup, vie, že aj tak ako by tam môžu podľa mňa prísť tie primal roary a hookshoty. Takže túto hru ani to BKB není podľa mňa zase tak nutné, on tam rovno ide robiť basher, ako ďalší aggro item. Za mňa Aganem pre ňoho je zrovna proti tomu primal roaru asi tá najefektívnejšia záležitosť, čo tu môže prísť, možno s nejakými tými shardami kľudne, aby tam proste toho enrageu mal čo najviac. Každopádne Xnovič a Ame, hančiace duo, Warlock plus tuto Urzič. Videli tam GH, ktorý tu akurát depušoval. Xnovič tu pekne počkal akurát na boku a Bivlom to nachystá. Ame na 4 hity, GH rozpleskaný. Cesta pre tým Nigma Galaxy. Tu nebude asi úplne podľa predstav. Skúsil tam ešte teraz Omar trafiť puka hookšotom niekde, aj keď mali o ňom prehľad predtým. Ten sa medzi tým chce postarať akurát do tohoto jedného veľkého krepa za 250 goldov. Noob odovzdá na Zinkyho damage z tej Snapfire Cookie, tých 200 páďo. On má tým pádom dokončený celý Solar Crest v 19. aj so shardou. Toto sa nevyvíja vôbec pre Nigma Galaxy. Dobre, ty potrebujú akoby ten ich teamfight nejak nájsť niekde tu, akoby niečo možno setupuť, ale proti tomu 9000-ovému lídu, proti Aegisu to samozrejme nejde, to je nemožné. Mne by chceli možno akoby hrať nejakú tú poriadnu agresívnu Dotu 2, teraz tu Omar pekne sníkol aspoň tento tu agrovision. Jo, tu najväčší, ale podľa mňa problém je, že tu ako fakt, aj keď Nubík má tie veľké dominátorky a veci, zrazu keď ten Beastmaster je v takéto zahnanej hovno pozícii, kde prehrávajú 3-15, nemôžu mať žiadny objektív, je obvious, že tu bude ten Ameo Urzič čakať, jo, len na to, aby tam rozsekal rovno toho Tormentra za moment. Má level 15, 13 000 net worth, Ghostdaný samozrejme nemá toľko priestoru, aby tam dokázal len tak robiť veci. XM hlavne, tentokrát ale hookshot dotrafí, dostane aj Primal Roar, majú kľúci dosť damage, ešte damage, okej. Nubíkov Kentan z montarže reálne. Bol teraz ten podstatný, pekne Ahmed raz počkal, aby tam Xnoviča reálne nezabil, tento tu prežil na asi 1 HP. Ale well, jo, stratili tam kľúci puka, našli konečne Nigmáci 2 hookshoty, tam museli hodiť, ale tie 2 hookshoty. Jo, ten druhý už bol potom pekne trafený. Podľa mňa, keby tam nemali ten ďalší stun navíc z toho ovládnutého Kentaura tou veľkou dominátorkou, tak by možno ani toho puka nezabili. Ale toto je aspoň jedna vzprúha. Skôr sa nám teda upraví na 4-15. No na XXS-ovi je celé BKbo, Sharda Blink. Ten shaker je proste online v 20. Toto je lepší network, ako keby to bol mid. A už tu rovno nájde celú zoo. Noobová zoo rozpleskaná. Toto není úplne rezervácia, kde by bolo úplne na pláne chillovať. XXS rovno tú svoju kládu prišiel teda vyťahnuť. A tentokrát tam ukázal možno nejaké tie slovenské bača skills. Nevidíme, či je, ale tu fakt ako ešte Nigmáci aspoň niečo budú mať. Jo, vedeli tu nájsť za toto TI prekvápka, teraz zase sú tam pekne zoskupení, aby možno 4 do Aegisu išli prekvapiť. Vedia, že tuto sú Xtreme takisto 4. Ten puk bol vidieť na mide, takže tu sa musia rozmysleť Nigmáci, či tu chcú niečo robiť alebo nie. Už to tu obišli zozadu, už tam prichádza Omar aj Sumail, Plinka Requiem je tam, full burst na Warlocka, ktorého ani nezabili. Xnovič to prežil celé, otočka príde do Sumaila, ktorý samozrejme nebude mať žiadne veľké backup a medzi tým GH zaplatí na to životom, nedá dokonca ani tú supernovu. Tu chvíľku bude vykontrolovaný síce pán Ame, ale ja mám taký ten pocit, že Nigma Galaxy majú kurva problém. Director 8 na nich vymyslel gameplan, nie je tu treba diffuse, nie je treba mana, tu proste Ghosta rozplynie. A toto fakt ako je od XG ukážka presne toho, čo sme videli tie prvé dni. Včera to nebolo úplne od nich to, čo by sme očakávali. A dneska už je pravou nohou zobudený nielen XXS, Xnovič proste s tou defenzívnou len casual kloukou reálne na ten Magic Resistance. Jo, a tou tučnotou proste prežil celé to kombo, aj tá Kúky, ktorá tam proste k tomu prišla. No ako by pomohla, aby sa odtiaľ dostala, aby ho dostala z tých celých ako kogov a podobne. Tu fakt ako není nič, čo by podľa mňa Nigmáci mohli ako poriadne urobiť. By musel ten Requiem prísť akoby úplne na všetkých a tu keď nezabijú ani Position 5 Warlocka, toto je tzv. Sad story. Ešte teraz išli vymysleť nejaký play na Ameho, akurát keď mu končil Aegis. Toto sa ale konať nebude. Echo je tu za 5 sekúnd, XXS. Počkaj, tu ešte Snapfire ultimátka do toho. Fisher Noobík nebude bránou chodiť nikde. Brána je zatvorená. Brána bude možno otvorená akoby tuto celkovo na airport a nevieme, ktorá brána to teda bude pre Nigma ako možno na ceste domov. Ale vieme, že v 23. minúte sú teraz podľa mňa veľmi blízko, aby sa končila ich cesta na tohtoročnom The International. Za mňa akoby netreba samozrejme teda hovoriť ešte kým sa nepreskočí ten teamfight, by nemuseli mať zlý, ale Xtremeovci sú rozbenutí do takých fazón, že tá šanca je podľa mňa veľmi mizivá. Ja osobne, keby som si tu mal akoby tipnúť, tak by to mohlo byť rozdelené nejakými tými gamenovými percentami, tak kľudne 70/30 aspoň, možno 80/20. Ono celkovo už je tam dokonca aj tá parazma dokončená. Jo, tu hľadajú Nigmáci nejaký pick-off, našli Shakera. Stíne zapnúť PKbo! XXS! Stíne zapnúť to BKB. Requiem proste tam prišiel asi o 4 milisekundy neskoro. Ten hookshot tu nebol proste dostatočne silný. Tu proste je to struggle. Struggle and struggle. Oj, toto bolí. Nigma Galaxy boli fakt tým, ktorí nielenže vyradili aj Tidebound, vyradili tu týmy, ktoré by tu možno miesto nich mali byť nejakým papierovým predpokladom. Teraz ale narazili na tým Xtreme, ktorí sú trošičku iná liga. A hlavne je dneska podľa mňa vidieť, že si urobili veľmi dobrú domácu úlohu, že to, čo tam ako hovoril Director 8, Xiao 8 ako coach týmu Xtreme, ako jedna z najväčších legend Doty. Či už z Číny, alebo z celého sveta by som povedal. Sú ako priamo pripravení proti Kurokimu, proti NGX, na to, čo hrali oni. A je to tu akoby extrémne vidieť. Ten hero pool, a niektorí tu akoby využívali akoby doteraz práve aj na celku variabilnom tuto pánovi Ghostovi. Tým, že si tam nechávali pekne tie last picky pre Ameho, aby mal akoby stále dobrú hru a zároveň proste tu vždycky doručuje, ale nejaký ten proste first picknutý hrdina. Minulú hru to bol pre XXS a ten Mars, túto hru bol first picknutý Shaker. Oboje bolo na offlinkách a teraz proste keď sa pozrieme, ten Shaker je ako keby ste tam mali prezlečeného midového a ešte s dobrou hrou. 21-4, to skóre, predsa len tu nemusíme ani teda úplne momentálne ako nejak sa snažiť urvávať. Tu jediné, čo môžu ako Nigmáci hľadať je presne nejaký možno hookshot, Requiem, Primal Roar, pick-off rýchly a zdrhnúť a čakať. Celá tá mapa podľa mňa patrí reálne teraz týmu Xtreme a idú hľadať dole. Tam sa práve schováva GH a ešte tá Ghostová medúza zrovna na Omana, tam kľúci narazili práve v tento moment. XM už to pôjde chaseovať ďalej, pekný defenzívny hookshot do katapulta, skúsia zachrániť tu, ale Amen našiel niečo lepšie. On našiel Ghosta tam ale mantov síce dostal pekne hore, bohužel ani medzi dvomi stromkami, ani medzi dvomi koulami ako jedno veľké styčené péro. To teraz nebude stačiť. Skóre bude 22-4, XM. Si dobre pekne tých 415 goldov navíc. A Xnovič vyzerá, že tu takisto ide pekne scoutiť, on tam má predsa len pripraveného golema. Keby tu našiel Nooba, tam nenašiel si teraz akoby z tých enchantov nič, má tam pripraveného Ludvíka na nejaké tie pekné záležitosti cooldownového typu. Golema tam hodil, ale nakoniec Xnovič na to, aby tam zabili reálne toho jeho creepa a armádu. Dobre. 250 goldov pre Ameho za golema, not bad. XXS medzi tým samozrejme už má celý Octarine core. On má 26. Octarine, skoro level 20 na Shakerovi. To je proste insane, ako s tým Shakerom nejde urobiť nič, má väčší network ako tá medúza na druhej strane z offlinky. Jako Sumel s tými 12 000, jako toto nejde nič. Toto je najrýchlejší Octarine, aký som ja v živote videl s takýmto jako buildom ešte dobrým s tou backupou. Keby to robil bez toho backupu, jako jasný, dobrý. Ale to prostě s tým backupom, ešte s tým shardom navíc. No to je insane. A mňa iba ten decision, že každý jeden shaker na tomto turnaji vždycky urobil Yashu Kaju. Alebo tam minimálne bude nejaká tá casual na Kaja. Už sa na to vysral reálne XXS, urobil to needy greedy, čo bolo treba. A reálne sú proste Xtremovci úplne za vodou. 27. minúta, 19 000 gold lead. Celý Vision game je u nich, pretože tam samozrejme nosia celú dobu ten game. Zbavia sa tam všetkého. Jediné, čo môžu Nigmáci, je rozťahovať a čakať na nejaký zázračný timing alebo možno chybu od týmu Xtreme. Fakt ako Ame, už má dokonca aj MK, takže ani Butterfly od Ghosta už mu nebude pomáhať, ale že vôbec. Do toho nehovoria, že tu aj Zinky už si chce robiť nejaké Octariny, aby tu fakt ako mohol spamovať tie účka ešte viac ako doteraz. Oni to tu ako dávajú reálne s tými supportami na cooldown. Tuto si môžete všimnúť tam Xtremeovci, či už X-Nova toho golema tam dáva straight up, kde sa mu to hodí. Ale párkrát to bolo samozrejme dosť clutch. Pekná práca od GH, ten teraz momentálne aspoň ukradol XP, aspoň niečo si tam ako kluci zobrali, na druhej strane to bude mať Ghost, takže povedzme, že niečo robia jediné, ale čo tu môžu hrať NGX i jeden veľký X-Hero Siege. Toto oni už akoby chlapci nehrajú Dota All Stars, chlapci teraz hrajú momentálne buď nejakú azurovú väžovú obranu, alebo sa tu akoby dostávame momentálne možno k nejakému tomu Blue TD, podľa farieb teda Nigma Galaxy. Sumail už mal konečne to 9-sekundové BK boj, mal pred sebou ale presne ten decision, ktorý tam býva. Či urobiť agáč, mať tam lepšie to účko, silnejšie, s lepším akoby kontrolom navíc, s nejakým sustainom, alebo urobiť to BK, ktoré podľa mňa nutne potrebuje, inak tam nevykásti nič. BK je tam. Že akoby tú nutnú defenzívu Nigmáci majú. Ja mám ale pocit, že by tam ako museli urobiť Xtremeovci ale veľmi veľkú pozičnú chybu. A s tým ako oni vedia rozobrať vždycky ten fight. Toto bude proste fakt pomaly nemožné na zahranie. Jo, Ame tam medzi tým Hanti, ešte má tu ty vole nejaká muha. Mucha, či čo to bolo, ma to tu ty vole otravuje, alebo vlas spadnutý. Oh boj. Ame medzi tým ešte 2 minúty 40 za Aegisom relaxuje. Teraz sa Xtremeovci premenili trošku na Team Falcons, v tom, že čoukujú úplne Team Nigma a myslím si, že teraz ale príde ten push, majú tam pripravený banner, je tu dokonca pripravená tá jedna wave. Teraz prichádza ten tower push, pekne sa XM s pukom na vrchu ešte zbavil tej wavy, aby tam fakt ako nemohli úplne moc ani Nigmáci split pušovať. Jo, tu budú musieť chlapci vymysleť defense. Ame ho tu pôjde pozdraviť iba Sunrayom chlapák, ale rýchla fizura z diaľky. A môže si GH zamávať Sunray cooldown. Tier 3 je už dole. XG, jednu vec, čo majú túto hru slabú, je tower push, ale predsa len cez toho nabafovaného Urziča, cez Solar Crest. No tiež to nebude možno zas tak dlhú dobu trvať. Ten Pucek ani nikto iný sa tam neukazuje. Zase je tam vidieť len ten jeden s Aegisom a Nigmáci to proste nemajú momentálne ako zastavovať tých ilúziek, sa tam pekne zbavili toho banéru, sa nemajú zbaviť tiež, počkať, tam som počul nejaký hookshot, ale ten hookshot nebol trafený. XXS to pôjde do toho kloka otočiť a Sumail tam popol BKbo. On čakal, že ten hookshot trafili. Padel. Čo sa stalo? Čo sa stalo? Kurva drát. Ja myslím, že po 30. tu už ako není čo iné, len tu akoby robiť možno nejaké tie poriadne humoresky. Tu ako bohužiaľ Sumail čakal na to BKB 30 minút a potom to takto prišlo. No možno to tak aj rýchlo odíde. Zbavili sa tej jednej wavy. No už to bude žieť, ale proste vypnutý cez Abyssal MK, bo toto je proste nazdar párek. Pred 31. 24:4 Team Xtreme Gaming je totálne zdemolovať Team NGX. A je možné, že čierny kôň aj pod nadvládou Kurokyho, aj keď podľa mňa urobili oveľa lepší výkon, ako by mnohí od nich očakávali. Mnohí fans môžu podľa mňa stále byť extrémne spokojní s tým, kde sa táto zostava NGX dostala. Majú tu možno pred sebou podľa mňa jeden z posledných defenzov na tomto tu TI. Ešte Snapfire ulti tam príde ako setup, našli tam Nooba, ten z Ghost-Scepterovci tam získa trochu času. Máme ho tu nemôže síce úplne domlátiť, ale Noob si môže dať akurát tak výlet domov. Celú dobu je tam prichystaný ešte ten Dream Coil, celú dobu je tam ešte to echo. PK ušetrené tiež. Dáme mu bude predsa len ešte ten AGC-ček za malý moment končiť, ale tu aj tak je času dosť, 25 sekúnd, ešte viac než enough. NGX potrebujú niečo akoby spraviť, alebo bojovať o tú poslednú stranu. Zatiaľ tu nepôjde spraviť ale nič. Zatiaľ tu Xtremovci teda nepôjdu úplne riskovať, aj keď teda nemajú moc akoby túto čo strácať. Vedia možno, že už sa tam pomaly bude blížiť to Sumailové BKB na cooldown. No a predsa len za 5 sekúnd tam končí ten Aegis. Xtreme Gaming, ale fakt ako v 32. majú tú hru tak extrémne pod kontrolou, že ani ten názov to extrémisticky nevystihuje tak dobre. Jo, ešte k tomu tam bude mať puk za malý moment na ceste aj celý Agáč, by the way. Takže tým účkom ich tam vymaže, má tam dokonca aj Linkenu, takže ani Prime Roarov ho nemôžu vychytať. Tu je to úplne nehrateľné pre tým Nigma Galaxy, ešte tam Sumail vidieť teraz pod Vardou. A Messi pôjde zabiť Subladeom na 5 hitov! Zničiť nádej, poslať Sumaila rovno tu the airport. Myslím, že Etihádovci môžu prichystávať letenky, ale pre 33. minútou pre tým NGX tu nejde nič. Tu by sme mohli vymýšľať vo váku všelijaké akoby štandardy, aby tu mohli vymyslieť nejaké to bombo kombo. Za mňa je to reálne nemožné. 0,069%, aby som im tam ako možno dal, možno ani to. Tu proste fakt má XXZ aj spojený Aeondis, takže oni ani toho shakera nemôžu skočiť. Tu fakt nejde zabiť nič. Tu by museli naskákať a všetko hodiť na Warlocka, aby ho zabili, ale aj tak by to bolo samozrejme úplne govno. Tu proste normálne návod, ani akoby úplne papierovo, podľa mňa nie je, aby to s týmto mohli kluci teraz beatnúť. K tomu 28 000 lídu, tam je to proste moc. Pôjde to skúsiť Ghost, má tam pripravené aspoň to skady. No, nie, že by tam Meduza rozdávala nejaký damage momentálne. Raxi takisto nedefne úplne podľa predstav. Nigmáci proste už vedia sami. Ale samozrejme, že sa nechcú s tým TI rozlúčiť len tak. Skúsia tam ešte nejaký fight, skúsia tu bojovať. No úprimne môžu Xtremovci kľudne počkať na ďalší Aegis, kde bude refresher. Cheese Aegis banner. Akože tam už potom fakt neexistuje ani len mizivá šanca, podľa mňa, aby tu Nigmáci fakt ako dokázali niečo vychytať. Už je tam aj Swiftblink na AMM, ten si presne uvedomuje, že toto je total safe. Takže tam na pána ani nemá proste ušetrené žiadne buybacky, bude si tu vyfarmiť ešte pekne Tormentera predtým. Jediné, keby sa, čo ja viem, Ame zabil sámo Tormentera, zabudol na Enrage. Maybe by to šlo, ale neviem, čo iné by sme tu teda mohli pre Nigmakom momentálne vymysleť, dámy a páni. Fakt ako Xtreme Gaming chcú korunovať toho svojho carry boya. Celá Čína by sa podľa mňa prebudila plne. Tu vyzerá, že už ale Číňania majú toho dosť. Nechcú čakať na Roša. XM rovno pôjde setupovať ako prvý, nenápadne v smoku. Vidí možno prvý target so snapfireúčkom. Pôjdu práve po Budáka Nuba, ten môže s Ghostertrom síce zdržať. No, tam ale Ame ani nenaskakoval, ten si pôjde naskočiť medzi tým na tie Raxy. To bol iba Jebait. XXS, vyzerá, že by tu skládou chcel ešte damageovať, trošku damageu tam dať, Jebejti ich tam všetkých s tým shakerom. Stále má ten Aeondis, ten Sunray ho tam pomaly vymazal. Aeondis ale ešte nemusí prísť, GH tam medzi tým bude vymazaný len XM-om. A Messi tu naskočí, aby tu ukázal mistrovi Meduziášovi, čo je to život. Už sa končí, Sumail dá jeden requiem akurát na cestu domov. Po 35. sa končí nádej. A tu Xtreme Gaming postupujú v tomto eliminačnom kole Lovre Brekitom ďalej a dneska ich ešte uvidíme na záver bojovať o postup do Final Day. Amen. A Mr. Xnovič, toto duo z LGD from back in the days, možno budú musieť urobiť to, čo sa im nepodarilo kedysi proti týmu OG. Aj so Zinkyom, tam sú mnohí. Nigma Galaxy, poďte im dať ale jedno poriadne 07. Čierny kôň tohoto turnaja. King padol. A myslím si, že ale toto už takto malo byť. Tu fakt ako jednoznačne boli Xtremovci lepším tímom, minimálne dneska boli lepšie pripravení na to, čo tu Nigmáci chceli vytiahnuť. Je to možno smutné na jednu stranu určite, ale na tú druhú treba predsa len vyzdvihnúť, čo tu Xtreme Gaming dokázali. Či už to teraz bude potlesk, alebo tuto nejaké to pozdravenie ocikoho, nám už sa tam bude pekne chystať takýto rozhovor a vy sa na to tu so mnou môžete dívať takýmto krásnym záberom. Je tam šťastný pán. Oh boy. OK, ja za mňa, ja normálne, ja reálne by som išiel pod stôl. a vykouřil by som totálne XXS s tými jeho offlinkami. Yes.
I'm here with XXS from Xtreme.
This is him!
First question is,
Tento tu, small boy.
play Earthshaker in front of a TI crowd.
首先，恭喜获得本场比赛的胜利。我们想问一下，在主舞台上，在 TI 的观众面前玩旱地者小牛有多爽？
我觉得现场的氛围太好了。当牛头选出来的时候，大家都很兴奋。我很喜欢这种氛围。
I think the atmosphere in the stadium is awesome. I love the atmosphere when we picked Earthshaker. Everyone's clapping. I love it.
Brilliant. I mean, you guys came so well prepared for this series. Why did this aggression just work so well versus specifically Nigma Galaxy?
能看出来本
Bol tam
场
prst?
比赛之前做了很
Čo,
多的功
chat?
课。你觉得这种非常暴力的打法，为什么针对 Nigma
Bol tam vidieť prst? Alebo...
我觉得我们只是拿到自己比较擅长的阵容，发挥的比较好，所以赢了他们，就这样。
I think it's more of us picking our comfort heroes and making our strategies work. It's more of that.
Worked extremely well for you guys. And I want to ask as well, what did you learn yesterday from your series versus P-Vision that you're able to take into this one and just take it so dominantly?
我们还是想问一下，从昨天的比赛，在 P-Vision 上面有没有学到任何东西带入了这场比赛当中呢？
昨天我觉得 PV 的带线，然后把我们搞得有点晕吧。然后我们今天比较注重一下带线和就是一些处理。
I think we were a bit knocked off by P-Vision's lane pushing yesterday. So today we learned from that and we took care of it.
Excellent stuff. XXS, you played so well in this series. Hamburg, China, they may be down, but they are not out as they stay in the international. Make some noise for XXS and Xtreme Gaming!
Tam je prst. Tam je prst. Tam je prst. To je. To je prst. Tam je prst. Tam je prst. Tam je. Tu je. Tam je. Nie som si istý, chat. Ale pôjdeme to určite skontrolovať za malý moment. A aréna vyzerá neskutočne. Cez prvú sériu dneska sme sa dostali celku rýchlostne, musím povedať. Teraz nás ale samozrejme bude čakať pokračovanie. Tu nie je čas strácať čas. Poďme k panelu. Chcem, aby mi to zhrnul Freddie Mercury. Bez toho nemôžem existovať.
And then in that game number 2 as well, we saw them just feel flawless.
Yeah, zrzka also another classic. These are the heroes that they love to play. On the Snapfire, on fire pretty much throughout the whole game, being paired
Mne
up with
posílali kluci fotku na Instagram, že majú akoby tam banner, nejaký Twitch TV zirkýzy alebo niečo také. Ale to bolo ešte asi 2 dní dozadu, alebo prvý deň, alebo kedy. Zatiaľ som to tam nevidel na zábere. Majster Wizard! Keď chat, čo bude ďalší subgoal za 2300 pade? Vymýšľajte nový subgoal, ja už neviem, čo tu budeme vymýšľať.
This was not a close series.
Alebo akoby to môžete pekne ma podporovať aj bez toho, aby to samozrejme sa muselo akoby niečo plniť, ale kľudne tam akoby niečo akoby môžeme vymysleť. Ďakujem krásne za 5 gifted subov, Majster Wizard!
Yeah, thanks, Matt. I'm here with GH, legend of the game. That's for you, bud.
Rank 5 na leaderboards, čo týka MMR so supportom, by the way.
To go out, but have you guys had fun at TI? It's been incredibly entertaining to watch.
It's always super fun to play in front of such an amazing crowd, to be honest. Having everyone who supports us here. So I would like to shout out all the crowd, all the supporters, all the fans. We truly love performing for you guys.
They love watching you as well. So other than that, what has been the highlight of this TI for you and the team?
I mean, for me, honestly, I'm just extremely grateful to be here in the first place. It's such an honor, such a great experience, surrounded by so many good, great players. It's just the overwhelming feeling.
The standard this year does seem very high. How far do you think XG can go? Because that was a hell of a performance from them.
I believe top 6 teams are all contenders for the top 1. So they could go all the way, they could do anything they want.
Fair enough. I'm going to let you get back to your team in a second, but I just want to say, can we get a huge round of applause and a cheer for GH and Nigma Galaxy for entertaining us at this wonderful TI? Thank you, GH. Back to you guys.
GH!
A pleasure to see these players come out onto the stage to just get the arena going. There's so much energy around it. Everyone is supporting them. Months ago, they put in that effort. They came through the qualifiers. We saw them last week.
Majster Wizard, ďakujem nádherne. Keď sleduješ hlavne na YouTube, každý si môže vybrať platformu, ktorú len chce. Ja ďakujem veľmi pekne za podporu.
Nothing to be ashamed of to be knocked out by Xtreme Gaming. Someone who came into this undefeated.
Yeah, I mean in TI, like this is where you want to see NGX.
Dneska chat, nezabúdajte na to, že dnešné vstupenky, aj keď tam nie sú žiadne subgoaly, chat, dneska je tam originál Skitterov dres v tombole. Jo? K tomu tam máme ty vole kombičko od BD shopu samozrejme a nejaký ten jeden medmončíček si tam dáme jakoby ešte ako bonus posledný, čo mi ostal. Ale hlavne ten Skitterov dres originál s jeho menom, tento tu, počkaj.
Yeah, they were ready for some of these early movements. Even though he did have the first blood, things were not going his way. I think SF needs a bit of a different setup. This is a really nice move from Ame. This is why he's one of the goats when it comes down to being super aggressive. Understand that they can try to kill him with the coil. This should be an
original
Clockwork is here.
Skitterovský dres, tento nový, čiernu verziu z toho, voňavý. Ten bude dneska pre jedného z vás v tomboličke. A máte tam slevnené suby, by the way, jo? Kdo dá 5+, tak to máte s 35% zlevou, kdo chce ušetřit.
You don't expect them to happen. We've seen Yuma from Heroic going for these twin gate rotation 5-6 minutes into the game multiple times, but these type of rotations where Carry leaves the lane 8 minutes into the game, goes to the river to secure the rune for his mid laner and try to grab a kill, it's very rare.
I mean, it kind of also solves the problem, right? We mentioned that the SF was going to be a problem, and I mentioned after the draft ended, it's going to be interesting to see how they tackle it, and that was like a really important move, right? SF, he was top net worth at 8 minutes during the game, and that kill actually meant that it slowed down their momentum so much.
Yeah, that's something that Spirit was really good at during both of their TI runs, was figuring out if one hero is a problem and they can't just bring the supports to a lane to solve it, they would bring Collapse or Yatoro would go. So it's really cool to see XG pulling out that here in the top 6 because, you know, once again, going back, like this is the sort of championship plays you need to win the whole thing.
Always the 1% when you're able to just min-max it a little bit more. Also, though, when we went further into this sort of game winter, the team fights that were coming out, having the numbers again, Xtreme Gaming has always been so good at balling up together early and taking over so much of the map.
I mean, their draft literally screams team fight, you know, in both games. And I also wanted to highlight that the way they involve everyone, because it's not just about starting the team fights, right? How are you going to involve all of your team? And right here you can see the Ursa once again comes in, Ame rotating in with his team. They have all the ultis up. They try to take a fight. They try to take the tower here. And Nigma, they just couldn't really respond with 5 heroes because the Beast didn't have a good start. And usually Beastmaster, you don't really want to TP into a fight. You want to be in a position when your team goes to you, right? So they took full advantage of that, and Nigma just couldn't bring 5 heroes, and they had to run, and they lost their carry.
With so many early rotations from Ame, we kind of see him take that extra leap. There's a much bigger gap between the 2 carry players in this game there, Jenkins.
Yeah, I mean, this is a Ame classic, the Ursa, and I feel like this is what Xtreme has been playing really well around since day 1 of this tournament, which is having some, like, really bursty carry, and then heroes that can like kite the fight, do things from far. You know, they've Snapfire, they've Earthshaker, or Warlock. Like all of these heroes, just they poke. Like this basically lets XG play as a unit, and then Ame can like pick and choose his jumps and just not die. He went 9-0-4 this game, but honestly, this is how most of his Ursa games go because they pick around it.
Yeah, a big difference between having an active early game carry compared to a late game scaling carry in the Medusa Lacoste.
Yeah, I think Ursa did a lot more Medusa, also a bit of a slower hero on the side. She needs 2 items to come online, and we can definitely see the difference. Even though Ghost was farming really well, but also you have Shadowfin. Like I think the problem was between Shadowfin and Medusa, because both of them are kind of needing other heroes to go in, and the hero damage at this time, a lot of that is from the laning stage as well. He did join in one of these earlier fights, but Ame, like, he's ready to take the fight. This is the best hero in the game to take objectives. They took the first Roshan, they did take the first Tormentor as well, and this time around, they're trying to go for a kill. Again, this is not the target you want to initiate on. This is your Warlock. He still gets the rock, even though Shadowfin's not going to die because they're going to be losing the vision of him off of that Glimmer Cape, but still, Ame, he's ready to join in. They have so many stuns, so many ways to disengage a team fight. Pre-BKBs, you have this Earthshaker with the Fisher, with the Enchant Totem, and you can see the big difference between carry-to-carry matchup once they left alone, where Medusa's still not ready to take the fights with her, like, 3-4 items that she wants to have.
It wasn't easy, though, to find the right target to initiate on. That Warlock, we saw it there at that 20-odd minute mark, how they struggled to kill him off. That's a position 5. Later on in the game, though, we also see them try and have a gank on the Earthshaker too, right? Caught just slightly out of position. You have the numbers advantage, and that one still doesn't work out for them, Jenkins.
Yeah, you can kind of see like the struggle that they were facing in the draft as the game progressed, where the only combo that they really had was Clockwork Hook into SF Requiem, and even though they basically did it perfectly here, they still have enough in the tank for XXS to get the BKB off, because the Chain Stun is just not long enough. So I guess you also need the Beastmaster in position, but then you have 2 cores in the same place. It's one of those situations where, like, one team drafted a lot of heroes that had many fight conditions, like ways that they can take the fight, and the other team drafted something which requires a lot more like outplay and maybe a higher cap.
I think if you look at the score, it tells you the story of the game, where both of the supports are trying to make something happen, because all 3 cores are really not having a fun time. They did die 8 times on both of the supports. Noob didn't have a good time at all. Every single time Snapfire with the Earthshaker paired up with the Coil. Very easy to execute combos once they go on him. He doesn't have much of a defense. And they managed to shut him down. He was the playmaker who was supposed to take care of the map. You did talk about the Clockwork and the Shadow Fiend, the combos that we've seen that they executed the 2 times as well, but Ame, standout player for a good reason.
Yeah, the 2 moves that he made just now in the highlights, the gank in the mid and the top rotation, those are the 2 moves that kind of just cemented the lead, you know, for Xtreme Gaming there. And especially like the Ursa, I think same can be said for the other side, on Nigma Galaxy side, when they had the Beastmaster. I felt he lacked that carry gate rotation, right? And not to say it's Ghost's fault, but as Medusa, you generally do not want to
You can't do that, yeah.
And so maybe you have to go back to the draft. Maybe it's probably better for them to enable the Beastmaster, because like I said, you know, with the SF being in the pool at the end, it means that a lot of the responsibilities of the momentum of the game falls on the Beastmaster. And if your Beastmaster doesn't have a good game, you don't enable him, it's very difficult for your team to move around the map. And because he wasn't really the overall last pick, they picked the Ursa to kind of win the lane. So and you don't help him, so how is he ever going to get into the game?
Right, I mean, he's overall first pick, and they didn't flex him out of offlane. Like, it was very clear throughout the entire draft that Xtreme expected the Beast to go offlane. They picked an entire lineup that countered Beast offlane, and then NGX felt like they still had to run it offlane, but then they have this whole game that they need to play through him, and it just results in this problem.
It probably, I think, went differently because they saw the 2 supports, right? They were caught between 2 minds. So either we go with the original plan to enable the Beast, or right now we try to abuse the fact that they had these 2 supports, which doesn't really offer a lot in the early game, and we pick a greedier mid, right? So in the end, they went for that, and it clearly showed why it didn't really work out.
Yeah, a lot of symptoms that came from what could have been a very simple fix, but that's all in hindsight. Nigma Galaxy now out of the international here. We're going to take a look at our bracket, because Xtreme Gaming's day is not over. Whilst they have won this elimination best of 2, they are going to have, best of 3, they are going to have to play later today as well. And that is going to be the winner of either BB Team or Heroic. So it's a long day for them, a lot of time between, and maybe time to reset. Lacoste, it's a really fine line of resetting but preparing too.
Oh, for sure. They did manage to reset after the road to TI playoffs, where they were kind of undefeated. Everybody was starting to copy, try to figure out what Xtreme Gaming is doing. They did lose to P-Vision yesterday, which was one of the game was competitive. The second one, they couldn't figure out what P-Vision's doing on the map. Very annoying team to deal with. And now they have a couple of series left to figure out who they're going to be playing, either BB Team or Heroic. But Xtreme Gaming, they're definitely resetting, and you can see them powering up. They this is pretty much Xtreme gaming from Road to TI.
All right, we would be talking about these teams, what's to come, what their time is going to be filled with, and we have a little bit of time to fill with you guys. And so over the last few days at this international, we got to catch up with everyone and ask them about who they think is the best mid laner.
Hello and welcome to the International Hall of Fame. This year we asked every single one of the 80 players competing at our event to rate the very best TI winners in history by position. So we've got your carry, got your mid, got your off laner, we've got the hard support, and we've got the support. Gentlemen, let's turn our attention to the mid laners. I want you to cast your minds back to TIs of yore and perhaps of yesteryear and choose who you think has been the most impactful and bestest mid ever. The best TI winning mid player as selected by the players, the Hall of Fame.
Oh, this is a really tough one, I think.
Oh, really?
It's Miracle, end of the show.
You're saying Miracle, end of show?
I know it's Miracle. I know Miracle's #1 on that list. I think there's a case out there for Dendi.
Okay.
I think if people want...
Okay, this is a bold one.
Look, I love Dendi. You know I love Dendi, but come on, brother. You're saying Miracle? What are you saying?
It's not what you think. Let's be clear. What do you think the players said?
It's Dendi.
It's not Dendi.
Who is choosing?
In terms of multiple TI victories,
Oh, yeah?
it's Thompson.
Oh, that is a good... But
Right? Because they're
Dendi-
swapping out the mids on Spirit, you know?
That's true.
They're throwing them around.
It's Miracle.
It's a joint first.
Oh.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah.
Joint first
Oh.
between
Joint
Miracle and
first
Sumail.
place. You're saying Miracle Sumail?
Yes.
Is, yeah, I would guess that Sumail is the other one.
You are incorrect.
Really?
It is Miracle and Thompson.
Okay, they're just Redlers. We're all the same. The pro players are just us.
Yeah. When you think about Miracle and Thompson as joint firsts, they're worthy joint Hall of Famers, I would say. Well, what is it about these two guys that elevates them above everyone else?
I think they're just the most iconic mid laners we've had. Both of them were a step ahead of their competition. Sumail, probably the largest skill gap there's ever been in like roll-to-roll matchups at a TI. I think that Thompson was also ahead of people, but in a more creative aspect. He wasn't necessarily mechanically that much further ahead of the rest of them, though he was a god in that regard.
I think it was his brain was that further ahead.
He had the galaxy brain, yeah.
It's funny because they're all so different too. Like
Yeah.
those three mid players, despite all being there, are quite different cases. Like for me, Thompson is not only because he won TI twice, but it's this idea of just like all the different ideas he brought to the game.
And he seemed crazy sometimes.
Yeah, of
like you'd be
course.
watching, and be like, "What is Thompson doing?" It's like, "Oh, he's destroying."
And it's not just heroes. It's not just like the items. I feel like that's what we talk about a lot. But like the way he played, like they were just psychotic. Like he would dive behind that tower, and the buds are there, and they're rolling in deep, and it just kept on working.
It was mad,
and it was very, very impressive. And I think that's why we remember it so well.
Thompson, he's the man that's going into the fountain once again, bathed in the glory of the radiant. Thompson, he just does not give a crap.
Do you have anything to add to this?
Style.
Style. One word. Style.
I think it
That's all
speaks
it
for
takes,
itself.
baby.
That's
Okay.
what mid lane's about. Mid lane's about style. That's why every mid laner who plays it, they play it because they want to style on some dude, and they got style.
The one thing that's weird about it is that Miracle has a couple more of those like standout moments where he had the enemy team in the palm of his hand.
Literally outplayed 5 guys.
Yes.
I think that's what it is. Yeah.
The reaction time was all about Miracle, the bar start from Taka. It'll connect, follow up Fidget, but KP, he'll get the sun up the map side, most in the middle of the field, Darcy, corded off, Miracle, the echoes left there from GH on the Omni side, and damage outpost Turbin with the side, SDC is gone for 2 minutes.
That's what gives him the most credit.
Yes.
Is that he was like the individual. And the buds were there like helping him out. But Thompson was more of like a gelled into the team thing, I think. Like
Yeah, I
they played a
think
lot
you're right.
around him and you saw the success together as a unit. But when you think of Miracle, you think of just like some giant like, 25-0-7.
Can you think of a play or a moment each for say either Miracle or Thompson where you would thought, holy crap, that's
The Thompson Invoker, that iconic moment where he's casting 1 billion spells and outplaying everybody in that team fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank God that wasn't against me.
Yeah.
Seb, can he keep this man alive though? He doesn't have the black hole back up. You have an Anna with a big gust heading him back. Tornado, Thompson, he's in with the back of the beat. Sydney Blast coming down. Thompson with the save, gets both of them. Thompson Invoker.
As far as Miracle goes, there are too many highlights to think of just one.
Okay.
That's the entire half of YouTube's video list is just
True.
Miracle highlights.
Even now, it's all just Miracle
true.
highlights. Yeah.
That's
well,
what
yeah.
half the Dota audience is still watching. TI
highlights.
ended, and they started loading up the Miracle 2016 highlight.
Miracle highlights and tops and builds. That's what people want. All right, well, thank you, gentlemen. That was Mid.
Well, don't go uploading, and searching for those highlight reels just yet. TI is still going. There's still space for some new mid laners to carve their name in that Aegis, and of course some moments for themselves as well. But that was our casters talking about who the pro players had voted as the best or most memorable mid laners. Do we have any differing opinions on the panel about it?
I mean, Miracle has been such an iconic mid player. It's kind of hard to go against him.
Yeah, those are pretty good ones.
Yeah, I mean,
I have a
Miracle
biased one.
Okay.
Of course, I want to say SCA mid.
You can still do it, Winter.
Nah, but they're totally spot on. Both of them, like Thompson and Miracle, they definitely change a lot of players' mindset in the mid lane. How you're supposed to play, how you're supposed to lane, what items are you going to go, how are you rotating. They definitely started a totally different trend.
Yeah, and now we see, mid lane, just exactly how it is played out, how much more support is given around it, what the teams like to do. It's very indicative of their playstyle as well, and two teams that have extremely unique playstyles or hero pools are the two that we're going to see next. We have BB Team up against Heroic, and I mean Heroic coming out with these Pudges. Obviously, they also love their clockwork. We've seen them with the off-lane Phoenix too. It just feels like you can never put this team in a box. They always go above and beyond expectations in any regard.
Yeah, to me, this is the most fun team to watch of the tournament, and it's not just because they pick Pudge. It's because they create so much chaos in a game that they make their opponents, no matter how skilled, they will make their opponents make mistakes. And Dota, where there are no mistakes, is boring. You just see objective to objective, and the game ends. This is why TI is so great. You have the pressure, you have mistakes, you have a team that's willing to create these mistakes, and then you get these long games, opportunities for really cool plays to happen, and it just seems to happen every game with Heroic.
Yeah, every single time. Game that they played yesterday against Tundra, if you gave their draft this Pudge, Shadow Demon, Broodmother, Tusk, and Phoenix to I think any other team, I don't think they would be able to win that game, because this is not like a super strong draft. It's just that it suits Heroic's playstyle. They know how to utilize these heroes. This is pretty much their classic heroes as well. We're talking about Tusk, we're talking about Shadow Demon on KJ as well. Support duo has been really the shining stars of the team, but I also got to talk about Yuma. This guy has been amazing throughout the whole tournament. I don't think he had a single bad game.
Yeah, I think that's very fair to say. We're seeing him step up in every regard when it comes to it. Is he going to be able to step up when it comes to the side of BB Team? They're drafting a lot more stable in what we see for their supports. I mean, that Hoodwink getting picked up 10 times. And it just feels like there is the big difference in what they want to do for stability in finding success.
Yeah, the dynamic is definitely going to be interesting between the two teams, where one team is just trying to make everything chaotic, whereas BB Team, I think they have to try their best to ignore the other side, what they're doing. They have to focus on what they are doing and just make sure that, oh no, we see a random Schofield walking around, should we kill him? Those thoughts should be blocked out and just focus on our objective. Are we getting the Tormentors? Are we going for Roshan? Are we getting a tower? Don't just go after Schofield every time you see him doing something silly in the game.
I will say for BB Team though, the one word I would use to describe this team, even if they have just lost the series, is confident. Okay. And I think that is what could potentially break the chaos of Heroic. As much as I love the chaos, I think the BB Team could be so confident that they're just not swayed by the Schofields running around. They find the answer to the Broodmother coming out mid, or they just ignore it and let it exist.
I didn't think I was going to say this ever, but you know who's the stabilizing factor in BB Team?
Is it Pure?
No, it is GPK. Like, this guy has had tremendous year. Like, maybe before a couple of years back, he would be on the flip coin side, but I don't remember last time this guy did something that was like game throwing or anything. Like, in most of their games that they played, he's the most stable. He's the one leading the charge in a game where they're losing 5,000-10,000 gold behind. He is ready to pull it back with his puck performances. This guy has a massive hero pool, plays those heroes to extreme, and always fun to see. Like, this guy has some really nice moves. One of the most talented mid laners we still have.
I feel like he changed a lot after the break where they were trying out Kiyotaka. And then
it was that swap.
It was during that swap, and then when he came back,
he got angry. He came back and he's like...
A vengeance.
Yeah.
He had something to prove, and I know that they've still got a lot to prove when it comes to being on this TI stage. So let's bring him out.
And we're back. BB Team.
Game number 3 seems to be where this team loves to go, making their series so far on the TI main stage go the distance. They have been one of the most entertaining teams that we've got to see when it comes to gameplay and execution. But someone else that loves to bring some chaos and some energy is, of course, their opponents.
Wisely and crush those responsible. Heroic. Choose wisely.
These 5 players are striving for their best result at an international, not just personally, but for the South American region as well. Top 6 is where they currently sit after this best of 3. If they can get a win, a top 4, that is the best we've ever seen from these players and from that region. A lot is on the line for them, a lower bracket run. It's definitely possible. They showed up yesterday. They can definitely show up again today, Lacoste.
Oh, they definitely can. This is a team that is super explosive. And when we talk about South America, Thunder Awaken, they did reach that 5th, 6th place at the TI11, infamous 7th, 8th place Beast Coast, Heroic TI13, and Beast Coast and infamous during TI9 and TI11. So for the region, this is pretty massive. Having a team that is doing so good at the TI main stage, it's just pretty impressive and doesn't seem like they want to stop. I also think that this matchup might be a bit of a different one for BB Team because, I mean, they did meet a couple of times throughout this year. BB Team did win every single time, but I think Heroic powered up. This is the team that learns a lot from their mistakes after the loss that they did have earlier, and all I'm seeing is a completely different mentality and a completely different play style than any other team that we still have left at TI.
Yes, for these players, you know, their best results at previous TIs as well, but also how many they've been to. So quite a lot of them playing at 4 TIs, including this one, Miro. This is his 3rd one. So there has been so much growth already in previous placements for them. But Pure, he's the standout one there in terms of having achieved so much already. I feel like he's one of those players that just would not be happy going out here now. This elimination, I think, means more than anything to... He wants to make it to that final day is essentially what I'm saying.
Yeah, he did reach that with Tundra, but also I don't think Pure has reached his full potential yet at TI here because in the previous performances, this guy is the dominating factor. He's the one controlling the tempo of the game with his Monkey Kings, with his CKs. He plays Lone Druid as well, but I don't think he's playing to 100% yet.
It really feels like BB as a team, they live or die off of the back of Pure. This is what we saw in the series yesterday, where he was rotating on anti-mage, you know, level 2, level 3.
Oh yeah, that mid rotation.
It was really interesting. Like, he has very creative ideas when it comes to the game. He has a lot of confidence, but as a result of that, you can have these games where it's very volatile. Like, either he's 18-0 or he's 0-18, which makes for very interesting Dota.
I mean, on top of that, I think it's very rare nowadays to see a carry player leading the team as the captain.
Yeah.
Like, usually you see it come from the supports, or maybe sometimes from the mid player, because a lot of the plays come from the mid, or maybe sometimes in Tundra's case, you know, the 33, you know, the offlaner is the captain, you know, but you rarely see nowadays players from the carry role actually captaining the team, because on the carry side, there's a lot of responsibilities on your own, right? You have to really focus on your game, your itemization, your laning, what you have to do in the game. So having to hold that extra responsibility with the draft and taking care of the team aspect is something that is really, really big.
He does have a lot of interesting ideas as well. This is the guy that during one of the Valakias, he was pretty much the only one who was playing Lifestealer, so if he sees something is good, he's definitely going to try to push it. I believe he had 90% win rate on the hero, 9 out of 10 games.
He played Hoodwink Carry too.
He did play Hoodwink Carry. You did mention that they are playing a lot of Hoodwinks from position 4. Got to be careful about that one. When you're playing against Heroic, Meepo can always come out. Guess what? Guess who also plays Meepo? Not so far at TI, but he loves to run it.
See, this is the thing you have to be worried about if you're Heroic, is that the way that BB is making their way through this tournament, the way that they're changing every game, the way that Pure is trying things, and yes, he has some games where he doesn't look so good. Guess what? This is exactly what they did in Wallachia Season 5, and they won. They won the entire thing by doing this.
Yeah, I think you also had a great point yesterday about BB Team, Jenkins, where you were talking about how they are under people's radar. Like, they're sliding right underneath. Nobody's talking about BB Team too much. You know, we're talking about Heroics, Xtreme, you know, P-Vision, and Falcons. But BB Team, I haven't seen people talk too much about them in terms of, like, being the hot contenders to potentially lift that Aegis.
That's the thing, is they're always expected to, it's like, oh yeah, they'll get top 6, they'll do fine, but they won't win. This is what everybody thought in Milwaukee. And guess what? Yeah, and guess what?
Something will happen.
They didn't throw. Something happened. Pure goes 0-17, and still the next game he comes back. The next series he comes back. But GPK, like you mentioned, he has been so stable for this roster, where it even feels like in games where his team is not doing well, he is like 16-0, and sometimes they win games off of the back of that, and usually it's his Puck. I remember after Wallachia Season 5, the entire community was gaslit that there were no bad matchups for Puck, and Puck was getting brutalized mid because of this in every other game for every other team, and it was just GPK was so good at the hero that's what it looked like, but it wasn't right.
I mean, it's not just the hero. I think he's also one of the best laners, right? I think in this specific matchup between BB Team and Heroic, the lanings are going to matter a lot. Because if you can actually take control of the lane early on, you control the runes, you make sure you don't give it away. I think it's going to be very hard for Heroic to do their chaotic style of Dota if they don't actually get a decent start of that. You know, so I think BB Team actually matches up really well against Heroic because of how they play the game in the initial stages.
So here's a question about the matchup then, because Analog, historically speaking, like literally when the guy came onto the scene years and years ago, he has always been I am going to cheese pick you mid. I will pick Broodmother. I will pick Bat Rider mid. This is what he's playing in the tournament. Monkey King, destroy you in a melee-to-melee matchup. Is this something that is actually going to matter against GPK?
I would say no, because GPK has been so stable. He's basically the rock of BB Team, but Analog, this guy has been also powering up. He has a very interesting hero pool that he loves to bang out. Like yesterday, we've seen that Broodmother that you talked about after seeing Invoker. This is the hero that GPK loves to run, so gotta be careful, especially at these, I would say, early picks, something that we've seen Nigma in the previous one kind of did a bit of a mistake opening up with that one hero getting countered immediately because they couldn't really flex it.
I want to see that past encounters, because we've talked about how it's always been slightly favoring BB Team, how in tournaments when they're sliding under that radar, they're able to go the distance, go on to even potentially win it there. But for Heroic, this is just something that doesn't feel normal in terms of a tournament for them. There we have it. BB
it's been
Team.
Hugely favoring BB Team.
Right.
So yeah, it's not been looking good for Heroic.
But this is months ago that you have to factor in. There has been a lot of significant growth for Heroic.
It may be months ago, but it really comes from, I think, the root of how both teams actually play. Because when I was watching their games, right, I feel like Heroic likes to play on the side lanes more. They prioritize Whisper's game a lot. So they tend to give a lot of rotations towards the side lanes, whereas I think against BBT, if you don't control the runes and if you don't pressure GPK, he's going to try to snowball the game from there. Then after that, if Miro gets pressured, he doesn't mind coming to the mid lane, or even Pure, for example, he's rotating to mid lane to help the mid laners get runes and make plays, and that doesn't really happen the other way around. When Heroic, they are going for the mid runes, I don't really see Whisper come down as much because he prioritizes his own game a lot more. So I think the dynamic is what makes the difference there.
Yep, and in the draft, he's also prioritized. So you might end up with Analog not having a extremely good matchup to 1v1 against GPK. So I do agree. However, this version of Heroic is not really the same, because I feel like for the... oh, come on.
Take that phone away.
That's a good way to...
Whoa. The arena was definitely vocal about what
Where's
they
the
thought
security? Escort him out of the arena.
Do either of these teams pick Tinker? I don't think we have... No Tinker
Wait, okay,
mids,
when
at
you
least.
say
No
that,
Tinker mid.
I was going to say, they're not necessarily like Tinker experts, but I do feel like there is one person on almost every team.
They're not going to bang it out. Anyway, Heroic has powered up in this tournament, and I think every other tournament this year, barring the Parker PGL Wallachia, when they had him, they have pretty much played to their expectations. They don't beat the good teams, but they beat all the bottom tier teams, and then they just get knocked out by when they face their first good team.
I mean, usually
quote
that's like
unquote.
a sign of a team not being flexible enough, right? Because to a certain point, you might need to play out of your comfort zone to make certain adjustments to beat the stronger team.
Yeah.
And maybe right now, they, like you said, they've already powered up, and we'll have to see whether they are really willing to make that change, you know, like the prioritization. Are they going to try to move that away from Whisper and try to help Analog more to make sure that they don't get run over by BB Team in this series?
I think the offlane duo for Heroic is pretty similar to way P-Vision plays, where Schofield, I'm going to say, like, they put their offlaner in a really weird position, whether they're going to be dominating the lane completely like they did yesterday with this Marcy plus the Batrider, or he's going to be doing his own thing on the clock, would be very annoying, something that 9 class does really well, compared to the offlane duo of BB Team with Miero and Save, who's been so stable in the last, pretty much ever since he joined the scene. Miero, I also think that this meta does favor him, because we're talking about these Helm of the Dominators, the Zoo metas. These are all of his most successful and the best heroes. We're talking about, you know, the Lycans, Beastmasters, Visages as well. So he knows how to micro.
Look, those fans are getting passionate out there. They're seeing Heroic on the stage and in their booth, and all they want to do is just get on into this series.
BB Team versus Heroic. Game 1.
Yeah, we have another elimination on our hands here between BB Team and Heroic. We've talked about the chaos that could potentially ensure for these two, depending on what they get their hands on in the draft. The stability coming from that offlane, especially in the position 4 on the side of BB Team. However, on the side of Heroic, it's the chaos that is somehow stabilizing their lineup in a position 4.
I'm never going to get used to a first phase ban punch. That is so goofy and wacky. Actually, speaking of the 9 class comparison that you made, Lacoste, I think one of the best measures of goofiness in a position 4 and like chaos is courier kills, because you're just on the enemy side of the map. That's where you're going to snipe couriers. 9 class is number 1 in the record for
I
this
assume
tournament.
Schofield's
number 2.
Why am I not surprised?
So the comparison is definitely very accurate.
I mean, the counter to that is to pick Marcy, so your couriers don't die easily.
That's true. Genius. And it might actually make it through here.
Yeah, I think it's something
pick.
that's not highlighted enough. You know, whenever you have Marcy, it actually helps the lane a lot because of that.
It does, yeah. More of a counter to Heroic, but they snag it. Such a strong hero. Like literally the reason that the whole Dominator meta even happened. Like the fact that you can run it as a core position, like it can play in every core role. I think even mid would be fine. You can run in any core role with the Dominator, play for having a lot of damage. You can run it in either support position and use the double jump, jumping your ally in.
And the facet is also really strong, right? It's not just the helm, like the Fleeting Fury facet. I think those are the 2 things combined together make the hero so hard to deal with right now.
Yeah, the position 4 pick me up facet, getting people out of trouble. Or
didn't we see one game like previously, like someone did it on a core role? I think it was Omar.
Oh wow! Oh, support. Facet for the damage. Yeah. I think that's fine in some games. If you feel like if it's all like ranged cores that you have, you don't want to jump them in, and you don't feel like there's anything good to save from, or you think you can scale. It's definitely okay.
Yeah. So we are seeing a trade here between Marcy and Lycan.
Yeah, the crowd definitely is cheering for the Lycan. They love the how that he's been doing. I don't know if you guys were tuning in last time he was playing. It's a lot of fun. I do wonder if Heroic are going to get their hands on the Shadow Demon, though, because that was something that was a big factor in their series yesterday.
I mean, I want to see like how both teams deal with the Helm, right? So both teams got the Helm hero, and you have to kind of build the draft to deal with it. And I would always kind of favor the Radiant side a little bit more because of the fact that you get the earlier Roshan access and the Tormentor. So I feel like you have to like really plan your draft around that, whether you can actually stop it if you're on the dire side. Is there any way of having heroes that can actually stop it from happening early on? Like you want to have, I think, heroes that can sit in mid lane and defend a tower. Because the thing with the mid tower is, the Radiant side, once they kill your mid tower, it's very easy for them to kill the Roshan between 15 and 20.
Yeah.
So
that's a good point.
I would like to have heroes that can push the way out. Like we've seen Sniper, we've seen like Puck. All these type of heroes I think are really, really good at defending the tower.
And that's an interesting ban. Heroic removing Dragon Knight. Not many people wanted to play Dragon Knight.
It's a
but
GPK
BBT,
specialty.
Yeah, they did play it on Pure as well.
It takes
yesterday.
the tower, you know, so I feel like it has a lot of, it doesn't really defend the tower as well, but it takes your tower, so I think it can make it difficult for the Radiant side to get that early Roshan also. There's a lot of like thought behind this ban here.
10 seconds remaining.
And BB team taking out the Meepo. Not gonna let Yuma get his specialty. Some teams will wait and ban it in the last phase, but they're not willing to risk it. Heroic does have the pick out of phase for the last pick.
Yeah, this one not really being too much of a surprise. The Hoodwink.
He should.
Yeah, I was going to say the crowd. Yeah, we're
should.
going to put it up for Thompson, you know? Who knows? There might be a return.
Hey, there's
one day
Divine
for him.
Llama in the back. I saw Divine Llama there.
We're seeing everyone in the crowd.
Shoutouts to Divine Llama.
Yeah, awesome. We're going on to Heroic. And their pickup here with the Chen. So this is a different sort of take that KJ can go for.
It's a very fast-paced lineup with Marcy and Chen. They're just planning to run them over from the early game.
They're like, Falcons. You know what Falcons did yesterday?
Yeah.
They removed Dragon Knight. They did beat Dragon Knight as well in one of the games, but they also did play Chen, which gives them quite a lot of momentum. Like Chen brings all these auras, very annoying for the offlaner to be laning.
Yeah,
I think
you might
your mana burn.
We might actually see a Wyvern actually popping out here for Katalmi.
Ooh,
I think Wyvern is
good.
very good against these two heroes. He's very good against Chen. He kind of blocks the Marcy's damage. So it'll be interesting to see whether they actually go down their route after this.
Whoop. Okay, Queen of Pain. I would say this is quite punishable from Heroic.
It's also really good with the Chen, right? Because Chen likes to go mid and pressure and take the tower. Co-op always keeps the enemy mid lane low on resources, so it gives you a lot of opportunities to kill the tower.
That's a cool point. That's a cool point. I feel like there are heroes that can counter Queen of Pain, and I don't know. She doesn't really like playing into Lycan that much. This is a very interesting one. I mean, Hoodwink is a really low HP hero and very hard to catch. So I do feel like Queen of Pain loves playing against Hoodwink. And the thing with Heroic is Schofield does play Quap. This could be a Quap 4.
Could be a Whisper Quap as well. So for now, they're just keeping the flex open to see the two heroes that BB team is going to pick. They need some kind of a control. I don't think having Hoodwink as your control is going to be enough, because this is not a reliable control. Maybe in Safe's hands it is, but also Lycan doesn't provide you with much. But again, if we talk about the Lycan, this hero gives you very strong timing. It gives you like 12, 13 minutes Helm of the Overlord as well. Then you're going to be pushing with your Wolves, you're going to be pushing with your Shard. A lot of ghost pushing that's going to be happening on the map, which means that the lanes are going to be in a good position, which opens up potentially you going for Tormentor, collecting all that information. One of the reasons why this hero is first pick.
Yeah, we love being able to open up the map for those objectives there. I just don't really know where they go for this. If there is this comfort that needs to be relied on, or if you're going to try and go for something that is going to be catching someone off guard.
I think BB kind of have to just like pick their heroes. They don't really know the lanes, right? It's very hard to tell what's the lane. But they have to pick their position 5 and their carry, right?
Because they're picking twice in a row. So I feel like they just pick a really strong lane. I'm trying to think, like, what can they pick that will hype.
Casual Disruptor, I think, is fine. Good for catching the Queen of Pain, because you're going to be having vision. And this is going to be the hero for GPK.
So they're deciding to pick the mid lane right away, which, I mean, we already discussed, maybe the Corp is not a mid laner, so it might not be the lane that the Void Spirit is expecting to go in here. So, but they're putting more stock on keeping the carry hero until last year, probably because he doesn't see the lane, so he doesn't know what he wants to play yet. This is a decent catch against the Quap here, and Lycan gets people to run away from him, so guess what? Disruptor brings them back.
Yeah, he loves an anchor, for sure.
I mean, this is like one of the best duos, right? I think I remember seeing these two together. I think earlier today, in Matt, you mentioned the combinations, Disruptor and Lycan.
It's a very strong trio too, between the mid and the two supports. Like, they have a lot of kill threat, lots of magic bursts, lots of ways of locking people down, and even if the two supports go with Lycan, like, these are really good.
This is what Lycan likes to have with himself, any kind of lockdown, any kind of a slow, something that can keep him in place just so that he can be the one dealing that damage. And I would say that this is relatively natural response to what they do have. Because
so I guess Oshaker's going mid now?
Yeah, I assume so. I think this Queen of Pain will be shifted to
off lane,
I would say.
Yeah,
It's very
still open.
similar to like the Bat and the Phoenix that he plays, right? He plays all these like range heroes that deal a lot of damage, aiming to destroy you in the lane. I think that's probably the reason why BB team felt like they are more comfortable waiting for the carry pick to fully understand what is the lane matchup, because that's what heroic like to do. They like to destroy the safe lane.
They do. They're always having that strong offlane. That's what we guys talked about coming into this one. And so it does make sense that they're looking to try and hold off, give Pure the best game, because he hasn't really been having the greatest showing. He has a lot more potential than what he's been bringing to the main stage so far. So we'll see what exactly gets taken out from the side of Heroic. What are you worried about? What is a Pure hero that could do so much damage to their lineup?
I feel like if you know you're playing into Queen of Pain in the off lane,
Lifestealer, Abaddon?
Abaddon would have been great. Lone Druid does very well against Queen of Pain.
Oh.
And I feel like that's something you should be afraid of, not necessarily because it's the best, but because it's very good and it's BB team.
But does it depend on who's your 4 as well, right? Maybe the right position 4 would enable the co-op against that specific matchup.
I don't know if there is a position 4 that enables co-op versus Lone.
I mean, some of these melee position 4s, if we're talking about Task potentially coming out, but for now it does seem like they are thinking that this... I mean, Marcy is kind of the same type of the hero if we're talking about melee position 4s, that they do have stuns. Queen of Pain, Marcy could be their offlane duo.
Yeah, just pick another carry, right, if they want to.
Yeah, that's true. That's what BB seems to think. They're banning out the carries. Yeah, Marcy co-op is definitely a very strong lane. Disruptor can feed in that relentlessly.
Yeah, so that Queen of Pain and that Earthshake, still having some questions, but now I feel more confident that a Marcy is going to be a support. So yeah, just straight up banning out what carries are good here. So both of them trying to get the best lane matchups, the best possible last pick.
Yeah, but Pure gets to see his lane, and he gets to see the carry-to-carry matchup first too. So.
I mean, if you're picking a carry, I kind of feel like it has to be like a more general one, like something like Gyro.
For Heroic?
I mean, yeah, for Heroic.
Yeah, I like either that.
Because you don't really
like
know your
Assassin.
carry matchup. You want something that
chat.
You need something that can maybe fight a lot more early and
Podľa
just
mňa
help your team, you know.
ďalšia sérka pred nami.
Gyro Chen would do very well against Lycan.
Krásne vás tu teda pekne vítam. Bude to Heroic versus Team BB.
And it's an excellent gate hero as well.
Mierou Likan, Saveová, Hoodwinková. Toto je line pre BB veľmi domácej, ale heroici to nemajú zas tak slabé, musím povedať. Majú to trochu flexoidné. Chýba im tam podľa mňa, ako môžu hrať Yumičové carry na Marsi. Môže to byť skôr position for Marsi, by som povedal. Pure Nikes podľa mňa to zničí. Reálne, keď tam príde Pure Nikes, tak to majú BB v rukách normálne.
I agree.
Would that really be that Gyro though, or do you lose a little bit of faith? That was the matchup.
Gyro in Lifesteal is a bit complicated. I don't think you can beat the Lifesteal later.
What about picking up the lifesteal for themselves? Wow, well that answers my question.
They're bad proti Likanovi.
Maybe, like, do you just hard push? You go Nature's Prophet? You just...
Nature's Prophet looked so bad from Oral, I gotta say. I think TA Gyro are really good options if they want to speed things up. These are also heroes that allow your supports to be playing around you. So you are not going to be afraid of Lycan. Chen's going to give you protection. Chen's going to be giving you some armor as well. And if you're fighting close to them, these heroes are going to be strong. But they're going to take... This is something that Xtreme Gaming did try yesterday as well. To build the Bristleback, to have a little bit more extra pressure. Something that comes online super early. And that did work out for them at the early stages of the game. They did end up losing that game. But Bristle, I got to say, it looked good for the hero.
Keď tam príde Lifestealer, presne. Keď tam príde Nikes normálne pre Pura, tak oni kľudci sú hrozne vo hovnech. Bristle není na to úplne ako na to, ale čo ešte iné by tam mohli zobrať na Pura? Nikes, Jagger.
This is relatively early hoodwink pick that you're
Jagger by možno ako šiel, ale neviem.
You have something to pull him back. You did mention
skôr ten Nikes to bude podľa mňa.
I mean, the thing about the Bristol is it kind of enables their whole lineup, right? Because if you don't have the overall last pick, I think the next best thing you could do is just try to make sure you have a draft that covers all your bases. You enable each other's timings, and hopefully you can, pull through, And this anti-mage means it's gonna go totally the other way for Pure.
Anti-fucking mage.
co-op counter in the lane.
Toto bolo presne. Naposledy sme videli, že Pure dostal total kartáč a bolo toto najviac useless AM ever. Včera to exposli Falconovci. Dneska je to ale nakoniec... OK, počkať, oni nakoniec poslali tú kvopku na pozíciu 4. Yumit si zahra tu carry Marcy, ako som hovoril. A takže to bude Chen Marcy linka. Do toho bude analóg hrať samozrejme midového Bristla, čo tiež akoby proti Void Spiritovi ako OK trade-off. Kvopka plus Bristol proti tomu AMku, ale bude podľa mňa OK, ako Katalmi, čo tam zas tak nezachráni. Ako Purov last pick, podľa mňa keby to bol Nikes, tak je to tak 100-krát krajšie, ale... OK, bude to Purov anti-mage.
Yesterday against Falcons, this anti-mage was
Presne,
in the mid lane, trying to go for the gank. I think this time around things are gonna be slightly easier.
Poďme skočiť rovno k rozhovoru, chat.
Think about how much control they do have against this anti-mage. There's Urchin, that's pretty much about it.
That's true. I like the switch up. I think
Ja si myslím, že heroici, jako uvidíme, či to majú overcooked, alebo to majú dobre. Zajdeme pekne pozrieť už na zábery, ktoré vám tu ukážem pekne len ja. A uvidíme, či Purov anti-mage. Dominátor boy. Je pravda, že tá dominátorka by mohla byť veľmi efektívna na to, aby tam ustal toho Bristla. Väčšinou ten problém na tom AMku je sa dostať k tým Goldom, aby mal tú prvú helmu zabezpečenú a potom by to mohlo byť akoby na tej linke celku OK. Schofield tuto pán, ale ide hrať position for kvopku. Oh god, to má potenciál byť nesmierne useless a môže to byť vedené akurát teda má na target. Tu už sa kluci pekne akoby bavia spolu, relaxujú pred tým, ako bude rozhovor. Je to tu. Jak zdvihol bradu tsunami úplne.
I am indeed joined by Caps of Heroic. Where I've got some questions about what you made Schofield do this game.
Účes od Pura.
Decided to turn it into a support. What's the idea here?
Well, I think everyone that plays high-level ranked know that Schofield plays a lot as a core, and Queen of Pain is one of the go-tos. He's always playing co-op randomly, and I think he plays really well on the hero, and we needed that for the draft. We're doing that a lot this tournament, and I believe him. I think he's going to show he's good on the hero.
I'm more than happy to see that become a reality, and what you're doing for the draft is working consistently. You put Analog on Shaker. I'm biased, but that has been my favorite hero to see him on. I'm happy you're making it happen. What was the reason in this matchup?
They picked the Void Spirit. It is a flex for them, because Pure already plays, and we figured that if we pick Shaker and we have co-op, we can have two good lanes against Void Spirit on both mid and off lane. So we could double flex and just play for that.
It kept him guessing. I need a one-word answer for this last one. Anti-mage, 25th, 24th pick. Are you scared? Yes or no?
Nah.
Nah.
He's not scared. Let's see if it happens as we get into game number 1.
OK, dámy a páni. Pekne sa usaďte. Tu vidíte síce tú nádhernú arénu, tých krásnych ľudí, ženy, mužov, ktorí si prišli tuto spoločne užiť Dotu 2. Tento predposledný deň sa musíme ale dneska ešte rozlúčiť s dvomi týmami. Jeden z nich to bude práve teraz. A bude to buď tým Heroic, alebo tým BB. Podľa papierových predpokladov za mňa by mali byť BB tým podľa mňa určite favoritmi, ale to proti Heroicom ako by bol skoro každý tým, ktorý ich tam pomaly stretol od začiatku TI. Táto esej, horkokrvná skvadra, už ukázala veci prekvápka, puč, clock, drafty a KJ s Diumičom už si dokonca zobrali rovno first blood. Save už rozpleskaný, keď to väčšinou je ten najstabilnejší position 4 boy. Tu už očividne KJ urobil nejakú tú prácu s jeho obľúbeným Chenom. Tu majú heroici svoj domáci draft v tomto, majú tam teda akoby trochu problém v tom, že Pure, počkaj tam skape, ale tiež heroici. Ty pôjdu podľa mňa rozobrať BB tým takou skvadrou. Vôbec nečakali, že tam Schofield bude mať tuto nejaký Scream of Pain na jednotke a damage. Ty sa tam proste otočia do toho AMK a rozsekajú ho Vejpulu, keďže si nedal ten blink. Vyspra tu vrátia, ale ako neviem, čo mu to úplne bude. Vysajú mu teda trošku mámy. Schofield, ale bude podľa mňa velice dobre fungovať aj na tej support pozícii a tá cesta k tej helme od Pura bude zase strastiplná. BB Team si mysleli, že to bude možno stabilná Dota, také niečo, čo môžu odhadnúť, ako včera bolo proti týmu Falcons. Ani to im nevyšlo. A teraz majú proti sebe možno ten najviac unpredictable team, ktorý len tu na TI ostáva. Posledný essay, boys. Počujem tam dokonca v tej aréne pozadí nejaké tie chorály trošku. Je vidieť, že proste celosvetovo, keď je niekde ten essay team, tak proste ten essay crowd je vždycky najviac počuť. Tu ale som zvedavý, čo tu ako chce vyťahnuť pán Puríček za AMkom. On podľa mňa ako reálne čakal, že to je offlane kvopka a tým pádom je to ako OK, alebo v pohode. No ale AMko mňa osobne nepresvedčilo, keby si zobral teda viac menej z mojej knižky niečo podobné. Už tu prišiel Havel, už tam bude pekne aréna jásať. Zrovna nečakal, že zrovna Havel od Likana bude ten najobľúbenejší, zatiaľ asi tuto arénový spell. Veľmi častý, pomaly tu hádzaný na cooldown, aby to znižoval nejaký ten poriadny damage, armor. No uvidíme, za mňa ako tá Marcy má potenciál to tam ako by celku rozsekať, ona má brutálny burst damage, aj silný laning, hlavne keď tam má z každého rožku trošku povedzme na leveli 3. Toto budú nejaké tie creepy od Chena, čo by som nepodceňoval vôbec. Potom zabiť niekoho od heroikov bude podľa mňa celku ako problém, to všetky tie aury. KJ tu teraz momentálne chce vybojovať Lotus, no, bude tam mať jednoho malého Urzu, ešte sa tam postaví pekne, aby to tu vybojovali 1v2. Na druhej strane to nakoniec bude mať pravdepodobne Pure Scene blinknúť do bezpečia. Už teraz sa tam ale s nimi Schofield hrá, dokonca to hrá bez Shadow Strikeov na tej support pozícii. Isto damageová kvopka, ktorá tu proste hituje, otravuje. A proti ktorej akoby tu Pure podľa mňa bude dosť trpeť. Laning phase sa zatiaľ podarilo uchopiť heroikom krásne. Podobne ako sme videli včera, sa tu jedna vec opakuje zás a znova. Falconi včera 3-krát zničili reálne, dá sa povedať, laning phase proti BB. Jeden ten match v tretí úrovni, že to bolo také akoby celku close, dajme tomu, ale stále sa to hneď potom ako začalo lámať. A BB Team už akoby ani nepamätám, ako nevyhrali poriadne laning phase. Ja túto hru takisto nemajú picks, ktorí by podľa mňa mali vyhrať ten laning phase, takže uvidíme, či tam ako potom budú kľúci vymýšľať, samozrejme nejaké to skautovanie neskôr cez nejaké tie vlky. Tu ale Jumič, rovno práve miera, o ktorom hovorím, pôjde prehodiť, tu uvidíme možno ten damage od Marcy, tentokrát ale s plnou vandou. Bude viac než OK, na ceste už tam bude tá helma, BB Team teda rovno s 2 dominátorkami tu budú chcieť rúbať. Kataomeč teraz ale prichádza na návštevu, tu analóga pozdraví, ten Glimpse bude mať podľa mňa na range za moment, nakoniec to bude musieť obísť analóg, dostane ale tú hypnózu. A už bude pekne vrátený aj dokonca bez toho glimpsu do svojej báze. Ďakujem krásne za stupenečku od Gombasána. Pekne zahrané. Dneska takisto je ešte jeden z posledných 2 dní. Niekto, kto tu bude dávať najväčšiu podporu, tak si môže pekne odniesť doživotne jedno z rare tričiek mojho oficiálneho Sugar Daddyho. Podstatnejšie, ale že tam máme samozrejme napríklad Skitterov dres originál Falcons nový edition na tohto TI. Počkaj tu, ale momentálne sa tam KJ podarilo veľmi pekne vytradovať, tu nemá nakoniec na Marsi možno zas tak moc veľký burst. Vrátená, tu bude tiež, zostane z nej len a len Bratwurst a Jomič. Ten už bude vytrhaný. Ja som začal hovoriť, že BB Team ako tu fakt tam laning phase nie sú úplne vo svojej koži. Už sa to začal vracať. Katalmi si urobil výlet cez celú mapu. Začalo to tým midom, zabezpečil ten shaker kill, hneď potom sa presunul dole, zabezpečil teraz 2 killy. A zrazu z 0-2 je 3-2 pre BB. Jo, hlavne na ceste pre Pura, aj keď teda tam mal mŕtvého kuríra, očividne, tak tam bude na ceste pekne krásne tá jeho defenzívna helma. Jo, to je predsa len ako teraz ako bonusová záležitosť, kde síce Whisper už so Soul Ringom je OK, aj keď mu tam ako vždycky vysaje tú manu. Jo, môžu si ho tam vždycky nejakou tú glimpsou vrátiť, aby to proste neodtiahol pekne. Pure to tam odtiahne k tomu, kde nájde mu ešte nejakého rangeáka. Tentokrát to vyzerá, že ten anti-match bude mať celku stabilné momentálne, aspoň zatiaľ to fungovanie na linke. Nestane sa podobný fenomén ako včera proti Falconom, že musel na leveli 2 pomaly gangovať alebo hľadať miesto na mape. Jo, tentokrát bude jakž takž na tej linke. OK. Je tu ale tá výhoda, že podľa mňa Whispera môžu teraz ako nechať samotného. Som zvedavý teda, že tam bude robiť tá position 4 kvopka, ale well. Zatiaľ to bude nejaké stackovanie enchantov. Jo, no kvopka na support nie je úplne hrdina, ktorého by som si ja teda vybral, ale tuto sú heroici, takže tu nás nebude prekvapovať nikdy nič, či už to sú ich kombinácie Clock plus Pudžík. Konečne sa tu dostávame ale k niečomu štandardnému. Analog už má dofarmené pekne to echo, GPK takisto už bude môcť poskakovať s Void Spiritom. Midlanery teraz začínajú pomalinky hrať do tú dvojku. Medzi tým sa Kataomič stará, aby tu Vispra trošku utradoval spolu s Purom. Tam ale Vispr nikde nepôjde, ten bude vrátený naspäť, čaká ho tam Remnant, čaká ho tam GPK. Začínajú tu BB tým pekne vystrkovať rohy. Darí sa tu síce podľa mňa veľmi pekne, aj Analog teraz tam pekne obozretne videl, že GPK portil na top, tak mu tam nechá tú waveu rozbiť o väžu, nech sa to tam akoby chvíľku možno pušuje, kým sa tam nevráti, aj tak to tam ako popravde stihne. S Kenom si to tam teraz kontroloval Schofield, očividne, alebo niekto, či tam náhodou neprichádza nejaký move, ale 7-minútovú šrajnu budú mať zabezpečenú obidvaja position for supporti. Na jednej strane trošku štandardnejšia Hoodwinková, ale bude mať tej hre podľa mňa o dosť väčšie použitie. Predsa len ako za malý moment, podľa mňa tak do minúty by tu mali prísť už tie dominátorky minimálne od Miera. Na druhej strane to bude síce Chen Army, ale myslím si, že možno nikto iný od Heroikov tu žiadnu veľkú dominátorku na hrane tej mapy úplne nebude mať. Analoga už prichádza pozdraviť síce pán Kataomič znova, pekne to stihol vrátiť predtým, ako to dostal aspoň tú fizuru na Gebulu. Uvidíme, či tam teda nájdu potom neskôr nejakú fistulu, aby fizury zastavili. Pred 8 minútou je ale Pure tentokrát už OK. Tam momentálne proste Anti-Mageom už konečne, dokonca druhý v networte, hneď za tou carry Marseille, ktorá podľa mňa ako late game nemá úplne vo svojich rukách, čo sa týka Anti-Mage, ale mne ten farm speed je väčšinou jej najväčší problém. Tá Marseille sa väčšinou nemá ako dostať k tým itemom v nejakom efektívnom čase, aby to proste štípalo. Väčšinou to musí byť možno nejaká buď armleta BKB, alebo nejaká tá presne dominátorka novodobá, k tomu nejaké to BK, alebo hneď potom nejaké Bashery samozrejme aj iné. Analog teraz ale ide rovno po prvé tučné steky. Tam čaká, nakoniec som stratil už asi 80% HP, ale nakoniec vyfarmil úplne toto celé, chcel to tam možno načasovať, aby tam mohli punishuť ešte niekoho z BB. Celý ten stek bude ale pre Analoga pekne dofarmený, Schofield si ho síce ublinkovať, ale tu je Glimpse, tu si myslím, že GPK pôjde, zobere si ten lázid jak nič. A už tu BB tým zaokrúľujú na 5 kg proti týmu Heroic. Tu osobne si ale myslím, že proste fakt ako trošku je overcooked ten Heroic draft, ktorý je teda síce možno každý druhý. Aspoň zabezpečili ale tie steky, čo je podľa mňa to hlavné. Zrazu tam ako na tom networte vyskočil aj ten Shakeros, ktorý väčšinou v tých heroických hrách, musím povedať, že Analog, fakt ako jeho Shaker bol fakt ako tá najsilnejšia zbraň, ktorú v repertoári momentálne tu v tejto mete má. Jednoznačne. Aj proti tej Zo, aj proti tým dvom dominátorkám by to mohlo fungovať veľmi dobre s tým echom. Tu má potenciál tam ako zabikúť celý ten tým a odtiahnuť to. No ale samozrejme musí nájsť tú pozíciu. Dole už pod Vardou je teraz vidieť akurát KJ, ktorý tam farmí v lese, oni tam vedia, že Jumič je tu úplne sám. Je otázka, či chcú ísť po Jumu, pripraví to save, do toho tu ešte nemusíme mať ani úplne to účko, Jumič skúsi odskočiť, ale instantne príde Kataomi. Agresívnou cestou, nielenže tu BB tým získava čas, aby ten Anti-Mage mohol úplne jednoducho free farmiť a táto hra bude vyzerať ináč, ale viac menej tu celku chčijú trošku golden showerom z výšky, na to, že tu akoby heroici teda vyflexili tú position for kvopku. No aj keď to tam akoby nám coach vysvetlil, že Schofield toto má očividne nahrané z takých high level pubov, toto je trošku ako iná zóna, by som povedal, kde sa momentálne nachádzajú. Kataomič tu teda príde naskočiť a ukázať aspoň nejaký burst damage od kvopky. Rovno dostane ale za 3/4 od toho Nuku, pekne sa tam ale kluci postarali o vyžranie toho stromu. To pomohlo, dobre, Kataomič bude snipnutý, Sonic Wave a príde tiež práve z toho levelu. GPK tam je pod Vardou a Jumič prišiel, dobre. Heroici finally spojili tú horkokrvnosť, na toto mali odpoveď. V tom fajte reálne, tam ako tá Sonic Wave reálne prišla. A echo ani nemuseli mať, to teraz prichádza na cooldown, teraz to najbližšie s nejakým blinkom by mohli byť kľúci online. Nebudú to mať možno pripravené na to, aby tam dole možno podefovali celú tú väžu, ale celú dobu je tu stále free farma na Anti-Mageovi. Visproš síce vyzerá, že na tom Bristlovi teda nebude mať takisto o nič moc menej. Tu ale samozrejme push dole už dávno úspešný. Tam ako Jumič pekne, ale sa tam ako prišiel pozrieť na ten midový fight, musí hrať podľa mňa veľmi aktívne tu Marseille. Presne to pôjde na dominátorku, into tretka a rovno potom už musí prísť BKB, inak tam Marseille väčšinou bude proste kajtovaná jak nič. Heroici idú ale skúsiť navštíviť práve Pura. No, my vyskenovali ho správne, ten sa teraz ukáže pod tou vežou. Vejspre už ho tam môže začať stekovať tu, ale prichádza aj to Blink, Echo, Pure sa rozplýva. A ostáva mu tam jeden Hadouken Creep. Dobrá práca od týmu Heroic, aj to Anti-Mage dokázali práve s tým Blink Echom vyrúbať. Ten problém teraz je, že zabili síce Anti-Magea, ale podľa mňa to podstatnejšie, že to Blink Echo teraz nebudú mať na to depušovanie napríklad akoby tohoto celého midu. Ono by to mohlo byť zraniteľné, keby tam to Blink Echo bolo a mohol to prísť ako Blink Reveal práve na toho Likana. Nakoniec ale budú počkať ešte BB Team portiť navrch, tam chcú ešte pekne zobrať aj pána Vispra, len tí supporti. Tam nemusel prísť ani jeden core, oni budú mať aj tú midovú väžu. Supporti od BB sa medzi tým presunuli navrch, aby tam získali core. Tu proste fakt ako sú BB Team o jeden krok napred. Takisto vedia, že tam nebude teraz použité to echo, ktoré kľudne rád takto vyžere Pure. Aj keď to stálo život, who gives a shit. To vyhovuje podľa mňa akoby celku BB Teamu, ale zase netreba akoby spať na Vavrino. Jo, má tam dobre rozhoranú tú hru aj Umage. A uvidíme, čo tu ale pôjdu BB Team nájsť. Toto bude kvopečka v problémoch. Glimpse by to mohla zabezpečiť, Kato mi potrebuje range. Ne. Double damageový GPK. To bude damageovo stačiť bez problémov. Pure medzi tým. Tam pôjde pekne pomáhať takisto tým jeho dominátorom, takže to je double dominátorka. Jo, do toho Dark Throw, Summoner a Alpha Wolf. To je taký monštrózny damage z tohoto celého. Tie veže sa budú rozplývať. Toto sú všetky tier jednotky za 12 minút. Jo, tu dominátorky zrazu proste fungujú oveľa viac, ako heroici možno tu predpokladali. Jo, ešte k tomuto tu chcú Bad Boomci rovno ovládnuť už teraz pred 13. Tam Vispra skočí pod tier 2, je možno greedy, ale oni na to budú mať ten break. Otočia si ho ešte pekne tým Void Spiritom. Jo, ešte End of God mu skúsi pomôcť, myslím, že ale nepomôže ani ruka Božia, aj keď Umage príde ako ruka Božia ešte rozadu. GPK by sa podarilo teda odskočiť, vyzerá to, že Kataomiča to síce bude stáť život, ale dôležitý je teraz GPK. Neodportí nikde. Umage nachádza tie paniše a popravde ten ťahúň týmu Heroic. Jo, aj keď to v mnohých chvíľkach býva práve ten midový pán Analog, je to aj Umage na jeho agresívnej Marsi. Aktívnym playstylom tam zachraňuje momentálne úplne všetky takéto deep divey. A za Vispra toto nakoniec nestálo. Jo, po 13. minúte za mňa prichádza velice pekná stabilita. Mana Void už tam myslím, že počujem na nejaké farmenie creepov v lese, sa mi tak zdá, pretože aj tak sa Pure podľa mňa nebude chcieť účasťovať absolútne ničoho, to bude maximalizovať len a len farm game. Je čas na ďalšie Blink Echo. Je čas tu trošičku zase rozhecovať kládou. Team BB. Nie, čisto iba otázka, či si kluci nájdu ten opener, dokud sa do toho celého príde napojiť aj Vispr. Analog pôjde hľadať, ešte samozrejme nebude mať ani minutáž na tú šardu, teraz ale si vyskenovali pozíciu niekoho. Tým niekým je Miero, no tam ale neostalo, ako by z toho Enchantu zase tak moc, vyzerá, že tejto trojici, ale Likana by sa zbaviť mohli, ten shapeshiftom ale pôjde proste odísť. No, tam nebolo nič veľké, žiadny stack, bohužiaľ. Do toho Static Storme Kataomič chytí obidvoch. To supportu od BB Teamu robiť tak neskutočnú robotu, že heroici sa môžu ísť teraz akurát tak strčiť do hlbokej žumpy s position 4 kvopkou. Heroici sú extrémne sympatický tým pre mnohých. Ja osobne mám túto YOLO Gaming časť rád. Ale toto fakt ako nejde zvládnuť, to support duo Disruptor plus hudvinkovanie, lenže pomaly sú dvaja supporti jedni z najúspešnejších na celom tomto 2TI. Disruptor je myslím, že stále možno ten najpikovanejší panáček zo všetkých, ako tam medzi tým ako niekto nepreskočil za ten včerajší deň, myslím. A tu proste zrazu ako tu chlapci sa ako zahrali s flexom, ale podľa mňa vyflexili sami seba. Jo, príde mi skôr, že tuto je akoby takzvané overcooked draft nastal. A uvidíme, či sa to podarí akoby ešte nejak okoreniť, jo? Pretože tuto ako Umage je ten, ktorý tu teraz momentálne hrá 1v9, nejaké tie Blingeka sú tam ako väčšinou dobré timingy, ale teraz sa nepodarilo zabiť ani Likana. Jo, len tam predsa len bude behať pekne s tou veľkou dominátorkou, hneď potom väčšinou tam prichádza zrovna miera nejaký akoby kľudne, by som si ako typol, že to nebude Nullifier, ale Kiras, ale uvidíme. Jo, KJ medzi tým, aj keď tam má základ s tými dramy, jo, má tam tú svoju armádu ako Zoo, je oveľa slabšia podľa mňa ako tie dominátornuté creepy tu, aj keď ako samozrejme môže ich mať viac, jo, akože môže to byť trošku mierny offset, ale čo sa týka toho agresívneho potenciálu, Schofield s kvopkou nemá čo vytvoriť, jo, to je proste skákajúca kvopka, ktorá chce urobiť rodovatos a niečo tam akoby vyburstiť a doručiť trochu damageu, to je celé. Jo, jakmile tam ako budú mať proste kluci trochu viac itemov, tak kvopka na support bude podľa mňa fakt ako len škrapkač obecný. No aj keď za chvíľku tam budú mať, myslím, že pripravenú tú šardu Schofield asi práve prídu nachystať. Ten dostane totálny stunlock, ani blinka nepríde. BB Team, tí sa toho nebudú báť, ale že vôbec. A ja mám taký ten pocit, že túto sa to heroikom začína teda poriadne tučne komplikovať. Už podľa mňa ani to AM-ko v tejto fáze, ktoré sa tam podľa mňa bude približovať už dávno z nejaké Battle Fury, proste s takým poriadnym farm speedom ďalej a ďalej. Príde podľa mňa ten moment, keď sa chce vzdialovať od Yumičovej Marsy, ktorá nemá ako stíhať ten farm speed. On síce možno bude mať nejaké ultra rýchle BKB, ale tie fighty potom cestou musia heroici vyhrať. Ja, už tam je na GPK-ovi takisto pripravená aj tá šarda, pohybujúci sa Revenant dokola. Takisto aj Farm tu spolu s tým Spirit Vesselom, ten sa nebojí ničoho. Ne, ešte samozrejme s tou Shieldrunou je tam o mnoho bezpečnejšie na tom. Yumič medzi tým sa tu takisto teda príde pozrieť, co by 250 goldov nebude mať nič. Pekne to Miero akorát ovládol znova, nenechá tam goldy tomu enemy týmu, tu sú také tie malé nuancie, na ktoré si teraz ale heroici nezoberú žiadny gold lead, ani nič. Budú ďalej 2K behind, dali si teraz 4-man smoke a na tej spodnej strane idú urobiť nejaký výlet. Majú zase Blink Echo, majú hlavne to BKB na Yumičovi. Takže toto je ten najväčší timing, aký zatiaľ heroici majú, ale najprv musia nájsť nejaký opener. Na tej mape nevidia momentálne nič. Idú sa presunúť na to, aby tam teoreticky našli to AM-ko, čo je celkom možno dobrý nápad. Tam akorát je kúsok od nich v lesíku. Ale tu ako ten smoke už za malý moment bude končiť, tam je dokonca aj Varda. Tu ako možno môže prísť moment, že ich tu GPK nájde proste ešte z boku. Ne, nakoniec sú to supporti. Kvopku si tam ukontrolujú hneď ako prvú Kataomi, čo tam môže za Ganimom teda možno vypnúť Whisper, to sa mu podarilo dobre. Jo, ten agáč by mohol fungovať, sej padne hneď potom. Schofield sa nakoniec bude vytradovaný, ale otázka, ako ten fight môže pokračovať ďalej. Blink Echo nakoniec netrafí nikoho, GPK to vydodžoval tým dissimulatom. Yumič ale prichádza ešte na druhé kolo a GPK neodskočí nikde. Yumič, tento fight dobre, tento smoke vyšiel nakoniec oveľa lepšie, ako hoci kto predpokladal. Heroici to našli a kurva, že heroicky. Po 18. minúte si z tohoto celého môžu zobrať takisto ešte aj toho Roša. Neviem, prečo tam teraz Schofield dával buyback na tej position 4 kvopke, tam povedzme, že sa možno nechal chlapec uniesť, že to celé ešte bude pokračovať tu, ale máme ten replay. Jo, tam proste bola iba tá Schofieldová kvopka, keď vyžere celé to kombo od supportov, sú kľúci OK. Vymazaný, tam bol ale ako prvý samozrejme Kataomič hneď potom. Jo, dobre, ale Whisper s tým Aganimom, to tam fakt ako vypleskal. Teraz tu Schofield popol ten buyback, aby tam proste prišiel včas, aby možno ešte stihol pomôcť, aby zabili GPK-a. Nestihol tam teda ani pomaly doportiť, ale well, to čo zabezpečili heroici je teraz veľmi podstatné. Žiadny 2000-ový gold lead sa tu momentálne nekoná a táto heroická skvadra zase našla to prekvápko. Ten BKB timing dokonca ešte ani nemuseli využiť. Yumič sa rozhodol ísť ako poriadny bratwurst tuto pekne doniesť essay scénu. Možno aj cez Team Bedroom. No, vyrovnal sa nám tu ten gold lead, aj keby sa to akoby farm speedom malo podľa mňa vzdialovať. Ak fighty budú vyhrávať cez Yumiča, tak to stále môžu mať heroici podľa mňa dobre. A podľa mňa Schofield túto hru na tej kvopke bude práve taký ten skôr debater. On nemá zase tak moc možností. Yumič teraz premýšľa, že by tu išiel pozdraviť, on to našiel! Schofield do Sonic Wave'ov príde tiež! Yuma! Ten ide normálne Pureovi takisto vysvetliť nejaký carry diff. Ja si myslím, že Pure sa cíti, podľa mňa nepočítá ani Yumiča ako nejakého túto soka. Ale ten mu to ide dokázať a kurva plne. Yumič s agresívnymi keričkami vie svietiť. A tento kill hlavne pred 20 minútou by mohol byť podstatný. Kataomič medzi tým tu skúsil sám setupnúť analóga. No. It was your own damn fault. Tu posiela analóg do chatu. A zrazu, keď tu není proste ani Static Storm a zrazu tu BB Team, aj keď tu mali tu agresívne duo supportov. Trošku strácajú celé to tempo, hlavne na 3 minúty, tá predsa len Yumič bude mať ešte 2 životy a k tomu si pôjdu po Tormentra. Whisper za mňa normálne urobil asi po pol roku, čo hoci kto iný. Jo, tu je napríklad špecialisti, ako sú Amarovia a iní Bristol hráči. Jo, tak proste tí tam ako všetci sa išli normálne vyserať na celý ten Aganem. Už dávno tu nie je akoby tá meta, že sa to tam ako robilo z prvej. Zrovna ale túto hru na ten jeden burst ako follow-up od Whispera, to bolo podľa mňa úplne geniálne. Analóg medzi tým tu takisto nájde ešte túto devardiaceho pána Kataomiho. Kill pravdepodobne zoberie nakoniec Schofield. 21. minúta je ale tu. 12-14 sa nám tu scoreboard pomaly vyrovnáva. KJ medzi tým môže save akurát dole skúsiť pripraviť. Pekne mu tam trafil celú tú kombiádu. Za polku dostane hneď. Mekáčom si trochu pomôže cez ten Spirit Vessel, lebo už ten healing nebude tak veľký. A tu si GPK príde pokiaľ ne Miero s vlkmi a jedným holohlavým Karlom. Tam teraz zobere ten 15. kill pred tým BB. Teraz sa nám ale fakt ako dostala tuto v tejto eliminačnej sérii konečne do nejakej tej poriadnej vyrovnanej fazóny, kde obidva týmy majú zbrane. Obidva týmy ukázali to, čo majú v repertoári. Minimálne tie ďalšie 2 minúty by to stále mohla byť výhoda. Vlky už tu idú skautiť, už tam idú hľadať, vidia tam analóga, save s Glimmerom, vyzerá, že by ho tam možno chcel ako nenápadne možno nachystať. Ale tam už vidia takisto aj Schofield a vidia, že ich je tam viac. Jo, už tam prichádzajú aj pri Jumiča, tieto tu vlky. Pekná práca od Miera tým, že tam ako celú dobu skautí v tom lese. Vyzerá, že BB tým by tam ale chceli možno ešte pekne krásne tu niečo tvoriť. Shieldrunu si nakoniec ale zabezpečí analóg. Jo, vráti ho tam síce Kataomič preč, ale tu ako sa expozol sám. Jo, je tam síce v Static Storme vychytaný Jumič, ale tomu to vôbec nevadí, tu sa nenachádza nikto. Heroici začali expozovať to, že keď nebudú BB tým, ten agresívny tým, tak možno nebudú mať nič. So Shieldrunou, bez Shieldruny, analóg má ale svoj anál, teraz pekne logisticky vyriešený. No a práve ho budú vlastniť tým BB. Jo, videli ho tam ešte cez tú Deep Wardu, Miero na to síce musel využiť teraz nejaký shapeshift, ale popri tom, ako tam chcú heroici akoby nadviazať na ten kill nejakým poriadnym tower pushom ďalej, kde im tu padá tier 2. Jumic sa tam teraz ale presunul dobre, ten sa pôjde rovno postarať do tých 250 goldov a nebude to mať zase Miero. Znova podľa mňa stihol zobrať nového Enchanta, nového Krepa. Žiadnych 250 goldov sa tam nebude konať. Na Purovi ešte teraz za kilo už bude konečne dokončená celá manta. Tam môžeme podľa mňa nazývať, že sa akoby z toho antimága stáva takzvané online panáček. Jo, je to akoby o niečo príjemnejšie. Tuto hru ako nemá možno tou mantou ani čo tam akoby veľké vydispelovať, tam stále môže byť zraniteľný na to echo a damage. Whisper medzi tým tu narazí teraz síce na save, ale tento pôjde otočiť o neho, s tým breakom by mohol mať aj Pure dosť damageu. Whisper ale stihol zapnúť to BKB na pána. No, do Pura to teraz skúsi ešte otočiť. Hand of God tam Vispra teda udrží pri živote ďalší Mierou creep. A tentokrát už to bude 200 páďo pre Vispra. Jo, build, ale ako keby to bolo pred rokom. Whisper si to normálne zaspomínal na starého, to fakt ako bristla from back in the days, tej staršej mety. Narašovaný Agat Shard, hneď potom nejaká to BKB, preto sa tam robili samozrejme nejaké tie sajka a potom už je to variabilné. Heroici ale začali hrať fakt ako velice pekne pohromade a musím povedať, že ten, kto to podržal, ten, kto tú hru drží, je za mňa práve Jumič. Dokonca počkať, on už má na ceste veľké kryty, on má Dedelu z 24. Tá Marcy tam normálne rozpleská na ten burst hoci koho. Ak tam doteraz mohol chýbať heroikom damage, už ten moment nepríde. Ten kiting potenciál samozrejme na tú Marcy je jedna vec, ale tým, že tu 24 minút není ani tuto Mr. Anti-Mage pred ňou v networte, respektíve teraz sa tam akurát preskočil, keď o tom hovorím, ale je to proste taký istý network. Aj keď tu už nie je ten Aegis. Podľa mňa majú teraz ako BB tým dosť intenzívny problém tu niečo nájsť. Jo, Visproš, keď tam bude stať vpredu vždycky s tým BKB, teraz síce 20 sekúnd možno nebude mať ešte ten cooldown. Jo, ďalšie, čo tam má ale Whisper nakliknuté, ak som videl správne, bol Blink a Refresher na tom jeho samotnom Bristlovi. Jo, plán je tu pre heroikov nachystaný, tu čakajú dole. A čakajú tu práve možno na Mierovo creepa, zase ho ale nebudú mať. Znova je to Miero pri nejakom creep campe, na vrchu si tam zobral akurát miesto toho nejakého malého krepáška. Už je to ale minimálne, čo tu ja vidím, 750 alebo 1000 goldov, čo mohli mať napríklad ako heroici celkovo iba z tých vyfarmených veľkých krepov. Jo, mali zatiaľ len jednoho. Dole sa im teda ale nepodarí zase vychytať nič obrovské. No, traja skeletoníci tu trošku teda pozdravia akurát Pura. Už tam rovno naklikáva konečne nejaký poriadny carry item vo forme Butterflyu na Anti-Mageovi. Jo, jakmile predsa len bude mať na pána pripravený aj ten Butterfly, aby ho táto Marcy nemohla úplne pohitovať. Tým, že tam išiel veľké kryty, je to ten najefektívnejší item, čo mu tu môže získať nejaké tie efektívne HP. Spolu s evasionom. Nepodceňoval by som ale toto celé, ale mne už aj game pochopili, podľa mňa, heroici, že keď tam budú skautení dookola tými vlkmi, budú tam pod nejakými deep wardami, tak tu nevymyslia nič, už tam majú pekne pripravený ten game, ktorý nosí práve Jumič na Marsi. Schofield ale ide teraz nabiehať ako prvý, GPK-ovi sa sice podarilo odísť tu, ale do Schofielda môže prísť otočka, ten má síce agresívny rodovatosť, ale bude proste vypnutý jak nič. Minulý zaso na to, ale Static Stormu, Woodwing Účko, Schofield predsa len tým, že ako umrel a predtým tam dával ten totálne zbytočný buyback, tak teraz bude chýbať celú minútu. To by BB tým mohli využiť, túto 5v4, ale tým, že predsa len ako Agna, podľa mňa Schofielda prídu takéto aspoň minimálne účka a nebude to iba taký ten cheap mini kill a malý pick-off, tak toto podľa mňa Schofieldovi vôbec nevadí. Toto on hrá rád. Presne túto akoby jeho fazónu, že tam akoby občas bude akoby trošku feediť, setupovať tam fighty, scoutiť čo najviac, trošku jolo naskakovať. Ale zrazu Jumič, jo, ktorý tu, well, ako už aj s tou gauntletou, ten ich fakt ako rozsekne, on fakt ako vypne na jeden skok hoci koho. Teraz momentálne pred tým BB. Ja myslím, že ho tam akoby budú musieť kajtiť celku intenzívnym spôsobom. Pure medzi tým, tu akurát sa vyjeli, oni sa tam nevideli navzájom, alebo jo? Analog to videl práve Pura. Setup neho dostal loku, Jumič prichádza s účkom a rozseknú mu kľúcek sekt. Mám taký ten pocit, že mu to ani raz nekrytlo, alebo to bol iba jeden kritíček. Ale na 60 sekúnd je to pure dead. Už teraz, po tej 27 minúte, predsa len keď ten level 19 anti-mage už nabral na networte leveloch. Teraz už ten jeho dead timer, 50 sekúnd, získava času dosť. Hlavne je to presne timer, že si môžu teraz kľúci zobrať na základe tohoto len a len jeden age zase. Joj. Jumič dokonca vyzerá, že aj keď tam vidí na tom pánovi nakliknutý ten butterfly, zatiaľ to teda nebude zaujímať, nebude tam naklikovať žiadne ani MKB, ani nič podobné. Tu ale vyzerá, že budú kluci chcieť hrať ďalej agro. Našli tu rovno aj ten vision, ten game od Jumiča, tam ani nepotrebujú žiadne veľké centriny, ani nič iné. Na Whisperovi by the way máme blinku, takže on fakt ako môže s tým Aganimom tam niekde naskočiť, fakt ako dať ten damage ten moment, keď to potrebujú. Druhý Rošan je tu ale spavnutý. Jeden vlček, to tam príde momentálne od Miera teda vyskautiť. No a to podstatné, čo nás tu momentálne zaujíma všetkých, je či BB Team má what it takes. Po tom, čo ich včera zhodili Falconovci, pekne, krásne, úplne fuč. Jo, z upper bracketu len takým fukotom sa tam kluci dostali. Keď to bola nakoniec samozrejme trojhrová séria, jednoznačne tam podľa mňa BB Team ale ťahal za ten kratší koniec, aj keď tu jednu hru comebackli dobre. Ďalšie voľčky tu prichádzajú na scout. Už sú ale na to 100% heroici pripravení. BB Team je pripravený na approach, majú tam už ten double silence od GPK a za Ganimu by to mohol byť jeden timing, či už tam majú nejakú tú dobu samozrejme, ale tam nie je to defenzívne back, alebo nebude nič. Počkať, hlavne Juma tam ide vymazať toho Rošana ešte skôr, kým sa BB Team vôbec pamätajú. Sej tam teraz príde, Aegis už je down, Sonic Wave tam zastaví minimálne jednou supporta do Ghostem, ktorý sa zatiaľ môže chlapec schovať, za chvíľku by mal ale umrieť. Otočka do Schofielda úspešná, tam nakoniec ale Jumič bude podľa mňa ten hlavný target, ten využíval si to účko, aby tam práve zabil Roša. Chce to teraz možno iba resetnúť BB Team, by mohli mať dobrý setup, aby sa toho Aegisu možno zbavili Mierou. Je ten hlavný, ktorý s nullifierom pôjde hantiť. No, na druhej strane je tam hantený takisto aj Visproš. 1v38, drží tam stále to BKB, bude môcť dať BKB TP home, ale tam podľa mňa musí akurát tak zdrať preč. Podarilo sa zachrániť si ten Aegis, ten gem, ten je ale dole. Gemíček, tam pekne krásne spadne, safe si ho pôjde zobrať. Heroici nakoniec teda stratia trojicu za jeden jediný kill, ale zobrali si predsa len ten Aegis aj banner. Oni urobili hlavne trade-off, že tam reálne komitol Jumič s tým účkom na Rošana, tým potom to nemal úplne do toho fightu, nechcelo sa im tam ako úplne fightiť, čo dáva zmysel. Ale ako BB Team, tým momentálne fakt ako ukazujú zónu, kde už konečne pochopili, ako to možno urvať. Jo, to Sonic Wave hlavne od Schofielda tam nakoniec ako v tom choke pointe si myslel, že tam trafí podľa mňa možno viacerých. Ale tu to neprišla žiadna Sonic Wave a tu nejaký, ja neviem, veľký echo slam. Jo, to sa tu proste nepodarilo. Vidíme, či sa tu ale Jumičovi podarí predsa len cez ten Aegis. BB Team napriek tomu, že vyhrali tento jeden fight, teraz budú musieť hrať veľmi obozretne podľa mňa. Veľmi obozretne, že do toho jako Aegisu tam niekde nabieha do Jumiča dvakrát. Jo, samozrejme, že nejaký ten pick-off niekde inde by sa im páčil. Pozrite na čo tu čaká ale Miero. Výhoda Likana je, že iba tuto s Honzom, Dráčkom a Vlkmi easy peasy, to tu zabije. Akurát tam ale prídu heroici na punish. Shapeshift stihol chlapec dať, koľko damageu majú, má zo Sonic Wave'ov získali trochu času, Miero. Jedna facka, ne. Schofield tento kill zabezpečí safe to, ale pôjde otočiť na tú druhú stranu, zbavil sa rovno toho Chena ako pán. Aspoň po 250 goldov od Miera si tam ešte kľúci pôjdu. Tu ešte analóg, ale pôjde takisto aj od Kataomiho. Echom nebude čakať kurva na nič. Jeho mŕtvolu odmrdal reálne o 2 kilometre vedľa. Odklidil ho z cesty. Toto je opener, ktorý heroikom bude vyhovovať. Veľmi pekný rotation bránou. Pochopili presne, že od toho Tormentra tam možno niekto z BB týmu bude chcieť ísť, že možno budú greedy. S Likanom to zoberú aj proti tomu Aegisu. No ale toto sa úplne nepodarilo podľa predstav. Na Pureovi medzi tým máme ale dokončený celý ten Butterfly, dokonca tam má Goldy na to, aby kúpil celý Basher. Zatiaľ tu zodpovedne bude Puríček šetriť Goldy, Cat tak na buyback. No vidíme, čo tu ale ten anti-mage akoby túto hru vôbec dokáže urobiť. Za mňa ako tuto není ten anti-mage ako nejaká veľká zbraň, že by tam bolo proste niečo povedzme ako Storm, alebo niečo ako taká veľká jedna manová bomba, ktorú by proste fakt ako mohol roztrieštiť. Jo, povedzme, že tá kvopka, ako do toho tam asi bude zapadať ten Shaker maybe. Jo, je možno ten najlepší target, ale nie je to nič zás tak dokonalé. Za mňa ale Pure by ako miesto Basheru tam určite mal mať BKB. Do tohoto line-upu, samozrejme, že v tom manfighte z Marcy mu to teda úplne nepomôže, ale proti celému tomu line-upu, tomu kontrolu, creepom od Chena, od Marcy stuny, Shaker stuny, Echa. Neviem, či to Pure s anti-magem zvládne bez toho. Nullifier už nám tu ale pristal. Ja myslím, že Whisper tým pádom sa vysral teda na ten pôvodný refresher. Po tej blinke si urobil teda rovno Nullifier, aby mohli dispelovať defenzívy. A ešte tu vyčmuchali aj Savea. No, ten sa môže schovať kde len chce. Dostane Nullifier, dostane slow, dostane Agáč a Whisper dostane pekne odmenu po dobe 18. killu. Heroici sa pak zase heroicky prebudili. Na čele s Yumičom, ešte minútu 10 tam predsa len budú mať záležitosti vo forme toho Aegisu. Defenzívne backup, bo tu už dokonca dostávané teda aj na mistrovi Mierovi, by the way. Na GPK-ovi to prišlo tiež, BB team a teraz timingy s 2 9-sekundovými backupami. No, samozrejme ešte s tým Kirasom, ako by tam navízli, keby tými nullifierami. Tam už ako sa BB team dostávajú do toho late gameu, kde by mohli byť scary. No, vyzerá, že heroici fakt ale toto tu okolo Yumičovho Marciáša pôjdu proste rozsekať Vejpu. Jo, tier 2 teraz vytradovali za tier 2, takže ten split push akoby od toho anti-magea bude síce fungírovať dobre. Jo, goldy sú ale úplne even. Fury, teraz to pekne príde dokonca ešte tým ovládnutým creepom aj GPK-ovi darovať akorát bonus v podobe Frost Armoru. Čo zrovna ako fakt proti tej Marse môže byť celku podstatné. Čo sa týka analoga, už sa ako blíži k tým crucial levelom, takisto to zodpovedné backup už nejakú tú dobu predsa len má a teraz mu ide celý Octarine a som chcel povedať, že túto hru by mohol skôr robiť možno nejaký ako, čo ja viem, Linken miesto ako Octarinu, ktorý je taký ten bežný greedy, aj ten na cooldown je to dokonalosť, ale tým pádom zväčší ten mana pool, pre toho anti-magea zrazu sa stal ako ten Shaker teraz jednoznačne tá najlukratívnejšia vec. Uvidíme, či tu Pure nenájde nejaký poriadny mana void na Shakera, ktorý to tu rozsekne celé. Nakoniec ale nešiel to zodpovedné BKB, vystral sa na to, vystral sa aj na buyback, kúpil rovno celý Abyssal Blade. A vyzerá, že BB Team chcú ísť rovno dopredu, že sú fully online. MKbo tam ale Yumič, on má veľké kryty aj MKbo. Tam Marcy tam rozsekne hocičo, ale s double damageom tu pôjde GPK hneď ako prvý. Whisper tam teraz nabehne do tej skvadry Miero, tam bude síce mať toho Bristolbeka, ktorý možno není ten dokonalý target, ale aj tak to na ňo pôjdu skúsiť. Pure tam skočil a rozsekalo Vejpu. Eko nakoniec príde iba na Miera, ktorý tam mal zapnuté momentálne to BKB. Pure to tam rozsekol teda rovno double killom a toto bude fungovať určite. Schofield tu skúsi ešte nejaké tie záležitosti vo forme jednoho buybacku. Ale znova tá kvopka, aj keď tam bude mať nejakú poriadnu Sonic Wave, chudák tam umrel len tak vzadu. Huntený tu možno bude aj KJ. Jo, cooldownami tam analog, samozrejme, aj keď využil to echo. Jo, má tam predsa len ako ten Octarine, že by to nemalo úplne tak dlho trvať. XP-ky ale budú mať na svoju stranu očividne BB Team. Ja, Marcy. Tentokrát ten fightík nemala ako úplne celý roztrať. Ja, ani to podľa mňa tam chcel ako ešte k tomu Mr. s tým Shakerom naskočiť skôr niekde ako bližšie k tomu Bristlovi. No, nakoniec to bolo iba takéto echo z diaľky, neviem, či to bol Miero, ktorý to tam akurát prerušil. No, save, aby tu mohli, ale heroici aspoň potradovať, ten sa snaží Glimmerom dostať pred Sonic Wave a nebude trafená. Ale save aj tak sa myslím, že z tejto šlamastiky nedostane. Nakoniec to nie je tak podstatné, takzvaná zónovacia Sonic Wave na jedno KV do chatu. Oh boy, oh boy. Bristleback proste fakt ako sa tam ale rozplynul na ten Abyssal Blade, damage spredu od Pura, tým, že bol ešte k tomu breaknutý. To bol fakt vypnutý Whisper, ktorý nakoniec udržal teda ale nervy na úzde. Na rozdiel od Schofielda nedal instantne ten buyback. Jo, tu predsa len ešte nie je úplne rush timer. Jo, je tam ale už ten Mana Void cooldown. Pure bude môcť dávať Mana Voidy normálne na cooldown už každých pár sekúnd. Neviem, koľko to má, 15 alebo koľko sekúnd cooldown teraz. Na tej 25-ke. Ten podstatnejší element, že aj keď tam Marcy má fakt ako potenciál to vypleskať, tak udržuje tu dokonca fakt Yumi, že jedna veľká vec u ňoho, že on drží celú tú dobu stále ušetrené to 9-sekundové BKbo. Aj keď ho reálne postavil pred pomaly 20 minútami, tak on to BKbo nepopol ešte ani raz. On drží stále túto nezničiteľnosť a damage. Jediné už síce ten banner z toho minulého roša im tam ako ostane. Tu ale sa pomalinky bude blížiť aj Kataomi časom nejakému Static Stormu a potom, alebo Static Stormu za Ganemom. Keď to bude zrazu taký ten plošný Doom, nazvime to, to už potom je late game, ktorý podľa mňa bude nehrateľný. Ako nejaké veľké, myslím si, že tam, takto, heroici majú možnosti. Jo, jakmile tam príde čo aj refresher, ja neviem, z ultra late game, môžeme rozlišovať nejaké refreshery, Aeon disky, 2 kola všetkého. To by mohlo byť. Flavík teraz napísal rovno to slovo správne. Twitch sa mu tam automodol, tam normálne zdržal. Tu ale pozor, Flavík vyzerá, že tam chcel napísať, že stavil barák na Nigmákov, že to vyhrajú celé. Náskok ale príde momentálne do Whispera, tentokrát sa tam ale nenechal vychytať len tak. Tentokrát popol rovno to BKB, aj tak ho tam síce trafí to Hoodwink, ale do BKB, do breaku aj tak ho nemôžu vyrúbať. Tentokrát ten opener nevyšiel tu, ale Analog skočil do ničoho. Oni mu tam uplinkovali, to echo prišlo úplne do nicotného hovna. Ojojoj, toto bude problém. Vrátený tu hlavne bude ešte Analog dozadu, ten bude môcť dávať akurát tak nič. To PK dával zbytočne, Analog bude mať síce buyback, ale nebude mať echo, nebude mať nič veľké. Emanuel to tu síce ešte pôjde poriadne podporiť, ale predtým Heroic bude treba kurva podpora asi normálne z pekla. Vyzerá, že aj ten Purov anti-mage bude tentokrát stačiť. Neviem, či sa nám tu momentálne spustí, ale keď sa tam spustil pekne túto hype train, ďakujem pekne pánovi Vesnickému Jakubovi, ktorý pekne prišiel sám, kúpil si tu saba, pridal sa do našeho cirkusu, alebo do našej rodiny dotového typu. Emanuel sa tu ale pekne pridal ďalšími 5 stupenečkami, nezabúdajte na to, že dneska si budete môcť jeden z vás pekne prilepšiť hlavne skiterovým originál dresom. Je tá hlavná cena, k tomu nejaké to kombíčko, k tomu vieci. Podstatnejšia informácia, že Jumič teraz popuje to 9-sekundové BKbo. Toto je ono. Toto bolí. Toto bolí. Tam drží 25 minút reálne pomaly, alebo 22 minút drží BKB, aby to mal na 9 sekundách, aby to prišlo v tom jednom fajte. A nakoniec to musí prísť takto na takýto casual úskok. Toto je feels bad, toto proste bolí. A myslím, že každý carry hráč akoby toto tu zažíva spolu s Jumičom. Tento tu pán Bratvurstovský, ale bude musieť akoby teraz momentálne tu ako fakt vymýšľať veci. Rošan už je spavnutý a to práve s tými najlukratívnejšími vecami. Teraz musia ísť heroici rovno straight up k tomu rošpitu. Teraz alebo nikdy. SA Dota musí ukázať to veľké. GPK to tam ale rovno pôjde celé rozpojiť, len to rozdeliť, len získať čas. S tým Hexom, ale na ňom možno budú mať dosť damage, ne? A nakoniec prišla ešte tá Static Storma, OK. GPK nakoniec padol. Tento opener heroikom vyšiel podľa predstav. BB tým chce ešte fajtiť štvorici, ten Mana Void tam ale Whispera pomaly zabil. Jumič na polovička môže len odkráčať Whisper. Bude ale ešte ponechaný pekne, krásne teraz fajtiť. Demi za to nemali ďalšie echo, počkať. Tam ale Analog, to bolo iba také ako predsmrtné. Tu k tomu ale bude Miero ešte panišnutý s Likanom, tam nie sú buybacky heroici. Našli teraz fakt ale heroický náskok, oni museli nájsť opener. GPK, on tam neočakával ten hex, reálne ten hex. Jeden fucking hex. Tu možno zachráni ešte Heroikov. Ó, pekný stun od save, ale na dvojicu. Ďalší Manavoj prišiel tiež. Jumič ešte schopný na chvíľku uskočiť tu, ale príde ďalšie kolo náskokom a Pure pere jeden kill. Pere Jumiča. Nepadá na 90 sekúnd. Pure s Manavojdami. Teraz môže ale pokračovať ešte ďalej. Vie, že tam nebudú úplne backup a chudák vyspraný nemanovanú na to, aby tam popol ten refresher, aby mal to druhé PKP. Teraz mu kluci doplnili ešte trochu many, ale bohužiaľ. Tu je ďalšia hexa. Schofield sa to snaží ukontrolovať a teraz ten damage vyšiel. Jumič po buybacku zabíja Jamil. Chce ho prehodniť Kateomio. Team Heroic. Ešte možno držia. Kurva nádej. No to piči. Takto sa hrá Dota. YOLO indeed. Ó, môj bože, tie hexy od Schofielda. Tá position 4 kvopka s tým vyfarmeným jedným hexom. Najprv prekvapila GPK-a, potom tam zabili Miera, následne vyhrali fight. Teraz forciali všetky buybacky tu nakoniec, ale prikáme GPK, ktorý ukradol Aegis, prišiel a zobrali to celé. Heroikom ostávajú len oči pre pláč. Toto je možno koniec tejto tu hry, ale ne, Jumič ešte po bajku môže ísť pre celé po Pura, nemá úplne ten samotný Aegis, ten má iba jeden život, tu ešte môžu Heroici získať niečo veľké. GPK ale ďalej vie, že Jumič je po bajbeku tiež a Jumič padá na 120 sekúnd, nepomôže ani Schofield vôbec. Jeez, dožraný od Pura, Heroici boli takto blízko, ale nakoniec budú veľmi ďaleko od výhry tejto Game 1. Ešte k tomu to bude hypnotizovaná aj pani Schofieldová, táto pani bolesti, tá už má podľa mňa ruky, aby sa poškrábal na vajcach. Krásna aktívna hra, ale obidvoch týchto tímov. Musím povedať, že ten Ultimate samozrejme v týchto fázach už bude možno mierne unbeatable. Tam kluci nechcú napísať ešte to GG, za mňa ale môžu ísť BB Team rovno po GG push. Jediný buyback tam je od toho Shakera a ten ešte nemá echo. Tento bude mať možno za malých pár momentov, ale to je jediné, čo môže, hodiť tam nejakú fizuru, občas nejaký aftershock, čakať na to echo, ešte stále pár sekúnd, ktoré aj tak samo o sebe podľa mňa stačiť nebude. Tu Pure pôjde ukončiť nádeje, je tam ešte 7 sekundový glyph, ale Analog popuje rovno v jedno PKB, chce zdržať maximum, náš hype train, tu síce ešte má teda minútu na to, aby sme to tu podporili ďalej, ako Richard Smaltixovi za to tu dal, tu padá ale Analog aj potom, tu myslím, že Schofield pôjde hneď za ním a Heroici musia vyťahnuť niečo iné ako Position 4 kvopku, ktorá nakoniec síce ešte s tými hexami tam skoro klačol toto celé, chlapa. Hype Train, to tu dneska pôjde podporiť takisto. Hype Train nám tu teda bude fungovať, ale momentálne fungoval očividne trochu viac, aspoň in-game, práve pre Team BB. Jednoduchá hra to ale pre nich nebola. Fakt akože ich Heroici potrápili neskutočne. Jumič ťahal za tú Marsi zase skoro dokonalú 1v9 hru. Tam ale problém bol, že proste v tom najdôležitejšom fajte tam nemali možno to 9-sekundové backup, ktoré by tam na to šetril. Tam keby to ušetril, by to bolo byť veľké. Ten matchup ale podľa mňa nepustí. Tam Marsi väčšinou chce vyhrať na carry pozícii za nejakých akoby pár minút. Môže to byť aj late game, ale proti takémuto pohyblivému line-upu sa tam s ním len zahrali. A my môžeme proste len a len smekať, pretože BB Team si berú Game 1 ako podľa mňa jednoznační favoriti tejto sérii. Jo, budeme tu mať akoby pekne krásne, ešte samozrejme panel, ktorý nám to rozobere. Nechcem zmečkať Freddyho Mercuryho, ktorý nám tam niečo múdre k tomu samozrejme povie. Zeremius! 10 gifted submi, ale to tu pôjde podporiť tiež. OK. Toto vyzerá byť dneska ale poriadny hype train. A ja vás tu len akoby krásne všetkých vítam, chat. Ale dúfam, že si zatiaľ spolu so mnou užívate všetko. Tu už budeme počúvať samozrejme týchto tu Big Brains. A budeme sa spolu pomaly dostávať do Game 2. Budeme tu mať nejaké to zhrnutie, nejaké tie zábery. Neskutočne ďakujem za tú podporu. Myslíte na to, že dneska sa hrá stupenkami o jedno veľké kombo od Black Dragonovcov, o Mad Monk a k tomu sa hrá o Skitterov dres. Myslíte na to? Máte tam zapnutú slevu na Saby? Dneska akoby to tam je, myslím, že ešte na nejakých 7 hodín alebo niečo podobné. Takže sa toho nebojte, ale ja neskutočne ďakujem. A Flavíka takto akoby pozdravujem, ak si stavil barák na Nigma Galaxy, že to vyhrá. od Flavíka. Pravdepodobne už podpora nepríde, chat, ale dobrý, on si to zase zarobí, on to zvládne, on to urve, pretože tam akoby ten druhý barák, čo má z tých 18 určite po celom svete, tam staví možno na Falconov, že to vyhrajú celé. Alebo ne? Si dáš prdelo, nevyhodí Jamesa, že je to ES a pak na panelu týpek v tílku. Čo ti nezdá, to je Freddie Mercury, Flavíku, halo? Ja milujem Jenkinsa, by the way. I love it. Pavlis, ďakujem za ten sabík. John Coffey, ďakujem za ten sabík.
In another good kill. Kataomi was pretty much involved in most of the kills at the early stages of the game. That's why this Disruptor pick, when we talked about it, it gives them so much value. Like, you're trying to get out, Yuma's going to try to go with the rebound, but Disruptor's going to be able to catch him anyway. And the Miero, they needed a good start on him. I think Miero had an insanely good game. And in this type of a matchup, we know that Whisper, he's not the biggest enjoyer of the Lycan. He only has 18 games so far in his professional career on Lycan. The trade that they got, getting this Marcy for Lycan and giving it to Miero, who's one of the better Lycan players in the world, I would say was a big mistake.
I mean, the Lycan just made so much space for the AM, right? He could just single-handedly pressure. I think the lanes was like a huge problem. The waves are always pushed out. Lycan's pressuring on a tower. It just makes it very, very difficult for even the Chen to move forward on the map, right? There's this battle going on in the mid lane. The Lycan creeps is in the mid lane. The Chen creeps is in the mid lane. They're both trying to shove up the wave, but it just gave AM so much time to farm after that.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's a really interesting thing about the Dom meta in terms of how it's progressed is support's understanding that if they have a safe lane core that is building into Dom, you have these items that give you regen and like health and stats in the lane, so you can actually leave the lane. Like, you can get active. It's the Dom is not just affecting the meta for the cores, it's also very affecting the supports as well.
I mean, do you think the matchup actually should go that well for the anti-mage? Because I felt like part of why the early game went so well for the Disruptor is because he didn't need to babysit the AM. You know, the AM had a really good start, he could be left alone, and then he could just run around and setting up kills.
I guess I'll respond to a question with another question, which is like, your understanding of the matchup, isn't that based on a meta where anti-mages weren't going Dominator? Because I feel like that changes things a lot in the calculations.
Yeah, it just changes so much of the viability of anti-mage. That's been one of the biggest questions about us seeing so many more heroes being picked up in that carry role. What really makes it viable? Something, though, that we weren't really too sure going into this one was if Yuma was going to be showing up today, right? He's been having an amazing series, an amazing performance on the main stage, but for this one on the Marcy, there was a lot of great fights for him, but it was rough to come up against the Lycan in lane, and it required him having to do so much more for the team earlier on.
Yeah, he was doing a pretty good amount of work, honestly. Like, he, you know, we talked about the Yuma rotation through the portal, but even going into the early to mid game, he rotates quite a lot. And on Marcy here, like, he needed to be the hero that's going to deal the damage. Earthshaker has some burst. They're waiting on a Blink Dagger for a while. You know, he's got to get in there and do things. And he was active. Like, this was pretty much the only reason that Heroic was able to stabilize this game past the laning stage.
A big key factor for them. And then we go into more of team fights, something where people are bringing more of the numbers, because that's something around that Wisdom Rune, right? The 7 and 14 minute, it feels like not everyone's committing the numbers Lacoste, but when it comes for a big objective like a Roche, that is where you're going to see the first big clash of a 5v5.
Yeah, the team fights in general, like Anti-Mage, he doesn't provide you with much. He's never going to be ready. Pretty much he first joined 35 minutes in, making sure that he has his 6 items. This hero pretty much is never ready. One more. Do you need more time? Yeah, just one more big item. And these are very expensive items that he's buying. You know, he's buying the Butterfly, he's buying Abyssal, BKB. He's never going to be ready. And this is the fight where they're going to pretty much get the perfect initiation. Look at what the GPK is doing. He goes in, gets out, and turns him around with the Remnant, and then they're ready to join. You can see that Pure, at this point of the game, he has enough of farming. He's going to be blinking in. And there was also a couple of later fights as well where they were unable to get the Echo Slam. I don't think Heroic, they were on the same page. And at this point, you see that Anti-Mage, he's ready to take the fights. He's ready to jump the target with the Abyssal Blade and blow him up instantly.
I mean, the reason why he's going to really find really good Echo Slams is you think about their heroes like Anti-Mage, Void, Spirit Lycan. They're not going to be next to each other. They're always playing different sides of the map. They're trying to break your formation. So it makes it very, very hard for the Earthshaker to find a good Echo, you know, in the team fights.
Yeah. There was a moment that we saw how impactful the Echo was, right? When it didn't actually end up connecting.
We have to look at this. I'm curious. I want to look at this very closely because I wasn't sure exactly what clipped analog here. because he had a really great, like, big echo opportunity. Look at BB all stacking together at the top right of the screen. What was it that clipped him? Oh,
it was Disruptor.
The Disruptor Q. Okay, extremely heads-up play from Katomi then. I mean, we talked about how he performed in the early game, making the rotations for his team. But we can see from this clip that his impact in the fights was more significant than we were even noticing on camera.
Yeah, the Disruptor from the early and now what feels like into that later part of the fights is massive for Disruptor. Yeah. But that Earthshaker not connecting with his Echo was so impactful. They were actually kind of lucky that BB Team didn't take more off of that they had a second chance where we saw a significantly better Echo Slam take place, and that's what led into that next Roche fight and ultimately the Aegis Snatch and then into the BB Team victory.
Yeah, we have to take a look at the Aegis Snatch. I mean, that's a given. Like, it's so funny. We talked about GVK as being the stable one on the team. Like, he always seems to do something clutch to keep his team in the game, even when things are not going so well. This was such an important moment because Heroic was committing all of these buybacks for the fight. Like, this was their Hail Mary. Yeah. And BB is like, well, okay, we also need to take a Hail Mary. And GPK in these moments, I don't know what it is, but it seems like he always seems to be able to pull it off.
I mean, this was like the game ender right here. Once they killed the Marcy again, I think the game was like practically over already for Heroic. There's nothing much left they could do in the game. The anti-mage is unkillable. You don't have the Aegis, and yeah, I mean, this is just, you're just thinking about the next game at this point.
I do wonder, as amazing as seeing an Aegis Snatch is, and we obviously see the outcome of that, how much would this have differed if we had have seen the Aegis go to the side of Heroic and have all of those buybacks come out from BB?
I still feel like the BB side are going to be happy with the situation, even though if they don't get the Aegis, but they felt like they could have just ended the game there. That's why they are a very special team to watch, right? I think most teams would maybe just prefer, okay, we have AM, we have the Battle Lake game, let's just not use the buyback and
slow
risk it,
down.
Right? Play it slowly. We're still going to be able to win it, but Pure says, no, I want to end the game now, GPK, please go and get the Aegis.
That's because he finally had his items. He's like, guys, I can finally fight. Let's just do it. And of course, GPK going to be our standout player for this game one. You just can't look past it.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that Aegis steal and also the itemization that he did go for. He understood that they need to be able to punch back at the early stages of the game, so didn't go for Aghanim Scepter. Instead, opted to go for Spirit Vessel. That gives him a little bit more tankability. Gives him extra bit of a damage. Like, once you finish off your Spirit Vessel, once you get to tier 2 neutral items with the Strength Treads, you basically have 2,000 HP. If he didn't steal that Aegis, I would say that Miero, like, he's kind of my MVP because of how well he moves across the map. And this guy, it's pretty much his meta. I think I said it pre-series that this guy enjoys playing these heroes, and they got a very good pick for him. And also understanding how far he can push the limits of his hero with that Wolf Pack, getting extra 5 seconds when he gets the kills, and also itemization. Like, this time around, he didn't go for a relatively early shard that we usually see, opted to go for different items, picking up that AC relatively early on, understanding you're playing against Bristleback, you're playing against Marcy, there's going to be a lot of physical damage coming out, so making sure that the whole team is tanky enough.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at this game from a different point of view. We're going to head on over to Purge, who's going to give us some more details.
Hi, everybody. I know what you're here for. It's about Chen, right? That's why you're here? Yeah, he's one of my favorite heroes sometimes, but something that was really interesting about what King Jungles did this game, he got a completely different facet. Every single Chen player that I've seen grabs the Sagers because it helps them control the early game. But there's little things that are interesting about this early Hellbear. It gives an aura for everybody's attack speed in the early game, and if it dies, it gives your team 120 attack speed. So this means you can actually fight your opponents in the laning stage. And Heroic drafted this knowing that draining the Lycan's mana is not that big of a deal, and instead they can use this Hellbear to fight. If you kill the Hellbear, your heroes attack fast, and so you have to go for hero kills instead, and this allowed them to get a really early first blood here. That big chunk of damage, by the way, was the bodyguard linking these two guys together and save attacking him once. So he got attacked a couple extra times. So early first blood gave them a really nice advantage. Look how strong this facet can be when he fights. He contests the Lotus by himself with his summon, and he uses his third skill on him, which is going to give him and his creep 5 bonus armor. So 2 different heroes actually get zoned by him by himself with that facet, and he offsets the minus armor from Lycan just by casting that third skill. So look at the pressure that they're able to put on Miero in the laning stage. It's actually kind of a miracle that he was able to recover and have such a good game, because this lane pressure that came from this different facet on Chen was huge. And when the wolves come in, you steal one of them, the one you have has 300 more HP, so they basically just took away his first skill and all of his skill points. Great lane pressure there by Heroic. And then how this transitioned was really interesting here. They used this Ogre to stack. Basically, King Jungle's focused a lot on farming because he wanted to buy aura items, like plus armor items that made them more resistant against the physical damage that was being done. And something really cool about this, about the Chen that got buffed recently, look at this damage for Clap here. He's level 5 and this thing's doing 250 damage. This is his special one that he summons here. So he's basically using this facet to not only win the lane, but also increase his farm speed and counteract his opponent's minus armor. And then he's using his creeps basically just to push out the lane while they go get ready to do stuff, because now he can do this much faster than Helm of the Dominator can. And by pushing these lanes, what it does is set them up for a perfect Roshan. So they basically just stop every single creep from getting in Roshan while they prep to do this, partially using the lane push, because all of those lanes got pushed in really effectively. So everything they send in there to try to kill it gets destroyed, and that's why they were able to take this Aegis before BB Team was able to respond in time. Great use of map control, the summons and all that. It was a shame it didn't work out good enough, but it was some cool new tech that we got to see.
I love to see when a hero has so many viable facets, the way that you can play the lanes so differently. Of course, we see that Disruptor really helping Miro the Lack and get back into this one, but it's crazy how different of a game it would have been just based off that one Chen facet.
Yeah, he's right. I've never seen that one before. I had no idea that the Ursa creep did 350 damage when you have it maxed out. That's kind of crazy. I mean, obviously it falls off. But for the early game, if you want to farm, you are going to get your auras faster.
Yeah, maybe something that people who like to spam Chen might be starting to pick up for themselves. This arena, by the way, is very full. There's a lot of cheers for both the side of BB Team and Heroic. And someone who's down there right now with our fans is, of course, Tsunami.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed. The house is packed here tonight. But as I had mentioned at the very beginning of the day, it is a bit solemn. We have to have eliminations. Such is the nature of competition. And for every single iconic moment we've had in Dota, there's always been a team on the receiving end of it. So I'm sure Eastern European fans, do you remember the $1 million Dream Coil? S4, Puck. I know, it's tough memories for the Na'Vi fans, but the Alliance fans remember it fondly. Meanwhile, Chinese fans are still haunted by the voice of Seb!
And South American fans, South American fans, we have a lot of these. I mean, there's no TI for South America yet, right? But there's one play that is still in our hearts. Allow me to set the stage, Tsunami. All right. TI-11, there's the Howlet. TI-11, Singapore. The smell of chili crab in the air. And more importantly, hope. For Thunder Awaken has made us the farthest they've ever done at a TI. That's it. Liquid, one of the best teams in the world, fighting in the lower bracket, literally for their life. Last game of the best of 3. In comes Sacred, gets the black hole, Pango inside of it, 1 HP. 1 HP, and every single South American fan skipped a beat as they saw the Pangolier roll away infested by the life stealer of Mickey. All hearts broken, many Liquid fans would cheer, but Thunder Awaken and all of Peru will forever remember this day. But that's what they are, resilient. We are the 1 HP warriors. We're the ones that survive. We're the ones that make it through. 1 game loss means nothing. Heroic can do it this time. Let's go!
If there's one team that's going to benefit from a crowd mob, it's Heroic. These guys have looked fantastic when they've been on that verge of elimination. They've got to be more comfortable, right? And I think hearing all those cheers out there from their fans, that's what's going to bring them that energy. I'm hoping they've had the time to really put their heads in the right space here, Lucas. Think about it and come back and be more chaotic than ever. Make sure that we're seeing what South America is really made of.
Oh, for sure. I think this team comes in very well prepared. They have like double coaches that are working quite a lot. Like it's always nice to see from and hear from them, because they always give good insights. They're not afraid to show it to the rest of us, but I think a lot of teams that are still in the tournament have hidden strategies, and I want to see something else that is going to come out from Heroic, because this one I really didn't feel that much coming out from this Queen of Pain. I feel like there's been a good flex that they kept until the end. Even like the damage numbers, if you look at it, I believe he dealt 17,000 damage on Quap, pretty similar to Earthshaker, but something was just not clicking. I want to see Schofield on a bit of a different hero, something that can be more annoying. Even Queen of Pain, she does have a Blink Dagger, but some of these melee position 4s that he really excels playing at, Clockworker, Tuska, I want to see them on heroes like that, something that can buy time, something that can relieve pressure off his mid lane, something that can have a greater impact.
To me, yeah, it's not chaotic enough. It doesn't create enough space on the map. And honestly, I thought Queen of Pain was completely imba about like 2-3 weeks ago, but the meta has changed so much since the road to TI. There's people building all of these DOMs. You know, Lycan is very popular, like tons of summon heroes. I don't think Queen of Pain is that good anymore.
Is that because of those items you're saying that Queen of Pain has kind of fallen off?
But you also have to look at the reason, right? Why did they want the Queen of Pain there? Because they wanted a hero that could be moved around, flex, and confuse their opponents. But I think they didn't really count for the anti-mage at the end. Or maybe they did, and they figured that, oh, we could just do the co-op support, but it didn't work out. Because for their lineup to work, they really need to get away with like some sort of early game advantage so they can snowball.
Yeah.
But they just didn't do it in the game.
It felt like it was leading up to that for the support Queen of Pain, but we see double buybacks throughout the duration of this game, and I think that's going to slow. It doesn't matter what hero you play, that's going to be.
Schofield's going to do that regardless, no matter what hero he's playing.
Okay, all right. You know, maybe I'm a little bit misguided on that one.
Yeah, I feel like it just came down to like the strategy that they chose, right? I think in the first game of the series, it's fine if you have some idea that you think it might work. You know, you try to use a flex pick, but maybe your opponents are not aware of, and you try to lead them astray with the draft. Okay, fine, didn't work. Next game, you have to just keep your heads up, held high, and go for something else.
Our teams are waiting in the wings, eager to come back down onto the stage here, get back into their boots, and focus up. This is elimination. Heroic, if they can make it back in this series, they will have the best placement that a South American team players have ever gotten. On the side of BB Team, their expectations are high. Coming into this one, especially for Pure, who achieved so much at last year's TI, it would feel like a disappointment to get top 6, and it's a feat in itself to even get this far.
Yeah, and I think BB Team are also a team that having one game advantage in a series is pretty scary. Like, they're willing to pull out some crazy stuff. I think that they also play better with confidence. Pure in particular is not going to have one of these like 1-in-17 anti-mage games after just winning a game, especially with the anti-mage. You know, like he's gonna pop off in the next game. So.
I mean, also for Heroic, right? Every time they lose the first game, they kind of lose the series, right? They haven't really played any 3-game series so far, you know. So this is definitely going to be like a huge challenge. How are they going to overcome this BB Team here?
Well, that's funny because BB Team right now on the main stage, all they've had is 3-game series. So it feels like what exactly is going to win out here in these two teams? Because BB Team, there is the confidence that carries over. I 100% agree with you there, Jenkins. But sometimes it's a little bit of overconfidence. Maybe they try and think a little too far ahead.
Yeah, it's possible it's a blunder against Heroic because Heroic does like to play chaotic. If you play overconfident into that and you give them some openings, they will definitely take it.
One scary thing about BB Team is whenever we talk about them, this is one scary team that has an extremely good early stages of the game. We haven't really seen that so far at the TI. I would say that this is something that they've been lacking, but if they can start doing that as well, that they've been doing ever since they've been formed pretty much as a squad, this is going to be a very, very scary team. They already are, but imagine if they can really push the limits, win the laning stage, have that 5k gold advantage 15 minutes into the game.
Yeah, you're right.
This is the team that is extremely aggressive and knows how to close out the games early.
Historically, they've dominated lanes and then snowballed that into a dominating game, but that's just not how it's been so far.
I felt like they've been a lot more patient than like compared to like a couple of months before, right? I feel like whenever they were having this sort of lead before a couple of months ago, they would try to push it maybe a little bit too far, hence the the throwy nature of the team. And in this event, I feel like they have sort of like addressed that. They played more defensive when they could just sit back and farm. And
or they muted Pure's mic.
Yeah, and when they needed to go aggressive, they would have tried to use their buybacks and do something aggressive. So I feel like I like that balance. I like that change, and it certainly paid off. So far.
Anything else, though, when you guys see this, it could potentially be Heroic's last game on a TI main stage. There's going to be some staples that you guys are eager and itching to see.
I mean, you're dangling it in front of me. I want to see the Pudge if that can come out. Like, I would love to see an early phase Meepo. It wouldn't even surprise me if BB is expecting this and that they first phase ban like these cheesy specialty heroes. I feel like Heroic backs against the wall. Like, they're going to take risks that we have not seen before because this is them right about to be eliminated.
Yeah, if they have to play like a normal game, I think it's going to be difficult for them. They have to throw things off the balance and try to surprise them.
Just first pick the Meepo. Just whip it out.
I actually wouldn't mind seeing KJ going back on that Shadow Demon as well. I know he still had a really good early game for the Chen, but there was so much when it came to team fights on the way of trying to pick up that hero. But we don't want to discuss Theorycraft anymore. Our elimination series continues between these two teams.
BB Team versus Heroic Game 2.
With BB Team up one game, they're feeling confident, they're in a good position. Our draft has already begun, and the bans and first picks coming out already, where we're going to see a Nature's Prophet for the side of BB, and of course, here we have an Earthshaker for the side of Heroic. They're going back for it. They feel like they've not lost confidence in it, and maybe it's more open to be flexed now.
It still does a lot in most of these games. So, like, you could see that BB Team wanted to invade enemy triangle. They saw him going into the triangle, but they were keeping the distance, not allowing them to get instantly killed on one or two heroes potentially, but wanted to get something out, knowing that Earthshaker is still going to be very low HP after clearing those Ancients because you need to drag them close together. But again, you get very good timing on a Blink Dagger after taking the Ancients, and Analog, he did have a very good time in terms of killing the enemy carry hero. Pure got killed like 3 or 4 times by Earthshaker because he got that early Blink Dagger.
Nature's Prophet to me is such a classic Game 2 hero because, especially if you win Game 1, because I feel like BB thinks that they are just simply the stronger team, and if they can win the lanes, win the early game, they can absolutely up the tempo with this hero. Nature's Prophet is a lane dominator almost against anything, and very few carries can TP around and get kills and take the towers like he can.
I mean, you sort of see like a heavy emphasis on carries that can be around the map to push out waves, right? I think that's why we see it in a resurgence in anti-mage, because he's probably one of the best, right, outside Nature's Prophet to push out those lanes, and we saw it how much he could influence the state of the game by just chopping out lanes and making it difficult for your opponents, and you give your team time to get objectives.
This is very interesting. The bans that just happened, seeing that they are banning out Spectre, which means that this Nature's Prophet is definitely going to be a core. So far, BB Team didn't have much success with it. They only played it once. They lost that game. And Nature's Prophet at main stage TI also didn't win a single game. He's been played 5 times. Didn't find much success. I think the nerfs that did happen also are not in his favor. And now you're going to be playing into Earthshaker, into Clockwork. These are 2 very difficult matchups for you, allowing you to get on top of him, having multiple stuns. So he needs to do a lot. Even though he builds into Hurricane Pike, he builds into a BKB, still not an easy matchup by any means.
Yeah.
If it is going on Pure, I am also wondering about how susceptible it is in that early laning phase, because that has been the biggest weakness so far for Pure, is how punishable is this Nature's Prophet in that first 10 minutes.
It will depend on the core that he's playing against, because Clockwork needs a core that will like actually jump on top with him and kill the Nature's Prophet. Although, great Timber pick, excellent against Clockwork, high strength hero, excellent against Earthshaker, high strength hero. 0% win rate though on the main stage.
Yeah, but why are they showing here right now? That's like the question, right? Like, if they wanted a hero like Timber, wouldn't he be better at 18? Unless there's something that's going on here, you know, like maybe one of the heroes.
I think this is a statement from BB Team. They are picking a hero that has 0% win rate on main stage and 0% win rate, 0 out of 8 games, road to TI playoffs and main stage.
The reason I'm confused is because they chose to ban the Puck, right? So they seem to think that the Earthshaker is not going to be mid. And now they're picking Timber, I presume, against the Earthshaker, which he wants to go mid against the Shaker. That's what I find a little bit confusing here.
I mean, one argument is Miro is level 30 Timber. It's easy to talk about, you know, the Amars of the world and forget that Miro is, like, he came onto the scene playing Timbersaw every single game. So maybe it's just a confidence thing. I also think it blocks Meepo a little bit, You don't feel as good playing Nepo into this, and I think Heroic could maybe bang it out here. We'll see. I mean, they have last pick, so they could look to get it there, but it's not going to make it through the second phase ban or the third phase bans.
No, I don't think so at all. That's something that everyone's very cautious of about letting them get their hands on. A Bane here as well for BB Team. Kataomi's done wonders when it's been picked up. That's something that gave them success so far on this main stage as well, is when he's on that hero.
Yeah, Bane plus MP is absolute pleasure to have. You know, as a teammate, you're playing Bane. You want someone that can just come to you instantly when you catch a hero with your sleep or your Fiend's Grip. Even though it might seem like counterintuitive to pick Bane into Clockwork, because Clock is one of the worst matchups in the game for Bane, but I do feel like they put a lot of emphasis in enabling this MP. That might explain the Timber, you know. Maybe they are feeling that we need some offlaner to keep shuffling the wave and pressure. So you draw the attention to you, and then the Bane goes to you, sets out with an MP TPing in. Maybe that is the idea of their first 3 picks here.
Yeah, BB is definitely prepping to be really active because Timber also is a hero that loves being left alone in lane. So that means they can pick a support that can run to the mid lane, play around GPK, have Pure on Nature's Prophet TP in, and Miro's just chilling, farming.
Yeah, Hero seems to agree that the Timber is going to be on the off lane, picking the TA right away. TA is like one of the better heroes against Timber in the lane. So let's see if like maybe BB team try to, you know, adjust, try to move the Timber away, or they have to try to figure out what type of support they pick to enable the lane. You know, TA is just going to be, I think, a very strong lane matchup into the Timber.
Yeah, I like this pick a lot, allowing them to have a super strong laner, and this is not gonna be an easy game for Bane by any means. He might need to shift priority. He might be need to play as a position 5 in this one because you're playing against Earthshaker, Clockwork, One Fisher, Clockwork with the hook shot, the trap silence from Templar Assassin, just the global silence in general is gonna make things a lot more difficult for Bane than maybe he expected.
Yeah, that's a nasty silencer pick. Like even Timber, Arcane Curse, he hates playing against this. The lane too, like just the silencer versus the Timber and lane, I think is a winning lane almost no matter what carry you have.
If you're forcing Timber to deviate from his build, okay, that's why I felt like the Timber is gonna be, there's gonna be something interesting with the Timber. So they're moving the Timber mid, they are picking a Darkseer, changing the lane matchup. So they are trying to outfox Heroic in the lane. So Darkseer against TA, that's a pretty good matchup here. In the lane, they need like a strong, probably strong position 4 to make sure that the silencer can't really bully the Darkseer too much.
They could still get a very good matchup for them if they want to get something like a Lifestealer maybe for themselves and use this Nature's Prophet as a support plus the Bane. I know that the Darkseer loves to have, you know, something that he can run in, some Tiny, some Tusk potentially, but overall they don't have the last pick. But after seeing this Templar Assassin, I think they use Nature's Prophet as a bit of a bait to see where the heroes are going to go and try to counter-react it, because I'm seeing Enigma as well. This is one of the few matchups that Lifestealer doesn't like to play into, and also another hero that I think overall Whisper plays really, really well, and it would give them the momentum. I think having Templar Assassin building into Deso, having Earthshaker from the mid lane, 2 supports who can easily rotate, and they want to rotate to get that +1 for Silencer. Clockwork wants to be active. Could be that they just want to shut down the tempo that Heroic is building up.
I love the Hoodwink ban because that could be either
a carry
or the 4. You have to ban it for both. Because, you know, I agree with what you're saying. Maybe not Lifestealer, like there are also other options. You know, Faceless Void is an option there as well. Like, I mean, any hero that builds a Manta style you want against Silencer, and something to win the core-to-core matchup against TA. I guess TA is kind of solved by the Darkseer.
Do you split your band then, or are we still looking at a potential strong position 4 to come out? Because you've given a lot of good carry potential for the side of BB Team. Is it that easy to take it out? Is that easy to all in that's the last pick that is required?
It could just still be a 4 for save. That's also possible. We're just thinking of like interesting flexes because they don't have the last pick.
I mean, he usually likes to play like range heroes on save. You know, we've seen him on usually Grimstroke, Rubik, Tauhir, Muerta.
I mean, Batrider is banned. Okay, well, that would have been great. I'm just trying to think, what are the ranged heroes that play well with Darkseer? Willow?
Yeah, Willow is okay.
It's like Bad and Willow are the two good ones that you can actually Ion Shell.
Yeah, but at the same time, I feel like they want more than one initiator. Right now, that's only Bane, right? If your core is going to be MP, Timber, and Darkseer, you kind of want more stuns and catch for your lineup.
And Save Lion is a classic. He lanes well with the Darkseer.
Yeah, Lion's actually really nice for their overall composition here. You have the vacuum into stun combination. So it's going to be the Dark Widow. So you have the, instead of the stun, you have the vacuum into multiple brambles, which can be really nice in the laning phase.
Yeah, peels through the TA refraction eventually as well, between the brambles and the Willow ult.
Not a very conventional hero right now.
No. Yeah, it was prior to the international happening. Pro level pubs, people were spamming this.
That was before the nerfs, I think. She did take some nerfs to the Shadow Realm.
The regen in the Shadow Realm, yeah. Doesn't feel as broken as it did before.
So what is she offering in the lane? Because you guys said that needed to be something that was really going to help the Dark.
She's a pretty strong laner at level 1. One of the best level 1 heroes.
I was wondering where this hero's made. The mid Leshrac, it deals so much damage. The Blink Dagger, you just jump in, suicide. It's like, I'm going to kill you or you're going to kill me, or maybe both.
Oh, they definitely upgraded the draft from the previous game. This draft kind of plays itself out. You're never going to be lacking damage. You have enough stuns. You have a global presence. You have very good scaling. You have heroes that come online super fast. Leshrac going for the Blink Dagger. You have Templar Assassin with your Dragonlance Deso. So it does feel like they're going to be ready relatively early on to be able to punch back against what BB Team is bringing in this one.
What I love is that they have 3 extremely high burst cores with a silencer. Like, if they cover a jump with the silence, they will kill like 2 or 3 heroes, potentially. This is very strong. I think the pipe timing for Miro on Darkseer will be very important. Like the pipe in Crimson Aura timing.
Yeah, they have to make sure whenever the silencer global comes out and with the Earthshaker jumping, they need to survive that initial burst. If they can actually do that and make the fights drag out, then it'll be really good for the Timber and Darkseer. But overall, I feel like execution-wise, it's a lot easier for Heroic here. I feel like their team fights are just pretty straightforward. Laning phase is also pretty straightforward. They're very, very solid lanes. So I think we are actually going to see a game 3 here.
Winter, I feel like you changed your viewpoint. You went from not sure if Heroic were going to be able to bounce back in the series to loving exactly what they're bringing in game number 2.
Yeah, you gotta love if someone gives you something you like to see. You know?
What do you love so much about this one, Lacoste?
I like that they are shutting down the cores as well. I feel like with the picks that they do have, it gives them a lot of momentum as well. And BB Team, they are picking heroes with very low win rate. These heroes are low win rate or have no win rate whatsoever for a good reason. Nature's Prophet didn't win on the main stage. Neversaw didn't win a single game. And they're really trying to push the limits. This is also a bit of a test. If they are going to be managing to win this one, it's also a bit of a statement for the rest of the teams that are still left in the tournament.
Yeah, I like that you're bringing up those statistics. It hasn't been working for other teams on at least 2 of their cores on the side of BB Team. And so I feel like we need some answers exactly what that coach and how this draft is going to play out.
And I can make that happen. And that, yes, I am joined by Bulk of BB Team, where I do have some questions about your draft. Timbersaw gets picked up. I don't know if you know this, 0% win rate in this tournament. It has been picked 8 times so far. Why do you like it?
Тимберсон на этот турнире выбрали уже 8 раз, но у него винрейт 0%. Почему вы продолжаете его выбирать?
Мы захотели исправить эту ситуацию и поправить этот винрейт.
We want to fix the win rate.
No more 0% win rate after this game. Makes sense to me. Last game, I asked Cass if he was afraid of your last pick anti-mage. He said no. Are you afraid of the analog last pick Leshrac?
В интервью тренера после
Mali by sa báť toho Leshraka, mali by sa.
Сказал, что он не боится вашего антимага. Боитесь ли вы их Leshraka?
Trasú sa im kolená, ten heroický draft je podľa mňa lepší.
No.
Jo, vyťahnu tam ako impact od Banea proti globálu.
Нет. No.
Oh no, that's what it was. I see. Well then, let's see if it happens in this game number 2. Good luck, Bulk.
Poďme pekne krásne do Game 2. Budú to buď heroici, alebo to bude predsa len ten druhý tým. A to BB tým alebo heroici. Jo, nič iné tam medzi tým nie je. A my samozrejme ideme pekne skočiť in-game. My si to tu pekne krásne takto tu nastavíme. A ideme sa na to pekne krásne pozrieť. Ladies and gentlemen, vítam vás tu ešte raz. A táto eliminačná séria už môže touto hrou jeden tým poslať domov. Dneska sme sa museli rozlúčiť s legendou, Kurokiášom a týmom Nigma Galaxy. Ale ešte po tejto sérke to bude jeden z týchto dvoch. Heroici za mňa, ale podľa mňa teraz tým draftom totálne ale prervali BB tým. Nielen, že nemajú moc kontrol, majú tam toho zraniteľného Nature's Propeta na carry, ktorý síce môže hrať rýchlu dotu, ale oni tam nemajú kľúci úplne stuny. Majú tam síce ako agresívnych supportov vo forme Bane'a a Dark Willow, ale hlavne ten Bane, ktorý je reálne tak z 80% vykantrovaný Silencerom. Tam neskôr hocikedy, keď bude chcieť byť Fiend's Grip, cez celú mapu mu to môže prerušiť akurát nejakým nenapadným globálom. Save, ale medzi tým bude mať problém očividne s prežívaním. Yuma! First Blood pre Team Heroic. Kým tam nebude level 3 na Darkseerovi, tam predsa len by to mohlo byť tvrdé. Schofield ale bude mať problém na druhej strane. Pure s Kataomim. Laning by chlapci nemali mať vôbec slabý. Whisper sa tu takisto prišiel prispôsobiť s tým offlaneovým shakerom. Tiež prišiel dneska ukázať veci. Počkať, ale Pure tu hrá Nature's Prophet. On tam hrá tých goldy skillov. OK, Pure. Aj tak tam môže využívať tie sprouty, samozrejme aspoň na to veľké tango zožrané vždycky. Nebude tam ale úplne teda ten heal, ktorý sa hrá bežnejšie, on ide hrať Nature's Prophet. On reálne ide cinkať goldami, cinkačka obecná od Pura. Uvidíme, aký veľký impact teda bude mať, ako sa tam networkom bude vzdialovať chlapák. Že túto hru je podľa mňa veľmi zraniteľný, nielen na tú TA, ale potom neskôr na toho Shakera, na toho Kloka a hlavne na toho Leshraka. Ja, nebude to podľa mňa vôbec, ale že easy peasy. A mám taký ten pocit, že Nature's Prophet s Free Farmou by tu mohol niečo rozbehať, ale podľa mňa Pure tentokrát bude musieť robiť veci. KJ dole sa môže rozlúčiť so životom, Yumič ešte dostane ten nuke navíc. A tam si myslel, že toto ustojí, ale popravde táto linka, jeho Darkseera, tam väčšinu to tiejka môže ulejniť celku bez problémov. Ten väčší problém ale nastáva v moment, jakmile sú tam jednak väčšie levely toho Ion Shellu, ale neskôr jedna vacuum walla s tými iluskami. Väčšinou ho tam instantne zbaví tej refrakcie a tam zrazu tá tiejka je úplný free kill k tomu. Toto budú zbranie, ktoré by mohli ako BB team využívať dosť tvrde. Ale zase by som ako nepodceňoval heroikov, ktorí fakt ako cez toho midového leša môžu prejsť cez všetko. Jeho BB team ide skúšať šťastie, pretože, well, majú tam Timbersova, ktorý momentálne má 0% win rate na celom main stage. 8-krát bol piknutý, ako si to počuli pekne na tom maine, a 0-krát sa podali ho vyhrať. Jedno pekné 0, prosím pekne. No je jasné, že po tej, že si to chce GPK minimálne teda priniesť, aby tu mal ten jediný win. A podľa mňa ako s tou jeho formou by to výjsť mohlo. Meča proti Leshrakovi síce nebude mať easy, ale aj tak by si myslím, že to mal byť celku easy trade-off. Ale tam nemôže prísť podľa mňa úplne nejaký bežný solo kill, čo ten Leshrak môže jakž tak urvávať. Ale podľa mňa ten potenciál na tom Leshrakovi, či už pôjde nejaký YOLO Blink z prvej, alebo nejakú tú klasickú Kaju Blink, alebo ja neviem, Kaju BKB, uvidíme, čo tu bude chcieť analóg vytiahnuť. Jo, podľa mňa tá najväčšia otázka, a to, čo tu Bad Boomovcov môže fakt ako držať, je agresivita od Pura. Ten, že išiel ešte ten Nature's Prophet, je ešte viac motivovaný podľa mňa, aby tam reálne proste získaval nejaké tie goldy skillov navíc. Uvidíme, aký to bude teda veľký rozdiel, zatiaľ mu to pocinkalo jedenkrát. Schofield chce zabezpečiť Waterrunu, ale bude ju mať Kataomič. Miero bude ale vymazaný dole, tam Pure naznačoval akorát porty. A tam sa portiť nebude Schofield, ale na tom výlete bude ešte k tomu aj punishnutý. Ani runu chlapák nemal. Tretí kill tam teda bude aj na strane BB. Za Miera je to stále podľa mňa dobrý trade-off. Tu ale podľa mňa tá TA, aj keď bude mať dobrý začiatok, potom bude mať problém s tým prežívaním, alebo to budú mať vedbené obidve tie carryčka ako tu momentálne, ale oveľa nebezpečnejšie to majú podľa mňa práve heroici neskôr. Laning phase je túto hru oveľa podstatnejší pre BB team, ako bol podľa mňa kedykoľvek toto predtým v tých hrách. No, save s Mierom, ako už majú síce tie levely 3, už tam KJ dostáva teraz iba ten Ion Shell, ten bonus damage, save, už proste toho Silencera zabije jak nič, Mierovi tam vyfarmí kill, ten sa snažil ešte cez branchku toto vyblokovať, snaží sa tu nejak odísť od Yumu čo najďalej, Helma pomáha, Helma jakž tak drží, ne, Melt Strike nehitne pan Yumič, teda nemysne pan Yumič, ale medzi tým bude body blokovaný ešte Whisprož na tej vrchnej strane. No, darí sa tu heroikom podľa mňa veľmi pekne punishovať, aspoň tú spodnú stranu. Yumič sa zase rozbieha do nezastaviteľnej zóny. No, na Lešrakovi predsa len pozrite na analog a ten má zatiaľ skillnuté 2 lightningy na lázity a inak tam nezobral stun, nezobral tam ešte tie edikty, zatiaľ neprišiel čas, čo tu vyberať, to je jeho najväčšia zbraň, ale budú samozrejme práve tie ediktíčky k tomu. Whisper teraz pekne s Kvelinou, z takýchto záležitostí síce dostane, má tam základný nulák, Bracer, nebude to ale podľa mňa začiatok, ako sme dneska videli na XXS-ovom Shakerovi, toto nie je fríčko. Medzi týmto Jumič vyzerá, že rozmýšľa nad nejakým rotationom, možno aj na mid pomaly. A tam dole má predsa len free wave, ktorú bude môcť ísť zrubať. GPK by tu samozrejme chcel tú power, no má tam pripravený aj ten Chakram. Vision bude pripravený rovno od save a tam zahliadnú podľa mňa KJ, ktorý si tu vykračuje a podľa mňa to bude easy target. Silencer bude žrádlo pre Team BB. Im tam nebude nejaký global silence. Neskôr to bude dobrá odpoveď na minimálne Kataomičovo Bejna. Ten teraz pôjde skúsiť nachystať akurát analóga, pekne ho tam odspal Schofield za to, ale možno zaplatí životom, pekne to tam vyblokoval aj Pure. Ten Lešrak ale tam trhá Kataomi mu prdel a roztrhali ju dobre. Tradeovi 1 za 1, supporti sú podľa mňa stále OK, tým, že tam bol forcnutý dokonca aj Pure vyportiť na ten middle. Analóg už ale začína aj od tých čakramov dostávať bomby, GPK dostal do zóny, kde ho môže možno vysolovať, ne. KJ tu prišiel včas tým lastwordom za toto celé, ale môže možno otočiť GPK, tesne prežíval, ne. KJ prišiel dobre. Analóg vydžebejtil GPK, ešte tu hodí pekne tip tomu Silencerovi. No, tam ešte teraz uvidia, ako to bude robiť samozrejme poctivé steky navíc. O to si myslím, že BB Team bude chcieť možno potom bojovať, či už to pravdepodobne bude od toho Shakera. Pura ide pozdraviť Yuma. Carry, TA pripravená gangovať. Sprouty to tam ale zablokujú od Pura, dobre. Raketovo tam síce kľúci vidia, tam bude ešte ďalšia trapka za moment. Pure si proste ale iba odkráča, pôjde preč, prichádza mu tu GPK. Vysprož na tom leveli 5, chudák, žiadne eka, nič, no chance. Timbersov. To tu začína fakt ako rozbiehať, ale tvrdým spôsobom. Analóg, ale takisto sa príde prispôsobiť, bo Pura si proste prišli, tak si ho aj zoberú. Killings príde tam na Jumičovi, ale nechcel by na to zaplatiť životom, si ho teraz dobre zapnú tú refrakciu pred tým posledným hitom. Tá veža ho bude pohitovávať GPK, ale môže Chakramom toto celé snajpnúť. Twisted Chakram získava double, ale za to ešte celé bude tradenutý dokonca aj save. Toto je extrémne agresívna Dota za 7 minút. Triple kill pre GPK-ho Timbra. Ten ide priniesť teraz momentálne message, že 0% win rate, môžu mali všetci ostatní amatéri, ale jeden z nich nebude práve tento tu pán. Tento tu ruský boj bere ultra kill v 8 minúte. Asi najrychlejší. Pure medzi týmto skoro skapal na tie enchanty a bude musieť zrať až do hoven. Whisper sa tam ale blíži s levelom 6. Tu to môže prísť echo od Whispera. Tu si musia dávať na toto celé podľa mňa BB Team pozor. Ale mám taký ten pocit, že tu nemajú resursy, aby o toto už bojovali. Neskutočne aktívna Dota, 17 kg za 8 minút. Ja to neviem, či by ste na dolenkách teda niekedy mohli zažiť tento monštrózny Ancient Stack. Whisper už pôjde pofarmiť. Kataomič tam zobral niečo málo expo z toho druhého kempu, ale myslím, že bol dokonca mimo toho rangeu. Schofieldu ale pôjde nachystať, tu by Kataomič mal byť problémom. Whisper zobere kill, Analog tesne bude schopný prežiť GPK, ale s hejstami on si po neho pôjde. Neskutočný, nezastaviteľný GPK-ov Timber. A vyzerá, že chčie, takzvané mechanicky. Momentálne na to, že by tu tento hrdina mal mať 0% win rate na TI. GPK ide ukázať presný opak, Kogi. Jeho tam teraz ako trošku znepríjemňa, musí si tam teraz dať slalom. Schofield nakoniec ho ešte tými jednými kogmi trafí. Damage na to, aby ho dorazili, tu nebude. Jo, saveovi medzi tým za chvíľku prídu dokonca pekne pripravené aj tie Tranquily. KJ na polceste ho tu síce nájde. Stihneme vyhodiť aj to kombíčko navíc. No, cez tú Shadow Realmu ani tu úplne nevadí mistrovi saveovi. Ale nejak to bude mať tú Tranquilu, tak toto bude akoby cez ten celý regen healovať pôjde. Jo, Jumič, aj keď začal neskutočne, tá jedna smrť na vrchu, ten ultra kill pre GPK a toto celé, proste tá sekvencia tých 5 killov za sebou pre toho Timbra teraz spôsobil tzv. Škrt cez rozpočet. Jo, Blinku už má ale Whisper v 9. minúte zo flinky. Dobre, no tak Whisproš, ten je pripravený ešte možno tuto ako poriadne prekvapiť. Vyzerá, že táto aktívna Dota bude vyhovať obidvom týmom. Schofield už tu príde nachystať aspoň GPK a navíc cez ten Silence nemá čo. Ten najväčší kill si prišli heroici zobrať a budú ho mať. Ešte k tomu budú mať dokonca dokončený aj ten samotný D-Ward, pekná práca. KJ sa tam dokonca ešte ide prejsť, aby tam nahodil aj tú agresívnu vardu do trianglu. Pekne ukradnutý regen od Kataomiho. Whisper ho ale nenechá odísť, Fizurovo zablokuje. Kataomič bude Ottovson. A začínajú sa tu po konci laning phaseu heroici teda ale tvrdě rozbiehať. Sa nachádza Nerusha. Medzi tým tu Jumič dostane ale teraz síce od podporu od svojho kamaráda po dobe globálu, ale ten je k hovnu. Stačí ten Darkseer, Vacuum Wall a Dominátorka. Tá tiejka teraz sa tam podľa mňa nebude môcť ukazovať, ale že vôbec. Jo, hrá sa tu s nimi hlavne Sejvož úplne na kráľa. Jo, začína sa tu ale podľa mňa ten čas pressure, ktorý budú mať heroici ťažký. 2 minúty tam teraz nielen, že nebudú mať globál, ale Pure, ten si ešte príde tiež, KJ a vidia, ten bude mať Kvelinu, už sa tam ale bude blížiť nielen Bramble Maze, ale aj Kentan. No, Blink Echo ale prichádza práve na Pura, tam by mohli mať teoreticky možno dosť damage, Pure bude mať síce ešte sprauty, aby sa možno odtiaľ to dostal pekne, sa dostal na ten low ground Whisper, ale bude mať stone čas. Purík neodporti nikde, aj keď to bol dobrý pokus. Unlucky. Od T-Governora už nám tu zaznie. A ukázal tu konečne Whisper teda to podržanie týmu Heroic. 1K Goldy tam bude svietiť tiež Kataumič, ale podľa mňa vie, že chlapci tu není globál, ja chcem niekomu vysať mozek. Inak to tam Kataumič nevyhľadá, vyzerá, že práve tu T-Jejku by si tam chceli nejak nájsť. Ale Jumic sa bude schovať akurát vzadu Schofield, tu do nich dokonca pôjde nabehnúť, pekne našiel spolknutého GPK-a. Sám im tam bude vyžerať ten gang, dobre načasované Kogi. Tu GPK nepôjde nikde ďalej, pekne ich tam zdržal. Kogi síce netrafia nikoho ďalšieho, tu ale supporti chcú ísť nájsť niečo lepšie. Chcú ísť nájsť tú T-Jejku ideálne. Nakoniec si tam teraz sníknú akurát ten Vision, ja myslím, že tú T-Jejku tam na chvíľku videli, tam dole chceme vidieť kameru, tam Jumič má problém. Ajajaj, vysaný mozek, nie je tu globál. Schofield síce prišiel na pomoc, ale tam proste neprerušil ten Fiends grip, toto bolo k hovnu. Sám tam prišiel so syndromom pomáhania, ale toto není kvalita ako od Plavíkovského pána Kloka. Ten by tam možno vymyslel nejaké záležitosti, aby toto ešte celé teda možno teoreticky uhodal. Ale well. Ajajaj. Dúfam, že sa chat zatiaľ ale baví. Vám nemôžu ani tieto dva týmy podľa mňa doručovať akčnejšiu dotu. 12 minút a skóre je 12-14. Je pravda, že ten Lešrak zatiaľ sa teda nepredviedol úplne najviac, aj keď teraz už mu pekne schovaný Blink za chvíľku príde do inventára. Jo, tu pekne schovali toto celé, nebude ho tam teraz vidieť, ten Blink na analogovi by teraz mohol prekvapiť. Majú tam takisto Vision aj v tom enemy triangli, otázka čo tu chcú nájsť. Jo, je tam ako pravda, že si tu analog kľudne môže urobiť jedny steky navíc, čakajú tu ale niekde v bezpečí na smoke. A teraz pôjdu práve niečo nájsť, Pura tam práve v tom triangli už vyskenovali, už ho tam aj vidia pod Visionom. Ja myslím, že Purík je jasný. No, tí golemy tam teraz zabraňujú tomu, aby nemohli analog, už použil ten Blink teraz a potrebujú hookshot a hookshot bude trafený. Do toho príde rovno globál, aby mu ani nemohli kluci pomôcť, nazdar. Schofield s vymaxovanými kokmi tu pekne krásne vykope Čutanou a bude tu mať akoby pekne týmto malom fotbalku ešte jednoho snajpnutého kuríra, toho druhého sa snaží zachrániť akurát Pure. A kurír. A príde si po ňo analog, dvaja kuríry dole, medzi tým ale meanwhile pri hantení kurírov umrel na vrchu Whisper. To je trošku akoby lepší kill, GPK medzi tým by samozrejme ešte toho silencera Kataumič, tým že vie, že tam nie je ten globál, môže zase používať ten Fiend script. Jo, nakoniec iba skúsil Nightmare, ale tu si po neho analog skočí práve s tou Blinkou. Tu môžu ísť kľúci robiť viacej, nestíne tam ale analog nakoniec dojsť. Ja, Jumic síce príde, tie XP, ale budú mať momentálne Team BB. Skôr sa nám teda pomaly vyrovnáva na 14 ku 15. Vyzerá, že tu chce ešte Jumic, ale pokračovať ďalej. Save si on si omylom zrušil tú Shadow Realmu. On misklikol, teraz on mohol vyportiť takto preč. No tam by bola aj tak možno nejaká tá fizúra, takže by to bolo celku jedno. GPK teraz sa čestne vyhol tomu hookshotu. Toto bolo close. Ale teraz ukázal poriadne skills Mr. GPK vyhnúť sa tomuto hookshotu. Well played. Je tu ale väčšia otázka, je vidieť, že akoby tam z tej arény viac znejú teda heroické chorály. A ja by som rád videl game free, to ako ne, že ne. Zatiaľ hlavne BB Team na tomto TI sú tí hlavní doručovači práve tých ako tretích rozhodujúcich hier. Stále sa tam hlavne nepostarali BB Team o to, aj keď tam umrel minulé Pure. Tam dokonca dali aj Sentrinu, ale oni si neskontrolovali ten Vision. Tam je stále tá obska v tom triangli. to prostě ještě neskontrolovali. Pure tam je stále vidět, jak je na to analogovci, asi nebudu moc úplně teraz jako úplně nadvězat, co se týká GPK a ono, na to, že má 7 kg, na tom Timbrovi, podobnou hru jsme už jakoby tu, na tomto TI viděli, ale skončilo to lůzom. A ten Timber vždycky má přece len těch prvých 20-25 minut jakoby velkou zónu, kde to může vypínat. Tuto hru bude aj proti tomu Clockovi, Shakerovi neskôr jako Gucci. Podle mě ale nutně potřebuje to BKB, potom možno nějaký ten poriadný Aganem, aby se tam jakoby dokázalo bránit kludně aj proti té TA-ke. Uvidíme, či ten Timber ale bude fungovat. Ten limitovaný kontrol, hlavně keď je na druhé straně globál, to je teraz trošku problém pre BB, tu podľa mňa niečo nice. Dobrý line-up tu na to heroici prichystali, ale potrebujú nájsť věci tiež. Na analogovi už máme pekne prichystanú po tej blinke Aikaju, Arcane runa k tomu, Mane bude mať viac menej nekonečno, teraz ešte pekne príde to potankovať, aj tú samotnú väžu spolu s Yumičom, len aby to dorazili, katapultíček pomohol. Jo, tým, že tam majú už ale heroici Desolator, majú tam dokonca vybudovaný skoro 3000 gold lead. Ty idly objektivy vo forme Roša, vo forme Tormentra za 4 minuty by mohli byť veľké. Teraz sa tu ale analog prešiel s tým Invizom cez centrinu, Kataomič tam už na ňo normálne čaká a čaká s Fiends Gripom. Global to síce preruší ten hookshot, ale nebol trafený. To je celku jedno, že je to prerušené. Tam stačí akurát follow-up. Oh boy, Pure, ale počkaj, tu ešte pod tým Visionom chce nájsť minimálne teraz Schofielda, na ňom minimálne teda nebude mať teraz ešte damage. Ale tento tu nábeh s Invizom nevyšiel. Dobrý Vision nachystaný pre tým BB. Ja, zrazu Vision tu ukazuje rozdiel. Yumič sa tu teda postará aspoň na tú waveu, Rangeáka zabezpečí teda Schofield. Ja, každopádne tu je moment, kde fakt jako heroici. Teraz je otázka, či ich jakoby nechajú BB tým nejakým zázrakom sa povedzme dostať k tomu rošpitu. Že ono, keď tam príde Fiends Grip, bude zrušený globálom, ale aj tak ten kill získajú, tak to nie je úplne worth it globál. Toho midového lešeraka tam jako 100% nechceli prostě stratiť. Jo, to je ono. No, uvidíme, ako to tu pôjde teda ďalej. Jo, prostě tam bude teda Blink Kaja into BKB, takže len default. Chudák Kataomič by mal byť celku free kill, keď ho takto kluci nájdu. Tentokrát Schofield nechybuje. Nemyslne tentokrát nič. Jo, Pure sa tam teraz rozhoduje, či vôbec ako ísť do toho trianglu alebo nie. Má tam dokončený predsa len ten Mjolnir. Ďalší by chcel urobiť najprv forsku predtým, ako z toho urobí samozrejme nejaký ten Dragonlance into Hurricane Pike. Takže no, jako forska mu pomôže hlavne proti tomu Clockovi, by som povedal. A aj proti tej TA, aj proti všetkým sa to tam samozrejme bude hodiť. Jo, ten Nature's Prophet ale môže byť stále v zraniteľnej zóne, hlavne pozrite na ten network. Jo, tu jako na Pureovi zatiaľ ani nesvietí ten Nature's Prophet nejak jako vôbec profit. Jo, mal by tam mať nejaké tie bonusové cinkajúce goldy navíc, ale čo sa týka networku, je to velice chabé. Farm speed zatiaľ jako za Yumičom teda nestíha vôbec. Purič ukazuje, že ten Nature's Prophet môže byť jeden z najpikovanejších hrdinov a hlavne, čo to bolo Road to TI a turnajky pred TI, bol ten Nature's Prophet jeden z number one. Jo? Po tých nerfoch už je možno teraz akoby trošku, takzvané by som povedal, prečítaný. Jo, nazval by som to, že to je prostě už fakt jako vec, že ta meta sa posunula spôsobom, že ten Nature's Prophet už tam zrazu jako nesedí zas tak moc, jedině možno na tu carry pozíciu, ale aj tak tam ten tým musí robiť věci. Je to celku jako zraniteľné carryčko určitě, ktorému hlavně trvá, kým začne rozdávať nějaký damage. Jo, defenzívna forska tam teraz bude konečne dokončená aspoň na Puričovom Natureovi. Jo, čo sa týka heroikov, Blinka Dezol, jo, pre Yumiča základ. Ale nevyzerá to, že heroici zatiaľ sa budú chcieť hnať nejakým early rošom, niečo sníknuť. Najbližšie by som predpokladal, že budú chcieť ísť fightiť na 20. minútu navrch. Jo, za tých 45 sekúnd o toho prvého Tormentra. Jo, medzi tým ale netreba podceňovať ten impact Miera, jo. Tou dominátorkou jako momentálne je na strope celého networku od BB. Ten Darkseer je to hlavné, čo im tam bude odťahovať samozrejme aj tie team fighty. A zrovna vieme, že v Mierovi sa takéto niečo kľudne schováva. Heroici zatiaľ sa tam jako presúvajú už cez mapu, ale bude to ďaleká cesta, jako popravde, kým sa dostanú úplne k tomu Tormentrovi. Miesto toho možno pôjdu prešerovať skôr na tej midovej strane, toto za 15 sekúnd nestihnú si myslím, ale BB týmy idú naproti, oni toto očakávajú. BB tým ich teraz idú prečítať, tam si mysleli heroici, že tam akoby možno toho Tormentra budú akoby fightiť hneď potom, ale oni im idú pekne naproti obísť to Mierou, že tu hneď ako prvý. To ale možno není úplne dokonalé, tam príde rovno globál a tým pádom to heroici rozčekajú. BB tým išli naproti, ale svojej vlastnej smrti! Heroic! Tí vedia ako prekvapiť, ale teraz sa podľa mňa bedboomovci prekvapili sami. Oni toto celé mali prečítané, dobre vyskedové, proste celé to vymysleli, ale prvý tam nabehol ten Darkseer, tam vedeli, že tam bude ten globál, že tam bude všetko to bling echo, ale proste si prišli takto dopredu, možno si mysleli, že ich tam akoby vychytajú v momente, keď oni ešte budú na tom low grounde, ale heroici proste boli moc rýchli. Jo, ešte tam GPK teraz velice povzdáli, chceli iba otravovať, ale tu podľa mňa nemá čo robiť. Tam si myslel, že kluci pôjdu len a len po nejakého Tormentora, možno GPK chce robiť big plays, ale mám taký ten pocit, že tomu Timbersolovi skôr ostane možno ten 0% win rate aj ďalej. Nie sú tu heroici úplne full, v petici by ale toho Tormentora podľa mňa zabiť mohli. Ja myslím, že žiadny veľký panič ich tu nebude úplne čakať, všetci by sa mali dostať do bezpečia. Ale zrazu je to fakt ako pre heroikov rozohrané nádherným spôsobom. Ten carry Nature's Prophet má síce povedzme nejaký ten split pushovací a carry potenciál tu ako nežené. Za mňa ako carry matcha proti Templáre ako môže byť stále hrateľný a nie je zas tak problémový. BB Team ale vedia, že tu teraz nie je predsa len na druhej strane Global, pôjdu si po Schofielda, ten síce možno zobere tie XP a bude ich mať, ale smrť táto bude určite. Nie je to ale žiadny veľký core kill, takto si tu podobne podľa mňa BB Team chceli možno nájsť napku tú Templáru napríklad. Tým, že tam Schofield zobral z tohoto aj tie XP, predtým mu tam kluci vyfarmili aj ten jetpack ako free shard, tu sú kluci spoko. Jo, obidvoje tie XP teda budú mať ale pekne bedboomovci aj na Purovi. Jo, no, tu ale podľa mňa najväčší moment príde s tými backupami a pozrite na Yumiča počkať. OK, Yumič sa ide vysrať na defenzívu. Jo, toto je ale tým pádom počítanie s tým, že sa dostanú k tomu prvému Rošovi, pretože on robil rovno malé kryty, ale to nie je iba taký ako nenápadný malý krystaliseček, to bude celý veľký Dedelus. Yumi chce preskočiť ten tretí defenzívny item vo forme toho BKB a rovno chce ísť urobiť veľké kryty, aby ich tam proste fakt vymazával, aby mali ten burst, aby práve v tom globále dokázali zabiť napríklad toho Darkseera, toho Timbra, povedzme kľudne aj toho Nature's Prophet celku bez problémov. A za mňa je to ten správny decision. Jako na Yumičovi niekto by mohol nazvať, že by to mohlo byť nezodpovedné a môže byť ako zraniteľný. To je jasný. Ale na druhú stranu on tam vymaže Team BB jak nič. Ten Darkseer je za mňa ten najpodstatnejší, ktorého tam musia mať BB, aby ten teamfight mohol nejak fungovať. Tu ale vyzerá, že práve heroici pôjdu robiť moves. Obchádza to tu Yumič a Whisper, GPK, ale rovno vyžere to echo, nazdár, toto má byť tučný Timber, kde Schofield tu ešte dokonca našiel aj schovávajúceho sa Savea na boku, akurát sa tam kluci ako dostanú od seba preč, Savoš, by bude môcť na chvíľku zdrhnúť a možno mu tentokrát bude život ponechaný, ja myslím, že Whisper ho nenechá len tak, už tam príde follow-up, pekne tam vydržoval ten Melt Strike, tu vyzerá, že Miero dokonca pôjde na porti, dal tam akurát vôľu, ale tam príde Global, tam nemá čo Miero urobiť, tu bude akurát tej pipe proste staknutý, Whisper príde po ňo, BB týmu sa to celé rozpadáva ako jeden veľký ping-pong. Po 23. môžu kluci možno akoby teoreticky ladiť bong na Game 3. Tu akoby po 23. je niečo k tomu dodať, akurát kontrolu. Že na touto hrou majú heroici, ten draft nepustí. Tam som to pekne odhadol podľa mňa dokonale, pretože BB Team zrazu majú jediný poriadny teamfight, čo sa týka toho celej hry a to je proste ich Darkseer a nemajú nič proti tomu globálu. Jo, ako samozrejme, že tam neskôr možno budú nejaké tie Lotus Orby alebo niečo podobné, myslím, že to budú práve tie Gravesky z toho mekáču, ktorý tam chce dokončiť ten Darkseer. Ale tu proste majú milión problémov, oni by potrebovali, majú tam pipu, ale problém majú aj s physical damageom. Jo, potom neskôr môžu robiť Crimson Guard, ale zase nebudú mať akoby povedzme dispel na ten global. Tu je hrozne moc problémov, ktoré nemajú momentálne BB Team ako zalátavať a ešte to posilňuje ten Dedelus od Yumu. Ten sa toho nebojí. TI main stage, heroici v eliminačnej sérke prehrávajú 0-1. Ale chlapák preskočí BKB, aby kúpil poriadne veľké kryty. Ako túto hru, popravde to BKB potrebuje iba na to, aby ho ten Timbersol možno nemohol zabiť na ten magic damage, aby ho tam nemohli nejakou vacuum volou možno úplne vykontrolovať, aby tam neboli iba Bramble Maze a Terrorize. Ale akože nie je to zas taká turbonutnosť. Problém je, že BB Team túto hru podľa mňa počítali s tým, že oni fakt ako môžu vždycky, keď tam bude použitý globál, tak potom môžu ísť niekde vybehnúť, skúsiť Fiend's Grip, vychytať možno nejaký core, všade čo tam pripraví niekde, možno Katao meč po mape, tam môže prísť povedzme ten Nature's Prophet, ono to ako dáva zmysel. Ale proti tomuto line-upu Heroic, tu len tí supporti im robia podľa mňa zo života peklo. BB tým, uvidíme, kde nájdu tú stabilizáciu, protože tu nie je ani GPK na presne nejakom tom midovom shakerovi, midovom sandovi, alebo nejakom jeho midovom púkovi, aby tú hru akoby dokázali fakt ako urvať neskôr. Toto je Timber, ktorý síce ako niekde vyeskaluje, ale je tu dôvod, prečo má ten hrdina 0% winrate, prečo ho skúšali tí najväčší hráči sveta a nikto s ním nevie na TI vyhrať Dotu. Tento mechanik, ten bude musieť možno ešte trošku kapustičky sežrať. Tu vrchnú väčšu podľa mňa ale pôjde Jumič ako kľudne doraziť bez problémov, to dokonca musia dať ten 7-sekundový glyf. Jo, tou dominátorkou tam predtým ešte zdržoval tú creep waveu. Myslím, že to bol práve Miero. No, bude to teda o trošku dlhšie trvať. Jumič teraz ešte môže pohitovať, ale už tam je ten backdoor, takže si bude musieť počkať nejakých tých 20 sekúnd, povedzme, kým tam ako tá creep wave dojde. No, split push je to, čo BB tým teraz potrebujú. Hlavne na tie 3 minúty, keď tam je predsa len pripravený Aegis. Analog tu ale popuje Hasty, videli tam pod Vardovou, Kataomio a ten je pravdepodobne Hotovson. No, ako chvíľku to možno zdrží, ale tu príde jeden hit od Jumu a nazdar. No, split pušovanie dole funguje jakž takž dobre. Teraz doble namaloval by the way, KJ namaloval a teraz Jumič namaloval, kde sa nachádzajú tí enemáci možno. A popravde ich tam úplne presne trafili a prečítali. Jumič medzi tým si tu pôjde s tými veľkými krytmi proste rozsekať toto tu celé. Do damageu nemá chlapec vôbec málo. A za malý moment dokonca budeme pripravení aj úplne celú tú hurricane pajku k tomu. Jumič, ten už bude viac než spokojný. Na Purovi máme takéto klasické severské trio zeleného typu. Má tam BKB, má tam Hurricane Pike, má tam Mjolnir. To je ten základ. Stále, ale to nebude ani zďaleka podľa mňa rozdávať toľko damage, koľko tam môže rozdať tá tieka. Tá jediná výhoda je, že môže byť všade na mape, ale teraz tá mapa patrí týmu Heroic. Teraz tesne Schofield obišiel Miera a nevidel ho. Stihne vyportiť, on si to tam dokonca podľa mňa skenoval, či ho tam náhodou nejdu. Snajpnutý, ale zase bude chudá Kataomič, Terrorizon toto pripraví, ale save aspoň na dvojicu Jumič. Tu bude možno miernych problémov bez toho backup a predsa len ten damage tam môže prísť. Jumič stratil teraz ten Aegis. BB tým našli jednu vec, Whisper ale už tu prichádza s jedným veľkým echom. Save sa zbavili, Jumič prichádza na druhé kolo, GPK a môže na jeden crit zabiť a je to tam. Tá bola ho tam síce spomolo, je už tam, ale príde tá forska. Jumič, aj keď stratil Aegis, teraz ešte príde očividne po Pura. Tu je ešte follow od Whispera stunutí, budú obidvaja Kataomica do tohoto celého dokonca buybackoval, ale tu bude musieť Mjolniru robiť úplne celú tú prácu. Eulov to tu ale zdrží Schofield na pána pánov, rovno do Whispera, BB tým nemôžu nič, Jumič ide tráť a Jumič roztrá toto celé. BB tým nemajú nádej na zastavenie horkokrvných heroikov, keď sa tu hrá kurva nejaká aktívna Dota. Arena tam minimálne určite už bliaka. A počujeme to pozadí. Jeden ešte ten ďalší klip si tu kluci ako môžu dať, ale teraz nebudú mať žiadny ďalší veľmi dlhú dobu. Heroici fakt ako veľmi pekne forstli dokonca túto BB tým, aby si tam chlapci zobrali Timbra, aby skúsili túto ako ten win rate trošku poťať. GPK chcel byť ten vyvolený. Zaspomínajme si ale viac menej nejakých tých 20 minút naspäť chat. Tam ako v 8 minúte mal ultra kill na Timbrovi. Stále to nestačí. Tu uvidíme ten replay, jo. Konečne Jumiča ukontrolovali a tu bola tá slabá stránka, keď nemá to BKB, ale vedelo sa, že má Aegis. Jo, takže aj keď proste sa ho zbavili, nakoniec na to celé zaplatil životom save, jakž takž to Miero ešte mohol poprežívať aspoň trochu na Jumiča, ale potom už nemali nič, ten sa otočil, zabil ho na 3 rany toho Timbra kľudne v BKB, Pure tam nemal ani range, aj keď mu tu vyskakovali goldy, tam nakoniec si zarobil ešte Jumič z tohoto. Jo, to je tá vec, že tam aj akoby enemáci si dokážu akoby zarobiť nejaké tie poriadne goldy. Pre Pura ten Nature's Prophet bol skôr Nature's Deficit, by som to teraz možno akoby tuto nazval. A Pure, ten proste s Natureom tuto ako neukeriuje momentálne nič. Za mňa toto je ale decision hlavne s tými veľkými krytmi. Počkať tu, ale analog, bude nájdený. Nemá podľa mňa, akoby teda má BKB, takže to bude musieť popovať. Jo, ako možno BB tým ešte mysleli, že tam analog na takéto veci nebude nachystaný, lebo že tam nájdu niekoho iného. Tu bude ale vychytaný mimo pozície práve GPK. Follow-up teraz úplne nemôže prísť. Miero tam síce nahodil tú vacuum wallu. Jo, Graveskami si zničil ten globál, ale tu nič neexistuje. PK, bo tam dokonca už má aj Jumič. Už tam není ani nič iné. Whisper medzi tým narazí akurát túto na pani saveovskú. Jumič ale prichádza rovnosti BKB, aby toto vymazal. GPK by mal byť na 3 rany a je tomu tak. Save bude hantený hneď potom, len na ten ďalší hit. Clockwork, ten by mal stačiť maybe. Kataomič padá, celá skvadra BB dostáva jeden náklad za druhým. A vyzerá to, že Team Heroic pôjdu pekne heroicky toto celé odtiahnuť aspoň do Game 3. Chvíľku tam ešte pingovali, že tam dole teraz split pushuje nejaký poriadny Nature's Prophet, dokonca ho tam vidia ešte potom Vardou. Nemá ho tam teraz úplne podľa mňa kto ísť vypanišovať, tu ale podľa mňa môžu ísť kľudne, možno pušovať aj nejaký high ground. Gomba-san tam príde takisto podporiť nejakou poriadnou stupenečkou, uvidíme, kto dneska bude tými stupenečkami predsa len vyvolený, či už submi alebo inou podporou. A kto si dneska odnese ten originál Skitterov dres, poslaný práve Skitterovou maminou, alebo teda najprv Skitterom, potom ako Skitterovou maminou, až to skončilo pri mne. O, analog Anti, analog nájde, Piur! Kde si, chlapček, kde si? To je tá Varda, o ktorej som rozprával asi takto minútu dozadu, že ho tam vidia pod Vardou. A tu nakoniec tam zvostal chlapák. Myslel si, že to bude v bezpečí. Tu ale neplatí proti heroikom, že pod lampou je najväčšia tma. Chlapci, tam majú všade lampy vo forme tortíl, tam vidia všetko. Už sa schovať nejde. A hlavne heroikom najviac vyhovuje chaos. Full YOLO a non-stop fighting. A táto hra je presne ono. PB tým proste nabehli viac do niečoho, podľa mňa, čo úplne nemajú ako zvládnuť. Ja, ten comeback potenciál s týmto line-upom podľa mňa je nulový. Nehovoriac o tom, že sa tam časom môže dostať, ja neviem, KJ možno už aj má, alebo bude mať možno aj nejaký refresher na tom globalistovom silencerovi. Tam potom pak ako nie je nič. Oni si mysleli, že na TA-ku bude podľa mňa dobrá answer ten Darkseer, čo samo o sebe platí. Ale zrazu tam nemajú žiadny control zo flinky, iba jednu vacuum wallu. Jo, do toho tam máme si tých supportov, kde viac menej pain neexistuje len kvôli tomu, že tam je silencer na druhej strane. Tam nemá ako prekvapiť, proste keď tam ten globál je na cooldowne, tam proste je to hotové. Jo, na analogovi takisto už s tou Kai'O a Sage, BK Beam, on potrebuje litr na Hex. Dobre, no, tam hlavne neukazuje ani jeden ten item. Je pekne vidieť ako heroici, teraz ako aj keby tam z toho mohol akoby trochu benefitovať nejakou to manou navíc a tak tú chvíľku neukáže proste celú dobu, že stavá ten hex, aby potom mohol prísť moment. Hej, halo! Dobre sme. Normálne aj Dota servery tuto, alebo teda skôr nemecké servery tuto akurát, nám tu akoby chvíľku nezvládali akoby toto celé. Mali by sme byť ale OK, druhý Rošan bude pekne nachystaný. No, miesto toho, ale aby tam len tak šli, nechajú tam len Yumiča. Pôjdu si zobrať samozrejme zodpovedne aj ten outpost, tam sa podľa mňa BB tým nemôžu ani priblížiť a nemôžu tu ani skúšať. Jediné čo môžu je možno splitovať mapu tým Nature's Prophetom, ten ide dokonca farmiť ich enemy, tuto Enchanted, vole, a zase tam, kde je bezpečno, tam rád Pure pôjde. Myslím, že cez toho Watchera ho tam zatiaľ nezahliadli, on to tam naschvál dáva týmto spôsobom. Ten jeden satyr, neviem, či nebol náhodou tam ako na max range. Pure naschvál tu obchádza by the way toho Watchera, aby ho nebolo vidieť. Schováva sa za tým stromom. Je on nenápadka samotná. Kurier mu nepreletí našťastie nad hlavou. Počkaj, on teraz ale portí tam, kde ide Whisper akurát. O, to je rovno pod Vardou. Pure! Ježišmaria, chlapče, ruský! Ruská Máša hotová! KJ a jeho Varda. Dajte mi grať Dotu! Vyzerá, že Miero by chcel teraz sa schovávať takisto, aby to možno skipoval nejakú tú ďalšiu waveu. Heroici sú ale prichystaní ísť, Timbersovovi prenechať iba ten 0% win rate. Teraz to ešte dokonca príde globál hneď potom BKB, takže GPK nemá čo. Dokonale KJ hodil globál hneď potom, ako dal to BK, bo Whisper bude síce hantený nejakou poriadnou dvojicou na druhej strane tým echom, ale možno bude problém práve pre nich. No používal aj ten refresher na toto celé, za 2 sekundy bude mať blink, neprerušia mu to ničím. Pekne príde KJ akurát pomôcť tejto šlamastiky, BKB môže Nightfallovskú taktiku využiť. Tu akurát jeden mister, ale Whisper aj tak príde pre ďalšieho. Megakill je tam, nájdený bude aj Kataomi. No to je hotovo, 20 vymalováno. It feels good to be this good, tak ako by povedal PPD. Teraz pred 34. minútou idú pekne heroici ukázať túto týmu Bad Boom, že možno ich cesta na tohto ročnom TI bude v lower brackete končiť. Takže to ani nepovedie pekne do top 6. Analóg rovno s tým čerstvým hexom príde zase. Save na jednu ranu, Yumičom padá. Monster kill je tu k tomu. Už bojujú kluci o GG push. No PB tým pak nemajú čo. My sa pravdepodobne dostaneme do Game 3. Heroici tentokrát draftom, aj tým last pick lešrakom, ale celkovo tým kontrolom ukázali veci. A PB tým sa nechali iba nadžebejtiť. im Nature's Propetom na Nature's Profit. Je to len a len deficit Timbersov. Ten tu bude useless, hneď ako skončila viac menej tá 20. minúta. Impact neexistuje, GPK je hotový. Môže tak mechanicky škrabať na vajcách a teoreticky teraz poškrabať kľudne aj Flavíka a ďalší, ktorí by to momentálne uvítali. Jumič medzi tými tuže pôjde pod fontánou, čistiť všetky. Jumič, the God, roztrhá to celé. Toto si heroici užili. A my máme vyrovnané na 1-1. Tretia rozhodujúca hra bude rovno pekne pred nami. A BB Teamu a Purovi už sa tu pomaly pekne klepú kolienka. Pre BB Team ale toto je celku bežné, jo? Dostávať sa do Game Free, to je ich doména na tomto TI. Heroici toto ale zvládli, konečne. To nebol nejaký zasraný Queen of Pain Position 4, ale bol to nebezpečný line-up, ktorý vie hrať agrodotu aktívne. A tu to bolo úplne extrémne vidieť. Tu zrazu proste, aj keď chceli BB Team mečovať to tempo, do toho chaosu, do toho early game pomaly 5 minút non-stop fightenia na celej mape. Nemali proste BB Team dosť, na toto nie sú zvyknutí. Toto nie je ich Dota už teraz, momentálne, aj keď kedysi to bola celku ruská záležitosť. Toto essay vie momentálne najlepšie. Veľmi pekne zahrané od heroikov. Môj odhad na túto hru bol samozrejme pekný a presný, musím teda ako dodať. No a my si to samozrejme pôjdeme teda s panelom pekne prebrať celé, aby sme nezmeškali žiadnu veľkú záležitosť. A uvidíme, čo nám k tomu povie Freddie Mercury.
Made them look like they were getting pub stomped to pub stomping BB Team. Analog ran around on Leshrac, owning noobs like he was smurfing. But it's easy to forget that this is one of his like staple heroes. He's played this time and time again.
Zapanuj sa na ten spoil.
What's really impressive
to je iba mozek a knowledge.
Like Winter said, it's
mozek
been 2-0
a knowledge.
For Heroic. This is the first time in a long time that we've seen that they win a game 2 when they haven't won game 1. So this bodes very well for them as a team.
What an execution of the strategy. After seeing their draft, we were all like, okay, this looks so much better than what they did have in game number 1. Whisper on the Earthshaker, he had Pure's number throughout the whole game. Every single time he shows up in the side lane, you have two supports who can actually hunt them down. That's why when we saw it, this Nature's Prophet opener and seeing Earthshaker and Blocker, we said he's not going to be having a good time. And there's also a reason why Nature's Prophet is not winning, why Timbersaw is not winning. He got that ultra kill, but guess what? Heroic, this is the team that's every single time they're going to be bringing in numbers. How many times so far at DI we've seen them use early buybacks, make sure that they have the numbers. They're bringing numbers into every single fight.
I mean, the Timber was kind of the only hero that was keeping BB Team in the early game. You know, he had like a 7-0 start. He was like having a pretty good time. But then it just came to a point where when the team fights, the actual real 5v5 started to happen. You can see like it's so difficult for them to silence. And when you look at BB Team's lineup, the Dark Sea and Timber, they don't really have a lot of synergy between them. It's very hard for them to start the fight. They can only maybe rely on the Bane if he gets a good sleep.
Dinosaurej paní celku rýchlo.
Ale
dnešné Dona budú aj na granule jet. Zatiaľ vyzerá, že tam nemáme ani na malé balenie, ale to nevadí.
The easiest execution is what you want. Comfort is definitely what you want to be feeling in this one. And looking at these replays, just seeing how quick Heroic are to react on everything that BB Team is trying to do. It felt like immediate rotations all the time coming out for them. But Jenkins, leading into this, when the Lesh came out, you absolutely loved it. We see Analog pop up on it. Where did this hero go? Why is it finally now making its face at the stage?
I think it was a perfect draft for it. The pure damage that he does, not speaking of pure, speaking of Analog, goes through all of the barriers that would come out from the Darkseer. It bursts through the Timbersaw's reactive armor. It's very good at jumping and killing Nature's Prophet. There's not much he can really do when you get on top of him. And the global silence coming out, it is risky. I think that's why Leshrac has fallen off. It's that if you don't get a good early game, he jumps in and he tries to kill you and he feeds, right? You just have less HP, you have less stats to work with than they do, and they just kill you before you kill them. So you need to snowball, and he did. It requires a lot of comfort, especially in this situation where you're lower bracket. You're about to get kicked out of International right now, and you're potentially breaking a record for South American Dota. There's a lot of pressure there. So the fact that he's able to do this under that pressure is very impressive.
Yeah, especially when they have never came back from losing the first game. This is like
Not
do or
once.
die for them, and so being able to actually turn this around takes a lot of mental strength.
Yeah, Jenkins, you mentioned how good of an early game Leshrak needed to have to make impact. Let's go have a look at that, right? Because the lane went so well for him. He actually ended up helping out everyone else on his team, or at least shutting down what BB team were trying to do.
Yeah, this early game was kind of like the battle of the mids. I think GPK's rotation here was very good because Analog was also making the rotation. Of course, Timber versus Lesh is not so easy, so Timber was level 6, Lesh level 7. That's max Edict with the pure damage. It is quite significant. So this was a very chaotic fight. Going back and forth, I think GPK ends up with a triple kill here. Analog gets some kills as well. But I totally agree with Avery when he said that you are playing Heroic's game. To run around in the early game and engage in this chaos, like you are entering into a chaos pit with a team that they were born there.
Yeah, probably that's why we saw in the first game how slow they were taking it. They did not want to risk it too much. They were trying to mimic some of the rotations as well. Again, GPK on the Void Spirit in that game number 1. And coming into the third game, I think they're going to need to address this issue, not fall into a trap to try to play the game that Heroic has been playing. And also for this second game, they really didn't have a way to initiate a fight, especially if you're playing it from behind. Who's going to start a fight? Timbersaw jumping in and be like, yo guys, I'm here, try to, maybe use some spells on me, but they do have the overwhelming damage that we talked about, having this Leshrak with the pure damage, having Temporal Assassin. Yuma had an insanely good amount of farm, and we talk about the team fights, but you now have Global Silence to counter any kind of team fight, even if it happens, but there is none on the side of BB team, so they will definitely need to fix the draft coming into the third game.
Agreed.
Yeah, struggling to initiate, but it also felt like they were struggling to disengage. Heroic thriving in that chaos, and they kind of just got to chase whenever there was an attempt from BBT. They get to keep getting more out of a team fight, out of a pickoff.
Yeah, there were a lot of Benny Hill type situations in this game, which I think favors Heroic a lot. And you could tell that when they smelled blood in the water, they continued to strike and strike and strike. They did not only take this kill on GPK in the mid lane, they figured that the rest of BB, well, they had to be positioned somewhere here on the map. And also, they know that if GPK is going down as the most important hero, that the rest of BB is probably going to retreat. So they get kill after kill after kill. BB might stand for bleed bleed because they're bleeding out in this situation. That was kind of the entire game. Like, it was just BB team bleeding kills. It looked like a pub. I think the elephant in the room is that their draft was almost disrespectful with the picks. You heard Bulk at the start. He's like, nah, we're going to up the win rate.
Yeah, I think the data leans very heavily one way for a reason. We also look towards people who are specialists in certain heroes. Are they picking it up? Are they also just as confident? It doesn't matter where in the draft you pick it up. It's still going to have that question mark. Is it good? And for both the Nature's Prophet and the Timbersaw that has bad win rates on main stage here, you open your draft with both of them, and there's no actual real flex potential despite seeing everything else that comes out from Heroic.
Yeah, and also the bans, right? Because they banned the puck, which is really confusing, right? So they thought that the Shaker was definitely not going to go mid or some reason. But then why would they actually show the Timber? Because I would only show the Timber if I'm absolutely certain I'm getting that specific matchup. So everything itself needs to be looked at, and maybe a little bit of overconfidence after winning the first game, so they felt like they could, do whatever they want in the second game, and they got humbled.
Yeah, they really did. Nature's Prophet on stage doesn't have a good win rate. I know a lot of other people, though, putting high priority on it because it's a hero that once you shut it down, it's still able to find farm anywhere in the map. And I think something Heroic did so fantastic was having defensive wards, being aware that the Nature's Prophet will want to still be looking for that farm somewhere that he possibly can.
Yeah, they knew exactly where he's going to be farming. Like, these are, I would say, anti-Nature's Prophet wards. Yeah. There were a couple of them in the bottom part of the map as well, as you can see on the minimap, that they are ready. Because this is where Nature's Prophet, he wants to farm. Like, he knows that he can just show up in the lane playing against Clockwork, playing against Earthshaker. They can easily initiate it on him, so he needs to find the farm somewhere, and they caught him every single time.
My thought process with this, and maybe this is a reach, was that like Heroic is so dominant in their region that they play a lot of these qualifiers where they have a huge lead. But there's a lot of these pub players, right? Like, people are really high skill from pubs that they're still playing against, and they know where to farm. So Heroic is very good at stopping a team from farming when they're behind, because from their qualifiers, they're always ahead to this degree. Because this was not just like a win by Heroic. This was a stomp. And Heroic, because of their regional dominance, is actually very good at stomping teams if they're ahead. Like, BB's not going to come back.
There's a lot of competition going on here at TI. It's not just our players vying for the ages. It's also, of course, all the creative people at home that are doing some submissions for our short film contest. So we're going to take a look at one of our finalists.
Sunstrike.
I love the creativity that comes out there. I mean, I had the arena when it showed up that there could have been Pudge being removed from the game.
It's never gonna happen. This is the most iconic Dota 2 hero.
Yeah, I loved it. The dual use of the Lincolns and the Lotus Orb there as well. He was making sure there was no way he's getting removed from that game. But in our series, he's not showing face at all. The only time we're seeing him is in that band.
Yeah, he's kind of removed from the game.
True, in a different way.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully we get to see him. Hopefully.
Yeah, I know Jenkins would love to. I'm sure Heroic, if it got let through, they would love to play it. We've seen it on two different positions for them as well, whether it's in that carry, if it's in that offlane as well. But we talked about the overconfidence of BB Team. That's something they haven't gotten overconfident in. They're still very strong and standing by, taking out these niche and unique heroes from Heroic.
Yeah, I don't think you let it through. I mean, especially game 3. I think BB is gonna straighten up. You know, this is what they tend to do. We've seen this time and time again in their tournaments. They're still an incredibly strong team, and I also don't think that Heroic, they're of course going to play with confidence. They're a momentum-based, emotional team, so the win is very good for them. But you gotta still keep respecting BB because they have. This has happened so many times before, and they just end up winning the series. Like you said at the start, all of their series have pretty much been 2-1s. So.
Yeah. I think there's going to be a switch in the draft when it comes down because they gave him Earthshaker twice, and I don't think they're going to want to give them Earthshaker one more time. If they have first pick on BB team, they're definitely going to take it because they do play it from two different roles as well. This is the team that really excels at playing that hero, even though the last 3 games that they did play with the Earthshaker, they did lose them. 2 against B-Vision, 1 against Nigma Galaxy as well, but this is the hero that allows you to have such a good game. In previous game, Whisper, he didn't have BKB. He went for Refresher. Yasha Kaya into Refresher, making sure that he has just unlimited amount of stuns, making sure that those stuns are coming in instantly so that they cannot react to it.
I mean, also their own drafts, right? I feel like that's on the enemy's draft, right? But for BB's draft, I think they need to maybe prioritize Pure more, you know, give him the later picks. Don't show his hero out because I think in most of the games that went long, he has a really good carry-to-carry matchup. He has a like the strongest hero in the game. That's why they tend to play a little bit more slower, you know. They're like, okay, we don't have to rush. We can just take this late. We only go when we reach our timing, so it doesn't feel like they're going to be forced to make a lot of moves in a game.
Yeah, is that something that's also dependent on if they get first pick or second pick?
Yeah, of course. I think with the second pick, maybe they feel like they could do it more. And on the first pick side, I still think you can do it, but maybe just don't open the draft with his hero.
Well, I mean, a few weeks ago, you could just open the draft with Nature's Prophet, and it would still feel like the strongest hero in the game. That's just how overpowered it was. But, you know, nerfs come into play, and the meta changing comes into play. Like, the Dom meta has really changed everything because everyone is reacting to that, and because of that reaction, Nature's Prophet maybe isn't as
Yeah, but it also depends on why, how they're diagnosing the problem. Right? Do they think that Nature's Prophet is the problem, or the other pieces that were picked
I
after
think the whole
Nature's
composition of that team was the problem, but also picking that hero so early, and also with the bans that they did have, removing that Spectre that one time Heroic did use with the Helm of the Dominator to have that global presence, which again is a really bad matchup for Nature's Prophet. But then again, we had a lot of those heroes being countered in the previous game. You do have Bane, who doesn't like to play into Clockwork, doesn't like to play into Global Silence. Then you have Dark Willow playing into Leshrac. I feel like every single hero on side of BB team got countered by what Heroic did have.
Yeah, I mean, if you have to first pick a hero and then you have to use some of your bans later for that hero, then it probably means that that hero is not suitable for first picking. Because ideally, you first pick a hero and then you don't really care what the enemies are going to pick.
Yeah, that's definitely where the flex could come in too. You just run it as a support, like 4 or 5 position. And maybe that's part of why Nature's Prophet has not looked so great as a first pick in this week compared to like the couple weeks before it, because people were flexing to 4 and 5 position if it was a bad game for it, but the core Nature's Prophet is what is better at killing the Dom creep, so people started playing it more as a carry. I can say as a support, yes, you can sprout the Dom, but it's a lot harder to kill it. So maybe that's the thought process, that like in this meta, it's just not as good as a support as it was previously.
And I also think that there are supports that are way more impactful. We're seeing them do so much more if it's team fights securing lanes than what the Nature's Prophet could potentially add. You're relying a lot more on your second support to offer more in the way of team fight or setup.
Yeah, and also to go back to your point about Helm of the Dom and Nature's Prophet, you're playing against Heroic. This team is an honest team. They will only buy Dominator on maybe
Heroic is an honest team?
They are. What do you mean?
When it comes to Helm of the Dominator,
they want to win it by picking the heroes, team fighting. They want the constant brawl. They want the chaos. This is what people want to see as well.
I can't believe you're calling a Meepo team honest.
They did not get a single Helm Dom that game though. That is quite impressive.
It's nice to see teams doing well, though, not picking it up, because one of the narratives coming here was how broken is it going to be? How many people are going to be picking it up? Will we see every role be able to play with it? And while some teams are still favoring it and having impact with them, it's great to see that this lineup is going to run over it, right? Heroic still know a way to play around it and without it, too.
Yeah, they have their own style. And, it's exciting to see that their style matches up so well against a team like BB, who has, for this whole year, been incredibly dominant. And as we saw, they've been incredibly dominant against Heroic this lane. So it's like Heroic kind of stuck to their guns, and they improved it, they refined it to the point where now we have a very interesting and fun team to watch.
We do this series as well, going to a Game 3. This is actually the first time in TI and Road to TI that we're seeing Heroic go to a Game 3. Every other series they've played has been either that 2-0 or that 0-2 to a win or to a loss for them. So it's like, now how are they going to be at managing the energies, the expectations, the pressure of an elimination Game 3?
Do they have the stamina for it? I mean, they've only played for a couple hours here or there. Now we're getting to that 3-hour limit, especially if this game goes long. Who knows?
I mean, it's Dota players, they can play 10 games a day. I'm sure they'll be fine in this series, And on the other hand, BB team, they are quite used to playing 3-game series so far. They've been playing a couple of those. They've come out on top of those. I'm sure they know what they need to do to just calm down, make sure that they can play a clean game in the last game of the series. And for Heroic, they are going to be in totally new territory. So how are they going to play?
This has also been their arch nemesis, I would say, when they start to feel that they need to fix things and they're unable to fix them, when they start losing on the brink of elimination, one game away from it, it could definitely affect a team like BB team, even though they definitely got better over the last half a year or a year, because they started to win the tournaments as well. They kind of got into that territory of being able to breach the barrier and win, but still on a big stage of TI, you could definitely feel that they are also feeling the pressure.
Yeah, the main stage series, when it has gone this way, if they won Game 1, they ended up losing the series. If they lost Game 1, they ended up winning it. And I wonder if that trend continues or if there is going to be that reverse. How are they going to be able to bring it back from here? Is it as easy as being like, way too over?
Sometimes it's not just like about fixing, right? Sometimes you just have to remember in the games that you win, what did you actually do correctly in those times, right? And you just go back to those games and just do it again. There's nothing to fix sometimes.
So what was it that they did right in Game 1 that you want to see them go back to?
I feel like the draft, the hero matchup, they left Pio's hero till last. He got a good anti-mage game. and they were able to play calmly, and they knew that they were going to outscale them.
So it was more that rather than the execution aspect.
Yeah, I think it definitely affects. I mean, the execution is definitely something. They didn't really play a perfect game, but you can't expect your players to play perfect.
I mean, GPK tried in that game. They had a 0% win rate hero. Timber's just, it's bad after the nerfs. Like, this is an easy excuse that Bolt can say, my bad, guys. Pick Timber, G next. Let's go.
Yeah, expectations, you just have to throw them out the window right now, because no matter what you think you're going to get, one thing you can know for certain is it's a game 3.
BB Team versus Heroic Game 3.
Is it going to be the same from BB Team? Confidence coming in and sticking to their guns about what happened in Game 2? Do they just straight up open for something that is not a conventional opener? The answer is yes. A Queen of Pain is going to be the first pick.
I think this Queen of Pain is just a statement. We want you to pick Earthshaker, and our Queen of Pain most likely is just going to be following wherever your Earthshaker is going, make his life miserable, use that Shadow Strike, try to push him out of the laning stage, maybe try to invade the enemy triangle in terms of not getting killed by Echo Slam, but try to block them, try to be annoying, stop those stacks from going off. Maybe position 5 can go into the triangle, try to battle it out with a position 4 on the enemy team. But yeah, Queen of Pain, like even on that position 4, Schofield did look good in the first game, but his damage was pretty much on par with the Earthshaker. But we'll see where it's gonna end up going.
I do believe that is the best role for Queen of Pain right now, is to follow a hero and just dominate it in lane. There's a reason I think that she's fallen off since the Dom meta has sprung into Dota. I honestly don't mind Queen of Pain against Templar Assassin. As long as you win the Sentry battle in lane, a lot comes down to those supports, because otherwise she can meld dodge the Queen of Pain dagger. If you're winning the Sentry battle, then TA gets destroyed in this matchup. If you're winning the Sentry battle for TA, then Queen of Pain gets destroyed in this matchup. So a lot of pressure on the supports here between these picks.
Yeah, the support heroes are going to play a really, really pivotal role. Like in the first game, I felt like the BB side were able to kind of rotate around. Remember the first game where Disruptor was like running around 4 minutes, he ganked mid, he ganked bottom. It's all because of the hero lane matchup that allowed him to do that. So if I'm BB team, I'm going to try to replicate that. I try to have maybe the corp, keep them guessing where my corp is going, and then try to figure out a way how do I get a favorable lane matchup so that my supports can move around. I mean, this TA is definitely a very good answer to it. Like Andrew did say, you have a lane matchup where you're not worried that the corp can pressure you, and you're like daring them to put the corp in your lane.
They are removing Silencer. He did one hell of a job, even though they didn't have too much of a team fight to break the team fight. Not even a waste to start a fight in the previous game, but they're going to give it more respect in this one. Disruptor is still available. You did mention it. I think this could be very good against Queen of Pain in general. It makes your life so much more difficult to play. One bad blink into Static Storm, then you can get pulled back again. Unless you have some kind of a save, it could be very difficult.
Are you surprised that they still banned the Earthshaker? Because I was with you with the way you rationalize why they first picked the corp, right, to kind of block the Earthshaker, but right now they're still blocking, they're still banning the Earthshaker.
Probably thinking about it and maybe deciding it's better to remove it.
Don't give a whole second phase of picks to also protect the Earthshaker. Because I do agree, I think it's worth being worried about it in the first phase, you get some bans out, but BB Team, they are one of the first teams that was using Queen of Pain offlane. So I feel like if this as a pick, it doesn't just have to counter Shaker. Like, yes, you can use it as a tool to not have the first pick Shaker come out, then ban the Shaker because it was too good in both games, and then later on, you just have Queen of Pain and Mira plays it. It's one of his best heroes.
And do you think it tells you that co-op might be a support? That's why they're banning the Shaker, because they don't want to go mid?
I don't think for BB Team. I feel like it's almost guaranteed going to be Mira playing it, unless somehow GPK in the end of this draft still has a good matchup for Quab, then he'll take it. BB will make these plays in the draft.
Well, now with these teams picking up their supports, we thought the Disruptor could have been good for Heroic against the Queen of Pain. We saw its impact. However, BB Team, you're going to go back for that Hoodwink, picking up saves here a lot earlier in this second phase, along with the Disruptor. So double support showing here.
Do you like the lane though, if Pop's going off lane with the hoodwing with the double range?
I was thinking about that. I think it's fine. I don't think double range is that bad. Like, Quap as an offlaner honestly acts as a tank anyway. You get the strength talent, you blink in with Blade Mail, you tank.
It's a lot of damage, a lot of cheap damage on low cooldown inside of BB team, so they can keep fighting. If they want to be matching the aggression that Heroic did bring in the previous game, that's also doable, because we have seen them kind of lacking that in the previous one. When there was no Diversaw, they couldn't really help out when the Heroic was running at them. And this is also relatively cheap, long distance, low cooldown abilities that can stop Bane's ulti from going off. Like Disruptor with the Glimpse, Hoodwink with the Bushwhack as well could easily stop it. Queen of Pain later on with the Shard. There's a lot of things that the Pain doesn't like to play.
I do think BB needs a mid that is more like an offlaner. Some DK, Void Spear, Hangler type hero.
Turns out it doesn't matter what you guys like. The audience is enjoying this Enigma pick.
Everybody loves Enigma pick, you know. It's an explosive hero, very strong team fight.
One of Whisper's best heroes too. Oh, where did this hero go the whole time?
Is that a position for Dawn?
I think Dawn in any position is good against Enigma. So maybe Silencer is out of the pool, so maybe they pick it to block the Dawnbreaker coming out as a response to the Enigma.
And it's also a pretty good lane, yeah. Dawn plus Enigma, you're gonna have a very, very strong lane setup here. I think even if the enemy has a gyro, the lane is gonna be tough.
I like what Jenkins is saying a lot, because you're asking where this hero went. In the road to the international playoffs, Dawn had an abysmal win rate. It was something closer to 30%. It was below 40, and it was struggling so much. And that's because people were leaving that silencer in the pool.
I think the counters to Dawn are such hard counters. Like the two big ones are Silencer and Nyx Assassin. Anything that can stop her from ulting in.
The next one is not even that easy when you get the X, because it's so quick. Sometimes you just don't get it in position in time to stop it. But
yeah, it's true. And you can get a BKB on Dawn. So it's not like impossible to play.
Silencer,
that's a hard one.
Yeah, that's very difficult. But we do see the gyro here, so like standard hero against Enigma, but Heroic definitely had some plans towards dealing with the gyro. They probably feel like with the Dawn, the lane is strong enough to handle the gyro and Disruptor.
It's a super strong lane. Enigma plus Dawnbreaker, you have the slows for your Eidolons, you have multiple stuns plus the Blood Grenade. If someone's getting caught in that lane, either Disruptor or Gyrocopter, they could be definitely getting the kills. And with Enigma, the lane is going to be closer to your tower, so you can kind of always play aggressive.
Yeah, BB does have one problem, which is they lack a melee hero. They
frontline.
They do not have a guy to just run in and be tanky. Queen of Pain is not terrible at it, but it's also, you're still an inch core. Like, her stat gains are really good, you build a lot of stat items, but it's not like a Brewmaster, for example, or a Bristle, which have both been banned out.
Yeah, they need like some sort of aura frontline hero. Underlord kind of hero, someone to stand in front.
Tidehunter, something like that.
Centaur maybe, you know, someone that can actually be a frontline for the gyro, buy some auras. Gyro loves heroes that buy auras and can be the mid shield for you. So I think those are the heroes probably we would maybe see from BB team here.
I think they need a Blink Initiator. I think they need somebody to go in and just stun people, because starting a fight is going to be a bit hard, something that they did struggle with in the second game. Sure, you have Queen of Pain, you have Disruptor, Gyrocopter. He wants people to be kept inside of a certain area to be able to go in and just to, you know, keep them in a place, so that Gyrocopter with the Flak Cannon, Queen of Pain, Centaur is getting removed. This is, I would say, one of Nero's better heroes. I would say that potentially Mars is okay, but you have Enigma, you have Dawnbreaker, Sanking, there it comes. Sanking is the hero that could give them that just blink initiation on lower cooldown.
It kind of does both. It gives you a hero to run in and be tanky and start things off, and then also be a blink initiator and a team fighter later on in the game.
Yeah,
I like this a lot.
I also like the lane setup a lot more here.
Yes,
with the Hoodwink.
It's a hero that plays much better with the Hoodwink, and honestly, any like tri-pairing of the heroes on BB has a lot of damage, a lot of stun, a lot of catch. This is a very solid draft, very magic dependent.
Gotta start them young. You gotta get all the information you possibly can. Give them all the lore. Know that they've been to all the TIs.
Have you heard this one before? I didn't know Arteezy was in the audience.
That's gonna enjoy that one.
That's a classic. That's a classic right there.
I mean, do you guys like a Dragon Knight here? Dragon Knight against Quark, and then you have Dawn with Dragon Knight.
Good call.
An amazing prediction from Winter. What are some of the key reasons that you wanted to see it being picked up?
Lane matchup against the Queen of Pain, and it's also really good with the Dawnbreaker ulti. It's a good setup. I think it allows them to play together as a unit.
I also think if he's going to be going for a Blink Dagger, potentially Mage Slayer, you have Mage Slayer plus Pipe coming out from the off lane, and
so good.
You might be having a lot of issues in terms of dealing the damage. This is something that Sanking really hates to play against. There's also going to be Queen of Pain. Sure, she does have some pure damage, but most of the damage that they do have is going to be magical early on.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much all magic damage. Even Gyro doesn't like playing into a Mage Slayer plus Pipe combo.
I'm looking at where these heroes are going for Heroic. And it's the Enigma position 5, which I feel like has not been seen as a support in so long for competitive.
It doesn't work most of the time.
It's like a Chen, right?
Nazdárek, dámy a páni.
Version of Chen.
Máme tu pick Game Free.
A za mňa
Position 5 Enigma je dobrá otázka, aby vydodžovali tu Girošku na linke. Áno. Trošku, jo, bude to trvať. Tak ako hovorí Winter, tentokrát súhlasím. Heroici majú brutál late game, keď tak. Ale no, tie fázy medzi tým možno nebudú úplne tak príjemné, keď tam musia shiftnúť na Position 5 Enigmu. Uvidíme, či sa nezamotali zase do toho draftu podobne ako v Game 1. Poďme, ale skočiť pekne in-game. Už tam počujete tie chorály. What? OK. Tak tuto sa ukazujú tie vzťahy, dobré. Tam niekto proti Heroikám asi kličal BB Team. Tak by tam ukázal toho fakáča. Týpek, dobre, no. OK. Tam týpek spí? On tam spí, chat. Aj ten v strede tej kamery, tam prisahám Bohu spí. Rozhovor aj na Game Free, väčšinou nebýva rozhovor, ale OK. Elimination on the line. Taktický nepík, je takto, OK. Teď od prvního dne.
Thank you very much. It is time for game number 3 of this elimination series. Caps, you seem pretty pleased with the heroes you got on the board. Tell me about what you got. Or we can just soak this in. Guys, are you ready for this game number 3?
Gombasan!
Let's get to the Dota. 5 heroes on the board.
On ani nevedel, čo urobil. 777 korún padlo. Oh God. A ideme pekne na túto rozhodujúcu eliminačnú hru, ladies and gentlemen. Huge Dono. Gombasan by dneska chcel očividne nejaký skiterovský dres. Nádherná práca. Mám ho tu pre teba nachystaný, ale ešte musíš mať trošku šťastia navíc.
This will be the best a South American team has ever done in South American in TI history. And you are no stranger to being a champion. I know in October of last year, you brought South America to their first ever LAN victory in Wallachia. Are you ready to get these guys hyped up? Tell me what you're going to say to this Brazilian crowd, to all the South American Dota fans out there.
Can I get a mic?
It would be
Flavíku, pravdepodobne.
Who is cheering for Heroic? Stand up. Who is cheering for Heroic? Stand up.
Koľko tam ukáž, koľko je tam Heroic fans. Oh shit. Tam nikto nefandí BB týmu, tam iba spí ten jeden týpek v strede. Je tam jedna pani, tam nebola náhodou na vozíčku, to aj neviem, ale... Lebo tu neexistujú BB fans. Oh boj, Gombasane, ďakujem za túto vyzliekačku, teda, ktorú si tu dáme na začiatok. Krásne, huge 777 korunové dono. Nás čaká ale Game Free, nás čaká rozhodnutie. Oj. Tu bude musieť Pure ukázať nejakú tú stabilitu na carry Giroshiáške momentálne. No a za mňa to bude celku challenge. Umage bude na tej svojej domácej TA. Tento matchup carryčiek by mal byť neskôr podľa mňa príjemnejšie, ako by skôr pre tú TA-ku, ale ono záleží samozrejme, ako sa to networkovo bude celé vyvíjať. Najagresívnejší môže byť Miero plus save. Teraz tam ale kluci netrafili možno úplne dokonale ten engage. Nakoniec to bude ale Pure rozsekaný už teraz. Pure! Odovzdaný first blood just like that. Nebude to žiadny veľký walk of shame, ale to je proste iba downbreakerová, to je klasika. Tam hociaké carry budete hrať, tam dostanete na levely 2 proste výplesk, tu uvidíme ten replay. Tam podľa mňa príde iba jeden hammer, rovno s tým keď tam hitol level 2 počas toho, on tým hammerom zabil tie creepy. Hitol level 2 a rovno sa roztočil. Toto proste Pure neodhadol. A tentokrát mu to bude chýbať. Schofield medzi tým bude tu hantený, tam akurát chcel získať čo najviac času. Bloknúť to brančkou, skúsi tu ešte vyportiť Schofield! Wow. Tak to bolo close. Ale KTO mi zoberie pekne kill. KJ bude takisto z toho position 5 ending, môžete problémom, on sa otočil, aby hodil ten Malefic, keby sa neotočil, to prežije. A nakoniec tam bol greedy boy, chcel dať ešte nejaké value. No popravde by tam ostal aj tak na to možno na tom jednom HP a nebolo by to úplne najlepšie. Tým, že tu heroici ale musia proste zvládať laning z nejakou position 5 enigmou, ktorá tam vôbec ako nebude nič veľké robiť. Ja aj do ľudí by mohli byť akurát bonusová farma od Miera, ktorá zatiaľ aj tak vyzerá. No pekne 14 creepov, 3 denáje k tomu. A toto začína byť veľké. Jo, na vozičku, jo, si myslím práve, no. Oh boy. Gombasané, ešte raz ďakujem, že si tu akoby pred 508 ľuďmi spôsobil to, že sa tu akoby musíme akoby trošku tuto vyvetrať takzvané. Uvidíme, aký hype to tu ale teda pekne, krásne spôsobí. Mám zapnutú klímu, tak sa za chvíľku akoby pekne pôjdem obliesť, ale inak. Uvidíme teraz, ako to bude pokračovať. Schofield tam už teraz zobral M-Feeble. On zobral na 2 M-Feeble, aby tam fakt Pureovi dával ten minus damage. On má reálne 20 damage ako na to. To môže byť celku funny, nebude tam mať síce braincepy, aby to tu potradoval to Nightmareov, tu tam ale pôjde nachystať iba možno do Vispra. Teraz už ale mu to nepôjde úplne len tak cez Kata Omiča vyrúbáva, no popravde bez toho braincepu neviem, či to je úplne najlepší nápad, ale je to klasický Schofield. Ten pôjde Pureovi proste urobiť zo života peklíčko. Sentinel teraz stihol pekne akurát save-ož roztráť. Schofield medzi tým chudák s braincepom, normálne by sa tam možno dohealoval, ale tu Enfeeble je mu hovnu. Možno to bola in the end chyba Pure, ako je studová dokonca tip pekne Schofieldovi za to, že si skillol ten Enfeeble. Na to, že tu feedol, na to, že nemal ten braincep. No a vyzerá, že Pure to tu bude mať nakoniec celku stabilizované. Treba tam samozrejme mysleť aj na to, že aj keď môže byť tá Giro veľmi zraniteľná, napríklad tá Vispra, ten bude close, aby tu získal ten kill podľa mňa, ale toto nebude tesne stačiť. No, vyzerá, že tam ako prichádzajú ešte nejaké tie pingy, Whisper s ďalším hammerom ho tam reálne vymaže, chce si prísť po ten carry kill, ale outrangeovať ho zatiaľ budú dobre, Pure sa tam zatiaľ bude iba regeniť, z druhej strany tam prichádza ale Schofield a tu nenechá Pura nikde odísť. Toto je osobka na Pura. Tu na vrchu mu idú normálne vysvetliť, že chlapec možno bude musieť ísť to the airport. To urobí takzvaný cosplay na NA Dotu. No, uvidíme, či to ale tentokrát ako bude môcť výjsť, ale ne. Oh boy. Už je zima, už je čas. Je tu pekne krásne dať sa obliesť a ísť pozrieť, čo nám tu kľudce dneska pripravia. Oj. OK, chat. Vyzerá to, že Miero nebude mať žiadny úplne pomalý Sand King základ, aj keď to začína na offlinke, potom neskôr tú kombináciu Hoodwinková plus proste ten Sand King sme už videli x-krát a myslím, že na tomto TI ešte aj uvidíme. Chcel som predtým nadviazať na to, že tá Downbreakerová by the way nemá vôbec dobrý win rate, naposledy tam mala niečo okolo 20 alebo 30%, alebo niečo také, keď som sa ako díval a nie som si istý, kde sa to teraz vyvinulo za ten posledný deň teraz, dneska som to úplne nekontroloval. Ale well. Šavové skúša. Všetko ide, Šavové sa snaží jebejtiť, ale Patriko... Počkaj. Všetko ide, Flavik jebejti, vám iba laguje vám internet akurát. Žiadny zvuk tu není Proste toto sú zase normálne úplne tuto kluci. Najprv si skontrolujte veci akoby u seba. Protože viem, že tu sa chytia ďalší proste trollovia instantne, ktorí už tam poznám. A ja proste viem, že to tam napíšu insta hneď potom. To je normálne proste klasika, to je úplne insta. Ježišmaria. Tak, momentálne. Po 6. minúte, ale ideme teda pozrieť, ako sa to vyvíja aj na tej midovej strane. Tam je 14 denial dobrých od tej kvopky. Ale vyzerá, že proti analogovým 27. creepom aj tak to bude celku decent trade-off. Pekný ďalší denial GPK ešte k tomu. Dosť tých midlanerov bude chcieť urobiť prvý move. GPK by už dávno možno s tou Sonic Waveou niekde chcel prísť. Ale predsa len ako proti tej prvej Catapult Wave tam potrebuje možno proti tomu Dragon Knightovi toho čo najviac, aby ho nepustil úplne k tomu Tower Pushu. Ja, vyzerá, že KJ sa tu už rozhodol, že bude pekne farmiť les Eidolonmi, do toho blokovať enemy enchanty, ešte tam vytvorí nejaký ten vision, aby sa nepovedalo. Odtancuje si to tu pekne naspäť, nenápadne. Každopádne o žiadne XP sa tu bojovať nebude, obidve Position 4 si zoberú XPčky. Vyzerá, že čo sa týka lázitov a čo sa týka networtu, je zatiaľ zase najspokojnejší práve Jumič. Čo keby ste to napísali napríklad akoby jeden pekný smiley face. Ja neviem, akoby koľko smiley face to tam dokáže objaviť napríklad v kickovom čete, YouTubeovom čete a Twitchovom čete dohromady. A keď vás tu samozrejme asi tak 99% je práve tuto u nás doma na Twitchičku. Uvidíme, koľko krásnych usmiatých ľudí tam teoreticky môže teraz prísť. To tam pekne poctivo sleduje Dotu 2, aby som vás tu videl. Lurking Boys sa občas môžu pekne ukázať, aby som ich tu pekne mohol všetkých odhaliť a vidieť. Ste tam a je vás tam celku dosť. Rozžiarilo sa nám to tu smiley faceom aj, ale oproti Kataomimu, ten bude vyprutý chudák na ďalších 23 na trestnej. Setup, ale setup bol velice dobrý setup na analoga, Hýleček príde od downy, ale to nebude stačiť. Whisper tam nakoniec príde iba po svoj vlastný demise. GPK sa nebojí. Miero ale prišiel úplne v dokonalom čase, teraz tesne save netrafil ten bushwhack. Schofield sa teraz dostane do bezpečia. Jo, Pure medzi tým dokonca ešte nielen, že odtiahol tú waveu, on im tu ešte k tomu pôjde pofarmiť aj možno nejaký camp navíc na pána. Jo, na vrchu sa teda pôjde vrátiť Kataomič, aby tam niečo teda spôsobil tiež. Tu ale zrazu BB Team, konečne ich vidím normálne za 8 minút mať pomaly advantage na laning phase. Jo, proti tej Position 5 Enigme by som povedal, že by to mohlo byť celku default a som zvedavý, čo tu akoby fakt ako bude KJ túto hru predvádzať. Má tam potenciál, že niekde v tom late dostane nejaký GPM aj ten vieci. Aj z tej pozície 5 nejaká, čo ja viem, blinka po nejakých, ja neviem, dramoch, alebo čo tam pôjde, možno by mohla prísť. Teraz tam už zistia, že sú tam zablokované enchanty za chvíľku. Medzi tým si Jumič ale bude relaxovať. Túto hru dokonca nebude ani rašovať úplne ten Dazzle. Jakoby takto najprv pekne poctivá Dragon Lansa klasicky. Uvidíme, čo tu ale zase setup nesej už s levelom 6 v 9. minúte. Toto kombo z offlinky bude trhať všetky nádeje Heroic. Jo, Whisper medzi tým tu teda pôjde pracovať na tomto jednom monštróznom stejčíčku Enchantov. Jo, nebude to pre ňo síce úplne najpríjemnejšie a najrýchlejšie, ale popravde cooldown na ďalšie akoby účko bude tým pádom rovno za malý moment mať. Jo, nebude mať taký problém to tu úplne celé pofarmiť. Schofield si tu s tým zoberie hlavne tie XP, aby sa tam dostali k tomu Fiend's Gripu, to je tiež veľmi podstatný element. Na vrchu im tam ale umiera jedna celá wave pod vežou a nemá to kto ísť farmiť. Ešte Whisper si tu musí dávať pozor, aby mu tu Karel nerozsekol ksejk, pôjde si s ním dať ešte Whisper! Karle! Karel holohlavý! No tak to dá, môj bože. Oh god. Toto sa ti stane v Game Free eliminačnej sérii pred celou tou arénou, ktorá jása pred Team Heroic. Rýchla cesta domov pre Downbreakerovú. Jeden Karel holohlavý. Tu ale zobral dôležitý kill, podľa mňa. No uvidíme, ako na to teda zareagujú tuto chlapci z BB týmu. Určite nejaké tie chuckles, nejaké tie smiechoty tam už budú. Je vtipné, že BB tým si tam ako odvardil už tie enchanty, aby mohli stackovať. Už sa tam ako rovno blíži safe. Ale on tam stále neskontroloval, či tam náhodou nie je vision, by the way. Takže aspoň tie stacky budú mať tuto odhalené. pingujú tam reálne heroici, že by tam možno niečo chceli robiť. Analog medzi tým predsa len sa presunul na tú spodnú stranu, aby s tým Dragon Knightom tam prichádzal robiť veci. Miero ale ani nepotrebuje farmiť tie steky. On už v 11. má blink. On ich tam rovno môže ísť pleskať jak nič. Ten Glivik ale nakoniec daženie preč. Hlavne tou Vardou, tým, že tam videli celý ten presun. Tu nechcú samozrejme heroici dávať žiadny veľký opener. Jediný KJ tu stojí v pozadí, ale práve to jeho vesmírne pozadie možno bude ten problém. Tam ho nechcú zatiaľ úplne overcommitnúť. Tam čakajú, že tu je celý tým, ale toto je len samotný ako KJ. OK, tak nakoniec zistili, že aha, tak počkej, my sme akoby asi ho nechceli nechať ujsť dobrý. Nakoniec si ho teda prídu zabezpečiť pre istotu. Dali mu chvíľku priestoru, aby si tu chlapec podýchal. No, pre 12 minútov sa tu začína rozbiehať BB vláček, hlavne GPK. Zvedavý, čo na tej kvopke teda pôjde za build, či to bude nejaká rýchla kaješka, alebo to bude nejaký možno Witchblade viac. U toho by sa mu totiž ten armor ako celku dosť hodil aj niečo navíc. No otázka, či to bude chcieť ísť ako nejaký ten right click oriented build, alebo pôjde niečo iné. Miero už bude mať konečne teraz trochu času, aby si tu pofarmil tieto monštrózne steky. Jo, vidia to heroici, oni o tom vedia. Ale čo tam akoby s tým spravia, toť otázka. On tam Schofield už šprintuje s tým Baneom, aby tam možno aspoň nejaké tie XP zobral. Toto je ale fakt monštrózna nálož creepov. Schofield sa tam blíži, Kataomi ho ale nájde rovno pred tým. Static Stormov ho tu prichystá. Jo, zatiaľ sa tam saveovi nechce, tam pôjde podľa mňa Miero. Ten si pôjde po Banea bez problémov. Downbreaker by mu ale mohol ešte zachrániť prdel. Analog medzi tým pôjde hantiť ešte GPK a vzadu tento ale preskočí a pôjdu si proste kľúci po Schofielda. Save sa medzi tým síce schoval túto dobre. Veverička by mala byť easy target, jedna Black Hole, ale len na Veveričku by nemala zabezpečiť podľa mňa nič. Tu sa môže Pure otočiť rovno do toho zraniteľného dráčka. Hotovo. Armoru môže mať chlapec dosť, Pure ale zabezpečí double kill a tu už žiadne čierne diery nepomôžu heroikom, ale že vôbec. 2000 gold lead je tam. A aj keď tam mali ten vision, aj keď proste to celé videli predtým, boli pripravení tam s Whisprom proste prísť. Bohužel. Jo, tuto majú Bedbomovci veľmi dobrý základ na začiatku, aby to tu fakt rúbali. Jo, celé je to trošku unlucky. Minimálne pre aspoň teda Whispra a jeho gameplay proti Karlovi. Oh boy. Toto bol jeden poriadny kekvé moment, ktorý na TI myslím, že bude ako párkrát na svete klipnutý a niekde tu kolovať po sockách bude. No, viac menej u nás by sa ten klip mohol volať Raid zabíja Whispera on the TI main stage, ale dobrý. Potom. Analog na to, že tam urobil teraz tú rýchlu blinku, za mňa veľmi podstatne, ako by potrebuje ten Mage Slayer. Tam potrebuje znižovať damage tej kvopke, znižovať damage tomu Sandovi aj kľudne tej Veveričke. Zase chudák Schofield na výlete tu, bude proste nájdený, má tam brainset, aby si trochu HPček vrátil, ale tu príde raketa, tu príde damage. Killing spree bude mať tentokrát Pure. Laning phase ho tam ako celku kluci rúbali, to je ako že ne. Ale v momentálnych fázach to majú úplne pod plnou early kontrolou práve BB Team, asi tak prvýkrát tejto sérii. Väčšinou to boli práve heroici, ktorí to tam akoby prevzali, potom možno BB Team mali nejakú tú svoju skvostnú spruhu. Teraz si tam ale hodili smoke BB Team rovno pod tým, ako tam bola tá Varda, neviem, či to ale heroici všimli, pravdepodobne nie. KJ tu iba farmy vedľa s idolonmi a jedna lesná Enigma. Jungle Boy! Už je tam v lesíku vyčmuchaný. Tento jeho Tarzan gameplay nebude teraz momentálne úplne prospešný a za mňa akoby to shiftnutie, chceli hrať tú Enigmu, nakoniec si ale povedali, že alebo zabudli možno tam zabanovať tú Kiru, alebo tam nechceli nechať iné veci. Zrazu nechceli tú Enigmu poslať na tú offku, tak tam vymysleli Downbreakerovú a tú Enigmu tam ako strčili teda ako na tú pozíciu 5. Viac menej tu prišiel ako celku podobný prípad, ako sa nám stal aj pekne krásne v tej Game 1 s tou kvopkou, ktorú tam dali na tú pozíciu 4. Takisto to in the end fungovalo, no, ako v nejakých momentoch, tam Schofield robil veci v tým hexom, ale tu uvidíme, čo tu ako príde. Idú tu heroici hľadať na tej spodnej strane, tam majú predsa len ten dobrý sneaky vision. A uvidia tam teraz save Miera na malý moment, ale rovno môžu setupnúť Fins, kedy príde tiež, no to by mala byť smrť premiéra. Heroici pekne nachádzajú aspoň tento jeden pick-off, hlavne tá sneaknutá Varda, tam kde sú proste roztrhané tie stromy. tam, kde padala minulé tá veverička, tak toto prekvapilo Miera jednoznačne, oni tam majú inak pripravenú sentrinu, oni tam ako majú tú defenzívu ready, mali tam dokonca 2 sentriny BB, aby si skontrolovali, že tam je možno v bezpečí. Tu heroici ale našli jeden nenápadný prekvapiaž. Už tu analog teda rovno naklikáva práve ten Mage Slayer, o ktorom som hovoril. Jo, tu konečne, jak bude znižovať aspoň ten magic damage, prežijú tam nejaké epicentry a burst, by to mohlo byť OK. Enigmička, ale bude proste žrádlo vždycky. Jo, KJ tam medzi tým by the way naklikol Manabota into Blink into BKB. Ten proste chce z tej Enigmy urobiť nejakú mašinu, aby tam potom ukázal veľkú čiernu čokodierku, možno s tortilovou príchuťou. Tu to ale zažije teraz momentálne veľkostehen, natápanie Visprová. Čo je to damage z epicentru, tým Valkyrie ešte účkom by sa mohol ale udržať pri živote. Otočil to aspoň do Miera. Bohužiaľ, ten jedným malým klepietkom skázy. Zoberie tento kill. Jumič medzi tým chudák sa preletel cez celú mapu akurát glimpsom. No a vyzerá to, že pred 17 minút to fakt ako nemajú heroici tentokrát ako na to reagovať. Oni tam musia byť ready straight up. A tentokrát ako to fakt nebude vôbec pre nich easy peasy. Tvoriť hru najviac podľa mňa pôjde určite. Je to celé to support duo plus Miero. GPK sa k tomu pôjde pridať velice rád. Už si tam ako nenapadne dokonca z Illusion runou. Pôjde pekne tuto depušovať akurát pure a free farmiť k tomu. Teraz tam mali trapku od Yumu. Jo, dali si tam teraz dokonca scan, neodhadli teraz úplne ten moment, ale vedia, ak tam pozorovali tú trapku, že niekto išiel tou bránou. Vyzerá, že defenzívne sa pekne heroici pôjdu presunúť do fakt ako dialog. No, Schofield to dokonca pekne pripravil aj ten Vision, schoval sa tam akoby zatiaľ vzadu. No, ale momentálne tam myslím, že nikoho stále ešte nebolo vidieť. Giroška sa tam pôjde presúvať pod Visionom, takže tu momentálne heroici vedia, že ak je dole Giro, možno tam bude aj ďalší. Žiadny pick-off si tu ale BB tým tentokrát nenašli. Zase tou bránou sa pôjdu presunúť, ale tá trapka, tá tam pekne získa túto informáciu. Už si to Save tentokrát zistí. Teraz ale keď vedia, že sa tam kluci presúvajú bránou, že tam vidia samotného Pura, ten už tu dávno podľa mňa nemá čo hľadať. A myslím si, že celku obvious move je od heroikov tu možno ísť skúsiť. Nemajú tu síce žiadny veľký vision na ňo nachystaný analog bez formy, ale pôjde hľadať. Pod bardou mu tam smrdí veverička a skúsi odísť, ale tu... Počkať, kto to tu odspal, ani som si není istý, to myslím, že ten damage, ktorý tam akurát tikal, ale well. Save-oš. Že z tej trapky, alebo z čoho to tam zobudilo. Nakoniec museli na to teda kluci dávať aj ten Fiend's Grip, save zabitý. Ale celku pekné, ako heroici tam fakt ako nechávajú priestor. Takzvané, by som povedal možno skoro na sneakinga. Nechávať akoby tú Enigmu na takých tých viac ako ofenzívnejších pozíciách, aby tam kľudne depušoval celý ten middle. Aby sa teoreticky dostal nejakým tým itemom tiež, ale aby predsa len bol zrovna on častý target na nejakú ako smrť. Jo, uvidíme, ako s Enigmou bude teda chytať chlapec Blink Timing. Jo, že zrovna ak tu Position 5 Enigma bude mať aspoň niekde ako v 20. tak ako ono by to nemuselo byť zas tak bad. No, uvidíme, či mu tam neskôr pomôže možno nejaký GPM item a či Gaben bude s ním spolupracovať. Za mňa, ako myslím si, že ten late game majú fakt ako heroici extrémne scary. Ale ako Giro versus TA matchup by som úplne ako zase tak ako nepodceňoval. Jo, tak Giroška to tam ako môže kľudne ako rozsekať bez problémov, keď sa tam dostane k tej stabilite, bude tam mať tie aganemy, nejaké kryty, nejaké backupa. Jo, možno aj túto hru, ako tú Hurricane Pike záleží, maybe aj Linken, aby nemusela byť túto hru úplne zlá. Proti Dragon Tailu aj proti tomu Fiend's Gripu, keď tak. Ale zase záleží, čo tu budú chcieť ako urobiť kluci. Skôr si myslím, že tam možno príde iba nejaký Lotus Orb od možno neskôr Miera. Už tu máme ale tentokrát od TA BKB. Tentokrát Jumič chápe, že tú hru nemajú úplne tak dobre rozohranú, že by proste straight up mohol robiť nejaké kryty. Majú tu teraz timing na Mage Slayer a 9-sekundové backup pre Jumiča. Toto je čas, kedy musia ísť heroici ukázať svoje zbrane a že plným spôsobom. Miero, ten naznačuje zatiaľ akurát nejaké epicentry, tu čakajú a vyzerá to, že BB tým budú baitiť, že idú na Tormentra, ale pritom tam čakajú, že im tu heroici nabehnú. Toto je otázka, či sa heroici ale nechajú chytiť do trapky. Ak tam spolu nabehnú, toto nemusí výjsť dobre. Čakajú tu, Schofield bude ako prvý, tam nedoskočil, ale dostatočne ďaleko. Jeho Silenceom tam bol síce ako analog tuto na chvíľku spomalený. Vzadu bude vychytaná na chvíľku práve tá kvopečka, tá by mohla byť ten hlavný target na ňu, ale momentálne možno nebude damage. Sonic Wave sa GPK dostáva do bezpečia, analog je dole, Schofield hneď s ním. A Downbreakerová bohužiaľ nezachráni nič. Vyzeralo to, že na kovečku budú mať dosť. T-Jejku tu ale ešte prídu sa tapnúť. Tie stromy. To Midnight Pulsov tam zničil tie stromy KJ. Zachránil ale možno Jumičovi život. Tu je Blink Black Hole, ale bude to rovno zrušené. Aj. Jedna glimpsa to tam celé vráti. Im tam nebude BKB. Jumič sa síce postaralo to, aby tam zobrali aspoň kill na Pura, no ale podľa mňa môžu ešte BBT pokračovať kúdne ďalej. Nie sú tu žiadne veľké black holy. Je tu samotný pan Jumič against the world. Schofield je tam teda ešte na nejaké to druhé kolo, zostalo mu tam dokonca nejaká Fiends Grip a teraz tu vychytal práve tú kvopku. Jumič sa tam môže otočiť, aspoň tú kvopku budú schopní vytradovať. Počkať, tu ešte prichádza aj KJ o buyback. Jumič ešte spolu s nimi, tam idú dokonca aj poviera. Heroici cez buybacky. To je tu možno celý tým Heroic! Neuveriteľne! Teraz ustáli toto celé! 2 buybacky na supportoch, ale lízať péno môže akurát tak veverička Medpúvovská! Wow! Jumič! Ten sa teraz otočil ako nikto za odmenu! Tam ale teraz budú mať pekne toho Tormentera zdarma. Nemajú na to možno úplne tak jednoduchá APčka. Z tú refrakciu by to nemuselo byť ale úplne zás tak veľký problém. Myslím si, že by to malo byť tu. Vidíme ten replay. Plagoula, ktorá bola glimpsou síce zrušená, stále to stačilo na to, ale by na Pura. Aj tak mohol prísť dosť damage práve od Jumiča. Ten potom potreboval akurát zdrhnúť samozrejme preč Whisper. To mal spočítané. Ale to, čo bolo podstatnejšie, je, že tu sa rozhodol KJ s Jumičom, že jakmile tam Schofield teraz sa vráti naspäť, no on sa tam akoby stihol možno aj respawnúť alebo niečo podobné tam. Ešte KJ povedal Jumič, OK, ja musím proste fightiť. Ten Fiends Grip nakoniec chytil presne ten target, ktorý by rozdával možno nejaký poriadny damage, potom prišla otočka akurát do Miera. Zistili BB tým, že sú momentálne v hovnech. Ten KJov buyback na Enigme nakoniec fakt ako teraz tou blinkou už bol nebezpečný. A ako heroici neskutočným spôsobom ustáli toto celé. Tu je vidieť, že sa tu hrá o elimináciu. Medzi tým ale poďme vrátiť live. Schofield na výlete očividne tu bude vychytaný a bude ďalší target navíc. Tie buybacky predsa len budú ako heroikov niečo málo stáť. A minimálne ten dlhší respawn time. Pre 23. minútu tu ale BB týmu stále podľa mňa ostáva ešte ten pressure eye catch. Jo, predsa len tam ako prehrali ten fight, stratili dokonca aj ten early gold lead, ktorý tam mali. Dôležitý ale podľa mňa rush práve pre heroikov, ktorí si teraz tam nemajú ako dostať. Je tam nasťahovaný Pure, ktorý si chce ísť po early rusha, čo proti tomuto line-upu bude huge. Tu si myslím, že vedia, že nie len, že tam nie je black hole, je tam síce možno nejaké downbreaker ulti, analóg už tam šprinti. Tesne ho teraz neuvidel Kataomič, tam nájde KJ, ten mu ale vyblinkoval preč. On si ho tam ale vráti aj tak. No, nebude to možno úplne stačiť, tam ale potrebujú kľúci iba trochu času, už tam Pure má ten Aegis, na kvopku prichádza full engage, kvopka je ale v bezpečí, odblinkovaná v pohode, Miero príde teraz epicentrom, rozseka celý tým, ale jeden ide častí neodísť, BKB TP home, zachráni Jumičovi Rich, ale tu Schofield pôjde hneď za nimi, BBT majú Aegis, majú celý fucking team wipe pomaly, no nie úplne, ale well, na jeden hit. Teraz zase tá kombinácia Beberičky a toho Sand Kinga to tam podržala celé. Pure to tam splakal a mohol mlátiť. Túto hru dokonca urobil na pána ešte Mantu a Dragonland, žiadne malé kryty, väčší stat build, aby bol vlastne tučnejší o dosť viac. Aby sa zbavil takisto nejakého Malefisu, nejakého Enfeeblu. Mohol vydočovať akoby možno nejaké tie záležitosti takisto. Ale tu vyzerajú byť BB Team fakt už rozhodnutí. Heroici budú musieť vyťahnuť ďalší heroický move, ale ako som vravel, toto bolo pre nich tak veľmi podstatné. Tento moment, kde TA line-up nemá prvého roša, to ako dosť extrémne bolí. Jo, na 4 minúty to budú mať BB Team fakt ako úplne pripravené bez problémov. Tu KJ hantí a hľadá. Dostal tam by the way GPM od Gabena z neutrálu, takže no, nakoniec tu pôjdu rovno pripraviť akurát Sand King a nazdar. Jumič počkal ešte na ten lázit, no problémo. Jo, vedia tu zase ale BB Team, že nielen, že majú teraz 3,5 minúty Aegis, vedia, že tam nebude samozrejme 160 sekúnd Enigma Ultimate, ale pripraví tam KJ-ovi minimálne tuto nejaké tie bonusové goldistov a asistov, aby sa k tomu BKB dostal, pretože tu stále treba rozmýšľať o tom, že aj keď BB Team budú mať teraz to tempo, oni to nemajú zas tak rozorané, aby to teraz dokázali rozsekať a za mňa late game stále majú lepší heroici. Jakmile tam bude BKB na analogovi, jakmile tam bude mať BKB na tej Enigme, samozrejme o dosť neskôr, tie fighty sa nebudú hrať pre BB Team vôbec jednoducho. Tam nemajú ani čo urobiť, aby tam reálne zrušili nejakú BKB Black Hole. Môžu tam ako neskôr robiť nejaké proaktívne, čo ja viem, Abyssal Blady na niekom. Na nejakom Pureovi môžu urobiť Basher, aby to ten Sidegunner skúsil urobiť za nich. Nejak ale uvidíme, jak sa tu heroici budú s týmto tu mlátiť. Presúvajú sa teraz momentálne v trojici dole. Tam Whisper akurát odpušoval vedene celú tú linku. Purovi už tu ale pristal do inventára dokonca aj Eagle Song. On ide full stat build ešte s evasionom. Jo, na to, aby ho tá TA proste fakt ako nemohla right-klikovať len s nejakými tými krytmi na pár hitov. Jo, aj proti tomu Dragoniteu, to podľa mňa, proti tomu Dragoniteovi to bude funkčné. Fins gripom ale našli kluci GPK a ten Aganimom chcel prísť depušnúť Waveu. Ale našli ho tam kluci, dobre. Schofieldovou vardou predtým vyskaučeno. Kvopečka padá. U toho práve kvôli tomu vravím, že nejaký ten Lincoln by sa tam ako hodiť mohol. Schofieldeček ale keď nájde takéto niečo, aj keď prechádzajúce výlety mu teda nevyšli úplne podľa predstav. Už tu môže konečne Jumič dokončovať nejaké veľké kryty, tým, že urobil to zodpovedné BK, bo tam jeden fight fakt odtiahol tým úplne plne. Ja, Pure nemá úplne ten istý záujem. Nepotrebuje očividne túto hru robiť žiadne veľké BK a bude tam schopný byť ukontrolovaný, ale aj tak tam je Downbreaker ultegový aj do toho BK, aj tak je tam Fins grip, je tam Black Hole, je tam right click. Popravde túto hru nepotrebuje Pure úplne BKB. Ja, on potrebuje fakt ako to vytučniť a ten evasion je možno to najlepšie. Ja, presne tam videl, že tam sú tie malé kryty, takže tam ako bude síce krytovať pani TA, ale bude misovať do evasionu. Ja, s Butterflyom ten manfight proste vyhrá tá Giro. Tu ale sneaky KJ, on tu fakt ako nenápadne odpušováva Eidolonmi. Ja, ešte tu sneakol dokonca aj túto vardičku, len aby tu proste Eidolonmi zase depušoval, zdržoval. On reálne ale za liter bude mať to BKB. Nie, akože ono to nebude zase tak zlý timing. Tu KJ fakt iba tými Eidolonmi im tu depušuje celú tú waveu, schováva sa tam v lese ako tajný agent. Ale popravde BBT mu sa nepodarilo urobiť nič za celý ten čas, čo bola Black Hole na cooldowne. 2 minúty ďalšie z toho Aegis urvali, už tu majú len jednu jedinú minútku. A nenašli tu zatiaľ fakt ako nič. Nicotné nič. Ani smrad po ničom tuto ako zaujímavo nakorenenom. Na jednej strane dokončený Dedelus, na druhej strane Butterfly. Jo, za mňa ten Butterfly je, ale teraz ten manfight je oveľa podstatnejší. Na nejaký ten magic damage, povedzme, tak Giro bude stále zraniteľná, jakmile sa ale tuto dostane ešte, povedzme, k Sataniku. Tu ako končí sranda. No, ako heroici, no, nie že by tam úplne s nejakou Blink Black Holeou potom, hlavne s BK-bom, nemali úplne potenciál to ešte v late game urvať, ale BBT majú možnosti. Posledných 18 sekúnd na túto Purovej jednej nenápadnej Aegisiáde. Mantov nakoniec tam teda akurát analoga bude trochu ohlodávať, ale nakoniec z toho teda nebude žiadna veľká šlamastika navíc. Zase KJ nenápadne dodžuje všetko, čo sa len dá. Ja, neuvidia ho tu vôbec, on iba tými Eidolonmi zase pôjde mid už pripraviť na depush. Ja, vidí tu teraz celú tú skvadru, ktorý sa pravdepodobne pôjde len vyhýbať. Neviem, či teraz zahliadol aj ten smoke, alebo nie, ale podľa mňa možno na ten max range to aj teoreticky šlo. Ja, s Eidolonmi zase nenápadne KJ vie, ako to tu zdržovať. Dokonca aj toho Kuríra s portom by to mohol snajpnúť. Jo, Kurír s portom. Jo, si to stihol zachrániť pekne Pure. Stihol tam nahodiť ten pekný shield. Port si zachránil. No, nie, že by ten port teraz úplne tak nutne potreboval, ale teoreticky by to mohlo byť cool. Idú BB tým hľadať niekoho a tým niekým možno bude Yuma. Safe to tam akurát obíde tým Amphiblom, to Scofield trochu zdržal. Tam ale aj tak Miero nájde tohoto schovávajúceho sa Bane'a. Ale popravde sa Jumič dostal do bezpečia, toto mohlo byť oveľa viac punishing. No a ešte pre heroikov to není zase taký veľký problém, oni dokonca stále držia aj 1K gold lead tým dobrou farmou na TAke. Ten istý network tam máme, dá sa povedať, na obidvoch keríčkach, ale je tam ten rozdiel tej itemizácie, jo. Kým nebude mať tá TAka MK, bo ja myslím, že ten manfight by mohla tak Giro rozpleskať. Jakmile to samozrejme potom ale budú ešte nejaké tie upgrady podobe satanikov, jo, už aj tak Giro bude fakt ako dosť intenzívny problém. Jo, tu je ale pekne vidieť, že tie killy, jo, sú len jedna zo štatistík. Môže to byť 23 ku 12. Tu majú ale túto obidva týmy úplne 50-50 podľa mňa. Jako BB tým by to chceli mať podľa mňa rozhodané oveľa lepšie, ale príde mi, že heroikom už sa to stabilizuje každou minutou viac a viac a viac. Ja myslím, že KJ už má dokonca aj to BKB na Enigme, ak som videl predtým správne. Analog má samozrejme 9-sekundové BK, bo Jumič to má dávno. Jo, KJ má 9-sekundové BK, bo Black Hole. Toto môže byť huge. Team Heroic. Potrebuješ nájsť aký opener a Jumič na 2 rany. vyčistí Disruptora, ešte k tomu Veverička bude nájdená tou agresívnou vardou, ktorú tam predtým hodil práve KJ. Tu ani na túto Veveričku nebudú podľa mňa potrebné žiadne veľké čierne diery. Veveričská čokodierka je načechraná dosť. Godlike, bere Jumič. A tí, ktorí možno predpokladali, že heroici dneska jednoznačne pôjdu domov, možno ešte neodhadli tento esej horkokrvný tím. Jedna Position 5 Enigma. A zopár dobrých fightov predtým. Early buybacky. Ich dostali do zóny, kde môžu ísť, podľa mňa, ale pušovať ďalej. Samozrejme je tu tá jedna výhoda z toho tretieho oka pre Jumiča. On vie presne na tiejke, kedy sa bude spavnovať ten ďalší rož. Začne mu teda respawn time až za nejakých 18 sekúnd, ale potom BB Team budú musieť guessovať. Aj to, že tam proste rozťahoval KJ tú mapu, tou Enigmou. Občas tam presne toho Bane'a vyhľadali, občas tam tú Enigmu niekde zabili. On má ale v 30. minúte to, čo má mať na tej Enigme, to, čo je to najpodstatnejšie. Vyseral sa síce na tie defenzívne aury, vyseral sa na hovadiny okolo. Urobil to, čo je to podstatné. No BB Team teraz ako fakt musí premýšľať. No Pure, ten akoby premýšľal nad tým, či si urobí Hurricane Pike'u alebo rovno ten Satanáš. Nie, za mňa miesto tej Falcon Blady tam nahodiť aspoň ten lifesteal by bolo veľmi efektív aj v tej Black Hole. Ale samozrejme, kto som ja, aby sme tu Pureovi niečo tu poradili. No, medzi tým som tam videl jeden už dokončený aj refresheríček. Do toho Schofield už má predsa len ten veľký range Zetterlensov plus Glimmer. Orchida teraz pristála ešte tomu dráčkovi, dobré. Sme ale momentálne fakt ako v zóne, kde to je úplne open. Tu vedia hlavne heroici, že za 25 sekúnd tam bude ten rož. Vidia tam teraz akurát odvardovať, myslím, že savea v tom triangli. Jo, teraz pre nich akoby tá hlavná otázka je, či nájdu openera, budú mať free roša. Teraz by to bol ideálny timing, ale momentálne sa im tam BB teda nebudú úplne plne ukazovať. Za mňa ten build na kvopke, ten Aganem by tam ako rozdávať damage mohol dosť. Mám taký ten pocit, že ale proti tej Blink BKB Black Hole budú potrebovať kluci nejakú odpoveď. Pekne si tu heroici počkali, presne vedeli cez tretie oko, ako to tu bude a rovno na pánov. Tu samozrejme pekne pôjdu zobrať toho Rošana úplne zdarma, toto BB Team nemôžu stínuť ani keby moc chceli. Vykontrolovali si to tam akurát teda pozíciu, aby tam ako nikto možno nedostal pick-off, ale toto pre heroikov je obrovská výhoda. Yuma má 2 životy, teraz hlavne celý tým BB je tu ešte vidieť. No ako instantne to kluci teda devardli tým gemom. Neruška sa tu prišla takisto pozrieť, čo sa tu deje. No esej Dota Neruška ide možno vyradiť Pura z celého TI. Je tomu tak? Je tomu tak. Je tomu tak, moja pesovská žďuba. Otázka, ale BB Team, mohli by mať teraz čas na to, aby tam urvali toho Tormentra. Haló? Ale, no tak, ale, hej. Fungujeme? Fungujeme? Dobrý, fungujeme. Dobrý, nie je to na mojej strane. Je to na strane, akoby tam serverov z Hamburgu, tuto od PGL pre mňa. Alebo teda od Doty 2 priamo. Ale dobre sme. Nerama tu teraz prišla akoby pozrieť a čakať. Vtipné ako BB Team čakajú, či náhodou tu nepríde nejaká chyba. Majú tam pripravený aj ten Vision, videli by, keby sa tam ako presúvali heroici. Tí ale nerobia žiadne veľké moves, tí čakajú takisto. Obidva týmy čakajú, že ten druhý tým prichádza tuto z nejakého uhlu. Nikto nechce teraz urobiť nejaký prvý move, pretože nikto nie je vidieť na mape. Ja to proste obidvaja vidia iba čiernu tmu. BB Team, medzi tým samozrejme sa to snažia nadžebejtiť na toho Tormentra. Ale podľa mňa heroici teraz ako si hovoria, že počkať, Jumič, už sa tam ide blížiť. Možno kto si počká, ten sa dočká, haló, funguj! Gabriel, funguj! Dobre, díky, treba iba zakričať. Gabriel, ty musíš teraz fungovať, ty to nemôžeš teraz toto urobiť. Tu musíme fungovať plne. No, čakanie sa možno ale vyplatí, videli tam teraz všetkých od heroikov, vidia tam aj Jumiča. Má síce ten Aegis, a toto je možno šanca od BB Teamu prekvapiť. Jumič im ide naproti, Juma! Stihol vyblinkovať akurát teda pôvodne. No není žiadna veľká vec, tam nechcú BB Team úplne overcommitovať, tam sa ale nakoniec o tú jednu peknú raketu Hurricane Falcon preč. Analog stihol ale teraz popnúť to BKB Miero, úplne vejstoli jednu tučnú epicentru navíc. No, No, Analog sice nebude mať to BK, bo Schofield, ale na toto zaplatí životom dokonca bez buybacku ve veričku tu, ale pripravil pekne Analog, Whisper skáče, Jumič môže dávať damage, do toho tu prichádza Black Hole, Sonic Wave tu bude možno hovno a Black Hole to tam pripraví celé, Whisper má triple kill, ultra kill, kurva fix, Team PB sa rozplýva pred našimi očami. Tu možno nádeje na Eastern European Dota budú chýbať, toto bol cinematický teamfight. Neručka, chod si laškať, nechcem ti kričať pekne teraz do uška, prosím ťa. Ale toto bolo fakt insane. Totálne insane. Na toto tu čakali. Toto som presne hovoril v tom drafte, že ak sa dostaneme do late gameu, ak tá Enigma bude mať Blink, BKB, Black Hole, tak BB Team môže sakovať jedno veľké a bude to práve to Jumičové. Hlavne ich to mal ešte pripravených normálne uholomerom, aby ich mohol hitovať obidvoch. Tuto šance podľa mňa budú len a len klesať. Gaben to vie tiež. 30 sekúnd tam nebude tak Giroška. Herojci majú minimálne čas na to, aby zobrali jednu stranu podľa mňa úplne za free. Potom tam ani nebudú mať epicentry, tam nebudú mať ani žiadne veľké úplne cooldowny na to, aby tu mohli zastavovať toto celé ďalej. Ešte minútu a pol tam Jumič stále má ten Aegis. Nestratil to ani v tom minulom fajte. Herojci podľa mňa potrebujú trochu reset na to, aby tam predsa len mali možno naspäť BKB. Kata Omič, ale príde niečo nice. Schofield by bol pre nich dobrý target. Chudák Schofield. Bohužiaľ, nájdený na ceste naspäť. Pekný catch od Kata Omiča. Ale myslím si, že toto heroikom úplne nevadí. Ten monštrózny teamfight vyhrali. On ešte blázen KJ tam teraz po Ghost Sceptrio naklikol rovno refresher. On chce proste s tou Enigmou reálne tam mať dve Black Holy a dve BKB. Jako za support position 5 Enigmu, tomuto sa vraví essay message. Jo, na druhej strane Kata Omič takisto akoby robí ten Blink Aganem build, ale tu záleží, či tí supporti akoby fakt budú to podstatné. Jo, uvidíme tu ten replay. Jumič tým sa tam dostal mimo tej blbej pozície. Toto bol ten dobrý prst od Analoga, že ho nemohli rozbehnúť hneď. Zbytočný epicenter totálne. A tu ako Jumič stále držal. Potom ale prišiel Analog, otvoril to celé, odhalil ten tým, Downbreakerová to pripravila. Celú dobu tam mohli mlátiť, tá Black Hole nemohla byť ani lepšia. KJ tam fakt vymyslel dokonalý zázrak. Ultra kill od Whispera je message. A tu ešte vidieť, ako sa... To nebolo zase tak, ako... Ja by som tam normálne v tejto fáze asi vyskočil z kože reálne. Ale well. Oh boy. 38 minútovej, keď teraz bude končiť už ten Aegis. To zrazu fakt ako heroici majú 12k lead, ten jeden monštrózny fight. Na Whisperovi samozrejme s tým refresherom, on tam kľudne bude mať tie účka vždycky dve. Na Dragoniteovi takisto majú predsa len tú Blatornu, aby tam niekoho dokázali kľudne aj vypnúť a burstnúť. A proste zase je tam predsa len Black Hole. BB Team sa môžu len a len proste vyčkávaním tu dostať možno k nejakému tomu outplayu. Oni potrebujú sa zbaviť tej Enigmy, aby to tam neprišlo ideálne. Potrebujú samozrejme dať akoby Sand King účko ideálne na viac ako nikoho. To by samozrejme teda akoby pomohlo tejto fáze tiež o dosť viac. Ale tým, že tam proste Whisper má ešte to bonusové AoE, má to z levelu 20, má to z toho Dezunu. To účko je úplne neuveriteľne veľké, a už to minule bolo vidieť. To ako nejde outrangenúť ani pomaly. Jo, tu Pure má síce pripravený akoby už ten satanáš, teraz si tam chce urobiť nejaké late gameové BKbo, aspoň trošku. Ale tu Jumič, aj keď preskočil teda akoby očividne pre neho nejaké tie MKbo mrdať, majú tam predsa len tú Blatornu heroici, takže oni tam majú na ten Butterfly aj tak nejakú odpoveď a Jumič to nemusí možno ani stavať sám. Jo, GPK ide ale očividne urobiť YOLO move. On nebude šetriť na buyback squadkou, on si kúpil 9-sekundové BKbo. Aj tak môže dostať Black Hole, aj tak môže dostať Fiend's Grip, aj tak môže dostať tie dve účka od Whispera. Takže to BKbo na kvopke, neviem, či je úplne taký obrovský upgrade teraz. Aby sa to oplatilo akoby miesto buybacku počkať Pura tu, ale našiel medzi tým Jumič. Dobré zdržanie prišlo. Tam len od toho supporta, dostal túto chudák Jumič za 3/4, dobre. Downbreaker má pre istotu to príde dohealovať, tam čakajú, že na toto ešte príde niečo ďalšie. Tam stihol ale Jumič vyblinkovať preč, zase ten epicenter úplne hovno. O ne, Miero, Jumičom outplaynutý, nechali sa BB Team teraz vyťahať za vlásky, odzadu, bez lásky a že kurva tvrde. 60 sekúnd tam nebude miero, toto je opener, aby heroici možno úplne vyhodili BB Team z celého tohoto turnaja. BB Team podľa mňa vedia, že musia teraz prekvapiť, majú tam vision, vidia aspoň toho Bejna, pôjdu otvoriť hneď, Glimmery sa im tam ale schová, Statek Storma tam udrží aspoň minimálne analóg a ten nemôže dávať defenzívu, ale tu je Black Hole, je práve na tú Giro, a Satanikom sa ale ešte healuje Pure a to snaží udržať celé, Purič celko drží, nakoniec ho byť možno spadne, Pure s tým Satanikom nakoniec možno udrží ešte celé pre BB Team, toto je fight, ktorý nakoniec vyhrajú. Pure! On stihol zapnúť ten Satanik pred tou Black Hole. On to stihol zapnúť. Jeho ten side gunner udržal pri živote. A pritom to tam zabil celé. Prekvápko sa deje. Fúha. Toto je presne tá sila, tu uvidíme ten satanáč. Oni tam na neho naskočili, tam pekne to chytil s veveričkou najprv do toho Statek Stormu, jeden vyblinkoval, ale tu prišlo to Black Hole, ale už tam bol popnutý ten satanik, takže vždycky to, čo mu ubrali, sa mu vrátil ten satanáč, on to uhitoval celé, pomohol si ešte tou mantou, vymrdali tam aj Yumiča bez defenzívy. A Pure! Vyzerá, že nechce ešte z tohto TI odísť ani zďaleka. Zdá odmenu, tu hlavne budú mať teraz. Tomu aj Roša. Oh boy. Dave tam ale pak ako pripravil ten prvotný engage. Zastavili tam to, aby tam analóg vedme nemohol niečo tvoriť a setupnúť to sám. Hlavne treba počítať aj s tým, že to jedno účko, ten jeden, proste to jedna ultimátka od Vispra, tam bola celku vejstnutá na to, aby tam proste tú tiejku jako dohýlovali po tam nejakých jako iluskách a jednom jako tam burste od tej Hoodwinkovej. Zrazu ale BB Team proste celú tú hru majú celku jako dosť pripravenú. Jo, tu už možno budú musieť heroici pak ako premýšľať nad tým, že nejaký refresher na Enigme bude nutný. Pure tam bude mať teraz predsa len ako full inventár, tomu ešte to čerstvé, alebo teda už ako 8-sekundové BKB a refresher majú hlavne na GPK-ovi. Takže oni tam majú dvakrát tú Sonic Waveu so Shivou, so Screamom, to je reálne množstvo burst damageu a hlavne majú už konečne refresher na Mierovi. To je jedna vec, čo sa momentálne túto BB Teamu nedarí a túto jednu hru. To, komu to úplne plne nevychádza zatiaľ, je práve ten Mierov Sand King, jo? To je ten, ktorý doteraz stragloval skoro každý jeden teamfight, ktorý tam teraz setupoval, tak mu to proste vykryli tými backupami. Ale teraz už to kľudne môže urobiť. Teraz, keď tam tie backupa prídu, tak on bude mať druhé kolo s refresherom. Hlavne Aganim na Kataomim je huge. Jo, Kataomi teraz už môže dať všetkým plošný dům, aby nepopovali backupa, aby nemohli používať itemy. Jo, Kataomi zrazu tu akože už má cestu, ako to tu pre BB Team ešte možno v late game urbu. Toto bude true late game o elimináciu z TI. Pomaly stávajme zo židlí. Smoke tu ale prichádza teraz do týmu BB. Tu by si mali heroici momentálne dávať samozrejme tých 3 minúty 20 pozor, kým tam je ten Aegis. Schovávať sa ideálne, rozťahovať tú mapu čo najviac, aby sa tu nemohli BB Team dostať úplne k ničomu veľkému. Pekne to vydodžovali na tú spodnú stranu, nikto sa tu schovávať nebude. BB Team hľadajú opener, no tam už to stihol Whisper dávno pofarmiť, ten už je dávno fuč. Medzi tým Pure. Ale Pure, nelaguj mi tu stream, keď sa o tebe bavím. Tak sa mi to páči. Neviem, čo tam je momentálne inak za problém, alebo čo tam nie je za problém. Nevyzerá, že by tam žiadny opener mohli nájsť. Dajte mi sekundu, chat, ja toto iba skontrolujem, či to tu je všetko OK. Ale malo by to byť všetko Gucci a OK. Poďme. Pressure prichádza, neviem, či to cítite tiež, ale normálne tam podľa mňa je vidieť, že aj tam všetci tí heroic fans musia byť teraz ale úplne on the edge of the seat. Jo, hlavne tam má GPK teraz s tým refresherom tú 25-kovú Sonic Waveu a Pure už má dosť, rozložil tam Butterfly, kúpil tam robotu Swiblinku, alebo ne? Ja, keď si tam nechal aj ten Butterfly chlapák, OK. Purič, ale predsa len. S tým full buildom ešte ten Aganim by teda akoby zožrať sa patrilo. 2 minúty, ale teraz majú opener jasný, nemá tam kto úplne teraz tú jednu záležitosť zničiť pekne, ale Midnight Púzov a Idol on me. KJ teraz im tam proste zničil tú midovú, teda tú vrchnú creep waveu. Na vrchu teda nemohli úplne pušovať, Vardy sa tu teda akoby zbavia pekne zodpovedne creepy. No vidíme, či heroici, ale toto celé ešte vydžebiť. A Hexu tam má dokonca Whisper. Dokonca má nakliknutú ešte aj Divine, ktorý tam očividne chce. Tak ako ten ultra late game, to musí byť Brutus. Well. Už tam má nakliknuté teda Jumič, by the way to MK, bo čo by sa mu teda celku hodilo, možno nebude stačiť iba ten Bloodthorn tu, ale Pure prišiel nabehnúť, dnes si ho tam Schofield, ale úplne vymrdať, ten sa s Glimmerom schoval, ten mal dosť rýchle prsty, setupnutý tu, ale bude práve tento tu boj, Sonic Wave a Analog je dole, bude mať ale ešte buyback, Domiera sa tu otočil s refresherom, očividne chlapec nebude mať úplne druhú šancu niečo spraviť ten Hex, tu ešte môže setupnúť, ale práve tu kvopku Jumič prikáda tiež, no to je ešte double Hex Whisper, tu setup po GPK a neskutočne, ten aj tak, ale si ešte na koľko oblikovať preč, sám si tam ešte vyhodí ten refresh, Sonic Wave sa ešte otočí do nich, Pure prichádza na poriadny manfight, momentálne vyzerá, že Whisper cez GPK a tu, ale je dobrá Blago, daj tam na dvoch, Whisper ešte vyže, a bude žiť, Pure celého sa tým satanikom ide ešte dohýlovať naspäť, ten Aegis mu tam momentálne zostane Analog, je tu staknutý akurát bráne, ako Evička, Elfie, nemal sa ako dostať, tam naspäť do báze, hotový je, na 110 sekúnd, heroici, majú Denaj Schofielda, ešte si to pomaly buyback bude mať, tu ešte Jumič sa snažil s Hlomerom tam ešte niečo nájsť, môže si tam ale Whisper udržali pri živote, je veľká vec. Má predsa len ešte pripravený ten buyback. Nebude tam mať ešte pripravené žiadne to veľké účko, ešte tu 40 sekúnd na to, aby tu Pure mohol využiť ten Aegis. Ale toto pre heroikov nebude easy peasy, využili tu Black Hole. To je to hlavné, zase to tá Giroška prežila. Jo, so Satanikom teraz sa tam akurát dohýluje predsa len o tú creep waveu. Bane sa bude musieť teraz buybackovať, Finn's Grip je tam ale na cooldowne stále. Jo, Refresher prichádza KJ-ovi, Refresher je tam, o tomto BB netušia, oni budú hrať teraz do tu, akože tam není Black Hole, ale KJ môže teraz setupnúť zázrak. Vyžere to ale celé Yuma, ten možno bude musieť buybacknúť, ale toto môže byť stále worth it. KJ čaká vzadu, on má Black Hole, oni sú tam pohromade, toto môže byť veľké, KJ čaká na ten moment. BB Team, tu je Black Hole Drog a KJ, toto je to veľké kombo, sa toho nemali nebyť na to, aby to Pure zabili, Pure bude žiť, Pure sa to healoval, zase Satanikom, GPK bude mať double kill, ani takto veľká čierna diera, možno nebude stačiť, tie fighty sú totálne insane, ale ono to stále nestačí. Môj Bože. God. Tak toto je Dota. Zase tu ale bude Pure full HP s Divineom. Toto je ten damage item. To má teraz pekne zobrané. Purik. Ten ide podľa mňa rozhodnúť. A myslím si, že túto Giro nezastaví už nič. Heroici mali heroický run. Horkokrvný. Ale vyzerá to, že práve Pure bude to posledné. A ich demise. Skúsi tu ešte prísť Whisper. Tu ešte môže Human skúšať zázraky. Už je toto GG. Team Heroic vypadáva z TI. A práve Team BB zase v tretej hre. Znova je to tam forsnuté. Počuje tam Katovi celú tú arénu, ktorá síce jasala pre heroikov. Ale pýta si to. Toto mi pripomína pomaly je to Vitality v CSku, akoby plus minus proti celej budúcajúcej aréne. Tu nebudú možno ľudia spokojní. Nejakí tí samozrejme poriadni BB fans sú tam tiež. Ale toto bola hra. Toto bola Dota 2. Toto bolo insane. Toto mohlo skončiť hlavne na obidve strany. KJ s tým refresherom, tam nemohol to ani zahrať lepšie. To nešlo s tou Enigmou zahrať lepšie, ten moment. Tam im chýbalo veľmi málo. Tam reálne iná pozícia, keby boli inak napozíciovaní tie Black Hole, aby to mohla tá TA mlátiť nejak uhlomerom lepšie, to by bolo Brutus. Ale proste to čestne nestačilo. Pure ide ďalej do top 6. A uvidíme ho dneska ešte na záver. Steven pre Team Heroic chat. Obrovský klep pre heroikov. Najviac funky team to watch na celom TI. Jednoznačne ich pudžovia, klokovia, ich veľké koule. Jestli budeme pamätať. Toto bolo fakt brutálne. Toto bolo insane. Ja idem teda akoby momentálne skontrolovať pekne, ako vyzerá teda moja domácnosť, akoby tuto Čineruša je OK. Medzi tým samozrejme, ale počkaj, tu je rozhovor. Poďme sem.
at the end of that game. You were locked in, making no mistakes.
Jak to bylo jedno stlačenie sataniku pred tou black holou.
I mean, I think I made quite a lot of mistakes, but we won in the end, guys. So happy about that.
You mentioned before in an interview for a different language yesterday that you feel like you haven't been playing your best this TI, but I think that game earned you a lot of redemption. That was some incredible moments. Do you feel like you've redeemed yourself?
Of course, guys, I think we disappoint you a lot, guys, with games against Falcons in the upper bracket, guys, but we gonna came back stronger, and we already show you, we have already shown you that we can win, and we're gonna try our best, and we're gonna be even stronger in the finals days and in the finals, guys.
All the way to the finals. That is a promise right there. I also want to ask you about your teammates as well, of course, because GPK, he has been pulling in some incredible moments. What's it been like playing with him as a teammate throughout this tournament?
I mean, he's crazy good. He's always been like that, like this last year, and I think he's performing as his best as always. So just pleased to play with him. You know, like it's good to have him in my team.
He has been fantastic. Last question from me then. Of course, we do say goodbye to the South Americans here, but as an incredible carry player yourself, how do you feel about how Yuma and the rest of Heroic played in that series?
He played good. I think he made a lot of progress like since last year, and he's playing really nice. I think he's a proper carry. He can win some tournaments maybe someday.
Maybe, but not today. Today is your day as you go through two top four.
Trošku, ale ho poglejzoval. A jsou tam aj nějaký BB fans, jo, je to tam, dobrý. K-chat, pojďme si to prehodit pěkně, jakoby tuto na pěkně panelíček, aby jsme to tu viděli všecko. Já osobně, ty vole, mám normálně chill z toho, čo sme tu teraz jako zažili. Tak to má vyzerať eliminácia. Tak to má vyzerať. Neskutočné.
For giving us the best series of the tournament so far.
Amen.
In a tournament that has already been one of the hypest TIs ever. This was an incredible game of Dota and an incredible series. Just thank you. I feel like you can feel the energy in the arena right now.
Yeah, the person who delivered for that was, of course, KJ, and unfortunately with that loss, we do have to say goodbye to him and the team of Heroic.
Yeah, thanks. I am here with
Slzy v
KJ.
očiach sú tam, no.
You can hear the crowd's reaction. You guys played, in my opinion, and the crowd's opinion.
Takto close boli, takto close, ty vole, s tou poslednou black holou.
Did you guys have fun while you were here? It looked like you were having the time of your lives.
Yeah, it was pretty damn fun. Didn't explode the throne, but I was happy to play here and to show you guys that we are a world-class team. We are Brazilians, Peruvians, Nicaragua, but we are a world-class team. So if there was any doubt of that, we showed it, and we put up a fight.
You put up a hell of a fight, and I know you can hear the fans here, but there's a section of South American fans who've been going absolutely mad for you guys the whole time. Do you have anything you'd like to say to them specifically?
Thanks for cheering, everyone. Valeu pela torcida. Galera da Heroic aí muito animada, dá pra ouvir todo mundo lá de dentro. Muito feliz. It's you that's watching that makes this special. If it weren't for you, this would be very boring. It's just a game. But with you, it's a dream. It's everything. I love this shit. Let's go. Next year, you're gonna see me here. And I'm gonna win. You're gonna see me here. I'm coming back.
Holy shit! Thank you, KJ. That was perfect. Back to you guys.
Oh my goodness, I'm telling you, no one doesn't like Hero, no one doesn't like
Cinematický proslov, jak ty vole.
His
Okay.
dreams, they're still there. He's
Okay.
saying next Steeler Pass, it's his year.
I mean, this has to be the most positive exit interview that I've seen. You know, him being
Jo,
hyped up,
presne.
being
Všetci sú
excited
vždycky
to be in
úplne,
the crowd, and also
my sme
a big
prehrali,
promise that he
no,
needs to
nevyšlo to
fulfill.
akoby
And
k tomu.
I believe that they
A
can do
to
it because this
najväčší
team shows some
hype.
extremely good performances. The crowd is
Esej a
definitely cheering for
horkokrvnosť,
them,
dámy a
but,
páni.
Also the way that they've been
Budeme
playing,
si dať teraz
it's
zaslúženú
just a
tortilu
chef's kiss.
a my
Every
ideme
single
ale
time,
ďalej.
unfortunately, we have to
Každopádne,
say
chat,
goodbye, but
čo
I
nás
think they
čaká
won a
teraz?
lot of hearts in the arena, and whoever is
Vy
watching.
to viete, že jo?
100%.
Čaká nás P-Vision
Falcons
Falcons o podstup do Grand Finals, kurva!
This is going to be a fan favorite team now. Like these guys, they clearly love the game so much. They're so fun to watch and they're so likable.
Yeah.
All of them.
Yeah, you can't help but feel yourself cheering for that team. Unfortunately, no longer here, but we are going to be looking at this game number 3 a little bit more, trying to break down what happened in that earlier part and why we had such a close fight, why we had such an amazing comeback from BB Team. And it all started with that first blood winter.
I mean, the first build was kind of like a really, really good outplay, a little bit of outplay here by Whisper. You can see he's almost going to hit level 2 soon, and he's going to use his slow to get to level 2 here, and Pure totally caught unexpected here, and he just dies, you know, because Dawn level 2 is like one of the biggest spike here, and once again, because of that earlier kill, this happens, right? They get the dive, Pure doesn't have any more resources, and it was a really, really good read here by Whisper catching him, knowing that the only way he escapes here is TPing in the corner.
It was such a high skill game of Dota. Like there's no world where you have to be playing against a very skilled opponent that is paying close attention to your levels that you can make that play and find that opening. Like a single creep and then using the resources to get that. Like this was world-class Dota.
Yeah, I mean, this is why like you always hear like take the range creep, take the range creep. You are listening to the comms like in the lanes, the range creep matters a lot just because of situations like this, and that one kill actually snowballed the lane so much.
Yeah, it really did. Something, though, that we weren't really sure about is how Position 5 Enigma is going to fit into this meta. It's been out of the limelight for so long when it comes to competitive, but KJ put on an absolute beautiful shot.
Oh, yeah, he has a couple of tricks up his sleeve. Look at this, Position 5 Enigma, 5 minutes in, 6 about to spawn, so he's stacking 3 camps at the same time.
That is so hard to do, by the way.
It really is, and they're also trying to win this economy more. And look at what Save is doing a couple of minutes later, because a couple of minutes earlier, there was Enigma in the enemy triangle, putting down Center Ward, putting down Observer Ward on the hill, making sure that they are winning that economy war, making sure that there's going to be a lot of... And also another one, I just have to stop talking, because what he does here is he uses Midnight Pulse immediately, predicting that their save is going to be using Bushwhack, making sure that Yuma is not going to get stunned there and killed, and lands another good black hole. We saw multiple man black holes coming out from KJ, and I just became even a bigger fan after this one, and this guy is just amazing.
I think after watching this, I don't have any plans of going and playing Enigma in my pubs. Position 5, like the amount of stuff that you have to do to make it work, you have to be such a savant at the hero.
I mean, this is why the coach was so confident. Right? He said King Jungle's Enigma is really, really good. Like he knows every little bit of the hero, every inch like in the early game what he can do. Because this hero is so greedy, right? If you don't do enough in the early game, it's very difficult to have space for your hero to farm in the mid-late game.
Yeah, and then you start to wonder, when is he going to be able to have an impact in the team fights? When is he going to be able to start joining? But these teams started fighting early on, significantly earlier than what we've seen other teams start to do. It was around this 12-odd minute mark where it's like, yeah, everyone's coming together, and let's try and make some initiations that still stacks.
Yeah, I mean, this is like, I think the second Dawnbreaker ulti, which I feel like BB team, they were able to force the Dawnbreaker ulti on a very defensive way where they are trying to use it to save a teammate. I think in most cases, you want to use it offensively with the DK stun to kill someone. But here they were using it to save Schofield, but he died, and the fight didn't really turn out so well for them. So props to BB team for able to force the Dawnbreaker ulti to be used in a very defensive way.
I think this is part of why we've seen Dawnbreaker falling off a little bit, is that the higher skilled teams are good at like baiting out the ulti and essentially playing around the hero. Whisper still made it extremely hard to deal with, especially when he got the Dazun Blood right, as well as the talent that increases the AoE of it. It was very hard to not be like counter-initiated on, but there were a few times that BB team did a really good job.
Yeah, I mean, I think this game definitely showcased why the hero, I think, is still a very, very strong pick at the right time, especially when Silencer is banned, right? I think you mentioned that a couple of times. When there's no Silencer in the game, the other counters doesn't really seem like it will bother the Dawn too much.
Yeah, there were still moments where we're like, okay, this Dawn, why isn't she getting picked more? And then you see some of the solutions there. We were also seeing a lot of fighting around this Tormentor. 20 minutes, that's when we see teams clash a lot.
This is not the goofy one. The goofy one where they stood around for like 5 minutes happened a lot later. It was such a tense game. And I think this was a really high skill play by BB, like knowing that with the TA, of course you want to go to that Tormentor. This hero can like legitimately solo the Tormentor, so you do not want to give this objective up. So they bank on the fact that Heroic is like, okay, well, BB's going to try to take it from us then. So there's just multiple levels to the gameplay here. And the team fight, the Black Hole, it was very nice on Pure. Unfortunately gets interrupted. You saw the Hoodwink could not connect the stun earlier, like Lacoste mentioned. In this fight, it dragged on and dragged on and dragged on. And eventually, BB being patient on that Tormentor high ground did pay off.
Yeah, we're going to see the rest of what happens here, though, because whilst they're patient on that high ground, they overextend, and you're able to get better positioning on the side of Heroic, and it actually leads to them getting the
this is something that only happens at TI, to be honest. Like, the pressure is there. You feel the nerves. You feel like, we can do this. We can end, like, we can get a bunch of kills here, eventually end the game, get a big lead.
I also think
you can overchase.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of these top-tier teams that are still left in the tournament, utilizing these buybacks, making sure that they're going to be winning the fights. We saw earlier in Nigma series as well, 20-minute buyback coming out from under or just a kill sniper on XM, buying back one more time. So understanding that certain heroes are much stronger, especially those that have global presence, potentially like a Dawnbreaker in this series as well. Whisper, he had a great game. The Refresher, the Aghanim Scepter build, he also did build into a bit of a later pipe combined with the Mage Slayer. We did reduce tons of damage, but most of the damage in the late game was physical, and the way they did it on Pure with this Blink, Divine Rapier, Butterfly, disassembling with the Chop Shop. I think Pure is the one who's like ready to go in multiple times, risking everything. We saw it in game number 1 with the buybacks as well on their side. I think buybacks is a very crucial thing that we also need to mention a lot.
Whisper even ended the game with the Blade Mail. When they were in the 2 or 3v5 situation, he not only goes for this late game pipe, which I think is really interesting, you kind of have to do against all of this magic damage, but he goes for the Blade Mail to try to...
this was the game-defining fight here, where the Gyro kind of solo carried. I don't want to say solo, but he kind of didn't die and carried the game. It looked like it was going to be really bad because it was a 4v5 fight. I don't think Hyori expected BB team to actually take the fight, but somehow Pure doesn't die, and he survives and he kills everyone and totally turns the game around.
Yeah, having that Satanic for him, being able to get it off, him unfortunately not dying in that black hole. This is when things started to unravel a little bit for Heroic, and massive props to BB team, and exactly what you were just describing, Lacoste. Pure is not afraid to be that person that sits in the front line despite being the carry. He's okay if the black hole is used in him, knowing how much he can rely on his supports, how impactful GPK has been as well.
Yeah, he definitely knew how much he can tank there, and also being very patient with his Satanic. He knew that he was going to get black hole. Sonic Wave did connect for a couple of seconds, making sure that extra bit of a damage from Templar Assassin is not getting through, and also life-stealing with that Satanic still with the Aghanim Scepter, with the side gunner, and very nice read there coming out from Pure, really pushing the limits of the hero.
He had to absolutely do that, because I think if that same damage is pumped into his teammates instead of him, they lose that fight. It's legitimately...
They lose the game there.
They lose the game right there. So if he does not wait until the last second to use the Satanic, let's say he uses it during the black hole, it doesn't work out. He knew that he had to push the limit there. This is the only way they're going to come back in the game, and good lord, what a comeback it was.
Yeah, what a game, yeah. That has to be by far one of the best games I've seen this week.
It wasn't just that game, it was this whole series, right? From our game 1 where we had an Aegis snatched from GPK, it feels like it was so long ago, but that was literally the same elimination series. These teams pushed each other as far as you possibly could with all of it. And so, yeah, Pure going to be our standout player for that game number 3. But BB team are going to have to play later today. You got to find some more energy in the back pocket here.
I don't know. They got to go to the sauna or something and relax, because it would be very hard to cool down after something like that.
Yeah, you have to reset, you have to forget everything that happened. Sure, it was a hype series, but you need to conserve your energy. You can't really celebrate. You need to keep your mind on the next game. You have to focus, and your job is not done.
Well, we're talking about conserving energy, but someone who has energy in buckets is, of course, our stage host. We're going to head on down to Slacks and Tsunami.
Thank you very much. Yes, we are cooling down from a very intense series, and I thought we'd play a little game of our own. Now, if there's one thing I've learned with my time in Germany, it's that things are very orderly and things are very coordinated. So I thought I'd do a test of coordination with 10 fans from the crowd, and we're gonna play a little game. It's very simple. You're keeping a line going of one of two actions. Slacks, you're gonna hold out the mic to one of them, and they're gonna start out by either doing GG with GG, knees have to hit the arms, or you do well played, hands up. We already got some people who know it. Let's get a little practice run. If I say GG, or we do well played, and we'll keep the chain going, but if you mess up, you're out. All right, Slacks, you get it?
What? Okay, we got it. It's fine. We'll figure it out. All right, gentlemen, do you understand the rules? GG's well played. All right, audience, you guys ready? All right. Practice round.
Let's do a
no
practice
one is
round.
eliminated.
Make sure we all know the rules.
We're gonna go quick. Are you ready? 3, 2.
GG. Well played. 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 GG.
Okay. Careful.
Okay.
Careful, young man.
GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG. Well played.
I'm seeing a lot of half-hearted hand hold-ups
I
for
gotta
well
get those
played
hands.
here. We may have to be a little bit more strict, but gentlemen, are you ready to start the competition? Crowd, are you ready to see these people be tested? All right, Slacks, take it away.
All right, let's go.
GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG. Well played.
No hands.
Oh,
Did
no
not
hands.
lift up the hands.
No hands.
You're out, my friend.
I'm
You're
sorry,
out.
my friend. It's a brutal series. What can you do? All right, you ready to start again?
GG. Well played. 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 GG. GG.
Oh, no. Can't have two GGs now. You gotta say well played. It's kind manners.
All right, we'll start from here.
GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG. Well played.
Ooh, clown.
Thought about that one.
GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG. GG.
No. What do you think?
Crowd, one more chance.
Did this man do it correctly? Cheer if you think he should stay in.
All right. Lucky.
GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG. Well played.
No.
Oh, no!
They're dropping like flies.
Here we
We're
go. This is
eliminating all
good.
of them.
Here we go.
GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG.
No.
He said well played.
We had a knee well played.
Oh, no, they're dropping. All right, here we go. We'll start from here.
GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG. Well played.
No. We had a double tap knee well played.
Sorry.
Oh, we're getting down to the wire.
We're getting down the wire. All right, here we go.
GG. Well played. Well played.
No.
Bring it in. Here we go.
GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG. Well played.
Oh!
GG. Well played. GG.
No.
Does he stay, audience? Cheer if you want him. You're in. Last chance for you. And here we go.
GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG.
No.
I'll take it.
Well played.
Yeah?
GG.
Yeah?
Well played. GG.
Whoa! So close! I'll take last one. Last hit I'll give it, all right? Here we go.
GG. Well played. GG.
No, not this time. I'm gonna count that out. Sorry, my friend.
The final four remain.
All right, here we go.
GG. Well played. GG.
No. Okay, top 3. We need some names. What's your name?
Introduce yourself.
Daniel.
Weiren Hasid.
Okay, here we go. Our top 3.
Let's take a calm moment and go.
GG. Well played.
GG. Well played. GG. Well played.
GG.
Well played.
GG.
Well played. GG.
Well played.
GG.
Well played. GG.
Well played. GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG.
GG.
Well played.
What? GG.
I didn't say. All right. Are we keeping them?
GG.
All right. The crowd saved you. That's the last save, guys. All right, here we go.
All right,
Graham,
zero tolerance from here on
Zero
out.
tolerance. All right.
GG. Well played. GG. Well played.
GG. Well played.
GG. Well played.
GG.
Well played.
GG.
Well played. GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG.
Well played.
GG.
Well played.
GG. Well played.
I saw the crouch. I'm sorry, my friend. It's zero tolerance, but you are still a bronze medalist. Congratulations. The final 2 remain.
Final 2. Any words out there to the crowd, my friends?
Let's go wild.
All right. Any words out to the crowd?
Apex represent.
Okay, here we go. Ready? 3, 2, 1.
GG. Well played.
GG.
Well played.
GG. Well played.
GG.
Well played.
GG.
Well played.
GG. Well played.
GG. Well played. GG. Well played. GG. Well played.
GG.
Well played.
GG. Well played. GG.
What do we do?
I think we've
Well
reached a
played.
deadlock here. I think we have 2 winners.
Ah, you both win. Congratulations. We'll get you guys some prizes. Thank you to all of our players. And thank you guys for watching.
Thank you all very much. And now let's get on with the show.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. That seemed like quite the workout on the stage as we're getting ready to start our second half of the day. We have got 4 teams remaining. And before the day is done, we will send one other team home, and we'll know one of our first round finalists as well. So a lot of exciting times ahead, and I hope we can match the excitement from the series we just watched take off, because I think we just witnessed the most exciting series yet here on the main stage.
No, you could just feel the passion in the series from both teams, right? You know, Heroic really wanted to get top 4, make it there for South America, and also we'd have had 4 different teams from 4 different regions in the top 4. It would have been just so beautiful. But BB, they had the, the resilience to make sure that against a threat of, the KJ, Nigma, and all the stuff they had, they could find that comeback and win that game 3.
Yeah, they're really in their comeback arc on BB. I mean, I don't know what's going on with them, but it's been a joy to watch. That game really set the tone for today. If the next series isn't as hype, I'm going to be disappointed.
Yeah, it's like for the next series, we have later like the lower bracket one at the end of the day. Like both these teams in BB team and you have Xtreme Gaming as well. They looked incredible today. Like Mira is saying, you have the comeback from BB team, still the early game, a little scrappy, but later on, the way they played, the way they're able to come back, it's going to be something to watch out for later.
Yeah, but sometimes I will say, sometimes the scrappy type of Dota is a type of Dota that makes it more exciting. And I do feel like the teams where we're going to watch Teagoff, maybe they play a little bit of a different style, more clean Dota here.
Yeah, it's very polished up here in the upper bracket, right? You got the map player P vision, you got the kind of the teamwork of Falcons. It really is, obviously they're in the upper bracket. It's the 2 of the strongest teams going against each other.
Yeah, I do think though. I mean, the entire Barclays Arena, they had a good warm-up on their voices. I mean, because you guys were pretty loud during the last one, and I'm expecting the world here for our upcoming series as well. And of course, with that, expecting the world for our upcoming teams. So let's welcome them in. you would not know it. This team levels up in front of a crowd, and that goes for every single one of their players. It's a joy to watch, and I'm sure we're gonna see a hell of a show be put up by this squad of P-Vision, and I'm also sure that their opponents will do everything they can to stop their advantage. Let's take a look at Falcons.
Choose wisely and crush those responsible. Team Falcons! Choose wisely and crush those
Ever since Falcons' inception, it has been top finishes for this squad. Yes, 2025 was not as clean as the year prior, but they end strong. They always do within a tournament, and perhaps this year is their year. Ending strong is what they do, and we'll see how far they can take it at this international in 2025. They are on the right track to go all the way. I would say for a lot of people, it was Falcons that was one of the favorites coming in, but I don't know if that's still the case. When we see these two teams, Effie, do we have a favorite?
It's so hard to pick a favorite between these two because they are so polished. Their style of Dota is so strong right now, and they both have kind of peaked throughout this TI. So I can't tell you what's going to happen, but what I will tell you is it will be very nerdy. You've got Estini on one side, AUI on the other.
Yeah.
We're in for a treat. If you love Dota strategy, this is a series to watch.
And especially if it's like map play, both these teams, masters of it, absolutely. Like you were saying there, they have Estini, they have AY. Both these coaches, they value the wave shelf, the ghost push, how you play the map. If you're going to go in 1+1 groups, if you're going to go in 2+2, how do you play the map? So I'm expecting a very close series because yesterday, P-Vision, they won off of map play alone, and I believe that Falcons, they have a very good shot against MT.
Well, let's focus our attention a little bit on the man on our screen and no one, because for a lot of people, this will be one of the most familiar faces on the side of P-Vision.
Yeah, we need to take a look at this guy because it's not very common. You have a player who, so we see here, 2015 career start in Vegas Squadron. He does win a LAN event, but then look at Virtus Pro. This is where this guy had so many amazing placements and finishes. He peaked like at this time in his career. Then you move forward, it dropped down a little bit, but then kind of, you know, this middle ground. He's in Virtus Pro, Gambit, Navi, nothing really there. TI10, TI11, he doesn't go. He goes to SMG, he places like ultra last at TI, not where you want to be. And then the slow comeback with Entity, Cloud9, and this season in P-Vision. He's really found his spot, and he's back. Like this guy, he deserves these type of placements because doing this to come back in Dota, this is one of the hardest things you can do.
Especially doing it on the mid lane, because normally you start out on the mid lane, and then maybe when you're older, you get relegated to one of the side lanes. That is the normal trajectory. And speaking of being young and being on the mid lane, I feel like we got a good dynamic going on in this mid lane with no one on one side and Melreen at the start of his career on the other.
Yeah, Melreen filled with youth. You know, he's starting his career with Creepwave. He actually was a stand-in, kind of like on and off the roster for 3 tournaments, and that's where he was playing with ATF, right? And then when you moved to 2022, 2023, he was playing with Amiga. In both the Pinnacle Cups, they actually beat BB roster. That was when GPK Toronto Tokyo, they formed that new roster. So on a random kind of tier 2, tier 3 Eastern European team, he was able to dominate and break the likes of, you know, big household names of the region. He stood in for Tundra and Entity. It didn't go so well, but then 2023, Falcons pick him up. He's won pretty much every tier 1 tournament you could ask for, both online and at LANs. Yet to get the Aegis, though.
Yeah, his stand-in stint at those Dream Leagues with Tundra and Entity is what really put him on the map as a player, because in the pubs, he was known as one of the scary mids to go against, but a lot of people perceived him as a pub star, maybe one of the Creepwave members who didn't shine as much. After his stand-in stint, Falcons, when they're forming their roster, they took a look at him and they said, this guy is good. We need this guy on our team. He's way better than a lot of the potential mids. And they took a shot on the best possible choice. He has fit their team so perfectly.
Oh yeah, and they have like this really nice mixture too, right? We talk about it a lot, the veterans with the young guys, you have the experienced coaches. Because to me, I didn't really have Marino on my map maybe like 2-3 years ago. Yeah, you see him in pubs. To me, he was like one of the annoying guys. You know, the all chat, the tipping guy.
He still is.
Yeah, exactly. Like he hasn't changed. He's like Amar 2.0, but he didn't have like I would say the experience and like the placements to back it up. But now, like we're saying, he fits in so well. He plays amazingly. Yeah, just tip top.
But what is any core without their support, Effie?
Yeah, it supports. These are the heart and soul of teams, especially in modern Dota when they become a lot stronger. But we want to take a look particularly in the support duo of Falcons versus the ones on P-Vision. They're both an incredibly strong support duo, but with a different style. For Falcons, take a look at the average GPM. It's going to be a lot higher than both on the side of P-Vision. The supports on Falcons prioritize their net worth. They prioritize their items, especially Snake King. 443 average GPM on a 5 compared to the 343 of Ducalis. He is a greedy player. This guy will play for the late game. Like, both of these support duos, incredible, very different though. P-Vision on the other side, they're going to be playing for the map, they're going to be playing for the D-wards, the vision, and you do have 9 class who does tend to scale as the games get longer, but that's not his primary style of play.
I do really like that you could see, right, with like the GPM that we saw just now, like Snaking, he's really high up there. It's more about like the map, putting the map in the right state, pushing out the dead lane. Whereas you have Crit, who's lower on the GPM because his spot, like T also talked about a lot of other games, they're about this 1+1 kill duo on the map. So he's more about the cores, going with him, making sure you've got the damage.
And it's scary that Snaking's doing it on heroes that also provide healing and buff ups, right? Like on Chens and Pugners and Chantresses, like you give these heroes economy, they are going to break the game. So it is very scary. I think Snaking from that graphic is the player to look out for if he can get the scaling in this one.
Yeah, and speaking of heroes, there are a couple of heroes, Kezu, that we should be keeping an eye out for in this upcoming upper bracket finals.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm just going to mention the ones that I know of, because when you get to this stage, they're going to be cooking up stuff. But from the ones we've seen, you've got the Sand King, the Beastmaster, Fall Marine, can be flexed to Amar as well, and the Amar Mars, like absolutely like hero of the tournament. From the support role.
Vítam vás tu všetkých na ďalšej sérii Doty. Oj, this is the match of the day. Hrá sa o Grand Finals. A bude to veľké. Kde sú tie vlajky? Hľadám ich tam, niekde je tam česká. Oliver zase jeho typický zen. Olivere, počkej, ja sa tam prepojím. Olivere, roztrej toho mladého satanika, kurva, normálne mu rozjeb trencle, kurva, vejpoj! Wow!
We'll see if that proves to be correct. On the right track, that is absolutely for sure. But can Falcons deal with the heroes that P-Vision is bringing, because it's definitely a different style?
Yeah, when Kezu and I were talking about the heroes that they were playing, I was like, you know what, let's double check what Falcons actually play from the P-Vision hero pool. And it's only 3 of them, right? When you look at the contestables.
Budeme sa tu dívať samozrejme na týchto hrdinov. Jo, jako 90% má kicking. Toto bude séria o Position Force Slarkovi, o Monkey Kingovi. To jsou Slarkovi iba u P-Vision teda, ale Monkey King bude podľa mňa banned first phase alebo first picknutý jedným alebo druhým týmom. To jako tam není nič. Tinker by mohl být zaujímavý u Satanika teoreticky. Beastmaster bude takisto contested, Shaker, Sand King, taky ty klasiky. Hoodwinková na support. Možno ten Ringmaster od Krita. Skôr ta Snapfireová by som povedal.
Could the Invoker potentially come out here? If that does come, they will address it, but their style of Dota is so strong that they should just stick to their fundamentals.
Chat, práve Skitterov dres dneska niekto z vás vyhrá. Priamo od Olivera. Poslaný od Oliverovej maminy, teda priamo jakoby rovno. Tohtoročný, aktuálny teraz dres tohoto TI pre Team Falcons s Oliverovým menom. Nový voňavý, bez Oliverovho potu teda. Ojojoj. To môžete dneska získať za vstupenečky. Dneska akoby zatiaľ vyzerá, že tu budeme mať akoby celku easy peasy prácu na konci, ale uvidíme. Na túto sériu čakám celý deň a popravde po tejto sérii budeme vedieť, kto už bude top 2 čakať Grand Finals, kto nebude musieť hrať ešte tú spodnú časť. Kto to ale bude, chat. Myslím si, že toto je ale súboj. Reálne tu môžeme rozprávať všeličo a porovnávať hráčov, ale toto je súboj abuzovania dominátoriek versus hejterov dominátoriek. Reálne, toto je normálne... Falconi budú bojovať podľa mňa aj za celý svet. Oni budú bojovať jo, za celý svět, aby ten dominátor style only nezafungoval len tak. Jo.
Few patches will fixate on a handful of them, and for this patch, it just seems to be the Mars and the Bristleback. Those will be the most contested. I think we still may have potential for the Timber.
Kávička, nebo to je nějaký čajíček tuto, čajíček pre satanika.
That Mars has been his bread and butter.
No,
Yeah, and definitely one of the heroes that will
boy.
be contested in the upcoming game. And speaking of that game, guys, upper bracket finals, one of these two teams will be guaranteed a
Teraz
TI
jsem to hovoril,
finalist
Šíver, díky.
of this year's international. A lot of pressure. Let's see how the teams deal with that in the
Pojďme na to, kurva!
P-Vision versus Team Falcons, Game 1.
Here we go. We got Falcons on the Radiant side for this first game. P-Vision on the Dire side. First pick also going the way of P-Vision. That Falcons has overall last pick in this draft. Definitely one to look out for. And the Mars we already touched upon a couple times.
OK, Naga zabanovaná, Likan zabanovaný, Mars zabanovaný k tomu. Ale to budu rozprávať na tom maine, takže vám to nemusím opakovat úplně celé, ale ten boj je tam zatiaľ Chen otvorený, je tam Sand King, je tam Shaker. Vidíš, FA, presne to hovorí. Teraz som to povedal, FA, presne tak. Krása. Keď tam ostane Sand King alebo Shaker, to first picknú Falconi hneď. Jedno z toho. Sand King je banned. Ešte je tam Chen, ktorého podľa mňa P-Vision môžu banovať, alebo to tam môžu skúsiť nechať.
P-Vision, I believe they haven't touched this hero too much, but this is a hero that is on their radar. Lucales has played it a lot, so
Zrovna pre P-Vision je tam stále Slark. Tady je otázka, či sa ho Falconi chcú zbaviť. Je tam stále ten Monkey King, na ktorého treba mysleť. To je tiež first pick materiál.
He plays like this big body. You go for more of the 5-man. Do you want it to play more of the map hero to kind of like contest?
I don't wanna go give him Sand King. Vokerban. Nádhera. Já myslím, že na tuto sérku bychom si tam mohli jakoby vymutovat jakoby možno to, my jsme až to tam ne to. Ďakujem neskutočne krásne, ale za to kilečko, za vstuperečku z Fichifus. Šance pre teba sa zvyšujú na vyhranie skiterovského dresu. Dneska možno bude posvetený ten dres aj nejakým Grand Finalist Spiritom. To uvidíme. OK, Slarka sa nakoniec zbavili, ostal tam ale Monkey King, takže teraz majú P-Vision decision, buď tam nechajú Shakera, ale nechajú tam aj Monkey Kinga a dajú na výber akoby Falconom, ktoré z toho si zoberú. Je tam ale stále ešte Chen. A podľa mňa ho P-Vision akoby nechcú brať, aj keď to je predukáli sa covkou, hrdina na tomto TI to nehrali. Možno to bude boj od Chena, no. Nakoniec sa Beastmastera zbavili. Monkey Kinga samozrejme zoberú ako prvého, keď prešiel. Jo. No a teraz je presne otázka, oni si zoberú podľa mňa Shakera. Reálne tam príde Shaker od týmu Falcons, si myslím. Alebo Chen. Ale skôr si myslím, že tam teraz príde skôr ten Shaker. Nepredpokladateľné. Shaker pre Malrína. A môže to byť samozrejme trochu flex, mohol by to tam teoreticky zahrať aj Crit, alebo možno Amar. Amar the Fabulous. Ja čakám, kým tam bude nejaký CZSK fan na kamere poriadne. Takže, teraz je ale otázka, je tam Snapfireová, Hoodwinková. To sú tie ďalšie, podľa mňa, podstatné piky, o ktorých sa treba baviť. Jo, Hoodwink, Ringmaster, Snapfire sú pre Kritovi panáčkovia podľa mňa teraz. A P-Vision teraz majú samozrejme Bunny. Oni to Monkey Kinga väčšinou flexia, ale veľmi často to hráva 9class na tej štvorke, hráva to zase na tú dominátorku a videli sme to už párkrát. A je to fungovať takisto akoby rozbíjač smokov, vision game, snajpovač kurírov. A chápete? Niekto tam papá, ty vole. Dobrú chuť, pane, dobrú chuť. Ranolku. Ty smrdej, ale ja som do piči hladný, ty hovat. Dneska nemám ani na obed, nebo nemám, no to je...
But maybe they're gonna be like, okay, even if that does happen, we have to shake it with the hoodwink, with the snap. Sure, you only like the first 5
Gorg má jen
3,4
3,4k sabu. No, jako na Gorka nám chýba ještě litr, ale na Hajzeta nám chýba nějaké kilo iba, aby jsme byli druhý na CZSK Twitchi, chat. To je možná náš první challenge. Maloryn už relaxuje, on už prostě má shakera, on už je, Maloryn už je chlapci, pěkně si čo chcete, já si dám takzvaných pár minut šlofaj s kluci, jo. Potom mi povedzte, čo tam mám rozsekať, jo, dobrý kluci. Jdeme hledat něco v crowdě, pojďte, chat, kde jsou ty vlajky? Jsou ty vlajky? Také P-Vision nechcem vidět. Ghost Hitter, česká vlajka, official, Ghost Hitter z dvomita. Češko, tam napísal Hitter z dvomita. Tak mě z něho normálně bije. Hej, tak to asi brdá. Tak jeden Čech se tam předtím zobrazí, nevě po anglicky, aby Slaxovi odpovedal. A teraz je tam druhý a ten napíše Hitter z dvomita. No tak mě asi z tohto... Hej, tak ale toto je reprezentace, kurva, fix!
Something to note is that P-Vision, DM has still been playing his sacrificial style of offlane. He'll play his buff or utility offlaner, so if they need a pipe now that they've seen the Snapfire, you could just roll it back, have DM play a hero that builds the auras, buffs his team, let 9 class roam, and play off of
Toto je prostě typické, já nemám. Ještě to mohlo být s tvrdými a bylo by to dokonalé, ale nevadí. Zdravíme jakoby pána, on si to určitě opraví. Každopádně, kvopka tam mezi tím pristála, Snapfireová, ako som predpokladal, je tam presne prekrytá. Toto je presne tá kombinácia, shaker snapa. Oracle? Dukalis na saving Oraclovi, proti tomu magic damageu, proti Snapfireovej, tam stačí iba Fate's Edict. A oni tam nebudú dávať akoby žiadny magic damage ani nejakým tým echom, povedzme. Do toho budú mať samozrejme save ešte cez to účko. Ale je to zrazu slabá linka, povedzme, pre Satanika, pretože ten Oracle tam fakt ako prvé levely ako nič nerobí, takže to by mohlo byť exposnutelné a práve Amar by tam mohol akoby si dobrať možno nejaký dobrý matchup, možno by sme prvýkrát videli teoreticky Satanika, ktorý tam ako... Well, uvidíme. Hľadám. No tak, niekto ďalší, poďte kluci. No tak, poďte kluci. Kývajú nám tu krásni ľudia. Nevidím žiadny nápis československý. Je to OK.
Kind of scary for you. You have a lot of backline yourself with the snap and Chen, but what are you gonna do against
P-Vision?
5-0. I mean, the battle sustained.
Chen tam nakonec prešel, oni ho tam nechali prejsť, zbavili sa radšej toho Panga a Amaroho Bristla, takže fakt jako respekt bany od P-Vision, aby prostě fakt jako tam nenechali prejsť Amarovi tých silných hrdinov. Stále je tam Mars podľa mňa. Mars by bol podľa mňa dokonalý. Reálne Mars, nepočkej, Mars je first banutý akoby ešte, OK. Takže tam ostáva možno, Kentaur není úplne typický pre Amara, ale už to jakoby kedysi hrál. Nakonec tam jako P-Vision, samozřejmě uvidíme, jako ty jdou očividně vymýšľať věci proti Doomovi. Ten save zrazu od Oracla možno nebude úplně tak podstatný, toto je ďalší Amarov hrdina, ktorého tam nechali. Ďalší viac menej v zozname, tuto v tých papieroch, tam mal napísaných panáčkov, a ďalší bol pekne krásne Doom a jeden do toho. Jo, do toho teraz ale P-Vision, zrazu ten Oracle save nemusí vůbec fungovat. Ta kvopka tam piknutá, může být sice ještě teoretický flex, ale popravdě, jakože přijde mi zatiaľ ten falconský draft extrémně stabilní. Nechali jim tam prejsť aj Shakera, aj Snapfireovu, aj toho Chena. To je úplně dokonalé to trio, které Falconovci radi využívají. Mají tam sice jakoby povedme Greedy Amara, ale na to Doomovi to bude counterovat aj ten heal od toho Oracla. Na té linke bude mať Doom podle mě úplně free. A tu nakonec prichádza Enigma! Tak já včera mám Enigma cosplay celý deň a nikdo nehrá Enigmy. A potom to tu jakoby jeden deň, jakoby tu máme za sebou, som to za seba normálně kurva dával dole asi hodinu v tej sprche, išlo mám mrdnúť. Normálně, že som si pomaly vlasy ty vole prostě vytrhal. A teraz tu sú je vole Enigmy furt, no to je ono. Tak počkaj, tam, počkaj, chat, já jsem se za chvilku zadíval, dobrý, už jsem tu chat. No, to neopravil mezi tým druhýkrát Skytter s dvomi,
Nigma should be able to open up bottom, especially if he's not laning into a gyrocopter or a Dawnbreaker carry. I believe he has been dabbling with Dawnbreaker carries, and that is a good counter to Nigma.
Akože, dobrý nápad od T-Governera, že by to mohla byť Dawnbreakerová na carry. Pretože predsa len pre Falconov je teraz jasné, že tam bude last pick pre Skittera. Zabanovali mu Giro, čo je dobrý matchup proti Enigme. Je tam troll, ktorého podľa mňa zabanujú P-Vision, že to by bol takisto celku dobrý matchup aj proti tej Enigme mi príde, jakž tak, že na tú linku aspoň. A takisto dobre proti tomu Monkey Kingovi podľa mňa neskôr. Myslím si, že P-Vision ale budú banovať akoby trolla. Ďalšia vec je, že Satanic, tam má takisto pre seba last pick, on teoreticky by mohol hrať nejakého Monkey Kinga, keby to chceli takto flexiť. Podľa mňa ale to bude pekne Oracle pre Dukalisa, Position 4, bude hrať samozrejme Mr. Monkey King, čo sedí u 9 klasa a sedí to takisto aj tej Enigme. Kvopka nám ide, teoreticky by mohol hrať Satanic carry Kvopku, ale... Čo tak s Satanikou? Tinker. Alebo Meepo. Londruida banujú nakoniec. Sú tam tie hard carryčka, proti tomuto... Nejaké AM-ko by šlo teoreticky, aj keď to proti tomu Doomu nemusí byť príjemné, môže to teoreticky vrátiť. Ale no, jako... Keby tam mali linku, ale AM Oracle by dostala podľa mňa úplný kartáč. Myslím osobne, že pak ako nejaký... Jako Satanic sa smeje. On chce nejakú bombu, on chce nejakého Tinkera, to vidím na tom potmehúckom úsmeve 17-ročnom. To bude Meeple je hovno, Meeple určite nebudú hrať proti vole Shakerovi, jo, a tomuto. Ale... Tinker...
Okay, they had to do this because Medusa looked like such
Ja som to nakoniec ty vole prediktoval ako plán, že to môže byť anti-mage. OK. To bude dominátorkový anti-mage, zrazu ale tá linka. Anti-Mage Oracle. To môže byť podľa mňa úplne expoznutelná, tam Doom plus Snapfireová by mohli byť proti tomu celku dobrý, aj keď tam nebude mať ten Doom, ano by to nemuselo byť úplne príjemné, možno bude musieť tam strčiť akoby nejaký Soul Ring teoreticky a Mar záleží. Ale Skitter si teraz môže vybrať ten matchup, majú tam 30 sekúnd Falconovci. Nix nevyzerá úplne dobre, je tam Dragon Knight Open pre Olivera. Alchemist... Dragon Knight je OK. Faceless Void pre Olivera. Void by mohol byť celku brutusný. Majú tam aj Chena, aby mu to tam akoby odniesol. A je tam ten troll. Oni ho nezabanovali. Čo som vravel už predtým, že by tam chceli trolla, že to bude dobre proti tej Enigme. Je to takisto dobrý matchup aj proti tomu. Skitter má dokonalý last pick. Za mňa toto je ono. Jo, oni tam zabanovali toho Svena, ktorý by sa do toho samozrejme hodil tiež, ale tam je ešte stále troll. On si ani neuvedomil, predtým som to presne hovoril. Tu ale máme pána, ktorý ide unboxovať momentálne akurát túto nejakú postavičku. Kámo, tak ale unboxuj! Ježišmária! Tak toto je... Hej, tak, ale ja... Hej, tak. Je to Mirana. Kámo, tak toto je normálne najvtipnejší crowd ever. Nejaká kiss cam? Ne? Kľudcej, no tak. Nič. Nevadí. Dámy a páni. Ladies and gentlemen, podľa mňa Oliver mal oveľa lepší late game matchup. Tá Enigma môže byť samozrejme trošku problém, ale podľa mňa laning nie je problémový. Čete, my pôjdeme pekne do Game 1. Počkaj, ideme si to tu akoby v rýchlosti iba prehodiť, aby sme tam akoby nezmeškali ani začiatok hry. Tak si to prehodíme rovno hneď a teraz. Pôjdeme sa pozrieť do tej samotnej Game 1. Oj, začíname. A bude to veľké. Tu už uvidíme pekne zatiaľ pohľady na všetkých tých sústredených hráčov. Tuto pán Sneaking nám pôjde ukázať veci, ale tu je Astini a Slux, my daddy. Ne, Daddy, please. Daddy. Hey, Daddy. Daddy. Tak ale, počkajte. Dobrý, fix. No ale zvuk je teraz jeden zvuk ale bugnutý. Moment, chat. Budeme to počúvať chvíľočku.
I wanna see Duka smoke and see if I get greens on first blood. So I run like they know what items they need to do, what they need to do. Draft is done, so job is done.
Okay, all right. The boys know and the man wanted to see if
Job is done, dobre, ale ja to chcem akoby mať kurva.
Unbreakable win rate here. Do you feel insulted when teams let you have this Monkey King? Maybe they just don't understand how good you guys are. Are you surprised you keep getting it?
What I say to my team is we're gonna have 5 heroes. They're gonna have 5 heroes. Don't matter. Like they're gonna have comfort heroes. We're gonna have comfort heroes. You need to play the game.
Okay, interesting.
Yes.
Anti-Mage last pick.
Ďakujem Tekovi by the way za 5 gifted subov. Krásne vyutý sleva, krásne vstupenečky. Myslíte na to, že dneska to tam bude nám trochu menej hodín?
That clown Husker, but they didn't. So it's kind of fun.
Okay, no clown indeed. Do you think Anti-Mage versus the Troll is
Astýny
gonna
sa
be an okay
nebojí.
matchup? I mean, he's got, some nets. He's got some stuff going on for that.
Yeah, we want a lower throw win rate in the tournament. I believe we can do.
All right.
Ja si nemyslím. Skitter, to má takzvané slovensky v rukách. Chat, stávame do židlí. Alebo ešte sa teda minimálne akoby môžeme usadiť, pretože sa teda len bude začínať. Ale dúfam, že ste všetci pripravení. OK, dobre, bráško, no tak Oliver sa bude musieť ale teraz poriadne ukázať trolom. Matchup tam má prichystaný dobre. PGL, prosím si to na záber in-game. Šup sem, šup tam. Nám už je to všetko jedno, šup sem, šup tam, hoď mi to do hry. Hej, šup sem, šup tam, crowd je ale hrozne krásny, šup sem, šup tam, až to tu máme. Hej! Dobrý chat. Tak, ideme sa tu teda pekne krásne usadiť. Trošku sa tu pozrieme na to, ako by to tu podľa mňa malo laneovo dopadnúť. Máte tam ešte dokonca aktívny hype train, tak uvidíme, že sa tu pri Falconoch podarí poriadne udržiavať. Oj, hype trainík. Spustil práve tako tými 5 krásnymi gifted sabíkmi. Dnes ale uvidíme, či tu Falcony vymyslia, Creed tam teraz sníkol pekne túto nepozorovanú vardičku. Na druhej strane ho tam nahodili, ale takisto aj P-Vision. Hrať proti 9-klasovmu Monkey Kingovi. Musím povedať, že mnohé iné týmy, napríklad Číňania, poznali, aké je to annoying a nemohli nič. Do toho tu satana, že keď túto hru má potenciál, že tu s rýchlymi prstami môže teoreticky trafiť nejaký akoby vrátený Doom. Tu bude bojovať rovno o runu. Mal dosť rýchle mladé prsty, oni majú 4 runy. What? God, satanic magic is an abomination. Ale vyklikal to tam jak pán. Oni majú zrazu proste všetci, čo ja viem, túto 100 network navyše. Toto je od P-Vision, ale dobrý začiatok. Pozrite, čo tu ide ale robiť Sneaking. Toto je jeho Chen gameplay, no one. A môže mať síce dobrý matchup s Kvopkou. Pripravili si to tam akoby P-Vision dobre, ale nečakal, že tu bude mať manaburny na gebuli rovno od začiatku. Sneaking dole toho creepa ani úplne s trolom podľa mňa nebude potrebovať, tam bude čakať s tým manaburn creepom a non-stop tam no one-ovi podľa mňa rúbať jednu za druhou. Uvidíme, ako sa tento tu ale veterán s týmto tu celým pobije. Obidva týmy tu fakt ako majú extrémny komfort a iba záleží, kto to tu zahrá lepšie. Príde mi, že akurát Dukalis. Tu má momentálne, myslím, že čo sa týka laning phaseu, trochu menej možností. Linka Anti-Mage a Oracle je celku ako vyliš prdel nulová. Krásne ďakujem teda ešte za Rebiusovi za dokonca ďalších 5 giftnutých subov. Rozširovanie našej rodiny. Tak keď ste tu už ako vybrali úplne všetky tie subgoaly, najbližší ma napadlo, že tam akoby môžeme poriadne deep divenúť zase do deadlocku a skontrolovať ako do tú trojku, akoby potom teoreticky, ale neviem, akoby čo tu už ako iné momentálne vymýšľať chat. Teraz ako najbližšie môžeme prekonávať tak ako pozíciu, aby sme boli druhý na CZSK Twitchi v saboch a to by sme museli mať akoby cez, myslím, že 2450 alebo niečo takéto, neviem koľko je presne to číslo. Ale ďakujem vám neskúšať za podporu, tento hype train sa tu hlavne môže pekne preniesť aj do hry, aby to Falconi mohli využívať. Čo sa týka lásitov, dokonalých 5 denial pre Malrína. Toto je tá výhoda toho Shakera Virli, že dokáže dokonca aj túto pani Kvopku trošku podenajovať, hlavne ten Satyr na začiatku to tam trochu offsetol, takže proste tam ako no one nemal úplne zas tak moc money, aby tu ako mohol pracovať. Tu ako samozrejme s nejakým tým levelom 3 by som povedal, možno nejakým dvojkovým Shadow Strikeom by sa to tam mohlo zlepšiť. Uvidíme ale, čo urobia hlavne P-Vision Vision o tom, že oni musia tušiť, že sa tu zase budú stekovať enchanty, preto prvé echo, vidíme to tu non-stop. A iba záleží, ako to tu bude prebiehať aj túto hru. A No One-ovi už tam máme pekne tú trojku. Jo, máme tam dvojkový Shadow Strike. No ako Crit nakoniec si tam ale pekne ukradol teraz tú druhú Waterrunu, dobrý výlet. Jo, dole už ale máme snajpnutého jednoho kuríra. Že len na tie bounty runy, len na toho kuríra, už tu ako pomalinky padevidovci sú celku v pôde, čo sa týka laningu. Uvidíme, či im tu pomôže možno nejaký poriadny hype train, uvidíme, či tá Dota bude taká aktívna, ako tá minulá sérka. Osobne si myslím, že toto sú oveľa viac systematickejšie týmy, trošku iným playstylom, ale mohlo by sa to tu rozhrnúť všade možne. Zatiaľ Maureen fakt ale bez problémov, musí povedať, celý ten mid zvláda, dokonca tam prelázitováva tú kvopku, ktorá má fakt iba 8-9 creepov teraz. Maureen nie len, že nemá problém, keď tie Shadow Striky začínajú byť ako trochu otravné. Tam žiadny veľký punish potenciál zatiaľ určite nebude. Hlavne ten dobrý matchup, kde Troll zrazu proti Enigme nemá problém, to podľa mňa by zo párkrát nejaké tie idolony pofarmiť tu, ale Nineclass prišiel teraz na návštevu na mid, prišiel gangnúť Maurina a toho si zobere No One. Pekný gang a Nineclass neskutočným spôsobom, ale teraz prišiel rovno ukázať zbrane. Po 3. minúte rovno prvý gang, Nineclass ukazuje svoj prezent na mape. A 10 gifted subov, tu prišiel pekne nahodiť ešte túto Mr. Drushade, aby to tu zaokrúhlo na tých 2350 ako Lord. Neviem, či tento hype train akoby nás tu teda môže odniesť úplne do výšinovitých. Bojovať tu akurát do ten jeden steknutý camp, prídu ešte dole kluci tuto od P-Vision. Uvidíme ale, kto bude mať túto hru lepší impact. Zóna Harpia je pre Sneakinga jeden z najlepších damageových creepov, ktorý tam Early vôbec mohol nájsť. Už tu tie dva nuky dali Nineclassovi fakt za mordy. A chlapec si bude môcť akurát odísť pekne do bezpečia. No, vyzerá, že tej štvrtej Maureen bude mať akoby pekne refill. No problémo. Tým, že tam neprichádza žiadny shutdown na mide, Maureen bude mať svoj pekný early. Tu čaká už Skitter úplne, že tu musí byť proste nejaká varda. Ja myslím, že tam tou vardou ale zahliadol, že ten kuriér proste pôjde stranou a Nineclass pôjde tú botu snajpnúť aj tak. Nineclass proti tomuto chlapcovi fakt schovať kurírov. No, to je problém. Oliver tam nebude mať teda chvíľku nejakú tú podstatnú botu, čo sa týka lázitov, si tam mala na tam trolovicu free farmy. Enigma, ktorá tam mala trochu odtiahnutých ešte wave od začiatku. Takisto, ale s tými 9 denajmi na tom nie je DM úplne zle. Práve tá čierna diera bude podľa mňa ako možno jeden z tých najväčších problémov. To, čo ale mňa najviac prekvapuje, že zase tento mladý Satanik, ten zase s anti-mageom, ešte predtým, ako tam má nejakú tú defenzívnu helmu, ako tam má nejakú defenzívu, má tam nejakého orakla, ktorý tam middle levely robí celku hovno, ale aj tak tam free farmy za AMko. Hoci kto iný, tu väčšinou ako na tom Lady Face dostáva za to AMko úplný náklad, ale Satanáš, ten je z iného mladého testa. Keča! Ešte takisto pekne prišiel s ďalšími 5 gifticami to tu teda podporiť, aby tu ten hype train fungoval. No, uvidíme, že sa nám tu pri ceste na Grand Finals podarí urobiť možno nejaký ten rekordný hype train alebo niečo podobné. Dneska predsa len ten Skitterov dres pristane práve za jednu vstupenku jednému z vás. Uvidíme ale, koho bude tá vyvolená dneska. No, už tu sníkuje pán Monkey King, tentokrát zase na mid. Raz tam okolo Maurina, myslím, že ako prebehol, ale ten si ho podľa mňa neviem, či úplne všimol, alebo nie. Na mide to tam bude musieť Maureen teraz akurát outrangeovať a nebude to podľa mňa úplne príjemné, keď sa tam dostane možno nejakému poriadnemu echu. Tu ako jeden camp satyrov, nenájde ho tu našťastie pre neho ten Monkey King. Vyzerá, že pôjde pekne akurát. Už scoutiť, už tam majú jednu vardu na to, aby tu akurát nemohli kluci stekovať, ale hlavne si tam našli aj Krita. P-Vision zase v trojici zrazu easy peasy. Dokonca aj Oracle vie nachystať kill. Nie som si istý, že si tam všimli toto celé a oni nakoniec nevidia tú obsku o asi milimeter cez tú centrinu. Trošku unlucky, ale Kritovi tam minimálne za tú smrť aspoň ostane Vision, ktorá by mohla byť podstatná. Pretože keď o tie triangly budú chcete P-Visionovci bojovať, aspoň ich tam pekne bude vidieť. Máme tam každopádne echo dolevlené a Mar medzi tým ešte celý level bude sa budeme potrebovať, kým tam bude možno nebezpečný s Doomom potom. Satanik možno bude musieť ísť naspäť, jakmile ale bude mať už tú dominátorku, pre ňo to není problém, on trebuje 400 goldov. On to stihne proste predtým, ako tam vôbec bude Doom a potom môže kľudne byť v lesíku. Neraz sa tu teraz momentálne šmykla akorát za mnou na dlažbe, ale dobrý. Vyzerá, že je to OK. Nerušia lení si. Oh boj. Jo, Keča včera svej dokonca bol jeden z vyvolených. Oh boj. Uvidíme, čo tu teda budú ako kluci vymýšľať momentálne. Protože tu si myslím, že fakt ako P-Vision. Zatiaľ, musím povedať, že obidva týmy teda zatiaľ majú dobrý základ. Maorin teraz ale nájde snack, dokonca Echo! OK, Maorin chce farmu. Jo, zatiaľ tam nie sú žiadne veľké ancient stacky, takže tu nakoniec proste príde pekne po Echu, aby vyfarmil celú armádu Eidolonov, a ktorému jeden camp navíc. Toto je ale zrazu zbraň, kde zrazu má proste pekne 55 creepov. Jo, tá cesta ku tej blinke nebude možno ani tak dlhá. Snaking medzi tým bude síce hantený na mide, ten má Sonic Waveu. Nechcel to na toho Chena úplne dať. Nakoniec sa tu Sneaking teda pekne udrží pri živote. Cesta ku blinku by teda mala byť OK. Jo, Neruša tu prišla teraz pozdraviť. Neviem, čo by si akoby teraz momentálne odo mňa chcela Neruša. Dúfam, že si v relaxačnom móde s Pinkacom, pretože ja tu mám ešte teraz ako dosť intenzívnu prácu. Pietič ešte prišiel pekne podporiť túto nejakým tým krásnym killečkom navíc. No, väčšia otázka teraz tu ako nastáva teraz. Amar, ktorému tam nechali dokonca zobrať aj tú šrajnu predtým, má dokonca pripravený ten Doom teoreticky, ktorý si môže levelnúť. Našiel si tam ten Ice Armor, čo by ako mohlo byť proti Anti-Mageovi Gucci, aj proti tomu Monkey Kingovi kľudne Kvopke. Teraz sme proti všetkým. Ale well, jo, raz tu pôjde Kred iba zdržovať ten midový push, odtiahol tú waveu, pekne sa vyhol tou Cookie akurát tým engageom. A nakoniec tu proste že nebudú mať easy push. Iba to, že tam odtiahol tú waveu, to samo o sebe stačí. Tu ale Amar teraz možno bude mať problém, bez many, neurobil tentokrát úplne Soul Ring. Ako som povedal, proti tomu Anti-Mageovi by práve toto mohol byť problém, ale ten Cobalt Cup, ten movement speed a výhoda od Amara, tu čo vie, že má, to bude využívať znova. Dostane sa pekne do bezpečia, úplne zbytočný rotation od tej Novanovej Kvopky. Na mene to medzi tým síce môže zabezpečovať pekne ten Monkey King, ale ten tam podľa mňa nemá ako úplne zabezpečovať, aby tam ten Sneakingov Mr. Chen nepušoval ďalej. Dominátorka je na svete. Jo, práve v tom čase, kde by to tam začalo byť možno nebezpečné, sa tak môže kľudne zaliesť do lesa a farmiť s tou dominátorkou extrémne rýchlo, alebo tu kľudne hrať agro gaming. Ja, proti Doomu by to síce nemuselo byť príjemné, ale tu ako jediné, čo chýba Amarovi je mana. Teraz to momentálne klaritkuje. Zrovna fakt ako proti tomu pánovi nejaký Soul Ring by nemusel byť od veci. Uvidíme, či Amar ale pôjde od svojho štandardu niekde inde. Sneakingovi sa medzi tým podarilo vyleveliť už pekne aj tu Hand of God. Teraz tu vidí ešte rotujúceho Monkey Kinga, no, má tu svoju armádu creepov, posunie si ho naspäť. Sneaking pôjde ukázať svoje kvality. A zatiaľ to bude iba za pol HP pre Monkey Kinga. Cesta pre Nine Classa, ktorý včera predsa len proti Číňanom niekde okolo 11. 12. To je už tam ako pomaly, alebo do 13. dokončoval tú dominátorku zo supporta. Tuto to možno bude chvíľku trvať. Maorin hlavne ide dole zase navštíviť možno toto celé. On tam predsa len má to echo, on tam vymaže celú tú armádu. Nazdar! Čistka! Dámy a páni, Maorin je absolútne tá najväčšia upratovačka obecná. Treba tu upratať nejaký push. Boom! A je to doma. A mne za 200 goldov bude mať pripravenú dokonca tú blinku z tohoto celého. Deko! To takisto ešte prišiel podporiť s 5 gifticami, pred ním ešte Hytrich! Tu bude podporovať tento tu hype train, aby tu predsa len hype mohol pre Falconov pokračovať aj naďalej. Zatiaľ mi príde, že P-Vision, aj keď si tu teda aj na tie idly, Bounty Runy a podobnú akoby výhodu, ukoristili za mňa hlavne dobrý základ. Tu pôjde Doom portiť do lesky, ten tam musel podnúť teraz momentálne to účko, aby si zachránil prdol, len ešte bude mať styku, ešte bude mať Lotus, tu ale bude vykontrolovaný aj tak. Enigmu nakoniec dorazí pekne Amar aspoň Doomom. Teraz vie, že si tam nemôže ale do tých Eidolonov dovolovať. Tie teraz nezabijú žiadnym veľkým echom. To samozrejme bude na cooldowne. Amar ale teraz potrebuje zdržať a proti tomu slovu, je to problém. DM ešte s tým posledným APčkom, to zastunuje tiež. Amar sa postará ale o 100 goldov navíc. Doberú si ho ale P-Vision k tomu, štvrtý kill je tu pre nich. Základ zase lepší pre Team P-Vision. Xtremovci včera na nich ako nenašli, alebo teda ešte predtým dávno nenašli ako návod. No, vidíme, či nájdu návod Falconi. Kred práve teraz aj so Skitterom tu chceli možno Satanika nejak prekvapiť, on používal práve agresívne blink, ale nedostanú sa proste k nemu vôbec. Odblinkuje si bez problémov preč. No, toto nebude úplne SPZ. No, Maorin medzi tým akoby tu, že má už akoby blinčík. To je čas, aby tu Falconovci začali hrať poriadny agro gaming. Jo, za mňa ako je podstatné, akože ten Shaker väčšinou trošku viac cooldown dependent ako nejaký ako Sand King, ktorý dokáže aj bez toho, alebo aj takto ide tou fyzerou, samozrejme sa tam fungujú akoby velice podobne tí dvaja panáčci. Tento archetype je pre Maorina domáci. Jo, No, tie minimálne early echa, ale môžu byť tvrdé. Oni aj keď spomalili tam ako spodný push a tak, aj takto tu majú dopušované P-Vision už teraz. Sfichifus! Tiež prišiel pekne s ďalšími 5 gifted submi, trafil tu, ale teda velice zaujímavé pokolenie. Well. Chat sa nám tam jakoby to takisto trošku rozmachuje, to sa mi páči, začína to tu jakoby trošku vreť predsa len. A je tu možno jakoby cítiť celku ten pressure, jeden z týchto dvoch tímov bude v grand finále po jednej BO3. Amar medzi tým si tu rád vyfarmí ale nejaké idolony. Kombinácia ale dvojice, ktorú poznáme za celé toto TI. Malrín a Crit idú hrať do tú dvojku, je tam Snapfire ulti, je tam Blink Echo. Hoci koho nájdu, môžu vymazať, ale zase ich nájde prvý, lebo teda prvý bude nájdený ten Monkey King, nebude to možno žiadny core kill. Crit tu príde, ušetrí síce to Snapfire ulti, ale zase to bude len ten Monkey King a toto je presne P-Vision stratégia. Toto hrajú ako non-stop, že tam proste tie všetky smoke gangy, tie timingy vyžiera práve ten Monkey King. Neskape na to tá Enigma, nebude na to možno žiadny veľký úplne objektív. Za 10 sekúnd ten Monkey King tam bude naspäť. A Falconovci síce ušetrili takisto aj to Echo, aj to Snapfire ult. Jo, je to pre nich kill navíc. No, medzi tým ale Sneaking zase pôjde pekne dopušovať tento celý mid. No one si chce postrážiť Deny, ale Sneaking tentokrát má micro in his hands. Goldy navíc prichádzajú teda pre Falconov. Za 150 goldov bude mať Oliver ešte pripravenú konečne tú Path of Fury teraz po 13. minúte. Velice pekný timing. Tu ale mladúčky Satanek na druhej strane ide trošku iné farmárske bomby. Tu ako po Purovi, ktorý nám tu teda neukázal ani raz z tých dvoch anti-mageov nejaký poriadny early game. Teraz to vidíme ale na Satanekovi. Reálne to Path of Fury bude mať ako povedzme liter potom, čo to bude mať ten troll a to samozrejme on má tú dominátorku navíc. Jo, ten network je tam proste cítiť, má tam dokonca level 10. A aj keď ako carry to carry matchup má podľa mňa Oliver v rukách, jo? Ako túto hru late game by tam fakt ako Oliver potom bol rozsekať, takisto to treba počítať s tým, že tam neskôr môžeme mať nejaké tie doomy, kľudne 2 later, maybe. Proti tomu ale ani ten Oracle možno nebude fungovať podľa predstav. Môže si tu ale teraz No One dovolovať oveľa viac, ako by normálne mohol. Už je tam predsa len vylevelený aj ten samotný save. Pekné tu ako Sneaking, teraz akorát sa pôjde teraz baviť nejakých random skeletonov. Ešte tam neskontroloval úplne Vision momentálne. Nakoniec ako teraz sa tam zbavil akurát nejakej centreny. Tu obsku som si není istý, či nájde alebo nenájde. Tu ale medzi tým ide Crit s Malrínom hanti. Ďalší smoke, Satanek im akurát blinkol oproti. On si išiel scoutiť dominátorkou, ale smoke, bohužel. Tu príde aj to Echo. Nazdar, Satanášku. Mladúčký pán, panišnutý. A keď to by stalo vedmený, to 2 smoky, aby získali 2 killy Falconi. Pre 15 minútu skôr sa upravuje na 3-4. Bežná zóna v každých akoby takýchto falkonských hrách. Náš level 8 Hype Trains, ale momentálne dostal do zóny, že už tu máme iba minútu 10, aby sa to teoreticky ešte dostávalo ďalej. Táto Sataniková smrť by tu niečo spustiť mohla. My predsa len, by tu momentálne by sa dostali sami fakt ako na čísla monštrózneho typu. No vidíme, či tento Hype Train ešte bude pokračovať. DM si to príde teda pozrieť takisto na Amara, pripraví ho tam ten Oracle. Pekne fizurou to tu na chvíľku ale spomalia. Amar ale podľa mňa ďaleko nedojde. Tu nemá proste ako odísť. No. P-Vision si zase teraz pekne našli takýto pick-off. Stalo to síce port ešte nejakú tú enigmičku navíc, ale pozrite na 9 klasa. Mám taký ten pocit, že pekne v 15. mu letí, síce late, ale letí dominátorka. Doktor, tomuto ešte ide pomôcť, aby teoreticky ten Hype Train mohol žiť. Pekná práca, doktore! Ale momentálne rekord, na ktorý sa tam pýta Atlix, je niekde okolo 2800 subov, myslím, že by mali najviac. Plus, minus, ani neviem. Vidíme ale, čo to tu bude. Zeremius to príde samozrejme podporiť tiež, tam ale chýba 3%, tam chýba jeden gifted sub, aby Hype Train ešte mohol pokračovať ďalej. Neviem, či to niekto stihne nakliknúť alebo nie, ale Hype Train bude mať možno problém podobne ako Crit. Hype Train čestne skončí. Toto bolo close. Ale uvidíme, či level 8 Hype Train na 98% bude stačiť na to, aby tu teda pekne toto prebrali Falconi. Mimo toho tam máte stále akoby tú slevu úplne Hype Train, ne-Hype Train, pekne toto využil pán Iziliáš a keď tu ako tesne nevyšlo na to predĺženie, veľmi pekná práca tiež. Oj. Naša rodina sa rozširuje. Uvidíme, či ale aj Falconi budú schopní. Maorin teraz pekne našiel lurkujúceho pána Monkey Kinga. Si ho odblinkovať preč, aby mu tam teda nič nehrozilo. Je tam predsa len ešte in the neighborhood, aj tak v openzii. Jo, Sharda už je tam ale teda nachystaná, teraz by tam chceli ísť tu jeho Kaju, potom väčšinou to býva nejaké to BKB a Refresher, alebo poprípade rovno Refresher, nejaký Aeon Disk. Teraz ale Satanika prišli kluci navštíviť rovno s Echom, tu sú ale iba dvaja, ten damage na Satanika možno nebude iná, Satana žije! Vymaxovaná pasivka, to je to, čo mu zachránilo reálne riť. A ešte tie HPčka navíc z toho enchantmentu jako z neutral itemu by the way. On mohol a väčšina z vás by mala vymaxovaný akoby pekne ten mana break na right click, aby stal viac many, ale ne, on mal pekne vymaxovanú tú pasivku navíc, ten magic resistance. Toto ale pôjdu Falconi očividne využiť, ušiel im kill na Satanikovi, ale Oliver už tu ako je rozbehnutý ako poriadny princový halušník, aby sa tu postaralo Early Roša. Pôjdu o to, ale pane Vidovci ešte fajti, DM tam predsa len bude mať Black Hole, na to si treba dávať pozor, nebude tam si žiadna blinka, ale tu našli pekne práve na kvopku. Tam možno nevyhodí žiadnu veľkú Sonic Wave, pekne tu, ale Dukalis môže udržať pri živote, Oliver sa potrebuje zbaviť toho Roša tu a teraz. No nakoniec vyjde, Shaker to bude ukontrolovaný, Hand of God by mu ale mohol s mekáčom pomôcť, je tam ale Starlocku dosť. Maori na toto celé padne ten, ale aj tak nemal predsa len úplne to echo. Na toto celé stojí. Čo ďalšie tu, ale Falconi odozdajú, možno to ešte bude sneaking vzadu, ale majú Aegis. Oliver pekne odkráčal do bezpečia, sneaking tu ešte tu chce prežívať, ne. Satanáš tým hadoukenom to snajpol s dominátorkou. A zrazu ako vyzerá, že 3 dominátorky zase budú fungovať proste lepšie ako žiadna. Jo, tá Chen Army, viac menej tu je teda trochu mečnutá práve tými 3 dominátorkami. Ale stále, Falconi zobrali aspoň ten objektív, oni sú veľký objektív tým. Jo, tu sa síce ako servírovali teraz halušky, ale zatiaľ ešte to je bez slaninky. Zatiaľ to ešte nie je veľká porcia brinze, zatiaľ preto 19 minútov ešte budú musieť kľúci pozrieť zarávky, ale nebudeme akoby toto teda úplne pokračovať ďalej. Tuto po 19. minúte si myslím, že P-Vision, aj keď tu majú veľmi dobrý základ, Enigmou tam nachystané, ako by mal Rína predtým, spomalili mu povedzme nejaký ten Kaja timing. Je tu väčšia otázka, čo tu idú nájsť ďalšie. Jo, hlavne tam potrebujú vždycky väčšinou vychytať toho Orakla, inak ako ten Doom není zabezpečenie killu, čo by normálne bolo big. Ale zrazu, jak je tam ten Orakliáš, no to môže byť issue. 3 minúty 40, bude mať ale Skitter predsa len 2 životy. Jo, sneaking medzi tým, tu ako stretnú aspoň toho Dominátor Creepa, 100 goldov pre sneakinga, not bad. Problém je, že tam ešte ďalší Dominátor Creep je pripravený ako ďalší a ďalší tam bude ešte kľudne pripravený, keby náhodou chceli hneď potom. Toto sú taktiky P-Vision. Ito Boys sa rozhodli, že proste Dominátorkami vyhrajú celé TI. Oj. Túto hru sú to 3 Dominátorky, ich celku typické. A Martu medzi tým ide skúsiť možno nájsť niekde 9 class a myslím, že ho tam akoby zahliadol možno preskočiť. Tak je tu jeho dominátorku tohoto malého Flavikového obľúbeného Polyvoga, si chce ešte zachrániť, tam chce Amar 100 goldov navíc. No Oliver medzi tým bude ale schopný pekne vyčúkať aspoň ten objektív. Zase Falconi presne, prišli po tier jednotku, je tam Tormentor, oni vedia, čo je objective based gaming. Ich nezaujíma, že tam prehrávajú momentálne 3-8 na killy. Toto zatiaľ Falconovcom vychádza podľa plánu. Majú Early Roša, majú Early Tormentora, Idoloni, tam ako môžu skautiť, ale tu žiadny punish momentálne nepríde. Falconovcov tu nečaká nič, tu sa môžu pekne bezpečne vykúpať v semene. Ninecloud už tu teda malým pogletom pôjde pofarmákovávať aspoň malý moment. Ne, nakoniec chudák sa zaborí do zeme a môžeme mu dať jedno 0-7 do chatu. No a Amar medzi tým si tu ale takisto chce vyfarmiť aspoň 100 goldov navíc zo Satanikovou Dominátor Creepa a príde mi, že Falconovcom normálne Aui vypočítal tabulku pred touto hru a povedal, jo, nechajte ich robiť tie Dominátorky a proste to farmite, kluci. Budeme mať akurát viac goldov, let's go. Falconovci sú predsa len tým, ktorí akoby sú celí o resourcoch, o tej mape, o tom choukovaní neskôr. No, teraz ale momentálne sa im nepodarilo mimo pozície nájsť práve tú Novanovú kvopku. Už sa ale môže bojovať práve o 21-kovú Wisdom Shrine. Novan je tam v dobrom čase. Maorin mu tam ale prišiel, to echo netrafil. Tie expy síce bude mať, ale teraz sa snaží akurát vyportiť a odtiaľ to nevyportí nikde. Dukalis tam bol včas, zrušil to celé. Maorin bude smutne len sa tak dívať, ako je jeho nadvláda končí, dokonca tam ešte prišiel 9 class stealnúť ten kill na pána, dobre. Takzvaný nie kill steal, ale kill secure, samozrejme, chat. Jo, zatiaľ akoby tento základ samozrejme uprednostňuje to P-Vision, ale No, Oliver pekne iba s tou klívou sa tam pekne môže teraz vyfarmiť ako úplne celú túto waveu. Jako dalo mu to tam ako trochu damage, ne, že ne s tou Midnight Pulsou, ale má tam pripravené ešte 9-sekundové BK-bo, keby náhodou. Amar už sa tam pôjde približovať s tým jeho 9-sekundovým BK-bom tiež. Kaja medzi tým po smrte teda Maurinovi pristane takisto. Za mňa Falcony stále majú veľmi dobrý základ, ono jediné, čo tu viac menej delí tie dva týmy, je Satanic. Ten má proste o 2000 viac reálne ako Skitter a to je ten rozdiel. On má viac menej o tú dominátorku navíc, dá sa povedať zatiaľ. Jo, na Sneakingovi tak chvíľku teda po Mekáči po Šárde, jo, čo tam teraz akoby bude pekne už mať po tej 20. po tom Tormentrovi. Už tam budú behať takisto aj Ancienti. Za mňa akoby som vôbec nepodceňoval ten element, že pár bytov tu zatiaľ akoby vychádza skoro všetko, vyhrávajú 9-3, Monkey King takisto vyžadovali nejaké tie gangy trošku ako scouti, Satanicovi vychádza totálny free farm. Ale ako Oliver tu bude úplne nezastaviteľné carry. Ten si uvedomuje, že ešte tých 25 sekúnd s Aegisom mu tu nehrozí nič veľké. A proste rovno pôjde tu väčšiu vyčutať, tam vie, že potom bude dohýlovaný. Dostane tu ešte pre istotu jeden mekáč, aby to nemohlo byť tak jednoduché. Tier 2, pušnutá ale pred 23. Na druhej strane tam P-Vision ovládli síce ten enemy triangle, pušujú tam smerom mid, ale tam už to čenové creepy držia na mide, by the way. Tam vidím od Sneakinga na mape, že tam presne tú midovú waveu ani nepúšťa. Tam, kde chceli teraz split pušovať P-Vision, tam, kde chceli hrať mapu. No to bude pre nich problém. Teraz ale Falconovci nemohli úplne zahliadnúť tento smoke. Už sa schovajú všetci od P-Vision a pôjdu hľadať opener. Pozrite ale na tie goldy, už sa to približuje smerom ku Falconom. Skončil im síce ten Aegis timer, za malý moment ale budú mať zase na cooldowne Echo. Môžu začať skúsiť nejaký fight, už to tam teraz práve proclo. Uvidíme, či tu ale P-Vision nenajdu nejaký godlike opener. Tam hľadajú podľa mňa možno niekde Skittera opusteného, alebo niekde Amara. Ale dole nevyčmuchajú nič. Môžu si tam možno nechať nejaký zaujímavý vision alebo niečo podobné. Tými dominátorkami samozrejme sa tu dá hrať oveľa lepšie tá samotná mapa. To abuzujú P-Vision od začiatku a budú to očividne abuzovať až kým možno nevypadnú. Tu ale sa momentálne nachádzame v tom upper brackete v boji o Grand Finals a smoke prichádza práve od Falconov. Jo, tu netušia, že sa okolo nich nachádza 9 ten ale preskočil okolo Amara, ten ho podľa mňa nevidel teraz. Jo, Falconovci. Jo, hlavne tam predtým možno mohli byť zahliadnutí akurát tou jednou Wardenzy, ktorá tam práve bola ukázaná. Každopádne po 24. nevyzerá, že by tu niekto našiel opener. Všetci sa vyhýbajú všetkým. 9 tam dole split pushuje akurát za tou tier 2. Tam sa nenachádza nikto, aj keď už tam šprintuje Skitter. Šprintuje tam Maurin. Práve tú popicu by možno kluci chceli. Zatiaľ vyzerá, že tu nebude nič. Vidia tu akorát kluci Idolony, ktoré tu farmia pred DM-a. Ten stojí pekne vzadu, aby tam bol na range expo. Nakoniec ale Maurin pôjde skočiť takto dozadu do tej pipy. To nebolo úplne podľa mňa dobré. Toto bude mať možno Satanic ešte ale pripravené tým pádom, ako na zlato podnose. Maurin sa z toho fightu nemá teraz momentálne ako dostať. Amar medzi tým, ale dobre prišiel. Doom je tam hodený. Žiadne vrátenie sa nekoná. Dukalis potrebuje teraz zachraňovať prdele. Tam je od neho ďaleko, ale stihol prísť. Záchrana je tam. Tam ale stále ten Doom ešte bude trvať celku dlhú dobu. DM bude vytradovaný, hneď potom nestihne tam dať ani tú veľkú Black Hole, tam nakoniec Oliver prišiel a splnil. To je práca splnená dobre od slovenského carry. Ďalšie kolo ale prichádza práve na Amara, ten stihol momentálne popnúť to BKB, snaží sa tam od Satanika, Odis, ten má stále mana void. Ten stále čaká, kým to BKB skončí a pôjde na ďalšie kolo. Ten Doom skončil, Oracle zachránil, Satanik môže ísť čistiť. Oliver predsa len nemá už účko, on už tam ako používali jeho zbranie, tu bude chytený len ako bezbranný troll, vyzarmnutý a tu momentálne Falcony strácajú kontrolu nad tou Dorou. To teraz to vyzeralo dobre, ale tento jeden deep dive na Enigmu bol asi ten najhorší nápad, ktorý ich kedy napadol. Oh god, tam tou pizdurou, tým echom. Tá Enigma s pipou, proste tam v živote na to nemôže takto umrieť. Toto bolo podľa mňa veľké podcenenie. Pekne Maurinovi sa teraz podarilo minimálne aspoň trošku zachrániť tú vrchnú stranu a ten push od Sneakinga, ktorý sa tam deje. Jo, Satanika tam teda nenechajú úplne vyportiť. Medzi tým, ale proste sa nachádzame v 25. minúte, to skôr sa upravilo na 13-4. A Sneaking, aj keď bude teraz za 5 kg, chce dokončovať nejaké poriadne pipy. Tu ho je vidieť, tu ho pôjde pripraviť. Už je tam minus healing z toho Spirit Vesselu, Nova nič. Nemusí dávať nič veľké a Sneaking proste padá. Monster kill. Už tu pristal teda od samotného Novana. Amar to chce ale očividne do 9 klasa otočiť a to otravná vopica by mohla byť target. Šprintujúci Amar bez doomu, ale minimálne vopicu bude mať. Maurin prichádza na podporu a Falconovci tu nebudú nechávať takéto deep divey len tak. Už tam príde Crate instantne po ten D-ward. Jo, zatiaľ to tam ešte teda úplne plne neodhalili, ale za malý moment to príde. Jo, blíži sa tu ale už kurírom pre Satanika celý Butterfly. A ten anti-mage zrazu bude fakt jako beastou. Nielenže tu Satanik fakt jako ukazuje tu jeho mladícku variabilitu, kde fakt jako hoci čo mu strčíte do rúk, to dokáže vyhrať laning phase, môže tam mať pomaly najslabšieho laning partnera ever, ale aj tak pôjde hrať ako lord. Oh boy. Jako tentokrát to bude skôr o tom, či tu ale Falconovci nájdu ten opener. Oliver teraz bude práve ten nájdený. Jo, no tam zatiaľ iba vyženú preč. Jako pre ňo to nebude zas tak problém, za chvíľku bude mať aspoň to psycho, povedzme. Falconovci ale proste by potrebovali nejak odchytiť Dukalisa. Ten drží ale túto hru úplne dokonalý, skrytý positioning. Vždycky, keď tam príde ten Doom, tak je tam potom včas, aby to kľudne zachránil. A to satanášek, no, jako ten z Butterfly už má potenciál to tu rozsekať pak jako úplne celé, má tam level 20. Ja osobne som čakal, že pôjde ten Aghanim build, aby tam mal ten jeden vždycky jako hit po blinku nejaký poriadny. Jo, za mňa Oliver, ale keď dokončí to Psycho, budeme jako status resistance, ktorý síce proti Black Hole podľa mňa jako nebude zas tak extrém podstatný, ale jako proti všetkému to je jako podstatný item, prostě čisto, aby ho menej kajtili, menej všetko trvalo, že ty jako slovy a stuníčky a podobne. Teraz ale podľa mňa potrebuje nutne MKbo. Nutne potrebuje Oliver MKB, aby sa proste toho anti-magea mohol zbaviť, aby si tam mohol dať poriadny manfight. Takto to možno pôjde tiež, ale budú na to potrebovať ešte nejakú pomoc. Crate momentálne tu vidí akurát vzadu no one, toho to pôjdu ale setupnúť rovno, ten má na sebe Fate Zedic, hlavne mu tam dobre pekne ukradli to nejakú arcane runu, kluci. Dobre zahrané teraz aspoň od Malrínečka. Ďalší cooldown na echo teda bude o niečo efektívnejšie. No a na Amarovi takisto už treba mysleť na to, že tu máme predsa len kúpenú celú tú blinku. Tu už ani není čas na to, aby tu kluci robili nejaké tie poriadne midasky a podobné iné záležitosti. Toto je ale čisto boj. No Dominator Gaming proti Dominator Gamingu. Jo, tam Aoi musí takzvané kreknúť ten kód a proste musí nájsť návod na P-Vision, čo nenašli včera jednoznačne vôbec to chlapečci, alebo jo, akože na P-Vision zatiaľ ako by tu kluci nevedia na main evente nájsť nikto návod. Podľa mňa ale stále ten carry-to-carry matchup na late game ide pre Skittera. Jo, Falconovci majú podľa mňa ten late game scary s nejakými dvomi doomami, repressurami. Teraz 9 classov creep tam dobre odhalil, že tu idú kluci o ten pokus. Samozrejme, že by to vedeli aj cez ten roar. Teraz je ale to podstatnejšie, či Oliver sa môže dostať nejakému Aegisu, alebo nie. Je jasné, že to tam nebudú úplne P-Vision nechávať len tak. Jo, proti tej Black Hole tam ako sa zdržovať nemusí byť úplne ten najlepší nápad. Tá midová Varda teraz ale. Tá vidí teraz tú dvojicu. Malrina to dokonca bolo vidieť, ako tam išiel do tých stromov. Tu ako po 29. minúte práve tá midová hodená Varda od P-Vision by mohla byť opener. Jo, tá kritová, ale takisto tam možno niečo nájde. Do Sentrinou to tam Dukalis teraz príde skontrolovať. No one hľadá. Jo, Skitter bude dosť ďaleko. Ja, už tam ako na pána naklikol síce to MKB, to by sa mu samozrejme tým carry-to-carry matchupe teraz hodilo najviac, ale proste anti-mage bude vždycky teraz sa pohybovať po tej mape o dosť viac. To main fighte by nemusel byť tak veľký, uvedomujú si tu pekne Falconi, že tu bude 9 class akurát abusovať presne ten rožek toho pitu, aby tam mohol mať toho nepozorovaného creepa. Jo, jeden creep za druhým, proste len aby to skautili. No, smoke tam ale teraz prišiel aj od týmu Falcons. Satanik si tam prišiel ukladnúť iba nejaké tie nenápadné ilusky, tie by mohli byť veľké. Tu ale prichádza Black Hole, Doom je kontrolovaný echo, ale prichádza dozadu práve Dukalis sa tam chce Malrin zabiť. Tam ale Dukalis je dosť tučný, nie je tam follow-up. Skitter musí prísť a mlátiť, ale mláti momentálne ilusky. To je to celé, tomu účku to nejde ovládať. Pôjde sa do toho vlajtu ešte túto pekne pripojiť, ale Skitterovi neostáva nič veľké z toho repertoáru. P-Vision to môžu podľa mňa teraz rozobrať. No, Doomič tam bol síce hodený na Satanikovi, ten ale práve tento moment skončí. Stále je tam ešte Dukalisov safe, Falconovci potrebujú toto celé resetuť, ideálne odísť. Tu ale peknou fizurou, ty si naplnili nemálne no one, ten ale stále môže byť zachránený Dukalisom. Nechce dávať ani to účko, Satanik medzi tým Malrina vypne, tam nepotrebujú ani toto saveovať. P-Vision to rozobrali, Satanik to pôjde doraziť, Oliver už bude free kill a po 30. minúte, takisto ako dostávali Xtreme Gaming. Tak presne tak isto. Teraz momentálne dostávajú Falconi. Aj keď to vyzeralo ako celku stabilná zóna, aj keď to vyzeralo, že ten ich line-up by mohol byť dobrý na late game. To proste, ak nevíde ten prvotný jump, by to dobré Malrin našiel tú dvojicu vzadu. On skočil na Dukalisa. Dokonale tam našiel to Orakla, ale v ten moment sa tam nemali ako dostať. Nikto iný, nebol tam žiadny follow-up. Jo, tam Doomič si sa prežil tú Black Hole. Ale proste, akmile tam ako Falconi vyhodia všetko, hlavne keď Skitter vyhodí to účko a proste Battle Trance. Teda Battle Trance a BKbo v tom okne musia akoby niečo podstatné zabiť. A tu sa to ani zďaleka nestalo. Satanek sa tu s nimi momentálne hrá. Na Novanovi medzi tým máme tu dokonca dokončené Agany, ten nemusí robiť ani tie defenzívne backupy až doteraz, teraz mu to po 31. minúte pôjde úplne celé. A hra je plne pod kontrolou týmu P-Vision. Vyzerá, že ten náš hype train, ktorý tam teda predtým skončil, ten trošičku tuto pokulháva. Mám taký ten pocit, že by to ale možno neurobilo úplne zás tak veľké veci. Tu si pôjdu jednoducho po Rošana, nič s tým Falconovci neurobia, aj keď tam majú echo. Doom tam ešte na kľudamne nie je, tam dokončený celý Abyssal Blade. Reálne Malrina si vysoluje proste Satanikov Anti-Mage jak nič. Blink, Manta, Abyssal, Marito, Mana Void, nazdar. Oliver medzi tým dostáva tyhle damage, on dobíja Tormentra predtým, dobrý. Oliver tam bude musieť ale popnúť pekne účko a tým pádom musel dať Battle Trance, aby zabezpečil Amarovi teraz free shard. Not bad upgrade, ale proti tomu 13-tisícovému gold leadu tu bude musieť vymýšľať Falconská skvadra bomby. Vidíme teraz dole Falconov poriadne hrať from behind. Vyzerá to, že kto bude mať proste viac dominátoriek, ten jednoznačne bude ťahať pressure. Za mňa je to ale fakt ako ten dobrý laning u P-Vision a to, že sa k tým dominátorkám fakt ako dostanú extrémne rýchlo a Falconovci zrazu, aj keď to tam mali ako byť celku stabilne, tie early objectivy, ten early Roche, do toho early Tormentor, to všetko vychádzalo podľa plánu. A teraz tu investoval Amar do Shivy. Shiva môže byť dobrý ako Magic upgrade, aby tam takisto aj možno s tým ekom niečo ako poriadne zabili. Celkovo proste potrebujú Falconi damage. A potrebujú ale hlavne, aby P-Vision podľa mňa sa spojili teraz momentálne na toto celé. P-Visionovci si našli návod, ako možno na tomto TI toto ísť pekne cez krepy ešte urvať. Neviem, či tu akoby máme momentálne názor, že by to tu ešte Falconovci mohli zničiť. Za mňa Amar je ako... Neviem, či miesto Shivy by nebol úplne lepší refresher tentokrát, ale on možno by chcel samozrejme oboje. Ako tá Shiva sa hodí, aby to bol minimálne ten minusový attack speed, ako by k tomu tiež. Tomu Anti-Mageovi teraz ale nevadí nič. Tuto fakt ako nikto nezastaví proste Satanika momentálne. Možno fakt veta You Can't Beat Satanic. Bude možno aj na samotnom Magise tento rok. Ak niekto nenájde návod na tie Dominator gamingy, dokonca nebude stačiť ani túto sneaking, aby to offsetoval svojimi armádami. Tam proste fakt ako ten gold lead sa buduje a buduje. Stále síce opakujem, že by to ten troll mohol vysekať v lejte, ale samozrejme netreba zabúdať na to, že tam je ten save od Dukalisa. Netreba zabúdať na to, že tam je napríklad tá Black Hole, takže to není úplne free troll hra. Ale zase proti AMku by to mohlo jakž takž fungovať. Čakajú tu už Falconi, prichystali si tam takýto deep vision, aby tam proste videli. Mallory nakoniec to tam pôjde iba skúsiť ako nápadne depušnúť, vlastne vyfarmiť aspoň tú waveu. Sám bude šetriť na ten refresher, on presne musí. On by chcel podľa mňa aj 9-sekundové backup, alebo najradšej na tom shakerovi. Ale na druhú stranu on proste vie, že oni potrebujú nutne damage. Takže tam má teraz nejakých ušetrených 3500. Vyzerá, že v aréne som tam počul nejaké tie Falcons pokriky. Chat! Sú tam nejakí Falcon fans, ktorí ešte veria, že stále ešte môže prísť comeback. Ste tam? No tak, chat. Aj keď tá hra nevyzerá úplne podľa predstav, ja by som toto ešte nepodceňoval. Jakmile by sa tam dostali ako ďalším nejakým, povedzme, tisícke na shakerovi, mohli by mať refreshera 2 echa, na to už musí skapať ten Oracle, alebo maybe. S banerom, ale už ide pekne Satanik rovno dopredu. Oliver ho tam trošku pôjde pohitovať z diaľky a niečo málo mu tu dá, to ako ne, že ne. Nemá tam ešte dokončené, ale samozrejme celé to MK, bo Satanik sa ale rovno do neho ide otočiť, niekto či chcel forsnúť možno nejakú záležitosť, ale neforsne nakoniec nič, 4-3 bude dole. Satanáš medzi tým bude vzadu len healovaný pekne tým oraklom, dostane týto zo 2 healy a môže ísť naspäť. Falconovci musia tohoto pána Satanika nejak zastaviť. Oliver, aj keď tam pôjde, nejaký ensnare by pomohol, proclo to dobre, možno Satanika jedenkrát zabijú, ten stihol aj tak odísť. Mana Voidom si získal dosť času. Mana Void bol ale momentálne celku fejstnutý. Oliver tu podľa mňa ustál pekne. Tu si obránili kľúci týmto tu glyfom, možno Raxy. Ale Falconovci potrebujú nájsť niečo viac. Treba ešte myslieť na to, že Satanik tam stále má ešte ten Aegis. Dukalis stále mohol ako celú dobu zachraňovať, ale úplne nechcel. Verili mu a stále to tam budú mať. Celá midová strana teda pre Falconovcov padá. Pressure je veľký. No ale za mňa tu pre Falconovcov sú nutné tie refreshery, aby tu niečo veľké mohlo prísť. DM medzi tým sa tu teda pôjde prejsť a Amar, keď tam ako sníkuje a chcel by možno nájsť nejaký nenápadný Doom. No, zrovna na No One, zrovna možno tu Enigmu, no, Amar myslí na to, well, nechcel dať nakoniec ale úplne ten Doom. Jo, tu sa ale vyťahol z báze dosť blbo. Našťastie Nineclass ho má malého, takže táto kláda tam nebola teda dostatočne dlhá, aby tam teda Amara dohnala. No, vyzerá to, že tu teda pre 37 minútov tu ale Satanika nezastaví, ten má ešte ten double damage. Pôjde rovno po ďalšiu tier 3 pušovať, ešte 18 sekúnd a predsa len má Aegis pre P-Vision. Dominator Gaming zahnal Falconov až ku defovaniu ďalšej tu z tej strany, ešte tam je ďalších 8 sekúndov, Aegisu je stále, ho ani jedenkrát nezabili, Satanika to za chvíľku dohýluje úplne do full. A do toho má ďalších 3200 goldov, dokonca 9 sekundové BKbo k tomu. Jo, tu je Oliver konečne, teda s tým kurírom, už mu tam myslím, že letí aspoň ten Demon Edge. On má... Ne! Oni mu našli toho kuríra! No one! Oni pod Vardou v tom... Skitter si poslal kuríra na tú enemy stranu. A ten kurír tam spadol na to, že to akurát letelo pod Vardou, ktorú tam majú náhodou v tom lese. P-Vision. Takže tam skapal ten Demon Edge. Oliver nebude mať to MKbo, aj keď už na neho teraz reálne mal goldy. Proste budú musieť čakať ďalšie, 2 minúty. A toto bolí. Jeden snipe kuríra bolí. A Falconovci napriek tomu idú niečo skúsiť nájsť. Nineclass ich tam ale nájde ako prvý. Rovno iba týmto Dominator creepom. A ešte tam bude stáť nad tým, dokonca sa do ňoho pôjde otočiť. Tam ale vyžere rovno Doom, chlapák. Dukálizu mu tu ale pekne stojí za prdelou, tam stačí jeden Fate Zedict. Ja, potom ho skôr môže zachrániť, samozrejme, aby ho to nezabilo len tak. Pravdepodobne to bude musieť dostať, alebo ne? Nie? Ja, musím mu to nahodiť, ale bude tu savenutý Mr. Nineclass. Chceli to tam ušetriť až do tých úplne posledných momentov. Medzi tým tu ale fakt ako je 5000 pre Satanika, ten chce miesto boty to nahradiť ešte Dispersorom, aby tam mal dvakrát ten mana burn. Jo, kedy si by sa tu teda Dota 1 fans otáčali s nejakými orb efektami v roboch. Ale tuto po 38 fakt ako Falconi, teraz si tu dali dobrý vision, vidia tam Dukalisa, to je konečne opener, ale on má ešte Aeon Disk, ešte stále ho nebude možno tak úplne jednoduché zabiť Dukalisa, ale nemá úplne to účko. Lecho tam prišlo a to je Blacková na 3 DM! Ako je to budú iba dvaja, ale tu sa nedostanú k ničomu, Oliver bude vypnutý, PKB, TP, Home, skúsi a Mar, skúsil to dobre. Buyback je tam na Skitterovi ešte pripravený, ale tuto boli veľmi close, to echo nestihlo prísť čas. DM s rýchlymi prstami, mal to BKB, hodil im to tam. Oh god. Tu budú musieť Falconi nájsť absolútny zázrak, 50 sekúnd tam nebudú mať Doom. No, majú tam, akoby tuto má Maurinovi predsa len pripravené to echo. Jo, ten má ako aspoň záležitosť, ale Satanik ho možno pôjde nájsť len tak. Kryt tam získal aspoň trochu času, Skitter sa bude teda buybacknúť. Ten Battle Trance predsa len ešte bude mať, ale nemá BKB. Teraz to tam prišlo. OK, Battle Trance je tam. No, tu ale uvidíme, aký damage na Satanika bude. Možno teoreticky Oliver zabíja Satanika, ale aj tak hneď potom je dole. Maurin skape dokonca takisto na 50 sekúnd a tu je rovno GG, nejde nič, P-Vision, 3 dominátorky a bohužel tu ani Falconi toto nevedia zastaviť. Aui, back to the drawing board a vymysleť tam do notísečkov nejaký plán, ako zastaviť túto nezastaviteľnú dominátorskú skvadru. P-Vision berú Game 1 proti týmu Falcons. Amar teraz bude musieť premýšľať, kde prišla tá chyba, kde prišiel ten moment, čo bolo to hlavné a nejako sa budú musieť akoby predsa len prispôsobiť na tú ďalšiu hru, ktorá nás tu bude čakať. Falconovci ako kľudne si pôjdu zahrať všetky 3 hry. Chceli by nás možno akoby pekne tuto krásne potešiť, ale budú musieť vymyslieť niečo zaujímavé, veľké, žilnaté a bude to musieť byť pak giganticky tučné. To je ako ne, že ne. Ďakujem vám ešte raz skutočne za ten brutálny hype train, ktorý si tu akoby pre vytvorili počas tej hry. Tentokrát z neho teda nenačerpali kluci úplne dostatočne dosť, ale čo si budeme? Jo, je to uvidíme, ako to Falconi zvládnu potom. Takto to vyzeralo aj proti Xtreme. Takto to vyzeralo proti Xtreme. Tu musí prísť proste nejaké prispôsobenie, niečo iné. Tie 3 dominátorky.
That's right, Shiva!
Shiva!
I didn't think
Shiva!
you'd actually do that on TI main stage, please. But thank you. We're going to make this game down because this was This was a beautiful game of Dota 2, actually. We saw a lot of cool little things come into play, a lot of fights where for a long time nobody died, all because of little tiny plays we're gonna all highlight here with Kezu, Effie, and Tigov. Kezu, this game was beautiful.
No, absolutely. Like both teams doing so many small things that then allowed them to like get an advantage in the game. In the early game, you have P-Vision. They blocked a lot of the camps from the triangle to slow down Malreen's game. But also Malreen, usually we see him, he's able to get these early stacks, go into the offlane, make this first kill. But in this game, it looked like this DM Enigma. It's a hero that many teams don't give him. There was so much pressure. They just kept responding to the safe lane. And P-Vision, they took full control of the game.
And this fight looked beautiful for P-Vision as well, because they kind of baited Amar to use a Doom very early on, kited back from the pit. Once they knew no one was safe, then they re-engaged with the Black Hole. Like, the amount of layering in the team fight from P-Vision, like offering up the correct heroes, getting saved by the Oracle, then following up with the damage and the farm of Satanic and DM, even no one. It's just a really good outplay in this first game.
Yeah, this may have not looked that action-packed, but it was an incredibly high-skill game of Dota, and I think P-Vision played a very disciplined and patient game as well. A lot of the moments it looked like maybe they could have gone out, made a play for themselves, tried to play off of their Enigma, but they were content to just wait for Falcons to break formation, to come into their triangle, to overextend, to get the save off on whoever gets doomed and then re-engage. And that requires a lot of patience, because I think a lot of teams may have fallen into the Falcons' trap during that mid-game, and we could have seen a different game had they just given up their position one time.
Yeah, P-Vision just did a very good job at exploiting Falcons not being able to overlap their course in the early game, right? Like we mentioned it during the draft, Troll is quite static in his lane, Shaker static from the mid lane, Doom static from the off lane, but they're all very static farm-heavy heroes, and P-Vision, when you got a Monkey running around, an Oracle buffing you up, Enigma pressuring your towers, it's not natural for Falcons to want to react to that, unlike other drafts that we've seen so far.
Yeah, I'm just really impressed with P-Vision, like being able to keep your cool. This is main stage TI, this is semifinals, sure. Like you have no one on the screen, DM, like these guys, they pop up, and I'm sure too, if we could like listen to them, what they're saying. I feel like they played very cool and calm in this game, like the pressure, it didn't get to them, because like we're talking about, Falcons in the mid game, they get to you. In the early game, they get to you, they get their stacks, they go to your safe lane, they kill you, they take your towers, they got the Aegis, but they got nothing from it.
Yeah, you could really feel the pressure that was on Falcons, where normally they're the ones applying pressure to the team's mid-game. They felt that they had to use their cooldowns, that they weren't using their Aegis. They ran into P-Vision's triangle. Malreen missed his initiation on the side. He got killed, but Falcons took the fight anyway. They said, okay guys, we've doomed the anti-mage, maybe we can still win this fight, but in comes the Oracle. And on the topic of Oracle, that hero made this game way too difficult to play for Falcons. They could not find a specific fight to take because of the presence of Ducalis.
Yeah, you could definitely make the standout player be no one when we see a 12-0-10. But why was he 12-0-10 if not for the Oracle?
It's true. Like, he can just go in, and he already mentioned, you know, it's not just that he has the guy behind him, he goes in for the Oracle. Like, he baits the enemies. And at top-level Dota, it's not all about the setup. It's about, in this moment, what do you do and how does the enemy react? Sometimes they miss the vibe check. They did this time. No one, 100% kill participation. Just a beautiful game for them.
Beautiful game of Dota 2. I also think is maybe a little bit extra sweet for especially DM and No One and Astini, because last year they were on the Cloud9 crew and they were also in the lower bracket. And guess who eliminated them? Falcons, correct. So this was definitely a very strong start to this upper bracket finals. And we did start talking about this finals, talking about the mid lane, because there's such a big difference in experience in terms of career experience. How do we feel like they did in the game, Kezu?
I would say that no one did really, really well. I mean, I'm not too surprised with like type of the hero matchup, because you see it here already. He's like 1100 gold ahead at minute 12. And Malreen, his first moves, they always hit. In every game we've seen so far, it has hit. But no one in the mid lane, he gets the counter pick. They understand how to shut down Falcons. Like, they strategize, of course, they have coaches. He's going to tell them, this is the plan. We're going to pick the Oracle against this. We're going to back up and have Monkey King come over, because Nightclass early in the game, he came to this lane, he was a difference maker. And this is a big reason why Falcons kind of struggled in this game.
Yeah, and then, sorry, if you go.
I was just going to say that typically when Falcons win, it's off of Malreen's first 2 rotations. Like, he'll farm an item timing with the Blink Dagger Ghost on a key hero, and they'll get a kill off of that. This time around, it just didn't happen. Like, the first Echo was to defend that bottom tower from Enigma's push. The second initiation on Anti-Mage, he got away with 100 HP, and then another initiation near the 14-minute Wisdom didn't work out either. So the kills that they're used to getting from Malreen that lead them to Snowball just did not hit this time.
It did not hit, and we're talking about Echo Slam, big spell, of course, but I did tell you we were going to look at the little things during this game and during some of those fights, Kezu.
Oh, absolutely, because the little things is really what separates the pros from, you know, like the tier 1 level to the next. Look at Satanic in a moment. He's on edgy treads. Okay, before he gets jumped here, he will make sure we don't even see it, but he goes into strength threats here. He has the correct skill build with 2-4-4, okay? Max spell shield because he understands this. Not only these two things, with the threat swap, the magic wand, and the correct skill build, he also has the brawny enchantment on his neutral item. If any of these three things don't happen, he dies there and this entire game could change. But the small things, you do it properly, you don't slip up, you make it clean.
Yeah, I don't know if this is a small thing, T-Gov, but I think Oracle getting a blink, probably pretty big.
Yeah, I mean, Dakalis had a stellar game, right? And against a Troll Warlord, any type of disarm is incredible. So positioning is key. Getting off the Fate's Edict, getting off the Force Promises. You want to be able to enable your team both kind of aggressively through disarms and defensively. And yeah, I think getting that Blink Dagger Rush, other support players might be, you know, talking about additional healing or Solar Crest or maybe even like drums and stuff. But for Oracle players, the good ones, they know when to buy Blink Dagger. And Dakalis already was popping off in the first 22 minutes without the Blink Dagger. Once he got it, it felt like he was on another level in this game.
Yeah, he only died the one time, which was already after he used his ulti to save MK, who got doomed, and his death made it so that they saw Falcons, they revealed who their heroes were, he tanked a few spells, instantly buyback, and P-Vision won the fight. He did so many things well, and he played with that Troll. Like T mentioned, there was no Manta on Troll versus Oracle, which is quite unusual as well.
I mean, he did so much in this game, like even in the early game, like he's de-warding the enemy triangle, blocking the side. He's laning with an anti-mage. This is not a notoriously like very strong lane, but they make it happen. They know what they're playing for. They do it in the game, and overall, just yeah, it's beautiful.
Yeah, it was a beautiful game. Both teams really danced around each other, and you really saw that they really only wanted to get the fights that they exactly wanted. And if it wasn't right, they would just back off and go again another time, prodding and poking here and there. And until at least a big fight happened.
Yeah, I wanted to show you the sadness of this fight here. Malrine gets a beautiful echo in this backline, but unfortunately, all of Falcons were zoned by DM's black hole there. They couldn't move past it. There was no follow-up damage. And the theme of this game was every time Malrine missed the initiation or they couldn't get anything off of the instant initiation into kills, they would just lose the fight. Anti-Mage, who got doomed here, didn't even need to be false promised. He was just force-stuffed out. They kited it a little bit, and then on the side, you have Satanic cleaning up. You have no one playing on the limits, and Dakalis in the back getting disarms off on the Troll Warlord. Everyone played that fight so beautifully on P-Vision.
Including Roshan.
Yeah, he was a real big boy. He slammed DM like twice to the side, being like 6th player.
It doesn't happen very much. I mean, that was a very cool fight for a multitude of reasons. There was one other fight that happened a little bit before that, but we got our expert on the case to tell you exactly what happened at that time. It's Burge.
Thanks, Cheever. There's a lot that led to that moment, and most of it had to do with creeps pushing towers. So we saw this throughout this entire game, just a super abundance of creeps. The Dark Troll Warlord push on the tier 1 was very scary looking because you're pairing it with Eidolons. Every single one of these guys is getting like 27 bonus damage due to all the skeletons that they have. So this Echo Slam, the first of the game, ended up looking really beautiful. It got him a huge amount of net worth, but it does stop the push, which is ultimately a good thing. But this kind of kept happening the entire game. DM's pressuring the mid lane with his Eidolons, with his Helm of the Dominator. Snake King's trying to offset that as much as he can, but the Eidolons do have a lot of single target damage, so they can actually really go toe-to-toe with these opposing creeps, which ends up just being both teams trying to delay their tier 1 towers dying, because if the towers die, it makes it much easier for their teams to go get ganks. And P-Vision really has to worry about the Doom ganks and the Earthshaker ganks getting some crucial kills. So they tried to slow this down as well with the tower getting backdoored here. No one tries to deny it. He's not successful. And then basically once the mid-tier 1s are dead, they're doing the same thing. They're just jamming creeps down one lane to make sure that their opponents can't end up pushing or looking for kills. And on the other side, Falcons is doing the same thing with some of their creep cutting here, using these satyrs once again to push out creep waves. But what's really important about this is that by pushing the lanes down like this, it makes it very difficult for Falcons to go look for their kills as the game continues. In fact, here's a great example of that. Their P-Vision's farming the bottom half of the map. Satanic sends his little pine cone creep towards the mid lane because he's trying to cut this wave. And they barely saw Amar. They basically expected Falcons to do a smoke in this position. And now you have all these Falcon players kind of sitting in the middle of the map. So let's take a look at what this looks like. They have to play near Amar, because if they run away from him, they're going to have a bad time if a team fight starts. So they basically can't actually get aggressive down here. They would prefer to be like circling this tier 2 tower, but because he cuts this wave and denies the shield rune, they now have to go deeper into enemy territory to look for a fight. And look where DM is farming on the right side. He's really close to his tier 2 tower. That means that if he does get gone on in this situation, he's going to get back up really quickly. And Falcons decide they need to get something done on the map here, so they do actually go for this here. The Echo Slam is, or at least the initial disable is going to be okay, but there's like 4 TPs going on. All of these heroes are Power Rangering in to react to this because they know that this is a crucial moment and their opponents had to do this crazy dive. Because they had to go farther, they didn't have as much damage follow-up. They do manage to get the Doom on the Anti-Mage, but the Oracle save that comes through is fantastic, of course. Last second here, that's going to come after the Doom ends, so he ends up staying alive. Just a perfect response to P-Vision, but most of this was set up by the incessant pushing in the mid lane that gave them this good place to start the fight.
Thank you very much, Purge. That also reminds me of what was said at the very start, because you talked about how good the map play is for P-Vision. I feel like the clip and the fight that Purge showed us, that was exactly that.
Oh, absolutely, and they do it like from start to finish. And it's not just that they do this, but they also have the Monkey King. So the map is already hard, and then there's a monkey around on the trees. It's like breaking your smoke. So the one thing I do like is that Falcons are their opponent because they're very good at this themselves. They know the answer. AUI is one of the ways he won TI and what they did. So I expect them to find the answer for the next game and show us something better.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of talk going on behind the scenes right now to see what they can do different and what they can do to push out to a third game in this series. And while they're talking, we're going to watch a new submission for the short film contest. It's time for Grudges. I see nothing wrong there, totally. Sometimes you just want to make sure that justice is served. And I'm sure that Falcons wants to do the same with this upcoming game number 2. Only one team will be slotted directly into the grand finals. Tigov, what do we think? What adaptations will be made? What will be the vibes going into the second one?
I want Falcons to have a bit more pacing, a bit more ability to fight together, and also just don't sack Maureen, right? When you have this first pick Shaker, you see the net worth in those clips where he's like, what, 6th, 7th net worth? Like, that's not going to be good for him. So protect Maureen from the mid lane and have at least 2 cores in the Falcons lineup that won't feel bad running around the map together, finding the kills.
The one thing I see is I think they did have pacing, but they had like a hard time executing. Or like at least you have the Chen troll, but then like you're saying, you have Maureen and mid, he does get shut down. Your Doom in the off lane, not the fastest hero. To me, maybe it's a bit more about setting up the map first, or is it like only about having more pace? I'm honestly not sure, but I hope that they can find the answer.
I think Falcons as a team don't struggle with pacing. I think they got cooked by the Oracle pick. The Oracle pick threw them off entirely. It made it so that the Falcons that we're used to seeing taking these team fights mid-game, pushing their advantage, taking over the enemy side of the map, they couldn't do the same thing with the knowledge that their jumps will most likely fail. They did not have enough backline jump. We saw Maureen go in time and time again in that mid-game, not get any follow-up damage because he's the only hero who goes in. You're not getting enough out of the Mortimer's Kisses because of the pipe coming out of Enigma. Like, where is that mid-game damage? Who's killing this Oracle? Just ban the hero next game. Think about it.
Like the other cool thing that I feel like we've talked about a lot too with Falcons is that they want to go for the 1+1 kill combo, which means they have a limited amount of damage. So when you have heroes that rush a pipe and a 4-step on the side and you have an anti-mage, like all these heroes, you already need like 2, maybe sometimes 3. Now you don't know where the Oracle is. There's some guy there with a Lotus, and they keep very nice distance, like on the range where they play with the map. So yeah, like in my opinion, DM2, like he played an incredible game, and it's also a statement. They gave away the Enigma, they gave away the Monkey King, you lost to it. You gave away the Chen to Falcons and you beat it. So going into the next game, there absolutely is some pressure on Falcons here.
Yeah, luckily, they've been in this position before, right? Like when they were against the BB in the other round, they lost the first game. They had a lead, they lost it. They bounced back, they understood what they had to do, and then they were able to close it out. So I am expecting Falcons, unlike some other teams that we've seen so far in the playoffs, to be able to actually show that adaptation and have a more competitive game too.
Yeah, I will also say that the history between these two teams is quite even. They've played 7 series against each other, and it went to 4-3 in favor of P-Vision. But overall, you can tell that both of these teams are, well, they have what it takes to make a comeback. We'll see how that translates into the draft, of course, soon heading into game number 2. But I do want to touch upon some of the heroes we saw. The Queen of Pain came out very early in this game, Effie. I mean, you say I'm branding out the Oracle. Obviously, that is step 1. But surely there is, especially from this first game, there's more they have to consider.
Yeah, the Queen of Pain looked especially good, though, because of the way that P-Vision drafted to play around the mid lane. They had the Oracle with the rune predictions. They had the Monkey King who ganked mid, minute 3. They got that kill on Earthshaker. The support duo was ready. They got every single power rune. I mean, I think Queen of Pain is a hero that all melee heroes will struggle against mid, but they can still play against her with the help of their supports if they get runes. It's just that Falcons did not have the punch to fight against this Oracle plus Monkey King support duo.
Like Dota is a lot about like there's levels to it. It's like there's step 1, I beat you in lane. Then it's like step 2, what's like your recovery? Oh, I'm gonna steal all of your runes too. I'm gonna play into your triangle. My supports are gonna ward half your hard camps all the time in the triangle. So, and when you do just one step, okay, you slow them down. But you do step 1, step 2, and step 3, suddenly you will even see pros struggling against the best players in the world.
Well, let's find out which pros we're gonna see struggling in that second game. And it's coming our way right now.
P-Vision versus Team Falcons, Game 2.
This second game, we got the side swapped, where P-Vision is now Radiant and Falcons is Dire, but T-Gov, the pick order remains the same in the sense that we will still have P-Vision with first pick.
Yeah, and that's going to put a lot of pressure on Falcons. Again, I didn't really see who had priority to understand this part, but in regards to Falcons being second pick, maybe not reacting with the Shaker, protecting a little bit more might be a better approach, but we'll see if they want to change up their bans. As often getting 2 second pick games in a row. So far in the playoffs, it's always been like one gets second pick, next time it goes to the other team.
Yeah, we haven't seen it like this before. For Falcons, though, they do have a lot of last pick heroes. We didn't see that come into play in that last game. We might see it happen this time. Maybe they do need to bring out some cheese. But a lot of the cheese that comes from Falcons does come from Ahmad on that offlane, and they target banned all of his heroes. There was barely anything left for him. He ended up just playing a Doom at the end.
No, that was definitely like a very nice setup strategically going into the game. You have the setup with the bans against Omar. You have the counterplay against Team Falcon's highest tempo in the mid lane, and I like these bans. You try to take out 9 class.
Finally, these are bans that I was expecting to see against P-Vision, right? When you have 4 bans available, just put the Monkey and the Slug in the ban pool. They are the best 4 positions for 9 class to play that break open the map, that enable the vision game, right? So get rid of both of them, and then it just slows down the game just by a bit.
And also some respect still for Malrine Sand King. The Beastmaster that was banned out in the previous game gets picked up in that first phase, and a lot of love here, of course. Shout out to Heroic, eliminated now, watching from the sidelines to see which one of these two teams move forward. Another hero left in the pool, by the way, is the Invoker. It was first phase banned last time. I don't know if we were expecting to see it come out in the early stages of the draft.
It's most likely a second phase hero, I would say, for P-Vision. Very likely something they can consider. So let's see, Falcons, they did step away from Chen. I believe this is the first game in this entire tournament where they have the chance to pick this hero and they don't go for it. So they did just lose with it. I like that P-Vision. They had a lot of pressure in this offlane, and it's what we talk about a lot. Not just the map, but also early on. Marine's first moves usually go into the enemy safe lane, not into their own safe lane on Falcons. So when you have these Lycans, these Beastmasters, they just kind of drag you to these lanes where you don't really want to go to.
It just gives me more pacing, right? I've been calling for overlapping cores, the ability to fight, no matter what, Pangolier to mid to offlane, it doesn't matter at all. It is going to have the same type of game. You want to play for any timing, any Wisdom Shrine, any active rune, any Twin Gate move, you're going to be doing it from either of the core roles.
It's a more dynamic hero as well, not as slow to move around the map as some of the heroes that Falcons had last game. There is always the issue, though, of Pango versus Beastmaster, where later on in the game, he just gets roared during his Rolling Thunder and just gets beat up by the enemy carry, but before that, he does a lot by way of wave clear, lane push, and fighting into a zoo meta.
It's also something that Falcons use quite well because we did already mention that they do flex it, and the hero, he also gives minus armor. They play it quite nicely. Very often they have like some Pango DK, Pango Weaver. It's very fast. It can do stuff on the map. But like Effie was saying, when you play against the Beast, you need to be aware of the roar into like range carry with high DPS. Your TAs that can close out the phase later. You get this roar Desolator hits and see you later, Pango.
Yeah, I am reminded by what Astini said during the coach interview after the draft was done in the previous game. He said, you know, everybody is going to get their comfort heroes. Obviously, there's a large chunk removed. But I think especially that is true for, in this series so far in particular, for the support heroes. You are going to have to deal with everybody's comfort. The fact that P-Vision already beat the comfort of Falcons, I don't know, T, do we feel like that will make Falcons doubt that a little bit, or what will they do?
Nah, doubt doesn't really exist, I think, in either of these teams. They will always be analytical to move to the next point, to understand why they won or lost the game. And I think just hearing that from Astini, it shows that it doesn't matter what you draft at the end of the day, you can make anything possible in Dota through better map play, better itemization, and it shows that P-Vision's approach to it isn't a matter of a draft has to be everything for us to win. They don't mind playing at a slight disadvantage. Less stuns. Look at the stun averages on their team. They often don't have as many as the likes of, let's say, like an Xtreme Gaming.
Okay, so they just lock it in straight away. There should just be a DM Centaur. Lanes quite well into Chen, you don't care too much. You have high HP region, you're pretty fast yourself, you don't care too much about the pressure. You also have the roll to, of course, the Stampede to get away from the potential roll and also the creeps. Yeah, unless they have a flex potential, I at least have not seen 9-class play Centaur. But
Who
might be
knows?
open.
It's the tops and the mid Centaur going to be coming to TI.
Yeah, why not?
I mean, if PV wanted to double counter the Pango, they could just go for a Grimstroke. We've seen that hero re-emerging with Soulbind as its primary focus in the draft.
I'd like to see 9-class play a real position 4.
He does not do that.
I mean,
look at his heroes, like he's got Rubik, everything else I'm like,
and his fake ones are out. His Slark and Monkey King, they're still Alchemist.
And the next fake one is Alchemist, because it's really hard, generally speaking, to play a ranged position 4 against Chen. The hero bullies you. Sure, last game he put his creep into the mid lane to try and slow down no one. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see like another melee 4 later on, because so far, from what I understand, they've mainly been playing Snapfire on Ducalis. And I like this, to me, is also a lot when it comes to stealing. You're not giving it into Crit's hands.
and there's so much kiting potential, and those stats are incredible for Ducalis, right? 8-0, but
yeah,
like you've already mentioned in regards to the Beast with the Raw against the Pangolier, and then the Stampede, you also have Cookie, and then the utility from a Snapfire, be it from a 4-star, like a Shard with the heal. There's so many ways for P-Vision to offer up a fight to Falcons and then move away. Falcons have to make sure that their spell usage is so on point.
Falcons have the issue of damage to address too. Last game there was just no follow-up, there was not enough coming through. This time around, Pango does do damage, but it falls off. Chen, he's just a sustain hero. We need more burst, and Snapfire is typically the go-to for Falcons. Having it taken away, it kind of leaves Hoodwink, which is not as much damage as a Mortimer's Kisses.
Crit also has been playing the Grimstroke that we mentioned, and I wouldn't mind if they took it for themselves. Having a little bit more control, soul binding up the Stampede, you kind of got a Stampede in the same direction, and then we'll potentially enable 2 picks down the line to offer up bonus damage through the soul bind. You get the 15 talent, that's another 25%. And there's so many layers to it, but that all aside, they just go for the Hoodwink, keep it classic. And of course, DK Hoodwink, you saw BB utilize it against Falcons yesterday in that first game.
I mean, they got their kill combo that we always talk about, a way to make a play on the game. You get that easy blink timing, and then you just look for opportunities. You look to invade the enemy triangle, because you see this Beastmaster who's been relegated to the mid lane because Chen would have countered him in the safe lane. You can go in there early, set up your invasions.
That is an old one.
TI1 right there.
Hey.
Well, yeah, it is the Falcons classic, right? You get the Skeeter DK, and with the double minus armor as well from Pango DK, not to be underestimated. A lot of these heroes on P-Vision so far, not the highest armor heroes, but they're going for a very similar strat. You have a lot of annoyance on the map. You've got the Beast Summons, you've got the Enigma, so Centaur is a support?
I mean, we have to have that discussion now, right? It's DM playing the Enigma every single game. There's now a Centaur available, right?
Yep.
9-class plays Enigma, maybe?
Yeah, that's going to be the big question of the draft, right? And that's exactly what Falcons have to ask themselves. You've got both Centaur and Enigma, and we saw Enigma go to the support role in the Heroic series. DM probably wants to play it. Is it a new 9-class support that's going to be showing us at...
I think, if anything, it'll be Centaur support, or it could even be Beastmaster carry, and then you just have your 3 cores anyway.
Yeah, I would kind of like the Centaur 4. Why not? You use your body in lane against the Chen. And it kind of, I would say it baited Team Falcons a little bit to like, okay, we see the offlane Centaur. We're going to lock in the DK. We're going to lock in the Chen. This is not the best lane when it comes to playing against an Enigma. So for P-Vision, they need as always, a hyper carry for Satanic. He will take over the game, but you need the damage to come out into this abundance of lockdown that you do have with your other 4 heroes.
Don't you run back the likes of like Brood or something? You have good damage, more map play. Sure, there's a Pangolier, but it's only the Pangolier. And when you're already having to deal with the pressure of a Beast and then the Enigma, one of these type of heroes can...
If they want to value more map play, that is the hero you would look for. To me, I see that a range carry would feel kind of nice. I mean, it's also,
roar,
yeah, it's also nice to play like a melee here with the snap, you get the cookie. But for now, I see like you want a guy that has very easy access into the roar to also like threaten this Pango who's running it, because also there's a Chen heal to back him up. Like it's not just one roll. There's also a lot of stuff from Falcons that will come to back him up.
Terrorblade still exists.
Yeah, let's see what else is there from Satanic's pool. This guy is incredibly versatile. It's very hard to ban him out.
I mean, he played some Meepo and some techies. Not techies. That would be
he might play tech.
I mean, Tinker carry.
There we go.
That would be cool on the main stage. I never thought I'd say that, but here we are.
The thing with P-Vision, how they draft is, even if they look like they need a bit of time to get online, the way that they buy Helmet Dominators and push waves, like from the Purge segment in the previous panel, it is so hard to deal with, and they always seem to come online.
What are you doing there, Nat?
Having a good time with the girls. All right, let's see what's coming. We got our final ban coming out for P-Vision. Looks like on the side of Falcons, there is also flex potential, and they will get that overall last pick.
I mean, for P-Vision, it's something you have to do semi-blind. I mean, you need to respect that Falcons can put the Pango mid, and you get offlane counterpick by Amar on the 24 pick. Yeah, I'm not really sure where to put my stuff on. I would have said maybe they're looking towards more of a... Yeah, it's going to be the Terrorblade.
And this here makes sense, right? He's going to be that ranged carry chunking away at this Pango. When he gets sword, he's going to provide an overwhelming amount of damage to go through DK's armor. You need an incredibly high damage carry to be able to do that. And now it creates the issue. Falcons have to address the Terrorblade in this last pick, making their flex a bit more uncomfortable.
Falcons have to be ruthless. When they leave their lanes and they feel like they have their first core item timings, every move needs to be very, very clear. Because if it gets any point difficult, as we keep harping on about the map play from P-Vision, every hero available for P-Vision can skip a wave really quickly, really nicely. And I mean, when Falcons group up as 4 or 5 heroes, they're going to be XP starved, farm starved. They cannot let the first game, affect them in this one for sure.
I'm not sure where to go with this. I don't know who they're going to give more priority. There's like... I'm not able to find like this Exodia pick that they had yesterday with the 24 Huskar. Like, do you want to like run most likely just another guy that goes in? Like, do you want to do some Primal and you flex? Is there Magnus? Like, neither of these heroes, they don't really do it for me. They're good, but it's not like what I'm looking for to really take over the game.
Yeah, it's the layers of saves that P-Vision already have that prevents me from being excited about a Primal Beast, right? I think I'd agree that hero would be really nice, but instead, they're just going to go for an Underlord.
Question, is it an Underlord carry or is it for the offlane here?
Yeah, offlane.
Offlane.
I mean, it is one of their staples also. It does give you like more mobility around the map, right? You can deal with the waves because you can be somewhere, you gate somewhere else. You have the lane against a TV, you're generally going to do very well. And you do build auras, which P-Vision, they don't pose too much damage. Like in this early mid game, it's all magic until Satanic has like 3-4 slots. So an early pipe with the Hand of God could be quite strong.
I think if Skeda can itemize, as a semi-carry, and then you have the Crimson on Underlord, the auras of a Chen, you run up together, Terrorblade might not even have the items to do the damage at that stage. So they could be really formidable.
Ladies and gentlemen,
auras, the correct
já vás tu krásně vítám na koniec tohoto draftu. Za mě ale s kyterou Dragon Knight bude mať dosť ťažký meč a proti tomu Terrorbladeovi by som jakoby osobně si typol. Sneaking si teda pôjde dať reparát k tomu. Maurina tam uvidíme teda na midovom Pangovi, Amar bude hrať Underlorda. Tentokrát ale P-Vision už nemajú taký ten úplne draft, kde by to mohli úplne rozrážať jakým Monkey Kingom a podobne. Za mňa to bude štandardnejšia Dota, ktorá by mohla vyhovovať viac Falconom, ale draft majú P-Vision Vision
leaning
fakt
towards
jako
Falcons. And again, I
hnusný.
think it's the gameplay
Hnusný.
that will truly decide who's gonna win this game. I love P-Vision's draft too. I think if they get to delay, the game is probably theirs. But I like Falcons' answers a lot more in this game than I did in the previous.
Súhlasím s Gezom.
Shouldn't get dual lane this time around. That's it. He should have a game.
You should have a game. And you mentioned earlier, T, that you want Falcons to play very crisp and clean, basically,
Yes,
in
yes,
the early
yes.
stages. Like, how important is that? And if they don't, do they have the chance to delay this game?
If they delay the game, P-Vision will exploit the map.
Jdeme
And
na
they will
rozhovor,
control
chat.
every move and have
Já vás
every
tu
bit of
krásně vítám,
information.
budem
So
vás jakoby
Falcons-
hlások tuto jakoby v našich československých končinách, ale aby jsme tu samozřejmě nič úplně nezmeškali, tak se na to pekne pozrieme. Tu už máte Auiho, ještě predtým, ako to tu máme.
Absolutely, we are here with Aoi 2000 from Team Falcons. Absolute pleasure to see you here on the stage yet again, sir. Now, your team is very used to being extremely difficult to draft against. A lot of heroes to ban, a lot of great players. But in this case, Paravision also pretty difficult to draft against. I mean, how do you draft against 9 class? As a team that's extremely used to people having issues drafting bans, do you feel like you have an advantage here?
Like in this game's draft?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
No, I think we're pretty happy with our draft. Honestly, game 1, I think the game didn't look that good, but I think a lot of it was we just gave them 4 bounce runes, so it's hard to like draw conclusions after games like that. So hopefully this one's better.
Absolutely. You heard it here from TI Winner. Once you lose 4 bounty runes, it's cooked. There's nothing you can do. Absolutely over. Okay, we got some iconic heroes, though. The crit, Hoodwink, can't get better. But then you also have some other iconic heroes, DMs and Nigma. Pretty scary stuff. Why'd you guys decide to let that one through?
I mean, as you said, like they have a lot of heroes. You have DM, who has some like Phoenix Enigma. No one has some like Puck, Invoker, Queen. Like there's just a lot of heroes who ban versus this team and versus us, I guess. So you got to pick what you should play against, and we want to play versus Enigma.
Absolutely. All right. Well, we're getting into that second game, excuse me, here today. I have to ask this question to you, sir. Will you be going to the grand finals? Will we see a game 3?
I hope so.
You hope so.
I
Tell me you
hope
fucking
so.
know so. Look at that camera and tell me you know so.
I know so.
I know so. Let's get into it.
Oh boy, chat. Počkej, tu už padol First Blood, Hudvinková už stihla umrieť, aha, super. Takže tu jakoby momentálne máme teda First Blood a začína nám tu teda laning phase, ale nezačalo to očividne úplne dobre. Tentokrát to neboli 4 runy, ale boli to 3 pre P-Vision a k tomu First Blood. Takže zase Aui teraz tam príde a povie si, kurva, zase je to ale tuto hovné, kluci. Aj. Ja dúfam, že sa nám to tu samozrejme teda bude všetko krásne páčiť. Dúfam, že ste všetci do jedného usadení. Ideme sa tu pekne na toto celé pozrieť, ladies and gentlemen. Malrín, aj keď podľa mňa na mide nebude mať s tým pangom zlý meč a proti tomu Beastovi. Za mňa je to jeden z tých lepších panáčov, ktorý mu to tam ako dokáže farmiť aj tých bórov. Možno mať nejakú tú bonusovú farmu, ale nie je to samozrejme niečo, čo by Novana úplne zahlodalo do zeme. 9 class, tuto je samozrejme ten hlavný otáznik. Jo, proste, tuto je jeden position for Kentaur, tam degradovali Kentána z Montarže, síce na support pozíciu, ale ono ako neskôr, nejaká Stampede by mohla defenzívne fungovať veľmi dobre, aby to možno Satanikovi alebo niekomu zachránili prdel, takisto aj na nejaký ten setup. Je to trošku ako vabank, by som povedal. No, uvidíme ale, či tento line-up bude od P-Vision overcooked. Falconovci majú podľa mňa svoju klasiku, kde podľa mňa skiterovský Dragon Knight, to je vec, či ako mnohí, síce možno budú brať ako nič úplne nebezpečné, ale toto má Oliver nahrané. Hral to ešte predtým, keď to bolo cool, na 385 iných buildov. Ale jednu vec vieme určite, toto bude poriadny, aktívny král. A myslím si, že Falconi tentokrát si to nenechajú len tak uísť, tentokrát tam hlavne nebude. Alebo možno tam budú zase 3 dominátorky, môže to ísť Enigma. Myslím si, že ten Beastmaster nám ide, to bude skôr preskakovať a pôjde skôr rovno nejaký jagač, ale uvidíme. Kentaur na support, ako teoreticky si tam môže svojho brášku z lesa akoby potom zobrať tiež, ale neviem akoby akým timingom by to teraz stihol. No, ale má tam fakt nakliknutú tú dominátorku, to je proste blázen, oni fakt ako idú úplne abuzovať. Tú dominátorku vyždímať z nej normálne až gro celej Doty. Jeden rangeák sa mu tam teraz dosť nepríjemne vráti, DM si to ale aj tak zabezpečí tým lázitom krásne. No, do toho tu prasátko, jedno ošípané, tam bude bojovať momentálne o život to pred mistrom Malrínom. Satanik dole už s tou popnutou metou. Tam teraz ako predsa len som zvedavý, či Amar schopný toto celé ulázitovať, jo? Zatiaľ to momentálne máme pre neho 8 creepov proti 14. Zase Satanik nechybuje ako v tej Game 1. Tento tu mladík, aj keď je tam pred celou arénou, chápete? Že toto musí byť proste pre neho akoby úplne brutál, keď tam ako všetci jásajú. Satanik. Ten si tu hrá normálne hru, ako keby bol úplne v bezpečí domova. Normálne tak crispy laning phase zase. No ale uvidíme, či to tentokrát proti Falconovcom bude stačiť. Maurineček už z toho midu bere pekný advantage, aspoň mierne o 4 creepy. Teraz keď už tu nebude tá meta, by si tu Amar spolu s Kerry to mohli konečne dovolovať. A Mario finally. Už sa tam stará teda o tie jeho ilusky, už by mohol prísť čas, kde Satanek by mohol pár creepov maybe stratiť. No, Glyphik si tam teraz ešte dokonca dali nenápadne, bolo pravdepodobne možno na mid, aby tam nebolo niečo pofarmené. Podstatnejšie tu tentokrát zase Deny, urvete teraz pekne, ale mistr Amar. Nie, že by ho tam teraz dokázali úplne dostať preč. Ten problém, ktorý ale môže nastať je predsa len na tej vrchnej linke, kde bude podľa mňa ten Kentaur iba odťahovať creepy. Tu ale momentálne príde pokus počkať tu Kalis, ale podľa mňa to je ako zastaviť celku bezproblémovo. No, ako vyzerá, že tam stačí fakt ako jeden blástíček, potom nejaký minus armor na Amara, trošku damage do toho strčiť, odovzdané jedno tango. A Satanek tu bude viac než OK, to Terrorbladea predsa len tam nejde rozsekať len tak. Jo, počkať, ale ak som to povedal, tak ho ide rozseknúť len tak, aha! Amar, sorry brácho, sorry! Amara crit! Zapínajú A-game. Pekne po 4. minúte si tu ale P-Vision zase proste našli aspoň nejakú výhodu. Ďalšia bounty runa navíc. Znova tam Nineclassera síce na Kentaurovi, dokonca tu bude bojovať proti jednomu Koboldovi a to ako nie je úplne proti Sneakingovi podľa mňa to najkrajšie. Nice použitie na toho position for Kentaura. Tentokrát tam nemôže úplne tak jednoducho snajpovať kurírov predsa len, ja, tentokrát tam môže možno niečo postekovať a dostať sa nejakým levelom. Tá Enigma tam predsa len ako bude aspoň nejaké tie denaje zbierať. Ja myslím, že ten Dragonite si tam môže ale free farmiť aj tak. Jo, zrovna si myslím, že Falconovci ako tentokrát by ten draft mohli dostať do online módu. Podarilo sa im aj Satanika teraz nenápadne dole urúbať. A majú tam pekne aj to creep equilibrium nachystané. Ešte tu pôjde crit pekne non-stop Satanika ohlodávať. Takto to má vyzerať na pozícii 4. Jo, non-stop pressure. Hlavne keď tam je predsa len tá zóna, keď to musí mať napušované takto ďaleko. Nám ide medzi tým teraz za chvíľku na Novanovi pristane tretka, pôjde preskakovať tie dominátorky, takže túto hru by to mali byť len a len možno dve. Ak to pôjde tá Enigma, ak sa k tomu časom dostane ten Kentaur, ten map play, proste bude o niečo menej efektívnej sneaking. Tentokrát, ktorý tu začal dokonca s botou, tam príde tak tú nenápadnú vardu strčiť dozadu. Hej, Nineclass vyzerá, že by tu chcel urobiť nejakú návštevu na mid. Je pravda, že sa tam blížime práve k tým level 6 timingom. No, ale podľa mňa to má to už samozrejme no one. Pokus ale prichádza dole na Amara s ďalšou metamorfózou. Nineclass prišiel portom a Kentaurom na support pripraví kill pre svoje carry. Maurin ale medzi tým vyžere velice. Teraz tvrdú Primal Roaru, zastavili mu to účko, ten follow-up tam ale neexistuje a toto Maurin môže ešte urolovať jak nič. Supporti o to podržali dobre. No one. Teraz nebude mať nič, nebude mať dokonca ani tú prvú runu. Free refill je tu pre Pangolíra. No aj keď sa podarilo teda dole Amara punishnúť, predsa len toto pre Falconov je stále dobrá správa. Ideme tu akoby momentálne akurát pri farmení lesíčka. Dragonite tam bude úplne bez problémov a není tam ani úplne faktor, že by ho tá Enigma to dokázala úplne plne prelázitovať. No Oliver už bude mať na ceste celú tretku, jeden bracer. Jo, väčšinou tam akoby k tomu bude ešte príde nejaký nulák, alebo tam rovno pôjde ten blink. Pekne tu Falconi pofarmili teraz väčšinu toho steku. Nineclass sa tam síce rovno postará o tú Vardenzi. Vyzerá, že Harpiu, tu si tam nakoniec možno nedofarmia kľúci. Sneaking si nakoniec toto prasátko zoberie rád a rovno tu tým pádom môžu ísť Falconovci prešerovať. Na Oliverovi tam síce ešte nie je nejaká tá šestka, ale tá nie je ani na tej Enigme. Oliver pekne príde po Eidolony, dôležitá vec, nenechá mu tam nič. Sneaking sa tam ale pôjde natlačiť práve po tie expy. Ten Nineclassov pán môže byť tlustý, ale proti týmto dvom supportom to bude Kentaur ako žrádlo. Dneska na večeru Oliver bude dávať teda brinzové halušky, ale k tomu tam nebude slanín z nejakých normálnych ako záležitostí, ale tuto bude slanina z Kentaura, dámy a páni. Position for Kentaur si bude musieť fakt ako hľadať túto hru miesto oproti tým jeho bežným Slarkom, Monkey Kingom. Tam sa väčšinou dá nájsť to použitie a je tam akoby dobrý pohyb po mape, povedzme aspoň nejaký ten ako bonus efekt. Tu môže pripraviť pekný bodyblock aspoň tou veľkou predelou, aby zase Amara vychytal. Neočakáva, že tu znova pôjde, ale tentokrát je dosť tlustý. Bracer, 2 gauntlety, za chvíľku dokončí dá úplne celá Souringiáda, ale myslím, že tam bol vidieť teraz ten Pangolier, ktorý tam doportil. Tento Malrinov rotation síce nebude na nič, ale Falconovci vedia, ako to celé rozdeliť. Crit už ho tam zastupuje instantne na tom ide. Oliver medzi tým ide ale na vrchu tlačiť. To spojenie sneakingovej Chen Army a Oliverovho Dragonite'a. Toto je jeho najväčšia sila. No, ale medzi tým tu teda najprv dal Primal Roar, potom si zobral Arcane runu. Critovi sa to nepodarilo urvať, ale zase to je druhá Primal Roar, ktorá prišla úplne k hovnu. Crit si proste odkráča, tam nikto nebol, aby tam prišiel nejaký follow-up, medzi tým, čo tam tej Enigme rozpadla, dokonca tier jednotka. Toto je presne sila našeho slovenského carry. Tým medzi tým tu pôjde teda rozťahovať, akurát nenápadne Idol on main, ani sa tam neukazuje. No, uvidíme, či mu to ten Chen pôjde vyrúbať. Tu ale podľa mňa môžu Falconovci hrať o mnoho krajšie mapu. Top Network síce drží Mr. No One, ale 2 Primal Roary bez killu. Jo, do toho predtým tá smrť to není ideál. Jo, na Amarovi medzi tým tuto jeden pofarmený camp navíc, zatiaľ 3400, Network má stále o dosť viac ako tá Enigma o 4 killča. A aj keď tu pár vidovci ako využili zo párkrát rotation, povedzme, alebo teda jedenkrát im to vyšlo na tom Kentaurovi. Podľa mňa sa im veľmi ťažko budú hľadať killy. Tu iba vylevliť proste teraz, jak stratili ešte tie expy, tu vylevliť. Jo, toho Kentaura na 6 bude mu aj ten challenge, ako dosť intenzívny. Myslím si, že Game Free by ale chcel vidieť každý jeden z nás a nie som si istý, prečo tam akoby teraz akoby ten štadión teda číruje. Možno tam akoby skúšajú akoby kluci akurát Cinderen alebo niekto podobný, myslím, že tam akoby to či to akoby číruje pre jeden alebo druhý tým. Chat, môžem tam urobiť nejakú tú skúšku aj pre vás, ako kľudne. Chat, komu teraz momentálne fandíte? Napíšte mi to tam do chatu. A hneď. Chcem samozrejme pekne vidieť. Keby robili vlnu, tak môžete vlnu urobiť samozrejme aj vy. Určite nejakými tými messageami sa to akoby k tomu nejak dostanete a vy to nejak vymyslíte. Jo, túto hru tu nemáme síce úplne pre Falconovcov nejaký veľký hype train. Zatiaľ sa im nepodarilo samozrejme úplne satanika od niečoho odstaviť. Tá jedna smrť, ale psovku o sebe, samo o sebe je Gucci. Myslím si, že tentokrát to Falconi majú fakt ako ale rozohrané lepšie, ale mne ten draft nie je tak annoying to play against. Sneaking teraz medzi prasátkami, stiel denajnúť aspoň tento jeden pokus. Nikto teda nebude mať žiadny amplify damage. Vyrašovaný Diffusal Blade je tu na Malrinovi dokonca bez boty. On rovnou robil diffusky straight up, aby mohol hrať čo najviac aggro gaming. A prvý krok je objective. Ten Maurin sa tam dokonca pôjde rovno ukázať. Jo, tam sa ako nebudú hrať kľúci na nič, tu sa proste ide hrať objective based gaming, už sa nebude čakať na to, aby si tu P-Vision teda na to pripravili možno nejaký poriadny defense, tu vedia Falconovci, že tam není predsa len teraz tá meta na cooldowne, môžu kľudne toto zničiť. V 10. minúte teda väčšia vypušovaná už druhá. Nezabúdajme na tú Skitterovú, ten ale prichádza v 10. a nájde Enigmu. Toto je vypínák a Oliver po 10. minúte s blinkou. Toto zvládne, sneaking medzi tým teda cez end of God si chcel momentálne teda zachrániť svoju riť. Tam ale musel prísť Primal Roar a tá kombinácia so Snapfireovou, aby zabili jednoho Chena, kľúci. Ten tower push tam možno nejakú tú dobu môže pokračovať, ale tam sú ešte stále tie chain creepy, ktoré to aj tak môžu byť celku pekne zdržovať. Už tam príde pekne Malrín. Toto ako funguje. Oliver s tou obrovský rýchlou blinkou nebude hrať žiadne tie eskalovačky. Už sa pôjde pekne do plných. P-Vision podľa mňa nebudú mať teraz ani minútku na to, aby tu niekde vôbec niečo našli. Vás tam čete je cez 620 vidím. A to teda samozrejme sa dívam iba na tie twitchovské štatistiky. Falconi idú ale hrať Dotu. Skitter plus Hoodwinková smoknutá, Malrin je tu ready. No One si tu nachystali rovno vzadu. Už si ho tam posunul, vypínák je tu. Ani Kúky Dukálisovi nepomôže. Toto je rýchly slovenský carry chlap, ktorý prišiel rozobrať tým P-Vision. Minule tu hrali chlapci line-up, ktorý tam nešiel možno úplne jednoducho vygengovať. Teraz ich tam ale Oliver pôjde proste breaknúť Part, náš slovenský brinzovník. Tu tvorí krásne. Zase na Kritovi predsa len tá jeho typická Hoodwinková je proste ten ich typický follow-up na to, aby mali vždycky damage, tak toto mýdli mid-game. Vyhnať tu ale pôjdu dokonca aj 9 klasa. Chytili ho tam nakoniec vzadu. Nakoniec tam vylevli teda aspoň 5, ale celý ten camp mu vyparmili Falconi. Ešte mu tam strčia jednu obsku nenápadne, o ktorej pravdepodobne nebude tušiť. Ja mám taký ten pocit, že P-Vision ako túto hru urobili trošku prešlap. Trošku sa nechali možno uniesť takzvané na heroikov a ako position for Kentaur, nápad, aby tam sa vydodžovali nejaký matchup, podobne ako to dneska s Nigmou teda robili túto kľúci s heroikou, aby to tam ako neposlali proti Giro. Tuto máme akoby niečo podobné, tam ako nechceli to tam ako poslať na tú ovku, chceli tam mať lepší matchup. No. Tu ako jeden kuriér tam akurát preletí. DM vyzerá, že by tu chcel Black Hole využiť. Dukalis má predsa len akurát Mortimer's Kisses. Oliver by samozrejme bol ten ideálny target. A nič. Nicotné nič. Nenajdu momentálne kľúci odtiaľ tu, ale čakačka na Satanika, prichádza pokus o dvojice. Tu chýba ale tretí, tu podľa mňa títo dvaja možno nebudú mať dosť damage, on sa nakoniec sandrne pekne o tú ilusku, ale nedoplnil si zas tak moc. Maorin už tu pôjde s difúzom to nachystať. Satanáš nemá žiadnu defenzívu, iba tá Čenár mi ho tu rozseká spolu s Hoodwinkovou. Amar bude mať ten lázit a tu Kali spadne hneď potom. Ešte Nightclasa si tu natre na chlebík so solou. Náš pán Skipper a Falconi ukazujú chlapcom z P-Vision, že kurva, robte si dominátorky kľudne doma. Dáme vám zase pričuchnúť Game 1, takisto ako to bolo včera. Ale od Game 2, toto už sú Falconi v zene. A Ganem timing, ktorý na Novanovi síce akoby za malý moment, keď sa ako bude dostávaný, by mohol byť to tempo, ktoré potrebujú P-Vision, ale na to podľa mňa potrebujú práve tie early objektívy, možno o early Roša, do toho Tormentra. Jeden snipnutý kuriér teraz s DM-om dobrý, prezradil tam tú svoju nenápadnú pozíciu, kde je pod lampou najväčšia tma. Teraz ale musí portiť domov. Áno, nebude tam úplne včas, aby mohol podľa mňa bojovať o túto 14-minútovú šrajnu. Smoke, OK, tam sú schovaní Falconi, ale tam príde Crit si to iba zobrať tom smoku. Tam P-Vision, aj keď tam má no one ten agáč, proste bohužiaľ, tá Enigma tam akurát rotovala z báze, P-Vision zase strácajú všetko, on potrebuje jeden exp, OK, Nineclass má Stampede, 14. minúta a možno tento Kentan z montaže začne byť nejak useful. Zatiaľ by to malo byť ale žrádlo, aj to tak vyzerá in-game, 2300 network, totálne useless. Piece of shiteroni. Nebudeme to tu úplne preháňať, že by to malo byť niečo iné. Každopádne za 5 kg budeme aspoň tú dominátorku, teraz už Stampedou by tam ako fakt mohol byť impactful. No ale podľa mňa bude skôr tvoriť hru práve Oliver, ktorý podľa mňa bude chcieť byť nasťahovaný všade. 7750 network s agresívnou blinkou, nielenže tam vytvára ten gameplay, ale drží aj ten farm game. Hneď za ním tam je pekne Amar na CS na vrchu. Dukalis tu ale vyčmuchaný, už ho naháňa armáda, ale armáda tentokrát nebude dostatočne tlustá a rýchla. Dukalisovi sa podarí teda schovať. Každopádne tu ako Oliver už bude mať za momentu jeho typickú orchidu. Toto je Oliver build jak vyšitý. Nineclass asi tam ešte s tými minus armor hitmi teraz pôjde pekne nachystať. Ten bude mať ešte defenzívnu Stampedu, ktorú tu možno Oliver chce akurát prídnuť. Počkať tu, ale DM tým pádom môže prísť. Dobre, tu môže prísť Black Hole a príde tam na dvojicu, to bude na trojicu. DM tam chytil celý Team Falcons. Skytter na to zaplatí životom, Nineclass bude za to vytradovaný, tu otázka, ale či DM to bude stáť život tiež. Amar síce prišiel dobre a tá Black Hole, tá bola od DM, ale skvostná. No, ako je to 1 za 1, ale predsa len ako by sa tam zbavili Skyttera o malinký moment, myslím, že ešte nebude mať dokončenú tým pádom úplne nejakú difuziádu. Falconi ale nemali dosť, pôjdu pokračovať. DM pekne Midnight Pulsov, teraz zrušil ten stun z toho bushveku. Zničil tie stromy. Tým pádom sa jeho druhý kamarát môže dostať bez problémov do bezpečia. No Amar predsa len aj keď tam ako prišiel pekne s tou pipou. Ďalšieho na pláne je Aura Gaming znova. Medzi tým tu sneaking sám s tou armádou. Ide normálne zabiť toho Roša. On má ešte aj ten Reaper lež, aby to tam ako s tou armádou skeletonov fakt vysekal. A ja mám taký ten pocit, že o tomto teda P-Vision ale netušia. 16. minúta, oni sami by chceli možno s tým Early Aganimom mať Aegis, ale pozrite, čo robia Falconi s Chenom. Toto je ich zbraň a majú tam Aegis. Maorin bude mať pekne v 16. minúte zobraný AGC-ček a 2 životy. Nielenže tam doteraz bol ako celku nezraniteľný tak či tak. Táto Oliverová smrť nakoniec ako vytvorila krásny pressure aj tak. Vidíme ale, kde to bude môcť teda predsa len pokračovať. Jo, nachádzame sa v zóne, kde Maorin nielenže má 2 životy, Crit tu zase nachystá bonus. Pekne zase Midnight Pulsov DM 2-krát za sebou. Teraz zachránil pred tou Hoodwinkovou. Tentokrát Nineclassa. Jo, jako pekná práca, aj keď to musí prísť defenzívne dole, už máme ale nasťahovaného podľa mňa práve Olivera, ktorý pôjde proste robiť veci. Satanik ešte v 17. nemôže byť Startbladeom úplne pripravený, aby tu tie fighty mohol nejak odtiahnuť. Tu nevyhráva hlavne ani tu farm game. Tu dokonca aj Amar tam pekne drží, nielen ten strop network, tu ten má 9700 network a je tu trošičku inde. Na Novanovi to bude musieť byť ten defenzívnejší approach, nebude to blinka po Aganime. Dugali sa tu ale vyčmuchá Malrín a myslím, že Dugali tuší, že aj keby chcel začať portiť, tu je damageu viac než dosť. 4000 gold lead pre Falconov bude budovaný ďalej. Oliver tam už predtým procol predsa len od nich ten glyph, tu s melee formou to pôjde proste dopušovať, nebojí sa ničoho, má tam celý ten Lotus. Majú tam tak ako za chvíľku podľa mňa ten hand of God naspäť na cooldowne za 8 sekúnd, hlavne s tou blink orchidou. Jo, jako Oliver, prostě nielen, že tu má ešte prostě plus 60 damage, tam jako s tou Dark Throw Summonera a podobne. Tu vyzerá, že Falconovci chcú ísť na high ground. 15 sekúnd nemajú teraz úplne formu. Oliver tam dostal teraz iba nejaký ten bonusový armor, ako keby tam chceli ísť. Zatiaľ sa tu ukazuje len sneaking, jo, tými creepami. Žiadny overcommitmentu, ale Falconovci teda vymýšľať nebudú, ten Aegis tam ešte predsa budú mať 3 minúty, je otázka, ale čo si tu nájdu. DM-ovo creepa tu aspoň našiel Amar. Chcel by tých 100 goldov, to by bolo pre neho Gucci. No, tentokrát to 100 goldov úplne nebude, DM to udrží. Tá Black Hole tam ale ešte nejakú dobu nebude, niečo tu ale našiel pán Malrín, toto je práve Satanáš. Prime Aurora by to mohla zastaviť, Satanik bude mať možno čas, aby Stampedov odbehol preč. Kentaur konečne našiel svoje použitie na to stlačiť tlačítko. Otátka, či z toho high groundu bude Satanik schopný tu možno nejaký damage rozdať na tej polke. No teraz tam skončí ten Reflection, Oliver bude schopný nejakou Blink Orchidou to setupnúť. Jako Manta timing samozrejme tam jako bude tiež dobrý tu, ale nakoniec Oliver nájde niečo iné. Pod enemy visionom našiel tam z Orchidou akurát toho Kentána samotného, na toho sám zatiaľ nemá damage a tu fungujú akoby tie veľké APčka dobre. Centriny sa tam teda medzi tým Satanik zbaví tiež, tu môžu ale Falconovci podľa mňa vyčkať. Aj keď obidve tie kerička fungujú podobne, na jednej strane je to meta, na druhej strane je to Elder Dragon forma, kde potom by to šlo ako počkať, kým skončí meta, ísť do toho ako celého. Uvidíme, ktorý z nich bude ale teda mimo ten timing použiteľnejší. Jo, no one medzi tým to fakt ako potrebuje litr, aby dofarmil celé BKbo. Nechce sa tu ukazovať tými bormi, tam je proste splituje nenápadne. Malrín ale vyzerá, že tuší. A nakoniec ale tesne nešiel skontrolovať tento polivo, Kembo, no akurát obíde Malrín. Akurát tam bol vedľa neho. Tam aj tak nemal Rolling Thunder, takže mu to úplne neprerušil. Amar by tam pravdepodobne aj tak nestihol dobehnúť čas. Každopádne No One sa tu dostane pekne do bezpečia. Ja, pred 20. minútou je tu ale teraz momentálne pred nami ešte jeden challenge. S Mantou už sa Satanik síce tej Orchidy zbaví. Oliver tam možno na ňo nebude úplne tak strastiplne zlý. Kým tam ešte nebude to PK, alebo na Beastovi by to mohlo byť veľké. No vidíme ale k čomu sa kľúci ešte dostanú tu ďalej. Forska vyzerá, že pre Dukáli sa bude teraz plán. Myslím, že tam práve Dukáli sa teraz na chvíľku zahliadli. On si ale ukradne Arcane Runu a pôjde relaxovať. To by sa na druhej strane dosť intenzívne hodilo. Príde mi, že nám ide. Hľadá ale Oliver engage. Defenzívna Stampede pomôže na moment. Cookie to odniesie tiež. Ale Oliver chce očividne pokračovať ďalej. Chce to dať zožrať tomuto pánovi. Pekne to tam Hudvinková pripraví cez kilometr. Oliver si zoberie ďalší slovenský kill. Medzi tým sa tu Amara Sneakingová armáda spásy. Celý náš Twitch chat sa prišiel so skeletonmi tu postarať o všetko. Sneaking si ešte sám tým pádom pofarmil tú šardu, takže už tam bude môcť mať aj bonus. Vo forme to fucking Ancientov navíc. Prvá hra tam bola teda pod pár Vižnovcov velice podobná, ako sme videli proti Xtreme. Rozobrali celú tú mapu, cez tie dominátorky tam zrazu ako Falconi nemohli dať úplne tú svoju stabilnú záležitosť. Ale túto hru, kde cez Beastmastera majú skôr P-Vision, tak je to tempo. Majú tam nejakého divného Kentaura ešte navíc, ktorého tam môžu strčiť, alebo nemusia. Tentokrát ale tam Malrínovci nestínu teda tú 21-kovú šrajnu. BKB si myslím, že už je pre toho Beasta ready, alebo na ceste. Je tam pripravený aj Smoke. Ja myslím, že je čas, aby P-Vision začali trošku vystrkovať rohy tiež. Aegis bude končiť za 5 sekúnd. Ten najviac obvious timing na nejaký gang je presne teraz tým končiacim Aegisom. Vyzerá, že sa tu Falconovci všetci idú akoby pekne stiahnuť, pretože možno očakávajú, že by tu niečo nebezpečné mohlo prísť. Ten Pangolier s takto rýchlym Aganimom difúzom ich tam ale bude vymazávať sám. Tam toho damageu nebudú mať Falconovci úplne málo. Krita tam teraz zahliadli na chvíľku, ale pod Visionom. Zadu cíti bezpečne pod tou jeho vardou, schováva sa akurát za stromkami. Medzi tým pôjde s boomerangom, pekne tu akurát pofarmiť na pána. P-Vision to tu ale pôjdu obísť, snažia sa tu kryta niekde nájsť. Ten tu bude v stromčekoch schovaný, zobere si aj ten Watcher Vision. Tu ale z každej strany mu možno niekto príde. Zatiaľ kryta nevyčmucha, ale ten možno vyčmucha práve oponentov, tam už sú Falconi pripravení tiež. Nenachádza sa tam momentálne Sneaking ani Skitter. Ale vyzerá, že by tu P-Vision mohli niečo ďalšie robiť. Ja, tým, že tam už ako nemajú dve tier dvojky. Vyzerá to, že práve navrch by mohli Falconovci teoreticky mieriť, aby tam teoreticky nejaký push prišiel. Ne. Nakoniec sa tam všetci presunuli do toho trianglu, kde je, ale Varda, tam si hodili smoke. Neviem, či to náhodou nebolo pod tou Vardou, tak keď nám to kameraman teda úplne neukazoval. Dáme ho napravo od nás. Smokenutý pekne Falconi. No, Blink Orchid je ten opener. Otázka, či to tu prečítali Falconi dobre. Nikto sa tu momentálne dole nenachádza. Tu nakoniec ako síce Dukalis bude ten, ktorý toto bude depušovať stále. No One na druhej strane, ak sa tu ukáže, by mohol byť veľmi dobrý target a dokonca už je tam pre Skittera aj celé to BKB. Tento tu Dragonite už nebude jednoducho zabiteľný. Tá forma mu síce končí. Oliver hlavne teraz tým smokom možno nájde túto schovávajúcu dvojicu. No, nakoniec našiel jednoho. Dostane tam akurát Primal Roaru, ale tu, myslím, že Dukalis vie, čo je jeho osud. Pôjde možno ešte s Forskou skúšať nejaké záležitosti. No to bude kill pre Malrína. No One sa ale odtiaľ dostal, takže zase to je position 5 support, ktorý sa nebojí úplne odovzdať život na to, že tam core bude žiť, že nemusel dávať nejaký to BKB ani nič podobné. No, P-Visionovci sa tu teda akoby jakž tak schovávajú. Je tam ale podľa mňa extrémne cítiť ten 9 až 10 000 gold lead. Tak ako brutálnym spôsobom. Aj keď akoby túto Satanáš momentálne na tých ako skoro 13 000 networte má povedzme o niečo viac ako ten Dragon Knight, tak ako to proste normálne by mal byť offsetnutý niekde o mnoho vyššie. Neexistuje momentálne fakt ako priestor na mape, rozťahuje to tam trochu ako DM na vrchu, tam každý získal dokonca tier jednotku. Oliver nakoniec sa tam prišiel zbaviť jedného malého satyra s orchidou, dobre. Purge Creep mu vadí. Nejaké goldíky navíc sa predsa len hodiť budú. No One dobre, že tu stále zvostáva tým, že tam majú Vision tom triangli. Teraz tu ale sekerkami prezradil, kde je. Pangolier to podľa mňa videl, už tam prichádzajú pingy. No One nič market, tak ako samozrejme BKB TP out, alebo iba TP out. Ale dobre tu zvostáva, vie, že ho tam ako nejdú. Toho Pangoliera tam vidí. Ešte medzi tým bude portiť akurát na tú vrchnú stranu. Chcel počkať za stromkami, prekvapiť túto DM-a. No a ten sa nenechá vychytať zatiaľ len tak, možno, ale počkať. Tu bude DM vychytaný pozícii, kde mu aury nepomôžu, ani keby mu jeho vlastná máma niečo skúsila nahodiť. Tu bude pekný stunlock od Malrína. Toto si postrážia kuci bez problémov, aj keď on skúsi ešte portiť. Tak DM takzvané skúsil, chat. Skúsil. No, damage tam ale kuci majú na rozdávanie. Medzi tým má dokonca No One goldy ešte k tomu, aby tu tiež prišla aj tá blinka. Severská trojkombinácia pre No One, pre tohto tu veterána Doty. Bude teda pripravená tiež trošku malý timing, aby tu P-Vision možno by dokázali tu niečo urobiť. Po tej dominátorke na 9 klasa ešte mu chýba kilo, aby v 25. mal konečne blink. Ja, čo ako Kentaurovský stomp môže byť OK. Popravde, ale tej 25. minúte to väčšinou bude znamenať akurát blink, stomp, možno stampede a potom ako koniec impactu. No, za tú dobu tam ako budú musieť niečo poriadne vyrúbať, možno setupnúť samozrejme nejakú tú black hole by nemuselo byť úplne zlé. Na Amarovi už máme ale dávno všetky aury aj s Aganimom. Už aj z tej brány sa mu tam bude pekne tvoriť bonus. Tam je veľký holohlavý Karel k tomu. HPčka navíc pre Falconov. Trošku viac survive sa hodí. P-Vision idú ale skúsiť prekvapiť s malými krytmi. Satanek tu kúpil proste aspoň nejaký damage item, aby teraz mohol niečo ísť porobiť. Amar tu zatiaľ stojí na max range, teraz za tým stromom. Teraz ale tam odhalili kuci, dobre. Tam stali takisto aj tie sneakingové creepy, Sataneková pozícia odhalená. A potrebujú P-Vision teraz ísť back. Ale tu nenájdu zase týmto smokom proste P-Vision nič. Tí Dark Troll Summonery, tie armáda od Chena. Túto hru to poznávajú podľa mňa P-Vision, ale že úplne plne. Tam minulá hra, tam to podľa mňa offsetovali tie 3 dominátorky a ten dobrý early game. A tentokrát zrazu zase proste P-Vision nemôžu hrať mapu. Viac menej si tie dva týmy celku ako vymenili trošku úlohu a Falconovci školia teraz to, čo tu P-Vision chcú robiť. Tentokrát to nie je žiadny otravný Monkey King Slark, nie je to niečo, čo tam môže abusovať záležitosti gabenského typu. Medzi týmto Falconi pôjdu forsunúť akurát nenápadne roar. Prihnať, možno ako bližšie prilákať P-Vision, ktorí ale majú svoj timing, jo? Teraz tam ale stojí pod Vardou, No One netuší, OK, tuší. Stihol vyblinkovať, stihol to dokonca aj debardnúť. Takže OK, toto si tam nakoniec P-Vision ešte postrážia. Blink BKB, jo, na Beastmasterovi za Ganimom. na DMovi, akože je dobré, 800 goldov mu chýba reálne, aby mal BKB na tej Enigme. Není to zas tak ďaleko, tu dokonca Mortimer z Kisses tam teraz dali na depušovanie, ale tým pádom to nebudú mať do fightu. Dukális, ako zaujímavé teraz minul to účko. Už tu Oliver, ale ide pekne hantiť. Pangolier tam našiel DM-a. Toto je target, ktorý potrebovali. Orchida už je tam nahodená tiež. Myslím si, že tuto mistr Enigmy ešte možno bude mať nádej. Tuto je jedna Stampede mu pomôže odbehnúť. Tam ale sa neschová nikde. Maorin si to postráži. Black Hole tu síce je, ale tu nie je nikto iný. Tam ani nemusí toto celé skúšať pán DM. Falconovci pak stupňujú to tempo. Chcú nám všetkým doručiť. Je game free. Tak ako včera. Nechali Oliverovci pekne najprv pričmuchnúť v game 1. A ten enemy team už je potom zrazu prečítaný. Falconovci teraz potom po jednom pick-offe si úplne jednoducho by sme nemohli pekne využiť ešte tu koniec tej Elder Dragon formy a zabezpečiť ešte spolu s tými Dark Troll Summonermi celého toho Roša. Vlastne ten damage navíc, čo tam majú. Jak sa tam spavnú tí skeletoni, tak to jako nie je úplne záležitosť, ktorú by chcelo podceňovať. To je taký akoby free Vladimír efekt, povedzme, akoby k tomu. Rošana tentokrát ale budú mať Falconi easy peasy. Objektívy im teda vychádzajú dokonale. Toto je druhý Roš. No, za 2 minúty tam teoreticky bude ďalší Tormentor, čo si myslím, že si Falconi možno ani nenechajú ujsť. Teraz ale možno nie je čas strácať čas. Čaká ich tá posledná tier 2. A medzi tým myslím, že ten Kentaur sa možno akoby dopracoval k tej blinke. Za mňa ale túto 9 class teraz trochu spýtuje svedomie, čo si tu zobral. A no one hlavne nemá s kým hrať Dotu. Oni si tam podľa mňa mysleli, že budú s tým Beastom. Tí prví, ktorí budú nabiehať, jo, a setupovať killy a Snapfire pôjde ako follow-up, keď tak tam budú mať nejaký Stampede. Papierovo si povedali, že to bude fungírovať, že aj ten late game matchup, nejaký Terror Blade, jo, povedzme versus ten Dragonite by mohlo byť strong. Urobí si tam Reflection vždycky z neho tú ilusku. Oliver je ale pripravený ničiť, má celý Bloodthorn, celé 9-sekundové BKB. A myslím, že Falconi sa nebudú čakať na nič, dobré. Pekne teraz Satanik vydržoval akurát tú Dragon Tailu. Oliver stun síce trafery nebude mať, Maorin ale prichádza na druhé kolo. Primorov na to zastaví, tam ale príde Black Hole práve na tú dvojicu. Falconovci možno budú mať problém. Tam má Aegis Oliver, ale kľúci nedostali damage vôbec. Tam prišiel Hand of God, udial to úplne celé sneaking pri živote. Pári bežnovci tu ukázali svoje veľké zbrane. Tie budú ale úplne hovno. Team Falcons idú roztrhať vejpu 29. pomaly pod fontánou. Celý tým P-Vision, dominátorky, si strčte do svojich mamín. Pred 30. toto je message. Tu budú musieť P-Vision možno akoby tuto teda takisto prekalkulovať, čo tam kľúci berú. A možno budú musieť vymyslieť nejaké to ESO z rukávu tiež. Toto je Oliverov Dragon Knight. Toto je rýchly gameplay. Toto sú slovenské princové halušky s jedným kentaurovským slaninovým náterom. Falconi, 20 000 gold lead. 1 kill a budú mať pekne 4-20 blazed score. Tuto aj keď príde buyback od no one, tu podľa mňa vedia P-Vision, že majú poslednú jednu šancu teraz skúsiť nejaký zázrak urobiť, ten Primal Roar majú. Potom buybacku ani nemá dokonca cooldown na to BKB. A proste nemajú P-Vision čo urobiť, tu 30. minúte padajú mega creepy, možno jedni z najrýchlejších. Také tu pomaly boli vypušované. Oliver proste s tým jeho simple buildom, ale to, čo je jednoduché, môže byť niečo niekedy, ale kurva funkčné. Stačí im skákať na gebulu, stačí to tu setupovať non-stop. Na túto hru fakt dokonca ešte Falconovci teraz očakávajú, že by tu ako niekto mohol sa možno z tej báze dostať. Oliver myslím, že je práve ten prvý, ktorý dole bude hantiť. Tam môžu nájsť no one po buybacku. No one! On bude mať ešte BKB, bude môcť možno odísť do dialogu, otočí to aspoň do Olivera, ten dostane ale tú defenzívnu forsku a pôjde bude žiť. Maorin tam ale prichádza na follow-up, vie, že Novanovi bude za chvíľku končiť to BKB. To je jeho hlavný target a no one po buybacku je snajpnutý. Práve udvinkoval. Bam! Boom! Headshot, baby! A po 31. už tam musí sa to písať GG. Už sa mu ani nechce skapať, chce si udržať lepšie KDA, aby neumrel ešte teraz proti Amarovi. Eno tam pôjde trochu vymrdať do prdele a skape aj tak. Toto je len vyrovnanie od týmu Falcons. Tým to nenechajú len tak. Už sa o Grand Finals bude poriadne bojovať. P-Vision, aj keď sa usmievajú, vedia, že tentokrát obidva týmy ukázali, že to dokážu rozsekať. Aj mladúčky Satanik možno začne teraz cítiť trošku nejakú tú nervozitu. Je to síce upper bracket, a není to tu úplne o žiadnej eliminácii. Oliver ale už tam tleská crowdu. Ja takisto tleskám aj vám. Protože chat, tu je vás ten 711 v našich československých končinách. Užíváme si ten najlepší čas roka. Čas, keď je The International a náš jeden pán Oliver tu pôjde dotiahnuť možno do Grand Final straight up. Tu sa dozvieme Game Free už za moment. A to nádherná aréna. Tá je podľa mňa pripravená, aby sme pokračovali ďalej. A teraz je čas, aby sme si to samozrejme pekne zhrnuli aj s mainom. Tam sú samozrejme akoby úplne nádherné osoby. Všetky 4. S nejakým poriadnym Dota knowledgeom. A ja nechcem zmeškať ani slovo, ani záber.
A lot of things happen in this game. Effie, how did you experience this unusual game?
I want to say that I was expecting a little bit more out of that support centaur because it looked cool in the draft, right? You think it's an off-laner, all of a sudden, here comes Nigma. Oh no, what do you do? Turns out didn't do anything.
There were just so many problems that started happening, right? Like
50 gifted samou, ten blázen. Mám tu dokonca, reálne my pomaly prekonáme aj toho Hajzeta. Holy fucking shit! Smokey! Ty si inde! Teraz ale podľa mňa ukázal Skitter, dámy a páni, to som vám chcel ešte povedať. Skitter ukázal, že ten dnešný dres, ktorý som si vybral, že dneska budem rozdávať, ten bude mať svoju cenu.
And of course, when you shut down the Enigma, right, you take his tier 1 tower. You put, of course, the Centaur, we could talk about it a lot, but moving to the support role, he had what, Windlace, also trying to buy a Dominator. Like, when they don't have the Dominators, when they don't have this way to skip waves, prolong the game, find that smoke, dodge the smoke, get the team fight, then P-Vision, they look human. And I think Falcons in the second game, they identified how to break them. Play quick, break the map, force the objectives before P-Vision does anything on the map themselves.
For me too, it's also a lot about Amar. Like, Amar is impressing me not only with his gameplay, but we need to remember, he's the one pressing the buttons, right? He's coming into TI, captaining, drafting. He's giving himself these 24 last picks. He is destroying these games. Yesterday on the Huskar, just here on the Underlord, perfect lane, perfect itemization, and it works really well against this map play. You can go somewhere and don't worry, brothers, I've got the gate, I can come to you. Immediately, they turn the fights around. Yeah, those KDAs on Falcons, they're looking damn smooth.
Yeah. Also, crit on his Hoodwink was everywhere. But who I really want to shout out is Malrian because he came back swinging in this game too. In that game 1, we didn't see much out of him. He was shut down on lane. They really heavily focused on that mid. He didn't get much out of his initiations. This time around, it feels like they thought, okay, they want to shut down Malrian. They want to take away his Blink Dagger heroes. Let's just play Tango. That hero can be active from the very start of the game, and that's what happened. They brought the supports mid. They were able to kill no one on that Beastmaster with the first Rolling Thunder. He then goes to the Wisdom Shrine and crit on his Hoodwink, of course, everywhere. He's wherever you need him to be. There's a reason why this is his most played hero.
Yeah, he's absolutely just destroying any game that you give him this hero. You've got to be careful. Sure, maybe it's not good enough to ban, but then you play against it, it's good enough to beat you, so you've got to make the choice.
Yeah, we saw the combo in the series yesterday with DB Team having the Hoodwink and the DK, and I think T-Gov, I think we're going to see this combo a lot more because the kill potential was so strong.
Yeah, it works so nicely on the map, and the way that Skidder played it as well, like, he wants to be more aggressive to play with the Hoodwink. Other DKs, be it from the carry role, they'll still play for scaling, and later they connect. But Skidder's like, no, I want to be with you. I want to play that aggressive game.
Yeah, and they got the chance to play the aggressive game after having a good early game, Kazu.
No, absolutely, because from the lanes, you know, they always do this. Like Falcons, when good stuff happens for them, they're always able to take it into one. I want to show the levels of how this happens. So they go mid, first rotation, minute 6. We talk about Malvin's Pango, boom, the crit Hoodwink, he's here, snaking on the Chen, you lose game 1, doesn't matter. What's most important here, no one dies, which means when he respawns naturally, he's going to want to TP mid tier 1. So what's going to happen minute 7? You're losing your offlane, your mid cannot rotate over, snaking stole a boar from no one, and they're now contesting this Wisdom Shrine. So this pathetic +4 center who's already struggling doesn't get his first Wisdom Shrine. And the thing also, I didn't really want to include it, but at minute 14, the same thing happened. They're too far behind. They lose their secondary Wisdom Shrine, so Falcons, textbook gameplay.
Yeah, they had a good game, and we said after game number 1, and especially after the draft, that we needed them to play crisp and clean and maybe a little bit fast. T-Gov, you had a lot of emphasis on especially Falcons just to shape it up.
And that's exactly what they did, right? Based off the clips from Kazu showed, when we fast forward, right, they look towards the Roshan. Look at the time, right? 16 minutes, 27 seconds to take the Roshan. Less than a minute later, they're hitting the bottom tier 2, utilizing the Chen, utilizing the aggression of Skidder, the natural playstyle he wants to make. Fast forward another 30 seconds, now Marines on the other side of the map with the Underlord TPing and applying more pressure to Satanic. The fact that within a minute and a half window, Roshan was taken, Tier 2 was taken, Satanic was pressured. That is exactly what you need to do against P-Vision.
And I wonder, when you look at what P-Vision did within this draft, they kind of baited the Centaur pick, made them think it was offlane so they could get an Enigma and catch them off guard. What did the Enigma do for them in that game? He got his tower taken very early on. He was behind on farm, and he ended up buying auras, right? He bought a Crimson Guard, but his team ended up just playing whack-a-mole, hiding around the map, trying to get farm where they could. They couldn't fight off of that aura, and they got nothing out of that Enigma pick. It just overcomplicated their draft.
It very much overcomplicated their draft. And in an episode of Please Don't Try This at Home, we're going to look at Purge explaining that Centaur a little bit more.
Thanks, Cheever. Number one Centaur support hater is right here, and I'm going to tell you guys exactly why. 9 class overcooked big time. He kind of thought that if I get Helm of the Dominator, I can make any support work, which is true, but you got to get the Helm of the Dominator first, and that is basically what we're going to watch not happen. He did a great job pulling creeps. He did block the small camp the first time he did that pull. The second time, though, the camp respawns, so Snake King gets to fight him every time. And what's happening is this hero does not have good armor. He's got 0 armor. It's somewhere below 1. That means that any damage that he's taking is way more than a regular hero. Most heroes have like 3 to 4 armor, and that means they're going to resist like 15 to 20% of damage. So that means all the tangos that he's using are worse, because that regen that you get then doesn't get blocked, doesn't block very much damage afterwards. It basically just makes his life kind of bad. He pretty much can't contest the lane, because when he actually fights heroes, the amount of damage he's taking from just a creep and a hero ends up being way more than he's dealing back. So he just can't actually fight. So he basically has to leave the lane. Here's the first time he did something good. It was 5 minutes into the game. He stacked a camp. He pulled some waves. That was okay. But this is the first really good thing that he did, which was a gank. This one was solid. This nice gap close. He's a fast hero. He went the horsepower facet so he can stay ahead of his opponents. But that was pretty much the only bright spot. We saw a little bit of this earlier, but look what's actually attacking him here. It's just 2 creeps. There's like 1 right click from Hoodwink and 1 spell and he dies. It's so simple to kill his hero. 7 minutes in, he's level 3. He's again like, well, there was one thing that worked. It was this bot gank. So he tries to get a kill on Amar. He's blocking him. But Amar's now more leveled, and he has more items. So Amar actually kind of just survives this one. Satanic didn't have Metamorphosis either, so one downside. And now he's thinking, okay, I need to get this Helm of the Dominator, so he's going to start farming creeps. And he does finally have an armor item, which is great. But unfortunately, he didn't get the Chipped Vest. Chipped Vest would have given him some ability to farm, and he wasn't going to put points into return because he kind of needs spells that deal damage. Otherwise, he isn't a good hero. He doesn't actually like get kills, which is a downside. So he got a little unlucky on the neutral, but this build is still ass, so don't think that that was really going to change anything. And then while he's pushing on the top lane, Skitter, who's 75% through his Dragon form, is like, oh, I can kill this guy that's in front of my tower. So he actually just hurt himself even more, giving Skitter this free kill. So this build was bad. We will not see this again.
I do realize he said this build was bad. That means Centaur as a support with a different build, T.
Don't try this at home. Let's keep it at that. Don't try this at home.
You can make a case for 5 Centaur, but I think for a team like P-Vision that are very dependent on 9 class and his early game rotations, his map play, the way that he wards, de-wards, makes the enemy team chase him around, you put him on a hero like Centaur, it does not recreate what Monkey King does. Last game, he's Monkey King, he goes mid-minute 3, kills enemy mid laner. This time around, do you think he's going to do that on a Centaur?
No, you're right. Unfortunately. I do like a little bit of experimentation, and why not in the main stage? It's upper bracket after all. We're going to see, of course, what happens in game number 3. Before we get there, though, we're going to see another submission for the short film contest. This one is Icy Silence.
Fate gives no warning. It simply casts you into the abyss, where some echoes never stop reaching back. Every leap, every crack in the stone were invisible hands shaping the hunter within. Discipline sharpens instinct until the arrow obeys thought alone. There was peace in the fall, a silence only the wind could understand. But even in that quiet, allies found me. I did not choose this path, but I walked it to the end. And when the moment comes, my hands do not tremble. Now, I walk alone, so innocence never follows in my footsteps.
I love the references in this one. It is fantastic, and I can't wait to see what's coming out on top. Who's coming out on top, of course, tomorrow. But let's focus our attention to see who's coming out on top in this series. Who's coming out on top to be there tomorrow in that grand finals. First team to be slotted in. It's either P-Vision, it's Falcons, and I will not lie, both teams were pretty one-sided. Either way, Effie, what's going to happen next? Because we've seen the strengths. What's it going to come down to?
I think it'll come down to which team has that entry point after the laning stage into playing the map and taking over the map. In that game one, it did end up being P-Vision, but only after a while, only after Falcons made the first error in a team fight. In this game too, it didn't really exist in the same way, but it's going to be the same story. Wave shove, Helm of Dominators, getting creeps out, and looking for that first strong team fight.
To me, it's also a lot about like the emotional side. Like in between this game, like both teams are 1-1. You're going into game 3, upper bracket finals. What are they talking about? Yesterday we heard that both of them like praised their coaches. You know, AOI 2000 gave a speech mid-series. Whenever you hear P-Vision, they're talking about Ostini. What does he say in between the game? How do they go into the next game? With what emotions? What is your plan? How do you want to go against, like, are you going to try to have another Centaur 4, a different replacement? What is your replacement? So going to the next game, for me, it's a lot about the planning.
I kind of want to simplify it to the point where, so far in the playoffs, 9class has played Monkey King and Slut. The first time he plays a different hero, they lose in like 20-odd minutes. So if I was
Has
Falcons,
it only ever been those two?
against Heroic, it was Monkey King, Monkey King. Against XG, it was Slark, Monkey King. Game 1 Falcons, Monkey King. All of them dominant, map breaking, everything. Finally, when they're both banned out, again, like I said, so I feel like if you're Falcons, trade those bans. Even if you're on first pick and you only have 3 bans available, ban both of them. Just get rid of them. You can maybe first pick the Monkey King, then only ban Slark, ban 2 different heroes. But in my head, get rid of those 2 heroes, and then 9class is a very different player.
Maybe that is exactly where the team's head said. When we saw the draft order, both games, it has been exactly the same. Potentially Falcons just really wants that second pick to make sure they have 4 bans to deal with the squad. And dealt with the squad they did, and that means we are at the impasse. It's 1-1. P-Vision and Falcons, only one will emerge victorious and will secure top 2, which for both teams, Kazu, would be immensely big.
It's absolutely crazy, especially when you remember there are some people here that have barely any experience at all. Like already just getting top 3 in like one of your first TIs, it's very rare. It's like nearly unheard of. So first of all, this happening, you should already be very happy with what's happening. You want to be confident, like going into the next game as well. But yeah, here we do see the previous drafts. But the thing is, sure, you can be Falcons and you're gonna ban the Monkey Soccer. You find a way that they don't get their hands on it. But you're against P-Vision, you are P-Vision, they know that this is happening. So what are they talking about to correct for themselves in the next game?
Honestly, Ostini walked into that booth with a big smile on his face. He doesn't seem to be too discouraged, so they may have just acknowledged it as a draft blunder. I don't think that 9class was calling for this 4 Centaur. I think they were probably cooked it, maybe tried it, and a scrim talked about it. But the point of the Centaur was to hide the Enigma. They wanted to give them a false sense of security on Falcons that they weren't going to be dealing with an Enigma, and they did the swapperoo at the very end. It didn't work out. Just go into game 3 with your previous strategies.
Yeah, you can only get away with that once anyway, and when they did, it didn't work out. And I'm sure that Falcons is on a tier where, regardless, they will keep an open mind. They know who they're facing, they know what can come at them, and I feel like flexibility for both of these squads, because when last year, every time, we were talking about Falcons, it was always about the overlapping hero pools from the players. I feel like we're seeing that back in P-Vision now, maybe even stronger.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking... Actually, I'll be honest. Don't worry. Back to you, Shiva.
What?
What happened?
I have no answer for you. I'll be honest.
You have no answer for
you asked a question, I was nodding, and I was staring at Skidder doing some like prayer hands. And
he was.
But he's been doing that.
Yeah, and he was like really focused, and I just was fixated on Skidder. And I'll be honest, I'm not even going to try and hide it. I have no idea what you asked me.
Oh, that's fine. I wasn't necessarily asking a question. I was just posing a topic because the hero flexes have been very strong. I also do think that some heroes just have been flexed because a lot of, like the Beastmaster we just saw from No One, we see that being flexed so many more times now.
I got it, yeah. They overcooked, let's be honest. I think Ostini's the type of coach that gives the vibe of, in the moment he might have an idea, and his players trust him so much that no matter what, they're going to go with it. And it feels like that's the type of draft where he's smiling going into the booth knowing, you know what, I suggested an idea, it didn't work, it's on me, don't worry players, let me fix it for your game 3. That's probably why they are still in good spirits after that game 2.
I mean,
that was a good enough answer for you now, Shiva.
I think that was good enough. And obviously, that is also good. Like going into the game, you want to take this pressure when you could also see, like on the camera, you know, no one with his low bro satanic, you know, like fist bumping each other, giving each other a handshake. Because you got to remember, he is very young, but in my opinion too, they're very confident players. No one himself satanic too. You see it in the pubs, you see it in the games. Like, you know, they know what's up. So this game 3, I'm honestly expecting just a close game because game 1 and 2, very one-sided affairs.
What I did learn from that game 2 though was that Malrine, he just picked that Pango and showed them his stuff. Like typically the way we've seen Malrine play is 2 heroes, right? Earthshaker or Sand King. He'll do a lot of farming, he'll do fight on the lane, go into the triangle, get his Blink Dagger off of stacks, and then make his key rotations. Without the need for Blink Dagger on a hero like Pangolier, he was able to do that a lot earlier, and it took away from all of the pressure that P-Vision were building on him in this series. It seems like they talked about the mid lane and how they want to address it. And I just want to talk about the interview we heard from Tidebound a few days ago, where NTS said that he thinks Falcons is the strongest team because their mid laner always hits such a good tempo. And maybe that's the read every other team has, that they need to shut down Malrine's heroes. But Pango is back on the menu now.
Yeah, and I mean, in game 1, they succeeded, right? They had the co-op with the Monkey King, with the Oracle against the Shaker. They shut him down. Game 2, of course, not the same story. That didn't happen. So if you're going into this next game, P-Vision likely want to repeat what happened in game 1, try to shut down Malrine, and try to make it happen.
Well, we're going to see exactly what they're going to make happen. It is the final game in this best-of-3 series, P-Vision versus Falcons. Let's see what they got.
P-Vision versus Team Falcons, Game 3.
Alrighty then, we got P-Vision on Radiant, we got Falcons on Dire, and they did switch up the draft order this time around, where we do have P-Vision having overall last pick, Falcons first pick, and therefore only 3 bans to their name, so we might see things changed up a little bit. The Mars still unfazed banned, just like the Chen here as well.
Yeah, key thing as well, Falcons had the priority, and they actually chose Dire, which then gave P-Vision the ability to take second pick. So the way in which you want to utilize 4 bans, Falcons don't care, but as I said before, if they are to be first pick, ban Slark, entertain the idea of taking the Monkey King on first pick, and then you also solve that problem that I suggested.
Would make a lot of sense to me. I mean, if you do want to first pick the Monkey King, you can just go for like maybe a quad ban or something, whatever you want to protect it, to have Malrine play it. Because Skeeter, he doesn't play it as much. Amar does, so try to keep it open between your 2 and 3, because I believe those are 2 of the most likable options, or most likely options that will come out here.
We also see a Hoodwink Respect ban coming out for Crit, but something P-Vision did in this banning stage was they broke 2 of the combos that Falcons love to play. By banning Mars, you take away the strength of Snapfire. We saw her without a Mars, and that game 1 didn't look as good. And by banning the Hoodwink, the DK becomes less strong as well.
Yeah, for sure. And that's gonna open up some other heroes too, because you're still gonna, it is Falcons, they will try to find replacements. So with Hoodwink out, Snapfire maybe with different combos is still in, you've got the Sand King, maybe you would look for more, like Brimstroke's priority should be going up in this draft too.
And the fact that you were talking about banning like a co-op to protect the Monkey King, they don't want to put themselves in that first pick Monkey, so they ban it as well. 2 bans on 9 class, take the Malrine Sand King, and honestly, I couldn't ask for like a better start to a Game 3 draft from Falcons.
So now the question is, what have they prepared for Malrine Sand King?
Yep.
We've seen a lot of teams do things like they'll pick SF and try to win on lane versus it, but for SF to work versus Sand King, you also need to be able to invade his stacks early on, and they go back for the Oracle.
First pick, that is a lot of respect on the Ducalis Oracle. I would imagine that he's going to be the one playing it. Now the question is, Oracle, how much effort do you want to put into countering that? Because I feel like when there's an Oracle in the game, I mean, that's great, no, but it offers you a save. But do you need something to specifically counter a save?
See him, kill him. That's pretty much the 2 factors. So with the killing aspect, you have the Sand King. Now you need to find him. There needs to be another hero to locate the Oracle, and it cannot be the only way. So yeah, I think Sand King's a step in the right direction for it, at least, if you have a couple more heroes to also jump, but jump is the key answer.
Yeah, and 1 jump hero is not enough.
Yeah.
They had 1 jump hero in Shaker versus Oracle in that game 1. It was not enough, especially when you look at Oracle as a hero who can just give himself free magic resistance. He puts the Fate's Edict on himself. If he gets solo epicentered, he protects himself.
And at the same time, if you're P-Vision, you need, like, you cannot just pick an Oracle and be like, okay, here you go. You want, like in game 1, you want a strong mid lane. Abuse the fact that you have the innate, you know where the runes are. You want people that go in for you because you will need to protect the Oracle. What we're talking about, you want backline jump, you want to see these heroes. You know, your Centaurs, Night Stalkers, they're going to go in. And if you cannot protect your Oracle, if you don't have people in front of you or frontline, you're food.
They banned the 9-class Pudge, which is really funny. They're just taking out all of his flavorful heroes. We haven't seen it yet this TI, but it's good to remember it.
I know I've also seen like no one played a little bit in the mid lane, but I also remember there was like a couple days in a row where 9-class every day he just played this pulse for, but he was super annoying for all the 5s. Because a lot of 5s, they're actually quite slow in like the laning stage with how they maneuver. One hook, see you later.
Another option for P-Vision to go down, if you want to think about 9-class kind of creative heroes, he's already played Zeus so far in the tournament. Get some of that vision, apply it so Sanking can't hide within the Sandstorm, and on top of that, it could lane well with, let's say, like a Centaur, a pipe-buying hero. Now you have Oracle protected by the Stampede, the aggression of a Zeus Centaur lane. Like, I can see some pretty cool combinations that P-Vision can utilize.
Or, and this may surprise you all, but what if they pick something normal for a 9-class? He's capable of playing normal support too.
I'm pretty sure Xtreme has like a grid of heroes to draft, and there is not a single normal hero in like the 9-class grid.
That's normal enough.
Pretty normal, actually.
That's pretty normal. He's a normal guy sometimes. I do want to defend 9-class a little bit. A lot of people think if you take away his cheese heroes, he doesn't play well, but before he even developed his Slark cheese, he was really good on heroes like Willow and Batrider. Like, he was a standard 4 player at some point as well.
That's true.
He just leans so far into it that we've kind of lost the...
yeah, we've lost him.
We've lost him for a bit, but in a game or two time, especially when teams are now banning out both Slark and Monkey, we are going to see him return to the at least a couple more traditional heroes.
I mean, if you're Falcons, it's sometimes a bit annoying to pick your 5 into clock. Like a lot of the Pugnas, you don't really want to play into this hero. So Snaking, what is like looking for? Generally, I would say there's a very high chance they would look at Ench. I don't know exactly how this matchup goes at the moment in the meta with Clock against Ench in the lane, but it does fit like what they want to do.
Well, we got a normal hero once again, Snapfire. I feel like we've said it before, this is one of the few series where the bans in terms of crit bans have not been, or support bans with the Pugna potentially as well, have not been very dominant, but we do this game at least see both the Hoodwink and the Chen ban, so maybe the Pugna will still come out in this one as well.
The only problem with it is it's not perfectly answering the Oracle as of yet. Whilst you stun him, yes, it's good damage, but outside of that, if Oracle's free casting his spells, then Snapfire, Mortimer Kisses, it's not really applying too much to the fight, as Oracle will mitigate a lot of it. They do pick up the Enchantress, though, to try and lock down and secure that lane.
I mean, it is nice, at least Oracle early on, it's one of the biggest weaknesses of this hero. It's not a strong laner. If you get dove, or if someone else gets dove, you're not as strong at like TPing around, and in Ench creep, you have nothing to deal with that too. So Falcons, they're playing more for, again, the stack. Help Malrine in the early game, contest a tower, collapse.
The tempo that we see from Falcons, it's reminiscent of the previous game, right? Where the Enchantress will unlock the ability to play the map, and P-Vision, they want to try and mitigate that. They go for the Phoenix. Now you have a clock Phoenix in the off lane. They're going to try and win that lane. You win a lane, you buy yourself another 5-10 minutes to enter that mid game.
Yeah, we've seen Phoenix be very successful.
But as a blind pick Phoenix, normally you see like the carry or some type of core that you know you can't punish. And
I mean, it's even worse. It's a Phoenix into a Snapfire.
That's a very confident pick. Now, Little Shudder is one of the most annoying tools versus Supernova, but if you're an offlane Phoenix, you're not that concerned about it. When you're an offlane Phoenix, you're just getting so much value out of an early Vessel and an early Shiva's Guard where you're doing so much damage based on your spells alone that sometimes Supernova is just an afterthought. And in that regard, it's good versus both Snap and Enchantress. These heroes suffer very heavily versus Sunray and early Vessels.
And people might be calling for an anti-mage right now, but you can't really pick anti-mage to counter a storm because Phoenix in the offlane will absolutely dumpster the anti-mage.
It's also not really like the skater type hero that you want, to put him on. He's generally not the one that's going to call for this. Yeah. I think for them, they're more looking at maybe some type of Weaver. I had a different hero in mind also, because I think here you can look for P-Vision. Right now, they're very magical based. So if you can look for an offlaner that you like, that builds an early pipe, would also be super cool. And at the same time, Falcons, otherwise, the other pick that they could go for is the Skeeter carry, which I can't really place it yet.
Well, there it is again, the Pango. Now, there is flex for both sides. We can see the Sand King in the hands of Amar. We can see the Pango in the hands of Amar.
they can just pick and choose whichever one they want.
We're asking for ways to provide vision for the Sand King for the jump to get to the Oracle. Again, lacking in game 1, Pangolier is one of the best heroes at providing vision. You just roll throughout the fight. There's no Beastmaster Roar. Sure, there's like a hook shot and cogs that might be able to, punish the Roar a bit, but yeah, Oracle, if his positioning isn't perfect, there will be plenty of heroes finding him in these fights.
Okay, because P-Vision, I mentioned it before, they are fully magical based. You should be looking for a hero that gives you like this static damage into the fight, like protect the egg. You have like this Oracle 2 that's gonna buff you up, allow you to stay alive. So Satanic has ultimate last pick of the game, so he will be able to decide then. So before it's on Falcons to decide what they're looking for.
Surviving the lane could just be enough, right? Going for like an Abaddon carry for Falcons, you can dispel the Fire Spirits, you chill, eventually you can go Orchid down the line to punish the Storm Spirit. As long as you don't feed to the Phoenix and provide tempo through the Clock and Phoenix, the game will be very playable for Falcons.
I think it's important that P-Vision's carry pick is also fine left alone on the lane. You know, the Kunkka style of hero, where if your supports leave you, you'll be okay, because the way that they beat Falcon's strategy of farm triangle and get that lane down in the laner was running around the mid lane.
Tu som dal pekne neruške napapať, takže teraz je čas, aby som sa tu s vami usadil a ideme sa pozrieť. Malrínovci, teda to celkovo proste tuto ako Falconi majú svoj domáci draft. Satanik sa tam usmieva, ale čo by chcel chlapec hrať? Za mňa, akože dobré, DM s tým Fénixom môže byť zbraň, teraz je otázka vybrať hrdinu pre Olivera. Není tam Nyx, není tam Beaver, není tam Abaddon. Čo ide brať Oliver? Je tam zase ten Dragon Knight, ktorý ale není úplne dokonalý matchup, ale není zase tak hrozný. Potrebujú skôr možno damage od Olivera teraz. Je tam ten troll, povedzme, ale to nechceš proti tomu Oraclovi úplne hrať. Sven? Sven je podľa mňa ideál. To bude Oliver Sven. Satanik ide Girošku. OK, toto je komfort. A počkaj, to je Giroška pre Olivera, aha, jo, no, tak to je úplne krásne. Je to také, že ten Fénix je... Počkať, ale Jagger... Veľmi dobrý pick od Satanika na last pick. Easy carry matchup proti Giroške. Oliver má síce svoju domácu zónu. Už vidíme fanúšikov tiež. Ale ladies and gentlemen, Falconovci majú síce svoj úplne domáci draft. A ten carry-to-carry matchup by mohol mať Satanik o niečo krajší. Dukalis bude túto hru mať podľa mňa trochu problém s prežívaním. Ale mohli by mať Falconovci mid-game damage issues. Dosť je podstatné, ako bude vychádzať DM-ovi ten offlane Phoenix spolu s 9-classovým klokom. 9-classov vidíme na klasickom panáčkovi, čo je celku také akoby... Well... shaky. Jo, naopak som to povedal. Ono totiž tá animačka tej Giro prišla z druhej strany. Jo, jak tam vždycky je tá animačka, tak rozumieš. Som sa nechal zmiasť. Osobne si myslím, že toto by mohlo byť veľmi close. Toto by malo byť veľmi close. Veľmi close drafty. Carry to carry matchup má možno Satanik lepší na late game, ale za mňa ako toto majú Falconi extrémne pekne, minimálne komfortné. Poďme sa ale presunúť tuto, kde už budeme mať pekne zatiaľ záber na Novaniča. Tu nás čaká predsa ale game free. Pozrieme sa, čo tu akoby máme. Ghost Skitter! Je to opravené! Pán to opravil! Už tam je iba jednotné! Well played! Češko! Krásna práca, on to opravil, on tu je s nami! Let's go! Nazdar, brácho! Pekná práca, pekne opravené. Budeme mať rozhovor, chat. Tieto dve koučovské, goliátovské zbrane.
Oh, I got more than a steenie, my friend. We are here with two of the greatest minds in Dota 2, and one of them will be going to the grand finals after this game. Now, before we began, we talked together, and both of you agreed, 0 Helm of the Dominators this game. Now, you said you'd do it. Shake hands and promise. The first team to buy a helm, everyone will boo them. Shake hands and make do on the promise. No helms. No helms. Yes!
Žádné dominátorky, kurva!
Now, you guys, by the way, favorite team at the International.
Fuck
you guys
them.
absolutely dumpstered Team Falcons in the first game. Made them look like foul clowns. And you're coming out again and a very aggressive Phoenix pick into that team. How confident are you?
Every team's banning the hero for one reason, and they're gonna find their reason.
Okay, there we go. Owie 2000, my favorite team in the world at this international, Team Falcons. You made them look like absolute clowns in game 2. But in this game, will we be seeing the same result?
I hope so.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you so much. Let's get that handshake.
Owie.
Somebody's got to go to the finals. Gentlemen, put it in. Let's get this game started. It's time to go to game 3.
Oh yes, Bold Head už nás tam pošle. Tu vidíme ten nádherný crowd. Ale tu sa pozrieme na Mineclausa, ktorý je možno na normálnom hrdinovi, ale normálne je Fisher, First Blood, Maureen na jeho Sand Kingovi. Toto je kurva zbraň. A Falconi to budú využívať od začiatku, tentokrát to bude First Blood pre nich. Tentokrát to nebudú žiadne 4 bountyruny na jednej stranu tu. Falconi hrajú Dotu. Aui to povedal sám. Prvá hra bola na to, že prehrali akoby fight do bountyruny, akoby 4. Hotovo, 20 vymalováno. Win in enemy book. Uvidíme, čo No One ale narobí tuto s Maureenovským Sand Kingom. Hlavne s tým First Bloodom, on zrazu má na ceste už akoby celú pekne tú botlane z Insta. No One si na to bude musieť ešte zarobiť. Satanic na Jaggerovi. Nám tu ide ale rozšíriť trošku jeho hero pool. A nájsť ako Jaggera, ktorý je podľa mňa dobrý counter na Giro a zároveň dobrý counter na Pangolíra. Proti celému tomu line-upu ten Omnislash môže byť úplne brutálny. Ja tam Satanic má fakt ako potenciál tu s jedným Omnislashom rozsekať všetko, čo len pôjde. Skôr to bude o tom, či ho nechajú sa dostať do tejto tu fáze. Za prdolom mu vždycky bude stáť predsa len Dukalis, aby mu tam s tým Oraklom akoby poriadne pomáhal. Zrovna s tým Jaggerom by táto linka mohla byť trochu nebezpečná. Tým, že tam nakoniec Falconi urobili mierny lane switch a nechali tam tú Girošku na vrchu. Normálne akoby pre Skittera, ale nebude tam laneiť so sneakingom. Ale nakoniec tie Ench creepy bude využívať dole proti Satanicovi. OK. Ja, vidíme, akoby, čo je ten hlavný reason. Podľa mňa je to hlavne damáž a akoby z diaľky od Kerita. Tam bude možno trošku ako lepšia záležitosť hlavne proti tomu Klokovi. Jo, vždycky tam bude kúky, aby sa tam keď tak dostali z nejakých nepríjemných kogov. Jo, myslím si, že Oliver by na tejto linke ale mal mať podľa mňa celku fríčko, to stabilná Giro. Jo, je taká tá klasika. Nineclass medzi tým zase príde odťahovať waveu, Rangeáka teda nechal prejsť, má tam vyblokovaný ten camp, takže no, nemusí sa ani zastavovať. Medzi tým tu sneakinga pôjde ale vyháňať Satanic, no, tu je možno setup s točením, jo, healeček sneakingovi ale doplní HPček celku do styku ešte ušetril. A ja mám taký ten pocit, že tu sneaking ide v pohode preč. Toto je presne preto, už sa smeje na tej kamere, haha, toto je Ench gameplay, baby. Pop heal. Ten shit. Na mide už si tu No One teda pekne bude mať aspoň chvíľku výhodu, pretože tam bude mať tú svoju centrinu, bude ho vidieť aj do toho Sandstormu keď tak. Čo sa týka Malorina zatiaľ s 10 creepami proti 12, žiadny shutdown sa tu od No One nekoná. Potom, čo tam Malorin má predsa len ešte ten First Blood túto hru, ako si myslím, že to možno bude celku rýchla blinka a na nezastaviteľnom Malorinovskom Sandovi. Toto uvidíme, ako zastaví Mr. No One, veterán, ktorý predsa len na tom Stormovi hral Dotu ešte mnohí z vás. Nemali deti a teraz už majú. Teraz ale uvidíme, či akoby takéto štatistiky sa teda budú akoby tuto možno trošku meniť, pretože minimálne tuto v našich slovenských a českých končinách, ak budeme mať grand finalistu v podobe Skittera, tak sa možno dneska akoby pôrodnosť bude podľa mňa o dosť zvyšovať z toho nadšenia, z tej žilnatosti, ktorá môže prísť. Každopádne túto hru si myslím, že by to nemal byť stomp ani na jednu, ani na druhú stranu. Podľa toho draftu si myslím, že to je akoby fakt ako celku 50-50 o tom, komu výjdu moves. Nineclass zatiaľ ale bude musieť tuto iba hľadať veci, kryt ho tu ale roztrá, Vaypool. Toto je ten dôvod, prečo tam tú snapu nahodili. Nič tam ten klok neurobí, nepoodťahuje nič. Ten offlaneový Fénix má byť od DM a samozrejme nejaká poriadna zbraň. Zatiaľ na tých 10 creepoch je tam rád, že je rád, jednu waveu alebo dve tam mal odtiahnuté. Teraz už tými dvojkovými Fire Spiritmi tam teda proti Oliverovi bude trochu problém, že si bude musieť možno nosiť trochu viac regenu. Nine Class bude teraz pripraviť nepríjemne kryta, ten si ale odkráča úplne Stone Cold. Druhý kok ho tam trafil dobre. Zatiaľ ale jednotkové koky úplne za toho tu zas tak moc neškrapkajú. Sneaking už si medzi tým zoberie jedného Bogleta na tú malú peknú bublinku. Bonusovú bariéru. 4-minútová bounty runa, už si to pekne Sneaking postrážil. Goldy sú podstatné a momentálne ich po 4 minútach zatiaľ Falconi držia na svojej strane. Boglet už ide pekne otravovať Dukalisa. Chce akurát stekovať, ale teda pulovať, počkať tu je, ale kryt problémov, Oliver to pôjde skúsiť ešte otočiť do tej druhej strany, tu bude ešte dive, aby sa DM odtiaľ dostal. Obidvom ale ostalo 1 HP, krytovi takisto. Nine Class tam akoby z diaľky môže skúsiť ešte nejaké tie snajpy, možno za moment, tu sa ale pôjde hrať o Salvenzi bite. Pekne si Creepagrom, teraz akurát Oliver si tu tam pritiahol trošičku bližšie, aby mu to veža úplne nezabíjala. Oliver ale bude pekne Kukino pripravený, oni vedia, že DM nemá time. Nazdar, pane Fénix! Prišiel si moc blízko. Slovák to vyčmuchal. Chlapek si spí Vision, zase 3-0 začínajú dostávať celku mini náklad. Kret tu medzi tým pôjde zase followovať akurát Nine Classa tu dozadu. Tam hlavne Maureen mu teoreticky môže prísť naproti, keby sa mu chcelo z toho midu. On nemá očividne ale na to dosť času. Pekný body block od Krita, tu akoby získa aspoň nejaký čas. Otázka je, či Oliver to tam bude schopný akoby teraz orvať. Tam nakoniec tie creepy si pekne prebere DM. Krit medzi tým, ale tam ako neviem, myslím, že o tej jednej varde, alebo možno vie, ale ešte ju nenašiel. Oliver medzi tým pôjde teda DM a vyhnať, aby to tam nemal úplne jednoduchú túto cestu naspäť. Kuríra teraz ale snipne Nine Class, dobre. To bol celý Falcon Blade dokončený a tie tangá navíc. Teraz tam budú minuty, kde bude musieť kryť možno nejakým tým regenom ako podržať Olivera. No vidíme, čo na tej gyroške to teda bude. Vyzerá, že Sneaking sa pôjde pred 6 minútou už pekne blížiť smerom na mid. Na druhej strane je tam teda ešte ten kloček, ktorý tam pôjde urobiť stagík navíc. No ale uvidíme, či No One so 6 bude už ten, ktorý si to tu zabezpečí. Invis stihol kliknúť pekne. Maureen načasoval ten stun, ale bolo to o niečo too late. Bohužiaľ, tentokrát to teda nebolo kalkulatívne úplne dokonalé. Pekný deny od Creepa túto Sneakingom. Podvežou obidva tie Creepy mu denial Sneaking. Krásna práca. Na Jaggerovi predsa len ako satanika uhlasitovať je väčšinou challenge. Teraz sa tu ale zase Amarovi darí. 35-32. Veľmi dobrý laning od Falconov, tým, že tam lane switchli tých supportov. Toto pre nich není žiadny veľký problém. A tým, že je tam ešte na normálnom hrdinovi, tuto Mr. Nine Class. Maureen si tu zase pôjde samozrejme odťahovať nejakú tú waveu ešte k polu neutrálom. Nebude to farmiť len samo o sebe. Otázka, či príde pokus na Olivera. Už je tu. Defenzívna Cookie prišla dobre. Oliver ešte zo stykov, ale tu bude mať stále problém. Predajvuje ho aj tak DM. Toto taká gyroška nemôže úplne prežiť, ale trade-off si zoberie aspoň kryt. Maureen tu ale príde ešte možno toto celé otočiť, vedia, že tam divíček nebude na DM-ovi, No One nemá síce zase tak moc many na rozdávanie, ale so Soul Ringom nebudú mať na neho dosť. Maureen nad tým rozmýšľa, Kryt teraz takisto premýšľa, že tam pôjde po tie XP, počkať, DM zabudol, on nešiel po tie XP! Teraz to pôjde zachrániť Nine Class. S tým klokom by tam mal byť včas Kryt. Teraz už neurobí nič. Toto bude trošku šlamastika. Skúsil urobiť big play. A bolo to tesne. Ale jeden port od Nine Classa prišiel správne. Príde tu ešte aj No One s poslednou manou. Ešte jeden Fire Spirit, ktorá Kryt sa pôjde nechať zabiť o creepy. Tesne, bohužel. Nestihol to hitnúť. Do toho teda XP zabezpečené a bude ich mať dokonca No One, takže zrazu to ako nedostal ani ten kločík, možno to není úplne ideál. Dukalisovi tam dingne teda tá štvorka, ale na klokoviky bude hookshot. Kľudci budú musieť zase čakať ako minule na tú Stampede tentokrát. Tu fakt ako stačí proti Nine Classovi, očividne proste pre Falconov. Stačí zabadovať Slarka a Monkey Kinga a zas tak moc to tu nie je zatiaľ cítiť. Ten jeden ako snipnutý Kurir s Falcon Bladeou možno je nepríjemný. On by mal viac HPčiek, aby ho tam akoby potom možno nezabili práve v tom ďalšom pokuse. Teraz mu to tam samozrejme za chvíľku doletí, ale o takéto malé veci, napríklad ten Kurir, má za dôsledok aj toto. Tlačí sa tam momentálne na mide ešte cez tú Enčku, tam chcú vytlačiť toho Storma úplne fuč, En si bude musieť dávať akurát tak výlet domov, supporti to tam pôjdu jakž takž držať. Amar medzi tým, že tu už má pekne level 6, nie že by proti Jaggerovi bol úplne tak nebezpečný, musí si dávať pozor na to, aby tam predsa len Jo, jako nedostal možno nejaký nenápadný omni slash za chvíľku. 6 tam bude za chvíľku doleblená aj na ňom. A mine zatiaľ teda polka veže len tak, len sneakingov creep, k tomu mal Reen. No to je typická zóna Falconov, aby tlačili objektivy čo najskôr. No One by potreboval trochu času, aby tu na Stormovi predsa len ako začalo niečo možno tvoriť. Ja, DM-ovec bude musieť 1v2 na vrchu to akurát zvládať. A vyzerá, že na tom Sandkingovi, teda na DM-ovi, počkaj! DM ale... ne, DM nepočul ten rozhovor od koučov. On tam má nakliknutú dominátorku. On ide porušiť tento gentlemanský kódex. DM! Ty hnusáku! Shame! 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 Toto Falconi musia punishnúť za celý svet. Len za normálne gentlemanské pokolenie tuto DM. Vyzerá, že na to možno ale zaplatí ešte o niečo skôr. Myslím, že mu tam ešte bude letieť celá tá raketa, bude tam mať supernovú, ale kryt tam keď tak ready. Nemá ale nič ďalšie. Dukalis mu tam pekne príde teraz zachrániť prdel, keby náhodou. Každopádne pred 10 minútou sa tu poďme akoby usadiť teda do zóny, ktorá vyhovuje najviac Falconom, ako sa len dá. Typická zóna, 10. minúta, 2000 gold lead, tentokrát No One, ale má znova tú runu, tentokrát sú to hasty. Maorin tu úplne bez many, nebude sa možno v tejto situácie mať ako dostať na ten epicentr, že úplne nemá tam, ale ušetrili všetko a proste No One nemá damage. Nineclass to neurobil reálne nič, hneď potom, že skončili kogy. Tamto Falconi chápali, Skitter prišiel na rotáciu tiež, tu sa budú pohybovať ako jeden unit. A zrazu proste Storm nemá kde získavať pick-offy. Toto je od Falconovcov tá devíza a rovno pôjdu tlačiť. 10-ková katapultová je tu pripravená rovno na mide, že nestíhajú. Nemajú ako vymýšľať úplne celý ten dev. Tentokrát tam nenechali síce prejsť povedzme Chena, ale Sneaking ukazuje druhú zbraň a to je Enčka. Z toho istého brda, junglového typu. Tu fakt ale mal ríneček s tým blindom, presne v tom minulom fajte. On vždycky, jak tam ten Sandstorm ich ako hituje, tak ten Storm misuje hity. Oni tam zrazu nemali damage, ten Storm, keď tam proste 2-3 hity misne. Celý ten jeho burst damage, mana je fuč a je to hotové. Tu sa budú musieť Vision spoliehať zase len na Satanika. Už sa tam buduje pre Falconov 3000-ový gold lead. Myslíme my všetci na to, že tu v našich československých končinách sa môže teraz rozhodnúť o tom, že budeme mať grand finalistu. Pred československý e-sport toto bude zase ale jedna z najväčších záležitostí, ktorá sa tu zase za roky stala. Uvidíme, či na tomto TI ale Falconovci doručia. Netreba tu predsa len hovoriť hop, kým sa nepreskočí. Nineclass potrebuje nutne sa niekde dostať tým expom proste, jo. Tam majú vyblokovaný ten hardcamp, dokonca tu príde hitovať iba s DM-om ten camp. Jo, DM tým, že ale teraz porušil tú gentlemanskú dohodu, urobil tú dominátorku. Jo, mohol robiť túto hru normálne taký ten klasický Spirit Vessel, povedzme, čo by takisto fungovalo veľmi dobre aj proti tej Enčke, proti tej Giroške neskôr, jo, a takisto proste na kľudne toho Sand Kinga. Ale miesto toho, to je porušenie gentlemanskej dohody. Tu si myslím, že by to zaslúžilo minimálne po prstoch a cestu do lower bracketu. Aby tam P-Vision ešte nemuseli úplne mať zohriaté to celé miesto. Proti Číňanom to bolo dominantné. Ale Falconi našli po Game 1 návod. No, tretia runa za sebou, ale pre No One. Najprv to bol Invis, a potom tam mali minulé tie hasty. Teraz je tam double damage. Sneaking, teraz tam nechal pekne vidieť iba toho creepa, videli ho tam, ale P-Vision nemajú tu ale hookshot. Jo, Sneaking by mal, ale na toto aj tak podľa mňa umrieť, tam je síce tá väža. Môžu tam ísť ešte Falconovci prerotovať, ale tu podľa mňa Mr. Sneaking to nemôže prežiť dvojkovým healom, to mi nehovorte. Dobrý. Ešte že P-Vision zoberú tretí kill, Maurinovci ale vidia Satanika, toto je kombo! Chlapec sa ešte stihol teda vytočiť, hodí si tam nejakú tú healing bardu, ale tá je mu govnú, tá môže healovať tak jeho maminu doma a tá bude fandiť, ale well. Tu si pekne Falconi zobrali oveľa krajší kill, Sneaking na toto zaplatí životom každý jeden deň, kľudne 1000-krát. Za enemy carry, za tú krásnu deep vardu. Vedeli, že tam Satanic farming dofarmuje nejaké tie Battlefúra. Jugger punishnutý. Toto sú proste Falconi in nutshell. Toto je fakt záležitosť. Nie, si myslím, že tu jako budú mať možno P-Vision, ale problém sa do tohoto tempa dostať. Oni majú predsa len teraz ako celú tempo line-up, väčšinou to je s nejakým Spirit Vesslom, Stormom rýchlym, Klokom povedzme. Medzi tým tu Storm ale pôjde pomôcť nám, Dukalis tam medzi tým hantený. Pekne prerušený, aspoň ten rolling Thunder Amar to bude musieť ale najprv defenzívne. Jo, tie Fire Spirity ho tam budú ale ešte páliť po ceste. On si aj tak pôjde do bezpečia vyportiť, za chvíľku ho tam zasekol Kogmi, Mr. Nine Glass, ale bude to len na efekt. Bude to len na malú vzpruhu. Ale pekne si Amar odportí do bezpečia. Nič sa tu nedarí, P-Vision úplne podľa predstav. Tomu Jaggerovi tam tvorili celku free space. Jeho Satanáš za 200 goldov bude mať to Battle Fury aj tak 14. Takže tá smrť nespomalila mu to teda zás tak moc. Pekne mu tu ale Malrin ide dokonca farmiť tie jeho kempy. Jo, nielen, že tam má samozrejme pripravenú pekne dávno tú blinku. Jo, P-Vision si musia všade dávať pozor. To hlavne není úplne ako Vision teraz momentálne nejaký deep, čo väčšinou P-Visionovci majú. Aby tu mohli ísť nájsť povedzme tú Giro. Tu môžu iba odhadnúť, že sa tu niekde Oliver bude nachádzať. Jo, Oliver sa tu medzi tým schováva už pekne s malými krytmi, Falcon Bladeom, jeho enchantmentom a tak spédového typu. Hlavne tuto s 5000 goldidom je to celku klídeček pre Falconov. Nechali im P-Vision proste tú svoju domácu zónu a hlavne sa tu podľa mňa ukazuje, že sú proste P-Vision trošku ako nie úplne one trick pony, ale budú musieť ukázať aj zbranie trošku z iných sfér, pretože zatiaľ ako všetkým je jasné, že tu dokážu zničiť, keď majú Slarka alebo Monkey Kinga na pozícii 4, že potom ten map play sa hrá úplne ináč, že potom proste aj nejaké tie deepwardy, všetko možné tam dokážu prichystať lepšie. Ale zrazu, keď tam je nejaký celkom basic hrdina, tak to bude o dosť ťažšie. Dukalis bude medzi tým ešte hantený, za 10 sekúnd by mal chlapec účko, ale ne. Tu si ho pekne Falconovci dohantia. Amar the Falker. Pôjde pekne posilniť 7 kilom Falconovský lead. 5000 goldov tam svieti Satanáš. Pekne z Healing Bardov už pôjde teda pofarmiť nejaký ten jeho prvý Ancient stečík navíc. Chcel by tam samozrejme Mantu, chcel by tam Magáč. Taký ten najviac basic build by som povedal teda na Jaggerovi. Ale podľa mňa je ten najviac funkčný. Jo, do toho tu ale P-Vision fakt ako toho Jaggera nemôžu ani do tej hry ešte zapojiť, ani keď tam má to Battle Fury a ničo nemá. Na rozdiel od tej Giro, ktorá tam kľudne môže ísť rozdať nejaký cooldown, flakanon, veci do toho fightu. Jo, má tam preto len ten team strong as fuck. A aj keď tu bude samozrejme race, kým si tu Oliver ako dostáva nejaký celý Agáč, tam zrazu potom bude ten Aghanim na Giro, Aghanim na Sand Kingovi, po prípade Aghanim na Amarovi. A ako reálne s tým triom Aghanimov sú proste Falconovci celku online. Ako 9 class, konečne tu bude mať teraz potenciál možno tu ako tvoriť niečo hookshotmi, jo. Dole ale zase proste medzi tým split pushuje Sneaking s tým Dark Troll Summonerom. Tá Dominátorka to ani možno nezastaví, Amar medzi tým tu ide hantiť Satanika. Nakoniec si vybere rovno Dukalisa miesto toho. Nenechajú ani hodiť to účko, burst damage. Nedostatoční Falconi štýlujú na ceste do Grand Finals. Tu pôjdu vyškoliť. No ale prichádza fight takisto aj od P-Vision práve do Amara. Napríklad celá tá otočka, jedna defenzívna Kuky mu podľa mňa teraz úplne nepomôže. Tam ale neprišiel ten Omnislash, tam není nič podobné. Tam Satanáš to nedá, ale pri tej supernove by to mohlo boleť. Amar ale stále bude žiť, Staking ho bude držať pri živote kryt a Amar to utankovali celé. Satanik, ktorý si neskillol ešte ten, on si iba neskillol ten Omnislash. On nie, že ho nemá na cooldowne, on si ho ešte nezobral. On teraz mohli mať podľa mňa easy kill na Amara, ale miesto toho majú hovno. Jeden greedy point si tam proste nedal do Omnislashu do 16. minúty. Tu ako reálne porušenie gentlemanskej dohody, nezobranie si Omnislashu tuto do 16. P-Vision si zaslúžia ten lower bracket. Takto by nemal vyzerať úplne polished team na ceste do Grand Finals. Zrazu, keď tu nemajú pekne krásne svojho Slarka Monkey Kinga. Udali možno teraz ale Falconovci nápad úplne celému svetu, úplne jo? Stačia tieto dve veci preč. P-Vision musia hrať niečo iné. A v tom absolútne nie sú zas tak doma. Aspoň takýto vibe z tohoto zatiaľ ako z tejto série pekne krásne ide. Falconovci sa ale teda pomalými krokmi pekne približujú bližšie a bližšie ku Grand Finals. Tu na TI 2025. Ojoj, teraz si skillol Omnislash. Je ona samozrejme na 11, aby mal na 12 dvojkový. Ono to je ako value, ktoré chápeme. Ale proste... tu fakt reálne mohli mať proste zabitého Amara, ten fight mohol vyzerať úplne ináč. A P-Vision mohli mať ako trochu stabilitu. Teraz ale to bolo proste za mňa tu greedy to nezobrať. Tam jeden ten point v nejakej pasivečke alebo niečo podobno by tu fakt ako nenahradil toto celé. Alebo vyššia healing varda. Jo, tu fakt jako nielen, že nebudujú chlapci žiadne galvanize stacky, mali tam predtým aspoň rund control, počkať, počujem ale hookshot, práve 9 class bude ten vyvolený, našiel tam kryta, ale ten zrovna môže nielen uskočiť, ale dokonca pôjde od tak bez problémov. Amar sa ide dokonca na pána otočiť do nich, ten sa nebojí ničoho. Amar tento rok je proste hladný a na večeru si dá nielen 9 classa, ale vychutná si ho takto pekne pomaly, like a little shit. To je podľa mňa ale brutál message touto hrou. Falconovci tu ako ukazujú, že keď tu bude sa hrať nejaký štandard, keď tu P-Vision zrazu akoby normálne ten feeling vyzerá, že tie posledné dve hry sú ako o krok napred, o krok pozadu, ale reálne na druhu. Pre 19 minútov fakt ako to nepôjde zastaviť len tak, ten 10 000 gold lead je normálne nechutnosť. Falconovci sa môžu ale medzi tým ako ďalej presúvať, my všetci vieme, že oni sú objective-based gamers, ale nájdu si ešte toho Storma, Stunlock dokonalý layering jak za mladá a easy peasy. Falconovci berú ďalšiu záležitosť tomu. Satanek sa tam medzi tým myslím, že ukázal práve, ako tam zobral toho Watchera. Už si bude musieť momentálne zmeniť akurát tú jeho pozíciu. No na Giroške medzi tým máme dokončený úplne celý Aganim, tu pre tou 19 minútou majú reálne Falconovci úplne všetko, čo by len chceli. Jo, tá dominátorka tam podľa mňa iba spomalila ten Spirit Vessel into Shiva timing, ktorý už teraz by DM teoreticky mohol tak nejak sa k nemu možno približovať ako za chvíľku. Ale podľa mňa tá dominátorka reálne nielen, že tu porušila tú gentlemanskú dohodu a že to je na shame on him. Ale tuto fakt ako celkovo si myslím, že P-Vision toto nepochopili správne. Jo, si myslím, že Falconi už majú ich číslo. Zase tam Sneaking pôjde depušovať iba nenápadne s tou Enčkou. Tu ale Falconovci idú pekne pred 20 minútou, možno ešte po ďalší pick-up. Amar nakoniec nájde iba nenápadne No-One. Tentokrát je schopný síce ako odskočiť, ale iba s tou Kajou a Sage. Minule si už vyskúšal, že ho tam proste stunlocknú a rozpleskajú Vejpool. Falconovci už sú tu ale všetci nachystaní práve na čo iné ako na Objective. Takto ich poznáme, Objective Takers. Túto hru ale aj s tými 12 km tu podľa mňa celku doručujú. A tu pôjdu pekne v štvorici. Zobrať momentálne toho Tormentera, chvíľku to podľa mňa potrvá, ale myslím, že by to nemal byť zas tak veľký problém. Sneaking bude mať teraz tú free shardu veľmi rád. Raketka tu teda od 9 klasa mala prísť ako možno nejaký next level play. Jo, Manabota medzi tým teda dokončená až teraz na Dukalisovi, ten má aspoň ten GPM enchantment. Jo, nachystal tam teraz takúto nenápadnú vardu. Tá varda je tam ale rovno pod tou centrinou. Dokonale tam Falconi už predtým mali nachystaný ten Vision. P-Vision tu zase nebudú nič vidieť. A jedinú tú Deep Wardu majú momentálne za tým midom. Tam Satanek pušuje teraz tier jednotku. Tu sa ale bude hrať o 21-kovú Wisdom Shrine. Jo, ten mid si tam môže kluci síce vytradovať. Tam si to Falconovci ale udržia kľudne glyfom, len aby to zdržali. Tých pár sekúnd navíc je teraz podstatných, pretože proste tu ako Sneaking nielenže zobere tie XP, ale tu ako tá väža by mala spadnúť. Aj keď Malrin sa ešte pôjde postarať o to, aby tu pekne krásne možno prišiel aspoň ten deny. Easy peasy. Žiadne goldy pre Team P-Vision, alebo teda aspoň menej. No samozrejme s tým jeho náskokom za Ganimu tuto 21. tam rozpleská hocikoho. Jo, ešte k tomu jako DM na tom Fénixovi, nielen, že sa ďaleko v tej hre nie je ani cítiť. Tam proste vždycky si musí túto hru dávať extrémny pozor, kde je kryt. Pretože jakmile je tam ten Lil Shredder na cooldowne od kryta a je v pozícii, on tam nemôže tú supernovu len tak ako niekde vyhodiť, pretože to proste tá Snapfireová roztrhá sama. No ale idú zase Falconovci na nejaký poriadny výlet. Hľadajú niekde smerom dole. Jediný, ktorý je tam vidieť, je zatiaľ akurát Skitter na linke. No-One čaká akurát v lesíku a rozmýšľa sa, čo tu pôjde robiť. Sneaking tu ide momentálne skúsiť poskautiť, zbaví sa do toho Watchera, do toho si No-One nemôže dovolovať, on sa chce iba schovávať, ale medzi tým Falconi už sú smerom na mid. Počkať, ne, oni idú rovno po Roshana. Objective-based gamers, klasicky. Jo, Shieldronu tam teraz 9 class chce ušetriť, nakoniec to teda pre istotu pôjde zobrať. Jo, približuje sa tam predsa len Maurin, ten ale pôjde vypnúť celú tú midovú waveu a tu absolútne podľa mňa ani P-Vision netušia, že sa tu ten rož deje. Jo, chvíľku to tu bude trvať, Sneaking ale na tom leveli 12, 22. to tu tankuje úplne celé ten Roshan, tam dá za celú tú dobu možno tak 4 hity tým minusovým attack speedom. Otázka je, či Oliverovi teraz dajú akoby ten Aegis na tej Kiro, čo dáva podľa mňa zmysel. Mohli by to samozrejme kľudne nahodiť Maurinovi alebo Amarovi, ale myslím, že Skitter je teraz ten správny target. Jo, Satanik medzi tým už teda po tej mante, BF-ku. Nakoniec zmenil ten build na instantne Aganim hneď potom, ale chce urobiť ešte Butterfly. Mohlo túto hru zrovna ten Butterfly je akoby pre Jaggera samozrejme akoby dobrý aj damage item proti tej Giroške, ale neviem, či to je úplne ten najnutnejší choice. Jo, jako co týka hypercarry potenciálu, mu to akoby samozrejme niečo dá, ale príde mi, že tie menšie Swift Slash by tam mohli mať impactu trochu viac. Uvidíme, ale či to bude teda ten správny choice. Oliver medzi tým teda bude mať 4,5 minúty, pekne slovenský princový Aegis načechraný. Oliver hlavne bude mať za prdelu teraz sneakinga, pekne si tam ešte slalomu sa vyhýba tomu minusovému attack speedu. P-Vision sa na toto môžu len dívať. Nemôžu do toho absolútne nabehnúť, jo. Medzi tým tam ešte Amar na vrchu farmí proste lesík. Tu ani nie sú proste Falconovci úplne všetci. Tu vyzerá, že Dukalis to bude kontrolovať, aby Satanik mohol farmiť. Bude ho doslova babysitovať, keby mu náhodou tu možno niekto naskočil na Gebulu teraz, ale obidvaja budú vidieť pod Visionom. Aj. Maori na Kretu už idú hantiť. Toto môže byť ale veľký find. No, smokom sa tu nakoniec ale pár Visionovci schovajú. Tu Healing Wardu je ale vidieť. Tá Healing Warda to prezradí. Tá Healing Warda! Táto prezradí možno úplne celé. Raketka tam medzi tým priletela, nevidia tam ako zatiaľ úplne od Falconovcov nikoho. Defenzívny blink tu príde od Maorina, a tu Oliver nakoniec Satanika nájde. Je otázka, či ho tu teraz ako môžu nejak nájsť. Tým Aegisom by sa Oliverovi samozrejme fajtiť chcelo. Sneaking nakoniec tu síce prišiel. Medzi tým tu bude vychytaný síce Mr. Storm, ale ten stihne pekne vyportiť v Prdelkoviciach. Nakoniec toho bude teda zbytočný Rolling Thunder pre mistra Pangolíra marovského typu. No ale keď sa potrebuje na celkovo ako 13 000 gold lead, toto je úplne plne pod kontrolou týmu Falcons. Jo, P-Vision hlavne ani nemajú úplne comeback draft, takže dobre, ten Jagger má povedzme akoby fakt ako late game potenciál, aby to fakt ako rozsekal aj proti tej Giro a tá ani nemá úplne itemizačne, ako sa dostať niečomu inému. Môže tam ale prísť iba nejaký nenápadný Lotus Orb na vrátenie jedného Omnislashu a hra môže byť v Prdelkoviciach tiež. Dukalis tu ale teraz bol vidieť pod Vardou, bude sa snažiť tu schovať a pekne odísť, on odíde! Hýbal tam nejaký stúník. Čestne o jeden hit od Olivera. To úplne nevíde. Máme tam ale na Giroške medzi tým pripravené úplne celé 9-sekundové PK, bo je tu čas, aby Falconi podľa mňa mohli ísť kľudne skúsiť high ground. Satanek by sa tu momentálne chcel postarať iba o tú samotnú Bejvu spolu s raketkami. Z diaľky sa o to pôjdu starať tu, ale možno príde Standout Jagger. Dostáva save. Dukalis to udržal pri živote, ale Satanek nakoniec teraz poznal, že tam stačí jedna raketka, do ktorej nechcel dávať točenie casually. No ne, potom príde follow-up. Falconovci sú ready všetko toto využívať. A teraz už tu nebude Dukalisové účko, teraz už tam nemajú koho saveovať. Tuto Falconovci to majú podľa mňa ale nachystané dobre. Jo, nielen, že sú na high grounde. Po 9 class asi tam rovno príde Amar. Kogi ale teraz dobre využil, aby sa dokonca dostal preč. A tu príde snajpovať. Mortimersky si správe kryt. Na chvíľku pomôže ten Fate Zidik na to, aby tam nedostával 9 class úplne ten magicový damáž. No, nás tam dobre Dukalis podržal dvojicu. High groundový push zatiaľ. No, bude teda pekne krásne, pomalinky zdržaný. Eagle Song tam medzi tým teda Satanikovi pristal, čo ako Butterfly bude síce upgrade, ale za mňa potom ako s tým Butterflyom je tam presne ten moment, že on musí v tom Omnislashi to rozsekať celé. Jo, a jakmile tam príde jeden Lotus Orb, možno nejaká neskoršia linkena teoreticky, alebo niečo podobné, čo od Amara podľa mňa ten Lotus tam bude chcieť dať a bude chcieť vychytať ten timing, aby obrátil ten Omnislash, aby sa tam skákalo len tak v nicotné nič. A pak ako po 26. P-Vision, aj keď si tu dávajú smoke, chcú prekvapiť. Minútu 10 teraz ale nabiehať do fightu, keď tam majú kluci Aegis. Nájdu ale možno tých dvoch supportov. Toto je možno opportunity, aspoň Kerita sa konečne zbaviť. Sklimmer si tam získal trochu času, ale P-Vision budú mať opener. Tu ale pôjde Amar rovno fighty do nich. Omnislash by mohol byť ale problém. A Satanik našiel ten Omnislash. Po 26. minúte to trvalo. Píše nám chlapec easy. Ale pomohlo mu teraz aj to RNG, ktoré tu stojí pri týme P-Vision. Malilinké ukludnenie teda tu prichádza. Jo, prišli teraz prekvapiť reálne nepripravených Falconovcov. A nakoniec si z toho dokonca zobrali 2 killy. Mohol to byť iba kill na supporta. Jo, ten syndrom pomáhania od Amara nakoniec nebol úplne na mieste. A nakoniec mohol teda odísť hneď. Každopádne tu bude Dukalis snajpnutý. A jedna spodná Varda. Satanika sa budeme teraz úplne nedohľadá. Ten hlavne má z toho killu pripravený celý ten Butterfly, podľa mňa. Takže ako jo, ten carry potenciál toho Jaggera, tá sila toho Omnislashu, tá bude exponenciálne vyrastať. Ale well. Jo, ako jakmile sa dostane k Aganimu, tak si ako myslím, že Satanik môže byť fakt beast. Jo, ešte možno ako level 25 by sa mu pozdával. Teraz tu ale pekne. Otázka, či nebude niekde vychytaný. S tým Butterflyom má predsa len iba 1500 HP. On je fakt Glass Cannon Jugger, ktorý v Omnislashi rozseká hocičo. Ale inak je to fakt ako 1500 HPčkový Jugger. Jo, medzi tým tu bude mať dokonca Oliver akoby túto hru za liter celý satanáš. By mohlo pomôcť, aj keď proti tomu Omnislashu to možno úplne zase tak ako efektívne nebude, keď niekto nebude môcť hitovať niekoho iného, popri tom, aby sa tam aspoň lifestealoval. Uvidíme, či tu Satanik ale dokáže ešte podržať late game. Jo, Falconovci predsa len ako tam budú v late game, ale podľa mňa stále doma. Jo, ten carry to carry matcha môže byť ako jedna vec, ale tam ako Sand King na Malrínovi je väčšinou poistka, nielen hry, ale hlavne late gameu, ako sa dostane nejakým tým refresherom, jo, level 18 na trojkový epicenter, potom level 20, aby to bolo širšie, potom level 25, aby tých plusov bolo viac, no to ešte refresher, aby to bolo pekne dvakrát, tu ako je to jasné. 9 class možno teraz ale na výlete tu bude nájdený. Falconovci nakoniec si tu teda budú môcť vyfarmiť aspoň zo pár kogov, keď už nič. Amar medzi tým tu teda vyfarmí tú waveu aj tak, dokonca už kúpil aj Basher Amar. Nešiel tentokrát úplne taký ten utility Lotusor, povedzme. By mohol fungovať dobre. Miesto toho si tu ale musia teda nájsť P-Vision, teraz miesto na mape je Pick of Him, tým povedzme trochu vyšli. Gold je ale stále 11 000. Smokom hlavne Falconi už idú hľadať moves. Jo, tam preskočil Amar totiž ten Aghanim, on kúpil skôr Shardu a skôr tam akoby reálne kúpil proste ten Basher, aby tam mali reálne aj možno do Jack spinu, akoby prerušenie nejakého TP. To je tiež ďalší faktor. Maorin teraz ale v tom smoku nájde opener, nakoniec ale vyblinkoval iným smerom. Vyblinkoval tam ako smerom navrch, nevedel, či to možno nečaká ako samozrejme celý tým. Medzi tým ale toto nevyšlo a pôjdu instantne kľúci do porti dole. Tam sa ukázal predsa len Satanik. Mu stojí za prdelou Dukalis, ale práve ten by mohol byť teraz možno nejaký podstatný target skenom. Si to teraz vyskenovali, Falconovci dobre vedia, že tu Satanik farmy. Maorin ho pôjde nachystať. Stuník teda akoby pekne Satanik ešte vyžrali jakž takž. Amarelo tu príde rovno s Rolling Thunderom. Dukalis bude musieť ukázať nejakú poriadnu záchranu, možno ten Omnislash, ale dokáže rozsekať Amara. Nakoniec si to tam pôjdu šernúť. OK, s Ghostceptrom Amar nakoniec bude žiť, nakoniec to vyšerali dokonale. Satanik bude mať si to teraz pekne ešte zachránený život, ale tým, že si to vyšerovali, problémok bude práve No One, ktorý tu komitne. Amara to chce ešte doraziť zadu, ten ešte cez ten Lotus chce prežiť, neprežije. Maorin ale medzi tým bude mať zabitého práve Dukalis a záchrany sa nebudú konať. Tu ale Ninecross prichádza za veľmi dobré koky na dvoch. Satanik bude môcť chvíľku možno mlátiť, ne, nakoniec tam nechce ísť ďalej. No One už predsa len nemá manu, aby tu úplne možno pracoval tu ďalej. A Oliverik teda pekne vyženie preč. Kill Pangas a kill Dukalisa je dobrý. Tu ale to bolo kurva close, to bolo jeden hit toho Omnislashu. Tu tam proste reálne vykapal Amar hneď. Tento deep dive. Dukalisové savey začínajú to celé pekne rúbať. Jo, pre Satanika hlavne tá cesta k tomu Aganimu podľa mňa už nebude tak dlhá. No One rovno využil hlavne to jeho čerstvé PK, alebo tiež na DM-ovi predsa len prišla tá celá jeho záležitosť v podobe Shivy o dosť neskôr. Uvidíme, aký veľký impact to bude mať. Bude to znižovať ale healing aj z toho Sataniku navíc, tej enčky k tomu. To môže mať svoj impact. Postrážili si tu ale Falconovci čo? Objective. Jo, samozrejme, že si tam teraz vyfarmili akurát Tormentra a majú pre Malrina Shard. Jo, Kretzi už ten dostal sám, Sneaking to dostal a teraz tu máme akurát aj bonusový, tam je dabať ešte akoby z toho navíc pre Malrina, niečo, čo by nekupoval, ale je to pekný bonus. On sa potrebuje teraz dostať iba k tomu refresheru, možno nejakému Aeon disku. Ono celkovo ten Ghost Scepter je to najpodstatnejšie. A aj Amar túto hru akoby by mohol ešte teoreticky vyťahnuť možno nejaké nenápadné defenzívy. Jo, Ghost Scepter naklikol potom Aghanime, dobre. Amar už si uvedomuje, že ho asi tam nebude môcť rolovať úplne tak, ako si predstavoval. P-Vision idú ale vyťahnuť smoke teraz v tom istom čase ako enemy team. Roshan tu predsa len už môže byť. Aghanim je tu ale aj pre Satanáša. Raketa tu prišla dozadu, Maorin tu nakoniec pôjde naskočiť, bude mať aj Arcane runu. No on ale bude musieť byť zachránený. Tu príde pekne dozadu síce ten engage. Pravý target je práve Mr. Skitter. Omnislash vyžere sám Sneaking. A teraz otázka, či tu Satanek bude mať niečo na druhé kolo. Maorin do toho točenia nebude dávať úplne zás tak moc. Healing Varda. Tu Maorin nakoniec snajpne. Zabitý ale Skitter. P-Vision možno navštie ešte ten late gameový fight. Ale tu sa ešte nekončí. Amar a Maorin sú schopní fightiť ďalej. 4 killy pre Team Falcons. Aj keď to nakoniec Olivera stalo životem, vyžral zase úplne všetko. Tam reálne vyžral všetko. Ten Omnislash zase štípal, ale dokonale sa tam Falconovci rozdelili, nechali to len na Sneakingovi skákať ten Omnislash. Ten na to síce zaplatil životom, ale who gives a shit, keď celý ten Omnislash zabije len Position 5 benčku. To je samo o sebe možno vyhraný fight. Oh boy, oh boy. No, teraz sa samozrejme, keby tam prišli, tu uvidíme ten replay. No One zobral tú Arcane runu, prišiel pekný stunlock, síce možno trochu overcommitment. On nakoniec tam ale No Oneovi kluci proste iba zachránili prdel Satanik, to prišiel na ten Omnislash a tu sa Sneaking proste pekne so Skitterom rozostúpili. Satanáš proste teraz bohužiaľ neposkákal Skittera ako chcel. Potom prišiel No One samozrejme dorazí dozadu, tam nemal Oliver úplne dozadu, aby sa z tohoto nejak dostal. Ale fightík si berú jednoznačne chlapci z falconovských zelených farieb. Do toho tam samozrejme budeme mať ešte zabíjaného Rošana, za 10 sekúnd sa bude spavnovať tá Giro. Nie je otázka, či to tým timingom vyjde, že sa tu Giro spavne a pôjde si zobrať pekne ten Aegis. Vyzerá, že tam Falconovci fakt ako to nebudú ani fokusovať, oni to načasujú, aby sa Oliver spavnul a prišiel pekne hezky, krásne, slovensky. Nakráča tuto ľubozvučne po jednu čučoriedku Aegisového typu. No ani tá smrť ho úplne moc srať nebude. Aegis bude mať Skitter. Sneaking teraz môže nosiť dokonca ten banner a je otvorený high groundový push. DM si už dokonca takisto uvedomuje, že možno túto hru bude potrebovať nejaký poriadny refresher, aby tam 2 kolá mali tiež. Satanáš, už ako dobre, môže ešte nahradiť ten jeden item predsa len možno nejakým tým skáďom, môže potom miesto boty ešte urobiť ako niečo ďalšie, nahradiť agáč, ako stále to bude ešte niekde eskalovať a ten carry to carry matchup, ako tak Giro nemá čím moc ako posilniť. Ale už tam sú tie Ghost Sceptry, není tam ani jeden nullifier hlavne. Tam proste není nullifieru P-Visionov, nikto to ani nejde stavať. Oni sa nemajú ako zbaviť tých Ghost Sceptrov, do ktorých síce ako nejaký ten Magic Damage tam povedzme bude, nejaký bonusový ešte sa potom z tej Shivio, toho Storma a podobne. A ako, ak podľa mňa prežijú vždycky Falconovci Omnislash, nejaký ten Swift Slash, dobre, už tam budú aj tie menšie. Tak ako nič veľké ten Juggerz neurobí. Je tu dôvod, prečo sa Jugger predsa len ako nenachádza every game tu na TI. Nie je to, ako by tu síce ako záležitosť, ktorá by tu nebola vidieť. Je tu ale čisto iba otázka, kde chcú Falconi teraz získať ten opener. Chýba tam Maurinovi do refresheru, myslím, že 200 goldov, chat. On bude mať 35. celý refresher ready. OK. 35. minúta, dámy a páni, dvakrát Epicenter, dvakrát BKbo, dvakrát kľudne Ghost Scepter, keby náhodou potreboval. No, Satanik do toho samozrejme tu sa bude približovať, aby si tam kúpil jeden ultimátny orb alebo šetril na buyback. To je teraz podľa mňa veľmi podstatný element, by som povedal. Refresher už je tam ale donesený. Sneaking pekne s celou Hurricane Pipou. No, ani tu Enčku nevypnú len tak. Vyzerá, že sa tam ale idú teraz P-Visionovci tuto prichystať na ten high ground. Jo, ich triangle by mohol byť teraz trochu prekvapivý moment. Tam ich možno Falconovci nebudú očakávať. Už to tam ide ale pekne Sneaking skontrolovať akurát tým ogrom. No počkať, Oliver teraz ako mal chvíľku nápad, že tam pôjde, ale s Kenom to skontrolovali. Pekný read hry. Krásne teraz to prečítali ako šlabikár. Tam stoja P-Vision a čakajú, či im tam niekto nenabehne. Ale Oliver túto chybu nerobí. Jo, tentokrát pekne sa iba tak ako obstojne. Najprv tam pôjde pozrieť ten ogre a tá Enčka, no jasne. A teraz je čisto otázka, či tu kluci dokážu niečo nájsť. Watcher Visionu už sa zbavil pekne. Mr. Sneaking, pôjde si tam pofarmiť nejaké tie kempy navíc, why not? No, držia tam ešte ten Ice Armor navíc. Satanik, teraz ale môže tú Enčku ísť možno rozpleskať, skúsil to svojím slashom, nemala to ale momentálne damage. Prikladá tu rovno, ale Maorin pripravený. Tu nepomôže Ghost Sceptra, tu nepomôže nič. TMO Creep ešte odozdá 100 goldov navíc. Tu je to ale 18 000 gold lead. No, dobrá práca od No One, že teraz akoby pôjde síce skipnúť túto waveu, ale to je to jediné, čo môže spraviť. Jo, tu ale Diema pôjde teda minimálne do báze vyhnať teraz Amar, iba tak ako nenápadne. Nezoberú tam žiadny veľký cooldown tu, ale podľa mňa môžu Falconovci ísť na high ground. Satanik má síce stále ten jeho tučný, pekný Omnislash, ale musí ho nájsť na niečo veľké. Teraz tam točením ide prejsť okolo nich. Tam vedia, že teraz nebude možno žiadna veľká defenzíva, dostal sa podľa mňa dozadu, bude tam mať ešte ten Dukálisov save. Jo, stále tam ale bude svietiť ten banner, teraz tu príde glid, ktorý je úplne k hovnu. Ten banner musí zničiť No One, aby ten glid niečo robil. Nakoniec sa toho teda kluci zbavili, no ale po 37 minúte príde problém, kde Skitter ešte stále má minútu 40 Aegis. Tu môžu pušovať s tými katapultami možno ďalej. Je otázka, vyzerá, že to tu budú jakž takž pekne teraz ešte obstojne radšej vyčkávať. Falconovci tam majú predsa len ešte na push nejakú tú tier 2 na vrchu. Oh boy. Nine Class. Na chvíľku vyčumukany, vyžere tam dokonca aj ten svoj slash, potom si zapne Go Scepter, čo nebolo možno úplne to najrychlejšie akoby teraz reagovanie od Amara, ale stále tam získava čas. On vie, čo si môže dovoliť. Aj tak je tam vezmený dohilovaný už momentálne do full. Oliver ako slovenské carry, tu ale pôjde rovno po Raxi. Objective Based Gaming na Slovensku totiž funguje. Aj keď to nefunguje možno v nejakých politických sférach, tak minimálne v Dote. Tam máme Skittera práve na toto tu. No, nenápadný svoj slash, teraz síce prišiel, Oliver sa tam ale pekne schová. Aj, tu prichádza jump dozadu, ktorý by mal byť úplne jednoduché žrádlo. No one by to backup, potreboval by sa tam možno nejakému tomu poriadnemu killu dostať. Satanikovi to tam momentálne setupuje, ale do toho Aegis tam nemôžu hodiť ten Omnislash. No Satanik musí počkať ešte tých 28 sekúnd, tej creepy sa zbavili. Vyzerá, že Oliver nebude mať dosť damage. Čaká tam už Malorina, ale podľa mňa na nejaké teoretické druhé kolo. Na Raxi už sú dole. Pekne systematicky. Team Falcons chokujú zase P-Visionou. 21 000 gold lead. A aj keď je tu jeden poriadny Jugger, ktorý môže robiť veci, tu sú veľmi malý krok Falconi k tomu, aby sme ich mali v Grand Finals na celom TI. Ojojoj. Chat. Na vás sa tam už akoby na Twitchi dokonca nachádza cez 8, to bolo skoro 800. Dúfam, že ste akoby zavolali všetkým vašim známym. Oliver ide možno urvať zase jednu historickú záležitosť. Pre CZSK e-sport nie je tu zase tak časté. Pri takýchto prestížnych veciach to prišlo. Butterfly tam teraz príde Oliverovi. Veľmi pekný late game item. Evasion, na ktorý ten Jugger nemá momentálne odpoveď. Nemá tam podľa mňa ani goldy, ani nič podobné, aby sa tam vôbec ako to MK mohol urobiť. To sú proste efektívnejšie HPčka navíc. A aj keď ako aj tak ho tam bude ten Omnislash celku rúbať. Butterfly je za mňa najlepší choice. Hlavne ešte keď vidia, že Satanik tam ide to skady. On ho teraz dokončil, ale on nebude mať podľa mňa buyback, ne? No jasne. On mu chýba 2 litry na buyback. Nine Class tu skúsil nejaký next level play s forskou. Zase za to vždycky Skitter môže schovať tá outworld stavka by the way. Tá mu stačí, aby tam proste vykryl kľudne nejaký svoj slash, alebo to tam neprišlo. Satanika teraz ale skúsi naskočiť. Možno Maurin! Ten stun je tam dobrý! Stanok funguje! Satanik dostal za 80%, musí hodiť ten Omnislash. To je jediné, čo má. Damage rozdal, ale není ho dosť. Točenicu si ho dá tiež. Healing Wardel tam ešte bude udržiavať pri živote Sneaky, sa tu za Dukalis sa vymení. A už nebude žiadny veľký save. Dukalis zachránil jednoho. No nakoniec. Satanikovská prdel bude žiť. Pekne tu ešte Crit prišiel zachrániť teraz na pána ten game. Pôjde tu vyportiť do bezpečia, v bezpečí. Všetci od Falconov odišli. A keď si tu Novanič ešte nejakú tú vardu nájde, obránili tu P-Vision High Ground. Jeden buyback od Dukalisa prišiel. Vzniká tu teda mierny win condition, aspoň v zóne, kde by sa teraz stačilo zbaviť toho Orakla. Ten bude dead, povedzme minimálne 80 sekúnd. A to bude podľa mňa opener pre Falconov, ktorý by mohol výjsť. Ten top network Jugger začína byť celku scary boy. Už má s tým skáďom pekných 3100 HP, už to nejde vypnúť len tak. Minule im chýbalo málo. Ale nie je to len tak, zabiť to predsa len, keď mu stojí za prdelou Orakliáš. Raz momentálne tam čo ďalšie môže Oliver urobiť momentálne s buildom. Tam sa ešte bude môcť žrať nejaké tie Aganemy a takéto podobné záležitosti navíc. Jemu podľa mňa stačí iba tá stavka z neutrálu. A zas tak moc mu tam žiadne poskoky nevadia. Teraz tam síce Satanik pekne aj s tou klívou poskakoval medzi ostatnými. Ale tesne vôbec sa odtiaľ len dostal. Tu sa to trošičku teraz momentálne spomalilo. Tu bude proste podľa mňa teraz takéto tichúčko pred búrkou. Falconovci, čo iné ako objective, teraz urobiť meanwhile. Majú na tou hrou úplne plnú kontrolu, majú pušnutú tú jednu stranu. Skitter by si teda mohol dať pozor, pretože ten Tormentor solo zrovna za Hero nebude možno najlepší nápad. Nílečkami už to tu ale prídu pekne rozožrať spoločne. A už dokonca aj Oliver dostane jednu šardu zdarma. Ja myslím, že už budú mať všetky, takže už ďalšieho Tormentora by keď tak mali goldy. 24 000 goldy je ale sám o sebe huge. Je pravda, že jakmile No One sa dostane k 600 goldom, môže kúpiť celý agáč, bude mať ten plošný Electric Vortex, to by mohlo byť na Wombo Combo celku tvrdé. Ako Satanášek už tam rovno samozrejme naklikol to MK, bo už keď tam vidí ten Butterfly, to bude pre neho teraz ten podstatný item. Ale ako ten main fight by mal vyhrať, ale nie je to len o ňom, jo? Tu je ako takisto aj zo sneakinga, všetci vieme, že tuto bude ďalšie carry a už je. Tá Enčka s tými impetusmi to tam proste vypleská. Ten Jagger väčšinou ako nebude mať úplne čas si tam ako pomláčiť. To všetko musí zabiť v tých slashoch, omnislashoch, inak proste bude vykontrolovaný v tom točení, tam bez mene ani nerozdáva, dá sa povedať damage. Nie, ako nič moc. Má pomaly goldy na to, aby kontrol celé to MK-bo. No, akože môže ho kúpiť, predať kľudne nejakú tú tretku. Má dokonca dolevelený aj ten level 25. To už je ako late game Jagger, ktorý by to tu pre P-Vision musel zachrániť. No, 22 000 gold lead je ale jasná záležitosť, ale netreba myslieť na to, že Roche je teraz už pekne s refresherom, cheeseom a Aegisom a bude zdarma pre Team Falcons. Tam si ani nepôjdu dovoliť P-Vision. Jo, Dukalis predsa len bez buybacku, ako s tým Oraklom by tam bol pomôcť takto vyťahnutý, ale úplný free kill a možno by na to kluci mohli stratiť hru. Medzi tým pôjde Nine Class, akurát tuto vyfarmiť teda zo pár lotusov, jo, ako not bad. Ten ďalší ani nestihol zobrať, ale it's OK. Na sneakingovi dokonca už prichádza aj ten Lotus Orb, to je ono. Obidvaja supporti majú na ceste Lotus Orb. Crit aj sneaking dokážu vrátiť teoreticky ten omnislash, swift slash, P-Vision. Tí majú pred sebou najväčší defense ich životov. Team Falcons, ale môžu ísť pekne trieliť až do Grand Finals. A tu bude pekne ale forstnutý dopredu práve chudák Skitter. Vyžral to ten prvotný engage, už sa ale teda pôjde schovať, môže sa tam akoby pomaly ponegeriť naspäť. Zatiaľ sa tam nemá odtiaľ úplne ako dostať jednoducho. Zabitý tu ale bude Nine Class, sa nebude musieť buybackovať, Maureen zatiaľ dostane ešte ten supernova stun, ale neexistuje tam follow-up. Banner sa ešte nepodarilo zničiť. Falconovci nestratili nič. Dá sa povedať. Jo, ako cooldownej samozrejme. Zase jeden buyback prišiel. Obidvaja supporti od P-Vision už majú len a len jeden život. Oj. Team Falcons chat je takto malinko blízko ku Grand Finals na TI. Slovensko-český e-sport má pred sebou ale veľký krok, ktorý podľa mňa do tej báze prvý pôjde urobiť práve náš slovenský brinzový halušník. Ja prisám pičnému chlupu, že ja si teraz objednám hneď po tejto hre normálne také brinzové halušky. Je to človek ani nevidel. Samozrejme, že potom ešte budeme mať ďalšiu sériu a ešte ani zďaleka tu akoby dneska končiť nebudeme, pretože sa budeme musieť ešte rozlúčiť s nejakým tímom. Tu ale teraz mi tu nemôžeš Gabe tu to robiť, ne, ale to je, hej, Gabe, hej, čo to tu je? Tu sú nejaké PGL záležitosti tuto? Hej, dobre sme. OK, saved, it's OK. 45. minúta. Jo, 3 minúty samozrejme na tom Aegise. No není to na mojej strane, ja tam mám akoby všetko pohode, čo sa týka netu by the way, to sú takzvané hamburgovské servery a internety. A ďalšie akoby túto prepojenia. Ale, dobre, po 45. sme tu naspäť a Falconi fakt ako sú veľmi blízko. Teraz budú mať ten BKB gold a dokonca Maureen robil Basher. Tie beše, to bude dávať aj z toho Aganimu, že jo? Ono to normálne aj krituje, ono to bude dávať aj beše. Ty kráso, Maureen ide normálne dostať toho Sand Kinga na úplne iný level. Basher na Sand Kingovi je fucking next level. Ale to je ono. Aganim už budeme mať ale aj na Stormovi. No One má teraz šancu to tam spojiť všetko pohromade. Tu už sa ide ale náš slovenský princový halušník pekne dostáva dopredu. Sa najprv zbaviť predsa len tých kogov, nechcú ho tam len tak pustiť. Tu ale už je hodený aspoň ten Lotus Orb, do ktorého sa to ale musí iba mlátiť, OK? Ten Aegis spadol kurva rýchlo. Teraz ale tam bude druhé kolo. Oliver musí rozmýšľať nad tým, že teraz akoby sa chce tu schovávať, alebo nie, do Diema sa skúsia otočiť, to super zamatov, ale stíla prísť. Oliver má ale atak speedu dosť, tam zabije double kill, tam nemá jeden z tých buyback. Satanik Alkes teraz zachránený stíne, takisto ešte popnuté na mysle, že aby tu rozdal nejaký poriadny damage. Takisto doskakol až na Maurina dozadu, ten ešte ale bude mať predsa len buyback. Tu ale ten Electric Vortex, OK, od Nomana, toto je huge, ale stále Satanik bude musieť doručiť ešte ten damage, vyzerá, že na sneaking, aby to malo stačiť. Tento defense je úspešný a P-Vision ešte budú od toho Grand Finals bojovať. Musel prísť ale ďalší buyback. Jeho buyback od Diema. Takže celkovo sú to už 3 buybacky. Postupne na 3 defenzy. Ale no a nakoniec to tam ešte tým Aganimom našiel. Oh boy. Je podľa mňa veľmi dobré, že Maureen udržal akoby teraz nervy na úzde, že tam ako nebuybackoval v tom fajte. Tu sme teda akoby pekne videli, že keď ten Jagger ako začne klikať pravým, tak to kurva šípe. Toto ešte bude boj a je tu dôvod, prečo sa P-Vision tam nachádzajú. Poďme sa na to pozrieť. Tu bol akurát ten Lotus. Tam Oliver reálne nečakal, že ho proste zapijú za 4,5 sekundy proste. Jo, teraz ale prišiel Maori a netrafil Satanika, tu sa stihol z tohoto celého vytočiť. Tá supernova potom otočená všetkými aj kritom. Tá sa rozplynula úplne. Jo, Klok tam ani nebol. Satanik tu ale dostal presne save, mohol hodiť ten Omnislash, ten preskákal cez tie creepy až na Maorina. To bol úplne random skok od Satanika, reálne RNGesus. Teraz Satanikovi možno ako nachystal tuto nejaký comeback. To preskočilo proste cez asi 3 hrdinov creepy až k tomu Sandovi vzadu, ktorý tam chcel potom ako skákať na ďalšie kolo. Toto ako Gaben podržal podľa mňa. Jo, Sataníček ale ukazuje, že Juggernaut sa nebude kurva vzdávať. 17-000 goldy tam ale stále predsa len dostáva. Tam Falconovci to skúsili ešte s tým koncom Aegisu. Nevyšiel ten push. Nevyšiel jednoznačne, na Amarovi teda medzi tým samozrejme Octariny, Abyssali, to Lotus Orb od Sneakinga proste sám o sebe stačiť nebude. Tam ako si mysleli, že dajú tam Lotus, tým pádom tam nemôžu prísť úplne ako tie Omnislashe, Swift-slashe, takže tým pádom tam ako Oliver bude OK, ale on iba ten right click stačil. Proste tam ako prišiel Jugger, rozsekal Jugger. Jo, keby tam možno boli akoby spolu s tým pripravení, aby tam presne vtedy skočil napríklad ako Malrin. Nakoniec to proste Falconovci teraz úplne neurvali tak dobre, ako by chceli. Toto ešte nebude jednoduché ukončovanie. Jednoznačne ten carry-to-carry matchup tu ako začne robiť trochu bordel. Zabiť tam Satanika a predsa len ako s týmto jeho full buildom. Už za chvíľku mu podľa mňa príde ten Aganimový blessing, rovno potom si môže kúpne kúpiť refresher. Aby mal 2 Omnislashe, 2 Swift-slashe, on bude v tom fajte len skákať okolo. A ani ho nebude kurva vidieť ako k tomu. Jako reálne, ešte keby sa tu čo ja viem, Mr. No One touto hrou dostal buď nejakému refresher shardu alebo k refresheru sám, jakmile tam bude ten Electric Vortex na všetkých a ešte to bude 2-krát. Ešte k tomu s takými 2 backupami, to by ako mohlo byť nepríjemné. Oliver predsa len ako by teraz premýšľal, čo tam urobiť, on tam mal ako úplne ten full build proti tomu Juggerovi, ale proste realisticky tam ten carry matchup ako nefunguje, on tam nemá čo ako urobiť, aby to nejak ako ustál. Jo, tam musia prísť nejaké jumpy, musí ho Maori nájsť predtým, alebo tam musia vybrať aspoň Dukalisa. Ten problém je, že ten už bude mať zase teraz buyback. Jo, tu si myslím, že ako Falconovci, aj keď sú ako malý krôčik od toho grand finále, ešte sa môžu stále potknúť. Jo, za malý moment budú tie ďalšie 2 supernova hity pre DM a teoreticky. To by mohlo urobiť rozdiel by the way, aby tam mohol tú supernovu nahodiť. Ja už minule si myslel, že to príde, ale ne, tam tá Snapfire proste Giroška, ktorá sa do toho otočí s backupom. Ešte to Enčka hitovala k tomu. Už máme aj na Malrinovi, ale nejakú dobu level 25. Novanov Kurier zabitý z Hexou! O Amar! Ty blázne, pekne snajpnutý Kurier. OK, Hexa bude teraz mierne to povedzme 2 minúty delaynutá minimálne. Zrovna miesto refresheru si tam zvoliť Hex je ďalší ako answer určite. Refresher je tu ale na Satanikovi, on reálne bude len skákať v Omnislashi a Swift-slashi. On si to môže refreshnúť akoby počas toho a potom to tam rovno nahodiť. Satanik fakt ako má teraz potenciál rozseknúť celý Team Falcons. Jako toto už je for Protect One. Ja, uvidíme, či akoby ale v tejto rovnici nebude akoby podstatnejšie sa najprv zbaviť Dukalisa. Oliver vyzerá, že by tu chcel možno urobiť mantu. Teoreticky z mantov je tam aspoň nejaká čo, že to rozloží aspoň medzi tými luskami. Ja, môže si tam akoby niečo teoreticky ako podispelovať. Ale no, ja neviem, či manta úplne toto celé vyrieši. On tam nemá akoby moc, že možno refresher na nejaké double BKB, ale to aj tak akoby proti tým Omnislashom ako není úplne to, čo by chcel. Jo, tam má to Girošku, ako reálne late game príjemný nebude. Falconovci tú hru už mali v rukách, ale tieto horkokrvné defenzy od P-Vision, toto nepôjde breaknúť len tak. Ja, udržali tú hru reálne na 3 sekvenčné buybacky, na 3 proste defenzoch za sebou. Každý jeden to tam tým pádom podržal a teraz už P-Vision idú pekne hrať hru dopredu. Falconovci možno budú mať problém, tu ale obidva týmy budú mať momentálne smoke. Vedia, že sa tu bude spavnovať rož každou sekundou, ten práve teraz už je tam. No, Malrin vyzerá, že by si tu chcel možno ísť po ten invis, OK, ten si zobere. Raketka tam ale príde pekne dozadu. Tu Novan nakoniec si ale zobere Arcane Rune, potom Hexom to tam setupol, počkať, on si Novan kúpil nový Hex, vystral sa na ten recept pravdepodobne. ale počkať. Tu Amar našiel vzadu práve toho Storma ešte k tomu. Jo, nám nechcú, ale očividne Falconovci úplne overkomitovať. Tam sa teraz ešte bude čakať. No one ale nebude očividne čakať na nič s tou Hexou, tam pôjde práve po Amara. Tu ale prichádza Maurin, toto je veľký engage, zapísal Novan potrebuje pomoc a potrebuje teraz. Nemá už manu, Stefanulty prichádza, Dukalis je tu. Dukalis mu ešte doplní pekne HPčka bez problémov, nemusel na to dokonca minúť ani to účko. Ďalší hex od Novana, tentokrát to bude práve sneaking. No, Falconovci zatiaľ iba toto celé chcú resetovať. Tam je Satanik podľa mňa velice scary carry. A pri 53. minútou ešte sa tu môžu stále splniť slova You can't beat Satanic. Oliver, tento carry matchupe. Jako momentálne sa dostal do zóny, kde to je fakt aj na ostatných. S tou Giron nemá taký ten play potenciál. Tu ale vyzerá, že Amar to pôjde zobrať za Bysalom. OK. Tu zorbol sneaking. Vrátil. Rovno aspoň ten jeden swim slash. Amar tým pádom bude OK. Lotus zeba zafungovala, je vidieť, že Amar má kurva také veľké koule, že to piči tu normálne toho sekretu tam musí byť toľko, že to ešte ani Popan nevidel v sekretoch. Podstatnejšie ale teda, že potom je 53. minúte tu sa netreba úplne zamotať. 19 000 gold ide stále pre Falconov, ale tie goldy sú jedna vec. Nie, ale tam samozrejme majú všetci ušetrené nejaké poriadne buybacky a podobné. Ten high ground defense by pre nich mohol byť príjemný. Teraz je ale proste tá otázka, ako ste chytiť ten fight. Proti hlavne tým hexom zrazu. Jo, Oliver vyzerá, že si tu proste pôjde nakráčať po Aegis. Takzvané slovenský jednoducho na čo čakať. Ten roar potrebujú najprv breaknúť. Teraz je otázka, či tam P-Vision nalákajú do správnej pozície. Ja myslím, že ale toto nebude iba taký ako nenápadný rošan. Toto je proste čisto iba zarórovanie. Ja myslím, že tu po 54. Ne, toto mi teraz nerob! Toto mi teraz nerob! Tak sa mi to páči. Fuck. Ej. PGL servery z tohoto napätia začínajú takisto mať ako v Hamburgu očividne malý problém. Po 54. minúte, ale fakt ako ja už neviem čo tu pomaly tuto aj stresu robiť. Toto ešte môže byť tlusté. No one, jakmile s tou hexou ešte k tomu bude mať refresher, tak to už bude fakt ako Hotovsonovské. Skúsili tu nenápadne vychytať momentálne Amara. Teoreticky na tie Abyssale by tam ako nejaký opener ako mohol prísť. Tam fakt ako ale Oliver, že ako, ja neviem, čo na tej gyroške chce urobiť mimo nejakého Divineu. Defenzívne, teoreticky nejaký ako casual Ghost Scepter, alebo nejaké niečo by mohlo byť zaujímavé, nejaké, ja neviem, Ethereal Blade. To by tam mal chvíľku okno, who knows. Vidíme, čo si tu ako kluci budú teraz schopní zvoliť. Falconovci teraz sa ako pekne schovávajú, ale smokom idú sa vyťahnuť P-Vision. Idú skúsiť nájsť. Teraz nejaký opener, Oliver sa im tam akurát ukáže na mide, toto je možný opener. Sneaking tu bude hneď vedľa neho, ale tam je celý Team Falcons. Tam si uvedomujú P-Vision, že toto nebude možno tak jednoduché, no keď som našli teda aspoň tú jednu vardu 9 klásom. Jo, pripravia tu nejaké dôležité centriny. Tu je jasné, predsa len sa bude fajtiť práve o Roša. Ten sa momentálne presúva z dola hore. Už tam tá jeho štrádovačka pomaly skončí. Smokom si tu teda P-Vision, ale zatiaľ nič nenašli. Tam je Amar, ale momentálne solo na vrchu. Tam sa chvíľku ukázal. Amar s Disperserom šprintuje k týmu a vyzerá, že tam ho nikto neoddelí. Počkať, ale Oliver je medzi tým nájdený. Tam nepomôže nič. Satanik. Strel Olivera úplne vejpúl. Do Storma sa tu ale pekne kluci otočili. Storm padá na Cuseku tiež. Buyback tam na Oliverovi sa pripravený bude. Tu ale Satanika potrebuje otočiť, ten si ešte vyhodil ten refresher. Ale on nemá manu. A ďalší omni slash. Ďalšiu healing wardu si tu teda chlapec akoby pekne nahodí, tá Supernova to nahodila preč. Teraz je tu ale teda tým pádom Storm za Skittera. Ten omni slash, aj keď tam prišlo všetko. On proste nemá čo. Za mňa, akoby keby tam niekto z toho Ghostetu dorobil ešte Ethereal Blade, aby tam Oliverovi dokázali zachrániť prdel, by to mohlo byť veľké. Tu ale Satanik podľa mňa teraz môže ísť po Aegis. Toto vôbec nie je pre Falconov podľa mňa hrateľné, aj keď tam ako majú na Malorinovi všetko. Nemajú tam Rolling Thunder, nemajú tam Snap účko, nemajú gyrošku. Bez toho Storma sú síce možno trochu limitovaný P-Vision, ale tí majú svoje carry. Majú tam Satanika. Jo, ten už rovno pôjde po Rošíčka. Nigma zatiaľ zdržuje, pekne to pôjde akurát tak jetpackom skautiť. Ale ten Roša nepomaly low. Falconovci tam potrebujú ísť teraz alebo nikdy. Toto je problém, toto nestíhajú. Satanik má Agent. Satanik a tým P-Vision. Ale tu prichádza ešte Amar na úplný YOLO play. Bez gyrošky sa rozhodli momentálne fightiť. DM sa dostal teda refresherom akurát teraz týchto problémov a Amar. Z toho ale myslím, že nebude mať nič. refresher, banner. Má pekne zabezpečený 9 class. Satanic tam urval ten Aegis. P-Vision, tí proste pak ešte idú skúsiť comeback proti týmu Falcons v 57. minúte. Tak to má kurva vyzerať Game 3 a boj o Grand Finals. Oh boy. Tam, toto vôbec nesedí, Gabe ne, toto teraz vôbec nesedí, tam ako by som Falconovcom určite teraz momentálne ako nedával 84%, ešte teraz tých ďalších 5 minút alebo 4, kým tam bude momentálne ešte ten Aegis, jo, hlavne je tam refresher na Stormovi. Jo, on bude môcť dať ten double electric vortex, double BKB do fightu, double hex k tomu. Za mňa sú proste P-Vision v tom late game fakt brutál scary. Tu budú musieť Falcony zahrať, ale úplne neskutočne, akým outplayom. No ale tu momentálne fakt ako prežiť tento Aegis bude podľa mňa dosť issue. Majú tam poctivo ušetrené hlavne tie buybacky, jo? Tam ako všetci od Falconovcov majú pekne buyback. Jediný, ktorý minule to dával, bol ten Clock, ktorý by mohol byť celku zraniteľná, ako by túto záležitosť teda pre P-Vision. On jediný minule buybackoval. Jo, každopádne Satanáš minule ukázal, že jeden fucking Omnislash. To tam proste rozsekne Vejpool a oni mu tam dokonca ešte našli do flašky aj ten double damage. Tam Satanic teraz Aegisom a double damage, im tam podľa mňa pôjde, ale kurva, že na push. Ja myslím, že sa toho úplne P-Vision ani nebudú úplne báť, toto je ich príležitosť. Delí nás ale tuto momentálne minúta a pol, chat. Minúta a pol. Jo, nás tu momentálne delí. A našiel tu Amar na chvíľku teda akurát DM, to predsa len ako teraz tieto lateové bounty runy, ktorá každá dáva 120 goldov. Jo, už každému teammateovi. No je ako proste 6 kill, ty vole, len tak netvortu. Podstatne, že pre tou 50 fakt ako 9 tu budú musieť podľa mňa možno Falconi ako na tie tier 5 itemy tu skúsiť niečo vytvoriť. Jo, ja ani fakt ako nevidím úplne na Giroške nejaký build, čo by vôbec ako mohli vymysleť. Nakoniec si zobrali teraz Tormentra na ďalšie už goldy. Už pekne každý dostal 450 each. A Falconi proste môžu mať ten 21 000 gold lead, ale za mňa proste ten refresher je možno to najpodstatnejšie. Samozrejme ten Aegis, 2 minúty, tam ako nepôjdu sa nikde Falconovci hrnúť, tí budú maximálne tak ako čakať bázy, keby tam ako chceli P-Vision nabehnúť, ale tí si to tiež podľa mňa nemôžu len tak dovoliť. Jo, ten refresher im tam ale ostane, až kým ho nevyužijú. Jo, tuto ale tier 5 itemy som tam akoby podľa mňa akoby tuto započul, alebo niečo podobné. Tu je ako fakt 20 sekúnd. 20 sekúnd, jo? A môžeme tam mať tier 5 itemy. Podľa mňa pre Malrína, no jakoby nejaký ten jako spellamp, navíc samozrejme jako z enchantmentu by bol Gucci. Otázka, čo ako pre Olivera by bolo good, či nejaký jako Stygian. Oliver si tam nakoniec kúpil Midasku na pána. OK, on teraz rovno kúpil Midas, len aby sa akoby teraz možno k tomu dostal čo najskôr teoreticky. On hlavne má ako goldy na rozdávanie, on potrebuje mať vždycky na buyback, potrebuje tam možno kúpiť nejaké poriadne refreshery, bude tu hrať late game. 60-minútová Midaska it is. Uvidíme ale, kto sa k tým Maidstoneom dostane ako prvý. Máme tu veľmi peknú tabulku krásne, kde vidíme, ako tam ako ten progres vyzerá. Obidva týmy teraz ale vyzerajú, že budú mať priestor na to si tu možno tie tier 5 itemy vyfarmiť. Jo, teraz tá gentlemanská dohoda bude fungovať, ale my pamätajme na to, čo tam predsa len chlapci zvládli. Helm of Undying pre Satanika, ešte attack speed a magic damage, OK. No aj ten Stygian, no on si zobral Stygian a ten attack speed a ježišmaria, ten Jugger tam rozsekne všetko. Na Novanovi tam som videl Unrelenting Eye, takže ho nebudú môcť vykontrolovať tak jednoducho. Na Diemovi budeme mať Fallen Sky s cooldown reductionom. Jo, potom tam máme Joe. Najbližšie je k tomu Skitter, ktorý si teraz môže vybrať. OK, je tam Stygian. A k tomu, čo ten base attack time a health restoration. Ale ono to ako s tým Satanikom je ako celku huge upgrade. A má tam aj ten attack speed magic damage, jo, ako... Well... No, na Amarovi tam máme medzi tým teda výber tiež. Tu je to otázne. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Po 61. minúte ešte nikto do Grand Finals nejde. Nakoniec si tam Oliver zobral Stygian a ten bonus damage a status resistance, aby ho teda nemohli vykontrolovať úplne tak jednoducho. Tu teda ale tier 5 itemy budú mať všetci. Dokonca som tam videl ešte druhý Stygian, ktorý myslím, že mal práve Malrin, videl som správne. Takže aj ty jeho jako epicentra Aganimy tam budu prostě nejen bešovat, ale budu tam dávat jako je ten minus armor. Jo, Amar mezi tím si nevie vybrať. Minotaur Horn, Minotaur Horn nakonec to bude OK. Dukalis mezi tím, ten jako si drží stále to GPM by the way, ten si tam ještě žádné ty tier 5 nedá, pravděpodobně tam chcou mít do nějaký cast range. Tu ale Falconovci jdou zkusit nějaký smoke, teraz by mohli prekvapiť. Je tu 62. minuta, je otázka, ale či to někdo odhalí, najdu tam právě Kloka, to by mohl být možný opener. Amar ho tu otvorí hned stolu s nullifierom. Tam ale no one prichádza dozadu rovno s make-upom, tam najde ale iba jednoho. Tu ale Maurin pekne vychytal práve toho Juggera. Nebude zachránený, ale Dukalis môže sa do Maurina teda momentálne otočiť. Tu, ale prvé kolo Falconovci zvládli. Není tam od Dukalisa, tým pádom teraz druhý save. Nineclass tu ale medzi tým bude huntený, on minutu nemá buyback. No to je veľký kill, to by mohlo byť veľké, Ondis mu trochu pomôže, Ondis sa ale prichádza na druhú stranu. Enčka zabitá, Maurin to vyšiera tiež, Enčka ale bude môcť ešte posmrtne možno mlátiť. Vykontrolovaný momentálne DM, stíha toto celé ešte napojiť, len tu otázka, či budú mať kluci dosť hitov. Tu sa tam zvládol vrátiť ten Ondis Flash, tu príde druhý, nevrátený, Oliver, tu môže vyhrať ten duel, neskutočne, Lotus, fucking Orb, pôjde možno vyhrať všetko. Team Falcons, ty môj kokot, tak toto bola cinematická kurva krása. Sú tam ale buybacky ešte ready. Tu netreba hovoriť ešte úplne nič veľké. Za chvíľku tam ten Glock takisto bude mať ten buyback naspäť na cooldowne, ale Satanik je dead 73 sekúnd. Buyback síce má, ale nemá nič ďalšie. No on medzi tým jumpnutý akurát nenápadne Amarom. Falconovci budú mať očividne odpoveď na všetko. Glock tam nebude. Po druhé raxi si Oliver pekne pôjde. A aj keď to chvíľko vyzeralo, že tu nebudú mať Falconi nič, že budú hrať defenzívnu dotu, potom prišiel timing. No a Mar skúsil teraz prekvapiť ešte toho Storma. Nebojí sa tam naskakovať ako pán pánov. Tým, že tam no one ale už využil ten refresher, zrazu to tam nebudú mať dvakrát. Jo, tu ide očividne smokom získať nejakú zázrak. Oni neudržia ten buyback. Jo, oni chcú udržať ten buyback na Satanikovi. Ale to bude podľa mňa znamenať určite ničenie. On teda napísal krásne Amar. Zabíja na 120 sekúnd Nigma počas toho fightu. Tu prichádza Satanik ešte po tom buybacku naspäť. Ale momentálne je Omnis Flash urobil holú pičnú riť. Pane Vitovci majú problém, no on tam ale medzi tým ešte pôjde dozadu. Tam si myslím, že nebude môcť nájsť nič veľké. Falconovci potrebujú reset. Podarilo sa Maurinovi odblinkovať do bezpečia kryt. Takisto si neblinknúť. Potrebujú tu akurát Falconovci nejak to uklúdiť. Ondis tam teraz aspoň na chvíľku pomôže Maurin. Tým pádom ale môže odísť. Môj bože. Team Falcons. Ešte Oliver sa tu chce otočiť do nich. Tam vidia, že ten Jagger je teraz zraniteľný, vedia, že minútu a pol a nebude Phoenix. Oliver už ide dopredu. Nineclass s Forskou sa pekne tu na chvíľku schová. Dukalis mu ale podľa mňa moc nepomôže. Nullifierom Amar zbaví to do Orakla. Nemá nič. Tu prišiel si to Omnis Flash. Oliver s Maurinom sa rozpadli na Satanika. A ten je po buybacku. Buybacky môžu len Falconi a môžu ísť až do Grand Finals. A tu ten Omnis Flash ešte bolí do tých konceptov. To ale nebolí. Tam to majú Falconi piči. Satanik je ten jediný. Satanik bude pítnutý princovými haluškami. Toto je neuveriteľný late game. Nádherná hra. Tak toto má vyzerať. Team Falcons. Ešte tam Satanik pôjde na posledné kolo. Ethereal Blade to udrží. Zase Lotus Orb. Tu nazdar, pane Satanáš. Točiť sa môže. Team Falcons. Ide do Grand Finals! Kurva! Jo! Oliver je v Grand fucking Finals! Československý e-sport musí doma vybuchnúť! Ja neviem polapiť dých. To bolo totálne epické. Oni sú v Grand Finals. Najhoršie, čo môžu byť, je striebro, ale na to nemyslí nikto. Falconi sú tým, ktorí budú prví contenders a tí hlavní team to beat na tomto TI. Ja do píči smekám. Ja neviem čo. By som k tomuto ani viac chcel kurva dodať. Toto nám Oliver dáva ako dáreček. Ó môj Bože, tomuto stavraví rok Doty. Sneaking. Oh God, Ange. Gabi, ja viem, že si mi volala. Ti zavolám za chvíľku. Neviem čo.
I think the international is the most special tournament of the year.
Ja, ona mi volala, som to zrušila, to bolo na konci tej hry.
It doesn't matter how many times I've been to TI. It's always very special moment.
And you have just made it to the grand finals for the second time in your career. I mean, what does it mean, not just for you, but for this team as well?
I think it means the world, because every Dota player's dream is to make it to the international final and show that all the grinding and all the hard work that every player has done and put into the game is shown to the world.
And you have shown that absolutely here in this upper bracket finals, and you only need to do it one more time. I mean, have you thought about it at all, what it would feel like to go all the way?
Obviously, I thought about it, but you don't want to get ahead of yourself. So just one step at a time. We just need to focus on what we need to do tomorrow.
Absolutely, and let's talk about those steps. Let's talk about how you got here. What have you been doing better than any other team at this event, would you say?
Making a lot of mistakes in group stage and learning from them. Because I think we played like utter crap in group stage with all those 60-minute games against Tidebound and Xtreme. And we really learned a lot from them. And I think the only reason why we won this third game is because we really learned from our mistakes in the group stage and we didn't repeat them.
You absolutely did not. I mean, you had more experience than any other team here when it comes to game time, that is for sure. My question as well, P-Vision, I mean, how did you break 9 class? You made him play a normal hero. How do you do that?
I mean, I think he kind of just ran out of heroes. I think once Slark and Monkey, he didn't really know what to play.
All right.
Yes!
And finally, who are you expecting to see in those grand finals against you tomorrow?
I think it'll be Pari again. I think they
Čete,
are the most
ja
strong
som
team
normálne
outside of
dojatý.
us, obviously.
Dneska som vybral ten skiterov dres.
Congratulations.
Ten skiterov dres, ktorý sa dneska bude rozdávať jednému z vás. A ten skiterov dres je pekne grand finalistický. Ó môj Bože, chat. Ja som absolútne spocený, bez dychu, ako nikto. Ale normálne som pomaly akoby vnútorne dojatý, čo tu proste zvládli Falconi. To, čo natrénovali, tie dlhé hry proti Číňanom, tie sa teraz ale dostali, takzvané nacvičili a fungovalo to viac než podľa predstav. Ani satanic late game, full jugger so všetkým. Toto proste nebreakol.
Swift slashes, omni slashes, no one on the stones for hitting these.
Tento tu dres, chat, niekto z vás dneska vyhrá. Tento tu.
They're helping each other out. Like we're looking at the end game. There's 3 E-blades, 2 Ghost Scepters, 2 Lotus Orbs, not a single nullifier available for P-Vision, but just dragging out the game, kiting out the fights. You just couldn't ask for a better game 3.
I'm still like very impressed with what P-Vision were able to do in this game, because they were down so much. At minute 20, I was like, all right, pack it up. In 8 minutes, we're gonna be on the panel talking about this game. But they were like,
ja idem
no,
zavolať Gábuške, pretože niečo tu potrebuje. Ideme zavolať. Ja smekám, chat. Neviem, či tam ako by som zmeškal nejakú podporu, alebo nezmeškal z Fiči Fúzovi. Ďakujem pekne na to kilo. Všetci ste boli podľa mňa od the edge of the seat. Nikto tu akoby nemohol robiť nič. Tie fighty s tými Lotuzorbami a tými. Ja som vravel, že Lotuzorb to môže proste proti fucking Juggerovi teoreticky vyhrať. A pozrite, kurva, na to. Ja smekám, ja to milujem. Neviem, ešte nemáme síce, myslím, že prekonaného Hajzeta chat, ale aj tak ste tá najlepšia komunita na CZSK Twitchi. Dota je v našich srdciach, ale vy všetci ste normálne asi to najlepšie, čo ma v živote mohlo stretnúť. Chat, milujem vás, bolo vás tu cez 800, lebo koľko, bola to tak epická hra, že to teraz ešte pomaly ako predýchavam k tomu. Toto bolo ale totálne epic. Finals! Bliať, suka, bliať, finals!
You know, I fully echo what Snake was
Prochor, tu pôjde ešte skúsiť nejaký poriadny fucking hype train. Ale ja musím zavolať tej Gabči, jasný? Takže ako neviem, či tam ako idete spúšťať hype train, či tam ešte niekto ako by dal nejaké tie ďalšie gifty cabe, ešte tam myslím, že máte aktivovanú stále nejakú tú slevičku alebo niečo podobné, alebo sa na to potom pozriem. Neskutočne ďakujem za každú túto podporu, chat. Ste neskutoční. A Oliver proste si odniesol tú našu energiu, kurva. A ide pekne do Grand Finals. Neskutočné. Ale je to tak, kurva.
These last two games, that game against Pango was excellent.
Sleva skončila, ja ju tam zapnem ešte, počkaj.
Their idea of camping
Ja som totiž ako by to dneska nevedel, či mi to ako vyjde tam. Na zajtra to bude v pohode.
Causing chaos in this mid game. It was so hard for Fusion to take these fights. They were constantly on the hunt.
Ja to tam ešte zapnem teda na 3 hodiny, chat. To máme na ďalšiu sérku. Na 3 hodiny vám zapnem ešte slevy, jo? Na zajtra nám to tam ostane tiež. Alebo na 2 hodiny iba. No, dáme na 3. Máte tam ešte na 3 hodiny, chat. Slevu, na suby. On nevedel, že už skončila teraz. Prochor to mal odľahšie, poctivejšie. Večer idem zavolať tej Gábuške, jo, hneď som tu.
The Lotus or Omni Slash with Gyro and the obviously Juggernaut Omni slashing each other, as in not, then it's just beautiful to watch. You want to have moments like these on the main stage. They don't always happen because I do think that there might be mistakes in mind because you don't want to Omni Slash a Lotus Orb target. Let that be a lesson. Now, you also don't want games to go that long. Why did it go this long? Because you said it might be over in 18 minutes, and it wasn't.
Yeah, I think that P-Vision are just really good at like delaying the game, like in terms of they're like, okay, we're behind, and sure, like maybe this is happening. But we also need to like talk a little bit about like why did Falcons even have such a big lead in the start? And their lane swap is so genius. Putting Snap against Clock, first of all, Snap beats up the Clockwork, and you can free yourself out of cogs. But at the same time, Ench in the offlane, you're gonna help your Pango so much. This lane can't really kill you. You outrange an Oracle as well. So I just want to highlight here, like such a big reason why they have this early game lead are these things. And not only that, if you want to pull waves, you would rather do it against an Ench with some random creep and oh cool, I'm slowing you, than this guy. Like Crit goes for the cookie with the little shredder, and you just get this absolute free kill. And then later, it's not just those, like they just added up on what happened this game. They're up 3k gold, they've taken the enemy mid tower, they've taken the enemy safe lane tower, they've taken the enemy offlane tower, and now what? They park snaking in the safe lane. Where do you go from here if you're party vision? That's why I feel it's even more impressive that they could hold on to this game as long as they did.
Yeah, and to answer your question, Chiefs, about why it took so long for Falcons to close it out, it was Satanic. I mean, that kid channeled so much resilience today. Him and Ducalis, they positioned themselves in the map such that he was always ready to tank smokes for him, ulti him if he ever got caught. They farmed the edges of the map for as long as they could, and Satanic really showed discipline with his Omni Slashes too. He didn't join any bad early game fights. He didn't Omni Slash when it looked potentially good. For example, near their triangle when Pango rolled in, he was like, nope, I'm out of here. And he waited for his opportunity until the very end where he got that really cool Omni Slash with the Vortex. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough, but it was awesome to see.
It was great to see. Obviously, on the other side, you got carried Gyrocopter by Skeeter, and I think T-Gov, he deserves some flowers too.
Yeah, he does. He also has some good RNG on his tier 4 neutral item. We already mentioned it earlier because we're talking about itemization, but of course the outward staff comes in clutch, and it's just the key thing. I think the way that Skeeter played this game was, exceptionally strong. He's kind of pushing his team forward, but without outward staff, all these Lotus Orbs and Ghost Scepters and E-Blades, we wouldn't have this game on our hands. What Effie's mentioning about Satanic, he was having one of the best games that you could ask for at a TI, top 3 position, looking for the grand finals. And of course, no nullifier and these little things, they hurt a lot. So unfortunately for P-Vision, not having their own items didn't really help their comeback potential.
Yeah, the Outworld staff, I know you just glanced over it a little bit, and I know we talked about it a lot, or rather the commentary duo did. But why would you pick Juggernaut if that item is in the game? It's literally countering your ultimate.
You're not playing for the tier 4 RNG of the...
But there were 3. Statistically speaking, there will always be at least 1.
Are you ready? They also killed the Gyrocopter 100-0 when he had it because they had the stuns, the teamfight, the execution. So they knew how to play into it. It was just...
Makes it so difficult for yourself, though.
It does, yeah.
It's one of the downfalls of the hero. And it's also what Falcons abuse in the later stage of the game. They have the double Abyssal Blade that T-Gov mentioned. They have, a double Lotus Orb as well. You have multiple E-Blades to try and save the targets so they get Omni'd. And even then, Satanic did so much. I would say that to me, they still impressed me a lot because I could see that they're not crumbling under the pressure of a TI stage.
Yeah, I don't want to criticize that pick at all because he did incredibly with it. It was his call, was what we heard from Estini backstage. Satanic wanted to play the hero. He saw something in that, you know, Gyro versus Juggernaut matchup. Unfortunately, there was a really critical error in the end when Phoenix dove in without buyback and got abyssal. Had that not happened, we may have seen a longer game. We may have seen P-Vision take it even.
Could have, would have, should have. Didn't happen this time around, unfortunately for P-Vision, but of course, fortunately for Falcons, who are our first grand finalists. This game in particular, though, had them be on the front foot the whole game long. They were ahead. Isn't that right, Purge?
That's right, Shiver. Yeah, the early game for Falcons was their bread and butter, something they've been doing consistently throughout the road to the International leading up to this, and that's the Sand King mid and its ability to pressure towers. I did a segment on this during during that road, and when you attack towers with this facet, you're giving mischance of 50% to the tower. So that means anything that is tanking the tower is doubling its HP. Any regen that's going on, if you get a second neutral creep using your Helm of the Dominator or whatever else, it just makes your pushing so much better. In this case, they always pair, not always, but when they can, pair with the Enchantress because that's going to make it easier for them to supply this tower pressure at such an early point in the game. And then Mallory instantly shifts to the bot lane because his opponents had reacted decently with the defense, and they do the same thing here. This one creep wave, they basically traded a tower for a single melee creep, which is insane, but very, very valuable. And then what Mallory does is he goes back to the mid lane, he says, I need to play for this rune, and watch what 9 class does. Does a great job with his cogs here to cause some disruption, and this one especially, he's going to shoot this cog right over the rune the exact same time that it spawns, so that even when Mallory Burrow strikes in, he gets stunned, and they pick up the haste rune, which is great. But again, if Mallory just attacks them, 50% mischance, and Storm is definitely a huge part right-clicking at this point, so he basically cleans that up no problem, and then they walk mid with the brunt of their energy, including the gyrocopter, and they get both towers killed at 10 minutes and 30 seconds, which is a huge early point in the game. They go on to defend their safe lane, have a nice big gold advantage, and that is why the game got so hard for P-Vision, because they could not slow down this tower pressure.
Yeah, Falcons had an absolute dominant early game. Absolute cinema, some people might say, or if you're speaking a different language, Kino. And speaking of Kino, that's going to be the name of the next short film contest that we have right here, Kino. Could you name all the references of that one? There were so many in there. That was fantastic to see. And something that is going to be fantastic to see is our upcoming series. We had our upper bracket finals. It was great. It's time to do the thing that's necessary. Eliminate one more team, because there's only space for 3 teams on the final day. We already got Falcons in those grand finals. We got P-Vision in the lower bracket finals. We could take a look at the bracket to see where we stand, because 2 more teams got to play today to see who has the honor on playing on Championship Sunday, Kezu.
Yeah, and we're going to have to just wait to find out, because also the lower bracket, it's really, I mean, I would say, you know, you have the winner bracket and you lose. This is where it makes or breaks the team. So you drop down below and you have to make it work. You don't have a secondary life, but both these teams that we're seeing in the next match, I've seen them both level up a lot. Both BB Team and especially Xtreme Gaming, after the, I would say, really devastating loss they received by Xtreme Gaming, they've leveled up a lot.
They really have, especially BB Team. Like, they've just flipped the narrative on its head of how we perceive this team. Like in the past, you look at this team as early game dominance, strong laners, aggressive hyper carry who's always owning. This entire game, this entire tournament, they've been like losing lanes, struggling, making big comebacks, and winning off of that. So they're on their TI anime journey right now.
They really are. And with these top 4 teams that we have here in Germany, it does also mean we got a unique situation, T.
Yeah, I did a little bit of a deep dive across the last 14 internationals that we had. You know, when you get to the top 4, you're like, we're at the international. What is the regional split, right? Looking at TI1, we had 4 different regions at the international. But then when you progress through the years, you know, TI2, TI3, TI4, TI5, China was so dominant. But look across the screen, you just don't see Eastern Europe anywhere dominating the top 4 until this TI. With both P-Vision and BB breaking into the top 4, it's the first time ever the region holds a majority at an international.
Yeah, you know, usually we have like you have more team spirit at the top. Of course, they didn't make it this far, but BB team, they're always like in the contention. They kind of make it, but then it's like top 5, top 6. You know, they kind of fall short. But this time around, through the lower bracket, they're coming back. They're powering up. So could even see them go further.
Yeah, we could definitely see them go further. Of course, Xtreme Gaming is in the way of BB Team. But let's focus our attention on BB Team. And in particular, let's focus our attention on the mid laner GPK, Kezu.
Yeah, this guy has been, I don't know what he did or what happened to him, but this guy's performances are really incredible. Like the way and the things that he just does, he plays with such conviction, confidence, and with like the correct heroes too. So we should take a look at kind of his stats, his KDA, because this guy, I would say out of any other mid player that we have, I don't see this guy lose his lanes like ever. Like every time that we see him play, he just destroys. So these are the heroes that he plays, and we touched on it like the other days too, right? The spirits aren't as much in favor, but his Earthshaker and the all times where he does play the Void Spirit or the Puck or the DK, like this guy's stats and the heroes he can play, he can take over a game. He can play make, he can make it happen for his team. And I believe we also have a clip because I want to show that this guy just has the confidence. This is from today's game. You are down, like your aim is that the enemy team's rushing. You just respawn, double step into the pit like a freak, and he steals the Aegis. This was just after Heroic bought back Yuma himself to kill them to now take the Aegis. The moment that GPK goes for this play and steals the Aegis, the game actually just ended.
He's been playing out of his mind. Like we talk about all of these comebacks that BB Team showed, but the core of these comebacks were GPK and Save. He has been so stable throughout this entire tournament, and without his top performances, BB Team would not have made it this far.
Yeah, I mean, if at any point Pure fixes his laning phase, this team can level up even further. The fact that they're not all operating at 100% is scary. The fact they're top 4, based on Miro or Save or GPK, dominating the, these mid portions of the game, it is just a scary prospect. At any minute, when they fully wake up, then they can make this, the true run to the finals.
Yeah, and I will say, we heard earlier from Snaking on stage that they learned a lot by having a really long road in the group stage and playing all these long games. I feel like BB Team has kind of adopted their strategy because every single series they played right here on the main stage, it went to 3 games. Surely that would have helped them move further and adapt.
It did. I mean, it's not the 3-game series we're used to seeing from them. Like I mentioned, they've had to make so many comebacks, but I think the really cool thing about their long journey here is that Pure has learned a lot of humility. Like he's gotten his ass handed to him in a lot of these lanes. And today, with his gyrocopter in that Game 3 versus Heroic, it felt like despite all of the negative emotions, he was able to pull through and clutch for his team. So maybe that momentum from that really cool win will push them forward here.
Yeah, and speaking of pulling through, Xtreme Gaming on the main stage as well. They did have a rough time in that upper bracket, but since getting dropped down this morning, Kezu, they looked very good.
Yeah, no, like they look absolutely different, I would say, this morning. And Mira, I believe you wanted to show some pics?
Yeah, I just wanted to show some of the individual heroes we've been seeing coming out of Xtreme Gaming, because we talk about P-Vision being the spicy team, but Xtreme Gaming has been a little bit spicy for themselves. Today we saw Carry CK come out of Ame, the sniper, that was an XM staple coming out. There's even been a Carry Omni Knight at some point. They also run a couple of supports that other teams don't. They run the ET from the 5. They also run the Marana. They ran it twice versus Beastmaster. So they do have a flavor that is unique to them that maybe BB Team doesn't necessarily know how to play against.
Yeah, I feel like the Omni Knight is kind of wild. I believe the Marana was with like an SD, because their support duo, they play really well together. So I'm not too surprised that that's what we saw. But yeah, honestly, it's just really cool that every team, I believe T, you mentioned the other day, every team has their own style and their own heroes.
Yeah, and that is definitely true for the 2 teams that will be taking the stage in just a second, because it is time to welcome in our first team. It's BB Team.
And we're back.
squad. We have seen them struggle. We have seen them dominate, triumph. We have seen them go the distance on this very stage. Every single series here in Hamburg. Can they do it here again? Can they make it to a third game? Can they make it to we'll find out. Their opponents surely have something to say about that. It is none other than Xtreme Gaming.
And we're back.
Choose wisely and crush those responsible. Fighter, 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 fight. Xtreme Gaming! Choose wisely and crush those
Xtreme Gaming in the lower bracket. I think that is the most scary thing we've seen yet. Earlier today, they made sure that Nigma Galaxy was eliminated. Can they continue their lower bracket run to reach the grand finals? But so many people were expecting them to be in already. We are about to find out, because previous time, Xtreme Gaming faced a team from Eastern Europe and P-Vision. They got O2'd, and it looked rough, Kezu.
No, it looked real bad. I'm not gonna lie. But since then, of course, some time has passed, and I heard that they thought, some of the item builds weren't as good. They got a little bit exploited when it comes to the map play. So this is absolutely a team that I can see. They take a beating and they level it up. You have Zhao as your coach. You have very experienced players. If anyone can do it, it has got to be them as well.
Yeah, even in that second game versus P-Vision, where they lost, they made really big adaptations in that game too from that game one. So they were already halfway there on that path of dealing with this meta of map play, of split push, of these Helm of Dominator creeps. And I think Zhao stepped some stuff up from yesterday to today. I mean, we already saw the CK come out today. We already saw the mid sniper.
It depends on how Zhao wants to approach this draft. Like, does he want to look at the tempo coming from GPK on the mid lane or Mira on the off lane? Depending on which one they navigate, like could try and deal with in the draft, maybe some bans. I think that's when they have a game on their hand, right? Like realistically, is BB as quick as a team as, let's say, P-Vision, right? I don't think they are. So I think the game should last a lot longer. We should see the real depths of both teams kind of shine.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing that. And if we're talking about the depths of both teams, one thing that is not really deep for both teams is the Mars. It's quite on the surface, actually, Tigo.
Yeah, of course. Coming into this TI, we do have some incredible specialists on the Mars. I did look at these stats this morning, so I don't actually know if it includes the XSS game he played, but that alone, we do have one of the best Mars players in the world, right, XSS. And I love the fact that throughout TI, both of Amar and XSS have played different styles of the hero as well. Like some are playing for more, BKB, refresher, utility, going to the front line. Some are playing for other types of utility with Lotus. Like it's really different types of Mars, but it is a privilege that we do have two of the best Mars players still in the tournament, and I honestly hope to see Mars here with XSS, because again, that game earlier, I don't think I got the clip for it, but it was just iconic. So good, some of these arenas.
I mean, this guy's Mars has been like famous for years, like ever since he started playing. His itemization, like you talking about, he has like really clutch Lotus Orb, Lincoln Spheres, his spell usage. They're just very, very stable. Like this is an incredibly stable team. So I feel like they've got a pretty good shot in this series.
And Xtreme Gaming are very team fight heavy as well. Unlike other teams in this tournament, they haven't really been winning by, split pushing and Helm of the Dominator. They've been winning by making it to late game, winning off of Amezbach, getting these clutch team fights.
But what you just described there with team fight teams need time to get online, right? It's why pace hurts them a lot. So I think if BB wants to be competitive, they need to identify the scaling required and find new ways to play out the early game. Of course, we can entertain, Miro playing the likes of Lycan, but he's probably not going to get his hands on this hero.
Yeah, I'm sure both teams have had a lot of fights. You can easily read that too in the KDA records, Kazu, that we have, I believe.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, we've talked about GPK before, and I mean, if you're a mid player, this is the guy you're looking at. Because this guy, he's on this, like, his KDA is kind of out of this world. Like, you look at the other guys, Yuma, Rip, not here anymore, but his KDA is out of this world too. But GPK, I feel like he's really the one that has held his team together in, like, the toughest games. Sometimes, and a lot of the times too, you have Save and Meru who, like, join in. But GPK, to me, he has been the standout player. So if BB team fans out there want to see them do well, they've got to put their eyes on GPK and hope that he can perform like he did in the other games.
And the fact that we see, obviously GPK is there, but XSS as well. Two different roles. Does that teach us anything about the playstyle both of these teams have, and maybe which player they give a little bit more priority in terms of how they play, and maybe which heroes they get in the draft?
It kind of shows that one team plays through their mid lane, right, and the other team plays through their off lane. When you have an off laner who's picking up Beastmasters, Lycans, Undyings, Mars, right, from XG, you're naturally going to want to play around early timings of do they have Arena or Tombstones or Lycan Shapeshift.
To me, it's also like one of the things that you have for XXS, for me specifically, maybe I'm biased because I'm an off-laner, but I think this guy has played so well. One of his, like the reason he has such a good KDA, I think this guy barely dies. Both him and XM, to me, have been incredible like standout players for Xtreme Gaming.
Yeah, and on the topic of XM, he's no joke either. We talk about GPK, but XM has been crushing a lot of his lanes this tournament, and he's a very particular player because he started off playing mid by just playing gross heroes. You know, he was playing the Vipers and the Razors and the Necros, and now he's just developed the regular mid hero pool. But he's still got those crushing the lane mechanics that GPK is famous for. So I am curious to see what kind of matchups we'll be seeing mid, because XM cannot be underestimated.
Yeah, like I remember, because you're right, it was around like, was it like KL with Azure Ray, he gets this like last pick Viper. He's like the anti-mid player. He's like, he doesn't care if he has top network, he's gonna make sure you don't have top network. And like then his team can use it, you have Ame, you're gonna carry me, don't worry brother, we're the A team.
He's got a couple of standout heroes as well. We saw he was 3-0 on his Lush, 3-0 on his SF. Like, these are heroes that kind of carry from the mid lane, do a lot of damage for your team. And if you're talking about XXS playing heroes like Mars, these teamfight anchors, your mid player, being a Leshrac, capitalizes off of that incredibly well.
And I saw a couple of heroes also overlap with GPK, obviously most notably the Puck. T, does that mean that we're going to have the Puck be very contested in this upcoming game?
Yeah, I'd like to think so. Or maybe BB allow the Puck to go to the other side and suddenly you get a Shaker or a Void Spirit or a DK coming out from BB. I think what they're showing from BB is the fact that they are able to pick anti-Puck heroes. They're not truly afraid of it. And mid lane is so critical.
That DK in particular, it looked solid yesterday.
Yeah.
They looked very comfortable running that DK plus Hoodwink, taking a page out of Falcon's book in that sense, and running a kill combo that makes your mid game a lot easier. I think if they recreate that today, that should work incredibly well against XG, because they're going to be dealing with a lot less ghost push than if they were to run it against P-Vision or Falcons.
I mean, especially also if we looked at the graphic, they had picked Hoodwink, what, 12 times? That's one of the first times I've seen like a double-digit pick order or like pick amount from this tournament alone. So yeah, it would work really well. You've got the DK on GPK, so absolutely, why not?
Yeah, we also have these two teams that they are very familiar with each other already, so that might be something to come into play as well, unless you guys are thinking that maybe in the last month or so, or maybe the last week or so, too much has changed. But overall, in terms of games, it is, well, in terms of series, it's somewhat even. In terms of games, not so much. It is a BB team that normally, when they do win, they win 2-0, so the amount of games is 4 in favor of Xtreme Gaming, 8 in favor of BB Team, and that's quite a difference.
But this was the previous version of BB Team, the one that stomped their lanes. There haven't been that kind of BB
2 months
team
ago.
this TI.
Yes.
I mean, for some reason, laning stage is not working out for this team, but that is why they were such a bane to Xtreme Gaming. Xtreme Gaming in the past were a team that really needed to come out of lanes even, or at least doing fine, because they played for that late game.
But it's also, so I say, XG, you're a team that just didn't show up in the entire year, right? Like coming into TI, it was like, okay, here we go again. Arme, you might get out of group stage if you're lucky. No one really predicted them to, dominate the group stage. So I think that, the TI magic is in the air for clearly both teams, it seems.
Yeah, the pressure is on. Both of these teams, of course, would love to reach top 4. Top 3, because they have already reached top 4. The only player on the side of BB Team that has done so before is Pure last year with Tundra. The rest on the side of BB Team has never gotten this far to begin with, let alone be third. You would think then, Kezu, that the pressure, do you think they'll do good with it?
I think so, for sure. I mean, even then, like, you've overcome where you failed before. I feel like this helps you a lot, and every single minute, every single game you play on the main stage, it just makes it so much more smooth and like more casual the next time it does happen. And for me, Xtreme Gaming, I mean, their most recent addition with X-Nova, like, this guy is incredibly good. We know him from Prime LGD. He did play with Ame back then, and this guy's strength, like his foresight and like kind of being an oracle in the game of what is the next move, he is so damn good at this.
Yeah, quite an overlap here, by the way, between Ame and Pure in their carry pools.
Yeah, but I think it's the unique heroes that are making me so excited for this series, right? The fact that we've seen Arme go for the CK to try and counter the Troll. We've got a Bristleback where maybe it didn't really work out. We went for the Battle Fury to deal with a Broodmother. Like, there's interesting ideas coming out from both teams and how to kind of break down the meta of TI. And that is, again, the treat that we have. We have 4 teams, very different identities. And, you know, Arme has shown he is ready to go back into some very old tech in the hope to try and convert into a win.
Yeah, I do have to get this out of the way, by the way. There's obviously Xtreme Gaming played first series of the day. That was 11 hours ago when they started their game about it. What's up, T?
I don't think it matters.
Okay, good.
Because behind BB is the entire crowd that supports XG. So they're going to be screaming at the backs of BB the entire time, potentially carrying over and waking up XG if required.
I will say there was quite the difference in cheers.
Oh yeah, like a lot.
Yes, there's a lot of Xtreme Gaming fans in the arena, and that will amp anyone up. I will say that because when we saw BB Team face the previous crowd favorite, Enigma Galaxy, they were able to pull through as well. So potentially it might level BB Team up as well. We'll see how that goes, but it is indeed good to know that a fatigue will not play a part. If you've played loads of Dota games every single day, you're gonna make sure you're
they
you're in
play
your
like
prime.
17 hours a day at home. Like, who cares? Like, it's gonna be 12 hours here on stage. It's fine. The adrenaline is here. It's your friend.
Quick confessional. I've played like 27 pubs once in a day before. Have you ever played more than 20 games of Dota in a day?
Yeah.
Yeah, on like if you're doing like some 24-hour, I'm a degen, I don't go to bed. Yeah, you.
But follow-up question: is it in ranked? Did you start the day losing and then you had to keep playing? Like, what was this? Why did we play 20-odd games?
Because we're freaks and we love Dota too.
Wasn't there a crazy stat from Seb that he played 36 games in 24 hours?
Yeah,
ranked.
But that's
All
just
ranked.
Seb for you, bro. It's gotta like
that
lay
is
low,
a
you
unique
know?
player, that is for sure. That is for sure. I'm sure these players are going to be just fine with that. And I do want to touch a little bit more on the offlaners. I know we talked about XSS, but I do want to also focus on Miero, who is actually, in terms of TI plays on the side of BB Team, the least experienced player. He came top 8 in 2024 last year. I feel like he has stepped it up, Kezu.
No, absolutely. I think this guy is also like maybe even like the best form that he's ever been in, because he had a phase where he tapered off a little bit, but now he's coming back. And I would say they're both in a similar boat where they don't get the most resources from their team, but they still make it happen in like nearly every single time they do play. And we see here too, they have a lot of unique heroes to their name, Miro.
Yeah, and a lot of these unique heroes that they have carried their teams to victory, right? Like we've seen Miro, when he gets his hands on the Lycan, for example, or XXS, the game changes entirely. But Miro, he's gone 3-0. Is it 3-1 now? Or 4-1? I think he won another game on this Bristleback, but he carries when he gets his hero. You look at XXS, he'll play that offlane Undying sometimes. He'll be like that big bad that his team rallies around really early on, then transitioning into utility where he can then save Ame. They are very individual in this sense, but you are very right. They take a lot less resources than the rest of their team.
No, I honestly hope to see Bristle, Lycan, or Center for him. These are the type of games where Lycan through map pressure, Center through scaling, and then the Bristle, of course, like you just mentioned, it's just chaotic energy. And any of these heroes will give BB a very good shot in this series.
What kind of priority do we feel like they'll take in their draft in terms of roles? Are they going to try to get those offlaners first? Is there one player in particular, one role in particular?
It will start with Hoodwink.
Okay.
If that's banned, then maybe it'll go towards offlaners. But from how they've been drafting at the moment, it's along the lines of Hoodwink or Shaker / offlaner.
Okay, well, let's find out what's going to happen. And it is finally time to get into the draft of that first game.
BB Team versus Xtreme Gaming. Game 1.
We've got Xtreme Gaming on the Radiant side, BB Team on the Dire side. First pick to Xtreme, and Me's overall last pick going the way of BB Team. We'll see how that will go. A couple of usual suspects already eliminated in the sense that the Lycan is there, the Naga's there. The Mars continues on from previous series as well. First phase ban, Beastmaster, Shadow Fiend. And I will say, I feel like, you know, we see that Marcy on the banning side of Xtreme, and we basically have not seen Marcy over the last few series, I feel. It's been kind of ignored, but they're putting it back on the map.
Yeah, we've not seen it too much. Same with the Shadow Fiend ban. I don't know if there's much more that I should be looking into? Because sure, you only have one ban in the second phase. Generally speaking, SF is good against like offlaners that lack armor, you know, like your bristlebags, or if you really want to rely on Aegis. So I don't know if there's something that I missed the last couple of days in pubs, or if they're really just trying to protect something for later.
Yeah, it feels like one of those type of bans where, like you mentioned, it's starting to set the foundation of if there's a Shadow Fiend and they're flexing it, and maybe it's a carry and they dominate the safe lane, they also want to secure the rest of their draft.
Yeah, I think that what they wanted to do was make sure that XM doesn't get that mid hero that will counterpick those typical melee styles. You know, like the Earthshaker that just came out for Xtreme Gaming. With XM, you can't take any risks. He's 3-0 on that hero right now. If you give him a lane for it, he will always pick it.
Yeah, and we've got to see too, because we have seen the co-op response. So Xtreme Gaming, of course, they do take that out because it is one of the better responses. So I also kind of want to see where BB Team do take it. They're not the most notorious Monkey King team, so maybe they'll just be like, sure, you farm, I'll pick something where I farm, so maybe they don't care as much about like